A brutal backstab sets the stage. Suho, a master of the blade, was forced to his knees. He faced the very snakes he once called brothers. His limbs trembled, veins blackened by a lethal toxin. He coughed up crimson lungs, desperate for air. This wasn't a common poison. It was a death sentence. A forbidden cocktail was shredding him from within. Two teammates loomed over his fading form like vultures. They offered no mercy, only mockery. They actually savored the sight of his agonizing struggle. A warrior spat a sneer. Suho should have joined their corrupt clan, but he walked a lone path. He stayed loyal to his oath, choosing cold justice over their filth and greed. They had just conquered a disaster gate, a literal hellhole, where nightmare monsters crawl into reality. But these traitors wanted that hell left open. They weren't finishing the job. They were plotting. Leaving monsters alive meant the nightmare would never end. It was a cycle of controlled chaos. Danger meant demand. As long as terror reigned, they kept their fame and high status. Suho remembered every blood-soaked battle they shared. He had trusted these vipers with his very life. Now they watched him expire with zero remorse. They claimed his death was just a necessity. Suho was the lone holdout against their scheme. The archer stepped forward with a cold gaze. With a casual gesture, he offered a deal. Join the dark side now or embrace the grave. A second chance at a heavy price. But Suho knew better than to trust those who poisoned him. He could feel the end approaching. The poison had already claimed his heart and soul. There was no miracle coming. Survival was a pipe dream, and his time was officially up. If he was going down, he would drag at least one traitor to hell with him. Suho ignited his remaining life force. A terrifying aura exploded sharp enough to slice the air. The group froze, paralyzed by his pure killing intent. They scrambled back in absolute dread. The woman in the back screamed, her voice cracking as she begged them to stay calm. The archer was nearly wetting himself from the pressure. Suho lunged with the speed of a demon. In a blur of steel, he struck. His blade carved through the warrior's arm like paper. Next, he decapitated the dark mage with lethal precision. The archer fled like a coward, dragging the healer. Their smug arrogance had turned to ash. In an instant, their world had completely shattered. Only primal horror remained. The healer frantically cast spells, trying to sew the warrior back together. But the magic failed. She realized with shock that Suho's strike was beyond any healing art. Something had shifted. Suho wasn't just a dying man anymore. He was a force of pure willpower. Forged from his indomitable spirit, his weapon became the intangible sword, a blade of pure determination. But the flame burned too bright. His energy flickered out and his broken body finally collapsed. He tumbled backward, plummeting off the jagged cliff. He vanished into the dark abyss below. Nothing but a hollow silence remained. Then Suho's eyes snapped open to the sound of bedlam. Shouts, sirens, and the frantic rhythm of boots. A firefighter was hauling him through the smoke. His mind was a fractured mess. Reality felt like a hazy, distorted fever dream. Was this a nightmare? The rescuer sprinted toward a safe zone through the panicked masses. Nothing made sense. The last memory Suho had was his own agonizing death on the cliff. He had died, he felt it. So how was he breathing in this chaotic, resurrected reality? Then he saw the rift. A gate had burst open, triggering a full-scale dungeon break. Hordes of goblins were swarming the streets, turning the city into a literal slaughterhouse. They were tearing through everything in sight. Suho's eyes landed on a shattered sign in the wreckage. Sindorim Station. The realization hit him like a train. He had been here before. This was the exact catastrophe from years ago. He was living through the first outbreak again. Suddenly, a stray arrow hissed through the air, piercing the firefighter's back. The man screamed and collapsed. Suho hit the pavement as the green tide closed in for the kill. Gritting through the agony, the wounded firefighter begged Suho to flee. Yet Suho didn't budge. Escape wasn't on his mind. His gaze locked onto the discarded axe nearby. He snatched it up. Winding up, he launched the heavy blade with explosive force. The steel blurred through the air. It cleaved the goblin instantly. In that chaotic heartbeat, the air began to flicker strangely. A glowing system interface manifested right before his eyes, flashing a message of congratulations. He had officially awakened. Suho froze, staring at the screen. It was just as he remembered. The system prompted a class selection. Out of habit, his fingers twitched toward the screen. He nearly chose warrior by instinct, but he stopped. This time he'd wait. Suho shifted his focus to the pack. The goblins were screeching their taunts, echoing everywhere. They laughed like they'd already won the day. But Suho wasn't finding any of it funny. Without wasting a breath, he dove into the swarm. His movements were terrifyingly sharp and fluid. He danced through their strikes like they were standing still. Suddenly, a goblin lunged from behind. It tried to flank him, but the moment it met Suho's cold stare, it paralyzed with dread. Suho reached down and reclaimed his blood-stained axe. The monster recognized that weapon immediately. Its face twisted in sheer terror. Honestly, if these things wore clothes, it would have ruined its pants. Suho wasn't here for drama. Before the creature could even shriek, he cut it down. One fluid motion ended it. He silenced the beast before it could make a bigger mess. He didn't stop there. He snatched a rusted blade from the dirt and kept moving forward. These pests are nightmares for rookies, but to a veteran like Suho, they were just fodder. He became a whirlwind of steel, dismantling the goblin horde with surgical speed and precision. Minutes later, the wave was annihilated. It happened so fast it felt like a fever dream. As the dust settled, Suho gripped his blade. He realized he'd gotten a bit carried away. He hadn't been calm. He was operating on raw, unbridled instinct and buried frustration. Raw power is great, but he needed a cool head to survive this new timeline. Still, destiny didn't send him back for no reason. There was a higher purpose here. This was his ultimate second chance. A rare do-over, and he wasn't going to blow it. Ding system alerts flooded his vision, applauding him for mastering high-level swordsmanship skills instantly. Something else caught his eye. The injured firefighter was gaping at him in total disbelief. Suho's god-tier combat didn't go unnoticed. The man wondered, was this kid a secret player? Suho gave a stoic nod before turning back to the screen. His choice was finally made. He was becoming a healer. Decision locked, he approached the wounded man with a calm request. He offered to treat the injury. The firefighter blinked, confused why a frontline slayer was acting like a medic. The logic wasn't adding up, but Suho didn't wait. He whispered the spell, Healing Light. A warm golden radiance enveloped the wound. Within seconds, the torn flesh knit back together perfectly. The man was speechless. How could someone who just soloed a mob be a soft-hearted healer? He fought like a sword saint. Before questions could fly, a new system alert pinged. Time to gear up. From the holographic arsenal, he grabbed a basic no-nonsense training blade. It was the exact same model from his past. Now he was ready to breach the gate. His determination was palpable. Even the firefighter felt a chill from the looming dungeon ahead. But Suho had a secret weapon. He'd unlocked elite sword talents before even picking a class. Innate skills are game changers. They work regardless of what official job a player chooses. As he levels up, these hidden talents will evolve into something truly legendary. He thought of Isabella's Holy Spirit, the pinnacle of healing. If only he'd had that power then, history would have been different. But this time, Suho had a plan and the resolve to execute it. He would be a warrior priest, fueled by the memory of the traitors who once abandoned him. Ironclad determination burned in his eyes as he approached the very gate that had claimed his soul in a former life. Once a defenseless novice, Suho now carried the bone-deep instincts of a master swordsman etched into his soul. Victory was certain. Abandoning all doubt, Suho crossed the threshold and vanished into the swirling abyss of the gate. Emerging on the other side, Suho was immediately swallowed by the suffocating darkness of a twisted ancient woodland. The holographic interface flickered to life, instantly christening this nightmare realm with a cryptic name, Green Red. The bizarre title barely registered before the heavy silence of the woods demanded Suho's absolute unwavering attention. Suho soon discovered a trail of carnage-mangled goblin remains strewn haphazardly across the rotting forest floor. Their contorted faces told a story of pure trauma. They weren't just killed, they were hunted by something truly monstrous. They died in sheer terror. Suddenly, a low, primal growl vibrated through the air, echoing deep within Suho's chest. Scanning the tree line, his gaze locked onto two massive figures, the hulking, muscular silhouettes of elite hobgoblins. Dragging their latest kill behind them, these behemoths were a far cry from the weak fodder Suho had previously faced. These were apex predators, vicious, lethal, and bloodthirsty. The moment they locked eyes with Suho, the hunt was on. Their eyes gleamed with gluttonous joy at the sight of a human, a rare, succulent delicacy in these woods. Discarding their old meal, they leveled rusted, jagged blades at Suho, salivating at the thought of carving fresh meat. But these monsters had made a fatal miscalculation. The human they viewed as easy prey was anything but ordinary. They weren't looking at a victim. They were facing a predator. The first beast lunged forward with explosive fury. Its blade whistled through empty air as Suho evaded with surgical grace, despite his dangerously low level and stats. His current blade lacked the power to pierce their iron hide, but Suho didn't need raw strength to win. He targeted their fatal flaws. With a lightning-fast burst of speed, he closed the gap on the lead monster. His strike found the beast's eye with lethal precision, drawing a blood-curdling shriek that shattered the forest's eerie calm. The scream shook the trees themselves. Showing a flash of grim mercy, Suho delivered a swift, final killing blow. Actually, Suho hadn't meant to finish it so soon. His reflexes were just too sharp, a pure, unintentional overkill. He'd planned to farm the beast for experience and skills, but his sheer efficiency had cut the lesson short. Fixing his gaze on the survivor, Suho prepared to maximize his gains. The beast was now blind with rage. It let out a thunderous roar, swinging its club in a desperate frenzy, but Suho remained chillingly composed. He danced through the storm of strikes with fluid footwork as the monster slashed wildly, completely losing its composure. The monster couldn't land a single hit. Suho knew that in this system, repetitive actions were the key to unlocking legendary skills. After successfully baiting several more attacks, the system began to react to his perfect evasion. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. The dodge skill was finally his, but Suho was just getting started. Next up was skill number 2. Suho began meeting steel with steel, deflecting every heavy blow with frame-perfect timing. Parrying wasn't just a defensive tactic, it was a core pillar of mastery that unlocked a tier of advanced, elite combat abilities. After a flurry of perfect deflections, the system chime finally signaled his hard-earned success. The parry skill was officially unlocked. By now, however, the exhausted beast was barely clinging to its consciousness. It stumbled blindly, gasping for air as its stamina hit 0. Recognizing its absolute limit, Suho moved in. With a clean beheading, Suho ended its misery. It wasn't malice, just cold efficiency. Now 2 new skills were active. He was hungry for more. This wasn't about the thrill of the kill, but about the grind for power. He needed EXP better stats and absolute strength. Meanwhile, outside the portal, the tension among waiting hunters reached fever pitch. Word leaked that an unauthorized intruder had breached their gate. As the rumor spread, the group's patience completely snapped. Vile curses filled the air as fury erupted. They felt disrespected, outraged that some nobody dared invade their territory. They were already plotting a brutal welcome-back party, eager to teach this mystery hunter a lesson in gate etiquette. They weren't letting this slide. But nearby, a very different, far more serious conversation was taking place. A weary firefighter was being grilled by a group of stern men in sharp, expensive suits. Agents from the Hunter Association were investigating the breach, and their primary target was a man named Suho. The witness spilled everything. He made it clear Suho wasn't just some rookie. He was something far more dangerous. Suho had single-handedly annihilated an undead horde, regenerating wounds in seconds. The listening officers froze as the report finished. Shock washed over his face. He'd made it in record time, but the goblin horde was already nothing but a bloodbath. The kicker, word on the street, was that a healer did this. At first, he just laughed it off as a joke, claiming it was straight-up cap. In this world, healers never packed enough heat to pull off a massacre like this, by themselves. Yet, if this mystery man actually soloed a gate packed with savage goblins, he was too cracked to overlook. If the rumors were true, they needed to sign him, as soon as possible. Deep in the dungeon, Suho was locked in farming hobgoblins and stacking experience points like a pro. He blurred through the chaos, his blade claiming heads with surgical precision. Every strike was effortless, cold, and calculated. He left one lone survivor on purpose. A single soul-crushing gaze from Suho sent the beast sprinting away, like its life depended on it. But that was the play. Suho wanted that monster to run and call for backup. Taking a quick breather, he pulled up his status screen to check his gains. After wiping that first wave, his stats and skills were leveling up fast. Standing atop a mountain of monster corpses, he realized the loot was still waiting. Deep inside those rotting chests lay the real prize magic stones. They were just low-grade shards, nothing legendary, but each one fetched about 50,000 won on the market. For Suho, that was pure profit worth the grind. Usually a hunter of his caliber wouldn't waste time scavenging. He was on a clock, but his bank account was looking more like a broke student than a top-tier hunter. He wasn't leaving money on the floor. He started carving out the stones, meticulously stashing them into his inventory. Once the field was picked clean, a sense of satisfaction finally hit him. It was a solid payday, but the moment he tried to catch his breath, the atmosphere shifted violently. A wave of sheer, jagged killing intent slammed into him. He spun around to find 30 hobgoblins closing in fast. Leading the pack was that same terrified coward he'd spared earlier. With their target locked, the horde charged Suho in a feral frenzy, but he didn't even flinch. Instead, he vaulted into the air, moving with the lethal grace of a shadow assassin. In the blink of an eye, monster heads were bouncing off the dirt. His blade work was so sharp and fluid, it was like slicing through silk. Right then, the system chimed in, congratulating him on another level up. Fresh stat points flooded his profile, fueling his body with even more raw power, now fully buffed. And having farmed enough experience, Suho decided to stop playing with his food. It was time for the grand finale. He plunged into the thick of the mob, his sword dancing in a whirlwind of steel, shredding the horde with brutal efficiency. Suddenly, one brave hobgoblin lunged straight at him, desperate for a kill. But instead of dodging in fear, Suho's eyes flashed with pure hype. He wasn't stressed. He was actually enjoying the heat. Finally, the gate's boss emerged, a level 20 chief hobgoblin. Being the big bad, it lunged first with a heavy strike, but whiffed completely. Instantly, a pack of minions tried to jump him from his blind spot. Suho didn't even turn his head, he just slashed backward and deleted them instantly. Desperate, the boss activated its trump card, Fear. It was a filthy mental skill that froze targets in their tracks, drowning them in a sea of absolute dread. The higher the level, the more soul-crushing the paralysis. Because this was a boss, it made total sense why it possessed such a high tier. psychological attack in a low-rank gate. But here's the catch. Suho had 0 mental resistance gear. To tank the debuff, he was wide open. Seeing Suho seemingly paralyzed, the boss charged in for the execution, thinking victory was in its hands. But it had no idea Suho wasn't some soft rookie. He was a battle-hardened vet who'd survived hell itself. He knew the perfect counter to this mind game. Without blinking, Suho tightened his grip and sliced into his own arm. That sudden jolt of agony shattered the mental chains of the fear skill. With his head back in the game, he deflected the boss's killing blow with ease. But instead of countering the big guy, Suho pivoted. He focused on the small fry, first dancing through the field and reaping every last minion in seconds. In one explosive burst, he cleared the entire board, leaving the chief hobgoblin all alone. Before the final showdown with the chief, Suho took a second to patch up the cut on his arm. With the distractions cleared and his body fully restored, it was finally time for the ultimate showdown. Just Suho versus the beast. Seeing the cold determination in Suho's eyes, the monster's bravado shattered. The real bloodbath was about to erupt. Steel clashed against hide in a frantic, violent rhythm. Suho poured every ounce of his willpower into each heavy strike. However, his current level was holding him back, as his blade barely managed to scratch the monster's thick, iron-like armor. Brute force was clearly a dead end. Recognizing the wall in front of him, Suho immediately shifted to a more lethal strategy. He stopped swinging blindly and drove his cold steel deep into the beast's thigh, targeting a weak spot to cripple it. In a desperate counter, the monster unleashed its fear skill, attempting to paralyze Suho with sheer psychological terror. But its trick failed miserably. Once a warrior conquers his own nightmares, they lose all power over his soul. Having crushed that fear once before, Suho remained unfazed, relentlessly zeroing in on the monster's mangled limb. He carved through the wound, repeatedly exploiting the weakness with surgical precision and brutal, unwavering force. The massive boss finally crumbled to the earth, gasping its last breaths. But Suho wasn't done playing with his prey yet. Instead of delivering the finishing blow, he suddenly activated Healing Light, a skill usually reserved for saving allies, not enemies. He used it on the monster. The half-dead creature was utterly baffled, its mind reeling as its wounds began to knit. It couldn't fathom why the very human who had just destroyed it was now acting like its divine savior. Suho, however, was low-key vibing. He had realized he could exploit a glitch, an endless loop of carnage and recovery. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was an infinite training session designed to grind his combat stats to the max. The cycle of injury and restoration continued. With every round, Suho's power spiked, his mastery evolving at a terrifying pace. His skills rapidly ascended to rank A and B. Meanwhile, the once mighty boss was reduced to a broken, shivering mess. It was consumed by pure, unadulterated dread, unable to even meet the eyes of its monstrous human tormentor. Having drained the trial of every drop of experience, Suho decided the monster's role in his growth was finally over. With chilling composure, he severed the beast's head in one clean motion. The gate was officially conquered and silenced. Standing victorious, Suho was crowned the MVP of the raid, raking in a massive haul of bonus experience points. He finally hit level 10, a massive milestone for any hunter looking to climb the ranks of the Awakened. Even his Healing Light reached rank E, and he unlocked a brand new utility skill, the power of Cure. It seemed basic now, but with his growth rate, he might soon be purging 10,000 types of deadly toxins. The future looked insanely bright, but for now the work here was done. It was time to exit the dungeon. Suho headed for the portal, while the atmosphere outside reached a boiling point of tension and uncertainty. The gate's entrance began to flicker and vibrate, sending waves of nervous chatter through the crowd of onlookers. Before anyone could speculate further, Suho emerged walking through the rift with the casual swagger of a true champion. There wasn't a trace of exhaustion on his face, just pure, cold composure, as the world stared at him in shock. They couldn't wrap their heads around who this mystery powerhouse was, but Suho wasn't interested in giving them answers. He let their curiosity burn, as high-ranking guilds began to scramble toward the scene to scout him. Every elite recruiter was left on red as Suho ignored their desperate invitations and walked past the flashing cameras. Instead, he marched straight toward a man in a sharp, formal suit, waiting at the edge of the perimeter. Suho greeted him with total confidence. This wasn't just some low-level staffer. He was a man of serious influence. This was Yang Chul-min, the legendary team leader from the South Korean Hunter Association, and he looked totally blindsided. Chul-min clearly hadn't expected the conqueror to approach him. Cut to the association headquarters where the two sat face to face. On the surface, it looked like a standard meeting, but the air in the room was thick with Chul-min's confusion. While they processed the paperwork, the leader's mind was racing, replaying every detail of their bizarre encounter at the gate. He remembered their first meeting, the casual handshake, and how Suho acted like clearing a gate was a minor errand. Suho had mentioned he was stopping by the association anyway, acting as if he were just visiting a convenience store. Chul-min initially assumed he was just a veteran hunter, coming in for a routine license renewal or update. But when he realized Suho was a complete rookie registering for the first time, he nearly lost his mind. How could a supposed healer solo an entire gate? The logic simply wasn't adding up for the seasoned official. Yet there was Suho chilling and munching on snacks, looking like he hadn't just rewritten the rules of the world. Chulman scanned the data for the 100th time. Statistically, Suho screamed frontline tank, not some backline healer. Cold hard facts. The kid possessed insane raw power killer instincts and a poker face that never cracked. Pure fighter energy. It made zero sense. As Chulman spiraled into deep thought, Suho suddenly broke the silence. Problem? Suho asked, snapping the leader back to reality. Chulman shook it off and dove into the standard interview. He grilled him on his history and education. That's when the pieces finally started clicking together. Turns out Suho was a college dropout. He was a physical education major before walking away from it all. Usually PE guys go full aggro, choosing warrior or archer paths if they jump into the hunter game. But Suho went rogue. He picked the healer class for one hilarious reason: he absolutely hates being in pain. He then laid out the chaos inside the gate, walking through the carnage step by step. His tone was icy and detached. He omitted one tiny detail: the entire dungeon was basically a cakewalk. He kept it humble, claiming survival mode. Then he casually dropped a bomb about hunting chief hobgoblins. Chulman froze. Red flag. Gates housing chief hobgoblins were never supposed to be just surviving territory. Noticing the tension, Suho didn't sweat it. He just calmly opened his digital inventory. Thud. He dumped a massive pile of dungeon loot straight onto the table, making the wood groan. Chulman's jaw hit the floor. His heart skipped a beat as pure, unadulterated shock washed over him. Scattered before him were high-grade mana crystals. The small ones, standard hobgoblin fodder. But that massive core, that was Chief Hobgoblin energy. And Suho, he had zero clue how much it was worth. He politely asked for help, processing them blissfully unaware. Chulman tried to keep his cool, but he was reeling. His eyes were glued to the mountain of loot. This was a god-tier haul. Taking a breath, he turned to Suho. "You really want this life?" he asked. Suho's firm nod sent a jolt of pure hype through Chulman's veins. Steadying his nerves, he asked if this was just some impulsive whim. Suho just flashed a calm, confident smile. "Not even close," he replied. Chulman was practically beaming with joy. Then the mood shifted. Suho's eyes grew serious as he shared the real why behind his choice. No clout, no cash. This was personal. He felt nothing but pure loathing for the gates and the monsters within. A gate shock had ripped his family away when he was just a kid, leaving him to rot in an orphanage alone. Initially, he believed that slaughtering these beasts would cauterize the deep, agonizing scars in his soul. But stacking bodies didn't help. The heavy knot in his chest refused to unravel, no matter the kill count. The pain was eternal, so he made a pact. He couldn't rewrite history, but he could forge a different future. He chose protection. He refused to let anyone else endure that hell. This wasn't a quest for revenge. It was for the people. He wanted to be on the front lines, saving lives. That's why he chose the association path. He wasn't aiming for a guild. He wanted the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was floored by his resolve. Still, a veteran's duty is to warn about the shadows. He gave Suho the brutal truth about the job. The association's paycheck was pocket change compared to the massive bags private guilds were dropping. Suho didn't flinch. As long as he had priority entry and unlimited access to the gates, he didn't care. Throw in the power to punish rogue hunters. That's all he needed. Chulman was absolutely stunned by this kid. See, the association has priority on paper, but they usually auction those rights off to the highest bidder. Why simple? No government official wants to risk their life for a mediocre salary while private guilds get rich. Everyone talks about helping, but they really just want a safe desk job where they can collect a check. Most avoid the gates like the plague, choosing admin roles over field duty. But Chulman saw something else in Suho. Suho wasn't chasing comfort. He was a rare breed, a true guardian who lived for the frontline battle. A real hero who believed in service. The joy hitting Chulman was almost too much to handle. He felt lightheaded for a second before snapping back to the mission those high-grade magic crystals. To get that official hunter license, you have to crush both the written and practical aptitude tests. Bad news, this year's registration window had already slammed shut. The big exam was tomorrow. But Suho had a secret weapon. Big brother Chulman was in his corner, ready to pull some strings. After Suho single-handedly cleared a whole gate, the association had all the leverage they needed to bend the rules. Securing a green light from the brass was easy, but one major hurdle still kept Chulman on edge. The written exam. For any ordinary person, passing that beast with just one day to study was practically a death sentence. But Suho, he's built different. In his world, when opportunity knocks, you don't just open the door, you kick it down. He seizes every chance regardless of the odds. The only catch, our guy was straight up broke. He couldn't even scrape together the registration fee. Swallowing his pride, he asked team leader Chulman for a massive favor. He needed the magic crystals liquidated immediately. Chulman, being the ultimate homie, stepped up and handled the hustle. Right now, Chulman was the only person Suho could truly lean on, and he felt a genuine wave of gratitude. Once the aptitude tests were finally in the bag, team leader Chulman came through with the results. He wired over the crystal cache and cut to Suho, absolutely demolishing Chulman's private snack stash. Acting like he owned the place, those crystals netted him a cool 3 million won, a nice little bag. Plus, since he signed up as a civil servant hunter, he snagged some sweet tax breaks. But Suho wanted more. He had one last request: access to the association's library to cram for the written exam tomorrow. He asked politely, and Chulman, ever the supportive big brother, agreed with a warm smile. He personally escorted Suho to the archives, mentioning he wouldn't even need an ID badge to get inside. Before heading out, Chulman wished him luck. Suho watched him walk away, lost in a moment of quiet respect. His brother was a rare breed, reliable to the core. Suho could already see the man's future. One day, Chulman would definitely run this entire association. Alone now, Suho turned his focus to the shelves. His mission was simple: find a link to his past life. He remembered world-shaking disasters, but the details total blur. Human brains aren't wired to carry data across lifetimes, and he was no exception to the rule. But the key was here somewhere, a hidden fragment or a lost skill. After scouring the aisles, Suho stumbled upon something bizarre, a massive ancient tome that radiated an eerie primordial energy. It was too thick to even fit on a shelf. The second he pried that cover open, everything changed. The system flared up with a cryptic alert. This book, it wasn't even from this dimension. There was a secret way to activate it beyond just reading, and Suho knew exactly what that meant. Without a second thought, he hoisted the book over his head like an RPG character, triggering a hidden quest. He felt like a total meme for a second. Nothing happened, his arms were aching and frustration started to boil. He was dead certain this was the trigger. Just as he was about to curse the thing out, the system spoke. The Library of Memories was intrigued by his story. That's when the magic exploded. Reality warped. The dusty room vanished in a shimmer of light, and Suho was suddenly transported. He stood before a colossal ethereal tree. Its roots pierced glowing stone branches reaching into a fake glowing sky. A winding staircase spiraled into the unknown. Welcome to the legendary Library of Memories. This place grants a terrifying gift: total recall. Every sight and sound ever experienced is permanently etched into the mind, even the trauma. Usually the brain forgets to survive, but this ability turns memory into a flawless, heavy burden. The original owner of this cheat code was actually the manager of the Hexagon Guild. A former association staffer, she accidentally unlocked this power while pulling an all-nighter for a job hunt. She used a book as a pillow and woke up a genius. Suho couldn't help but laugh at her luck. He felt grateful she paved the way, even joking about treating her to a steak dinner one day. Suddenly, the system prompted Suho to donate his own life story to the library's collection. He weighed the potential. This was the ultimate tool to reconstruct his shattered past and fading recollections. Memories rot over time, but this skill, this is forever. He needed this power, no matter the cost. He needed absolute precision. A final notification flashed: story accepted. A gale force wind erupted as the system announced the library was now harvesting and recording his entire existence. Suho defied gravity, suspended in a storm of glowing text as a complex diagram burned into the air. The final message arrived: the Library of Memories was officially open for business. Every sensory detail, visuals, and audio gets archived instantly, providing on-demand recall and strategic insights. Examining his hand, Suho realizes the recording sensation feels surreal, likely due to this artificial realm. Being a mere mental construct, armed with this new ability, he tests its limits by reliving a past massacre. He witnesses his younger self broken and bleeding. Raw agony resurfaces, fueling a familiar scorching rage within his soul. In high-definition clarity, he identifies his betrayers, vile self-serving snakes he once called allies. Cowards who stalled the gate's closure for their own survival. He vows they will pay for their treachery. Drifting through a sea of system interfaces, the haunting memory lingers. He regrets picking such a traumatic starting point. Suddenly, a system alert flashes, delivering news that shatters his expectations. He is granted a unique path to power, as the world's first human to reach transcendence. The system initiates a hard reboot for player on Suho. Stunned, he watches the world snap back into reality. A wild theory takes root. Did the system actually warp him back into his own past? He recalls his peak uniting with the divine sword and wielding the legendary double S rank skill. Yet now, as a transcendent, a brand new destiny unfolds, one that defies everything known about Hunter history. Suho realizes this second chance is no fluke. In a flash, he's already moving toward his target. Stepping out of a taxi, he stares at the horizon, contemplating the weight of this miraculous do-over. He can finally rewrite fate, stopping the looming catastrophes and taming the chaotic high-rank dungeons that once cost millions of lives. Vowing to blitz every gate, he knows every heartbeat is a precious resource. He arrives at the massive Nexus headquarters. Gazing up at the Titan, its scale is truly breathtaking. This is the nation's premier private hunter academy. To Suho, it's also his ticket to a massive fortune. With a predator's focus, he enters. A bubbly receptionist beams at him, inquiring about his business today. Suho demands an audience with director Kim Soo. Taken aback, she asks if he's on the schedule. He declines but insists it's urgent. His message, the solo conqueror of the pre-catastrophe syndrome station, is here. Moments later, in a sleek office, a poised woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, head of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself formally. With a curious gaze, Director Kim offers him a seat to talk business. She acknowledges his impossible feat at the Syndrome Gate before asking his objective. He calmly requests a full scholarship. The director is floored by his audacity. Suho doubles down, revealing he's taking the hunter licensing exam tomorrow. Still processing the bombshells, Kim Soo asks the critical question, how long since his awakening? Suho replies flatly, today. Her jaw drops as she frantically rechecks his files in total disbelief. A fresh awakened, wanting to test tomorrow after solo clearing a catastrophic rank gate. It's pure insanity. Suho nods, adding that a high-ranking association contact already greenlit his exam spot. His aim is simple, total domination at rank 1. His unwavering confidence leaves her speechless. He lays out his terms. If he takes the crown, he wants the elite Nexus scholarship and total funding. He knew being a nobody made his claim sound crazy, but Suho was far from a rookie. He was a war-torn veteran of 1,000 battles. Their belief didn't matter, only results did. Director Kim knew that a solo clear of a lethal gate was a miracle beyond words. However, she warned him that the hunter exam was a brutal filter with a sub 20% pass rate. Suho didn't flinch. If he failed to secure the top spot, the deal was dead, period. Intrigued by his grit, she asked why he chose Nexus over giants like Hexagon or Prime. Suho kept it real. Despite its size, Nexus was currently a sinking ship with 0 star power. It lacked a top-tier ace, causing its prestige to crumble. Internally, Director Kim couldn't deny the harsh reality. Nexus was starving for a win, and none of their current prospects looked like future S ranks. If Suho actually placed first, Nexus would skyrocket back to the top. His timing was dangerously perfect. Still, she wondered what fueled this mysterious man's absolute certainty. Probing further, she asked what level of funding he expected from this bold gamble. Suho countered by asking for the standard top student rewards, which she began to list out. A full tuition refund plus a 30 million won signing bonus. Add a direct ticket into the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. Only fitting for the nation's top academy. Then with a smirk, he countered, 300 million would be better. Director Kim froze in shock. Suho didn't flinch. Being the top-ranked student had to come with serious perks, right? Given the academy's massive scale, the price was fair. It was basically chump change for Nexus. Deep down, Director Kim knew he was right. Reluctantly, she agreed secure first place and it's his. The jackpot was within reach. Suho began exploring the campus. The deeper he wandered, the more he realized this place was a beast, outscaling any amusement park. He'd want for nothing here. His guide beamed with pride, flexing that Nexus was the largest, baddest academy in all of Korea. Noticing the guide's exhausted face, Suho felt a pang of guilt. They'd clearly been dragged out of bed. He offered a quick thanks for the late-night tour. The guide smiled, honored to help a VIP. Suddenly, a lone figure training on the grounds caught his eye. Suho asked if he was a student. The guide nodded. That guy was a total grinder training at this hour every single night. Suho's interest piqued. Meet Daehan. The guide shouted out, telling him not to wreck his health. Daehan flashed a grin. As a third year, he had to push his limits harder than anyone else. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, they had tackled brutal raid missions together. Back then, Daehan was the nation's ultimate shield, a legendary tank with endurance that defied logic. It was a tragedy when pure tanks fell out of the meta. But seeing him now, Daehan was wielding an axe instead of a shield. He hadn't even touched his true potential yet. This was the perfect play. Mentor Daehan now, and recruit a future legend for his own association. After quick introductions, Suho cut to the chase, asking if the battle axe was his main. Daehan confirmed it. Suho pushed further. Why choose that specific weapon for the front lines? Daehan explained his instructors recommended it, claiming the axe perfectly matched his massive frame. The guide chimed in, boasting that few weapons could rival the axe's raw destructive power. Only trained with the axe? Suho asked. Daehan nodded, admitting he was a bit of a slow learner. Trying different weapons felt like a waste of time. It had already taken him 2 grueling years just to get decent with the blade, and even now he didn't feel like a master. Suho scanned him silently. Effort wasn't the issue here. The problem was something else entirely. The axe just didn't fit him. This wasn't a lack of dedication, it was a total lack of direction. He should have pivoted ages ago. Suho was shocked the top academy missed something so obvious. How could they overlook this? He suggested a complete shift in Daehan's combat mindset. Since stats eventually adjust, it made more sense to pick a weapon that felt like an extension of himself. Skills can bridge the gap, but true battlefield dominance comes from raw experience and instinct. For Daehan, the battle axe was a total mismatch. It hit hard, sure, but long cooldowns left him wide open. For someone his size, it made him an easy target. Daehan froze. 3 years of blood and sweat. Gone, Suho acknowledged the grind. But his real destiny was tanking. He advised Daehan to pick up a kite shield instead. Shield on the left, blunt weapon on the right. That was the path to true combat mastery. This switch would break his limits. Daehan hesitated, the weight of the choice pressing down. Changing roles right before the big exam was a massive gamble. The test was tomorrow. Suho asked him what truly forms the backbone of a raid. Most people would say the mage, but they're wrong, it's always the tank. A tank's job is to own the battlefield and protect everyone. To do that properly, you need a shield and a way to control the chaos. The logic finally clicked for Daehan. Fired up by the insight, he decided to take the leap. Suho smiled, glad doubt didn't win. He wished him luck as Daehan headed off to train. Then, Director Kim had ordered him to give Suho the VIP tour, but now suspicion was starting to itch at the man's mind. Was Suho secretly an instructor? His insane knowledge of combat and contracts screamed pro. Suho simply smirked and confirmed his status. Deep down, Suho knew a guy without a license acting like a seasoned veteran looked mad sus. He played it off as being a stakeholder. The man nodded, interrupted by a sudden vibration from his phone. The paperwork was set. Time to head back. Fast forward to the main event, the day of the Hunter exam. The association building was swarming with rookies, blades drawn, and eyes gleaming with the hope of finally becoming licensed hunters. These guys had been grinding non-stop, honing their skills to reach their ultimate peak for this single moment. Talk about bad luck. Suho, the legend who solo cleared a gate, was feeling like absolute trash today. Stepping out of the exam hall, Suho began dissecting the real motive behind the test. It was a crackdown on doping, but to Suho, these basic security measures were practically useless. Real cheaters don't use pills, they use skill buffs. Suho spotted a woman and a few others radiating unnatural mana. Levels like that shouldn't exist for rank 5s. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Suho's magic perception was now on a whole different level. With magic detection fully maxed out, Suho could spot even the smallest ripple of foul play in the air. No official red flags yet, but Suho could see the truth. The room was crawling with buff-using frauds. Time to shut this circus down. Glancing at Chulman, Suho felt a wave of relief seeing at least one honest soul. Hearing the others gossip about the exam, Suho felt a twinge of guilt. His insane stats made him feel like a low-key cheater. Chulman approached, curious about the results. Suho was 100% sure he'd passed, but wondered why the big guy was there. Chulman shrugged, explaining the association was chronically understaffed, so he was pulling extra duty. Rumor was, this written exam was a total nightmare, making Suho's cool composure even more legendary. Suho confirmed he crushed it, then pivoted, asking if he could share a little observation. Chulman was all ears. Just don't ask for answers, Chulman joked. Suho turned serious, pointing out a massive security flaw. There were 0 checks for active buffs. Chulman looked puzzled. Buff checks. Suho explained that while the blood and urine tests were standard procedure, they caught drug users and gear cheats, but they were completely blind to those using high-level skill enhancements. Suho suggested that a simple magic detection sweep would expose the frauds instantly. Chulman took the hint, promising to tighten security before the practical portion kicked off. Suho headed off to prep, but Chulman stopped him, offering a rare, genuine word of encouragement for the next round. He was looking forward to having Suho as a colleague. With a nod of thanks, Suho headed toward the arena. 30 minutes later, the speakers crackled to life at the practical site. The exam was officially delayed. A 2-hour stall thanks to capsule issues. Everyone was told to hit the cafeteria or kill time in the lounge. Suho wasn't buying the technical difficulty excuse for a second. Something felt way too convenient. He had a hunch Brother Chulman was already hunting down the buff users behind the scenes. Just as expected, the man moved fast. Out of 1,200 candidates, only 10% usually made the cut. Weeding out the fakes would tank that pass rate to 7%, leaving only the truest elite standing. Suho scanned the crowd, looking for anyone with enough raw talent to actually be a threat. Suddenly, a loud confrontation broke the silence. A rowdy examinee was demanding a spar. The target snapped at him to back off, but the instigator just grinned, claiming it was all friendly practice. He taunted the man, saying he was just scared of being exposed as a fraud. Fed up, the victim shoved him back. The aggressor leveled a wooden blade, his voice dropping low. "What if I make the first move?" Before the blow landed, Suho's blade intercepted the strike with a sharp clack, forcing the attacker to recoil. The victim stared shocked. "Are you insane?" Suho just gave a cool look, telling him he'd take it from here. "Step back," Suho commanded. The man stammered, wondering if Suho was some undercover association official. "Just a fellow examinee," Suho replied. He warned that brawling with a loser like this would only trash his reputation. "Leave him to me," the attacker growled, demanding to know why Suho was sticking his nose in. Suho flashed a chilling smile, introducing himself as the man's new sparring partner. Since he wanted to fight so badly, Suho volunteered. The attacker just smirked. Sparring with a weakling like Suho was a waste. That insult stung. He claimed luck saved Suho, barking at him to leave before things got ugly. Suho flipped the script asking if he was scared. Triggered the man, snapped back. Suho challenged him to prove it was luck, taunting his obvious cowardice. Snapping at the bait, the man accepted labeling Suho just another nameless loser. Suho agreed, but insisted on official approval and moving to a sanctioned arena. Once cleared, they stepped onto the floor, drawing every curious eye in the room. The official mandated association gear only delivering a final stern warning. Any lethal intent would end it instantly. Then the attacker lunged with explosive speed. Suho deflected the wooden blade effortlessly. Desperate, the man launched a downward strike. Suho slipped the attack like a ghost. Furious, the attacker vowed to rip him apart. Suho pinned the man's blade, mocking his pathetic strength. This was Park Yong. A notorious battle-crazed lunatic, Park Yong lived to crush anyone with talent. This hunger for dominance made him a monster. Suho remembered his formidable skills. Finding him here was a shock, but Suho knew this loose cannon needed stopping. Suho launched a lightning kick, sending Yong flying. As he crashed, Suho smirked. Dazed Yong gasped at his power. Suho chillily noted that blind aggression was useless. He teased that Yong had never tasted level 10 power before. Rising with a grin, Yong acknowledged Suho's composure and declared he was getting serious. Suho invited the chaos. Yong rained blows, yet Suho evaded everything with one hand. The pressure was rising. Suho felt the genuine killing intent behind each heavy strike. Yong bet everything on his dragon sword art. A blinding explosion consumed the arena. Confident in victory, Yong began to gloat, but Suho stood amidst the dust unharmed. He'd parried it perfectly. Shaking Yong demanded answers, but Suho called him pathetic. Truth was, Yong used a cheap imitation because he lacked a hunter's license. Mastering the true art without a license was impossible. Humiliated, Yong charged again. Suho danced around him effortlessly, baiting Yong into making a fatal, reckless mistake. As Yong roared a victory cry, Suho's fist connected instantly, turning his lights out. Yong collapsed in total confusion. Suho's voice remained cold, repeating he was too slow. Burning with silent rage, the fallen warrior could only whisper Suho's name. Observing the broken man, Suho knew he had become Yong's new dangerous obsession. With the loudmouth silenced, Suho hoped the hall would finally offer some peace. Meanwhile, the proctors were frozen in shock, breaking the heavy silence. Suho casually reported the accidental knockout, suggesting they call a medic for the loser. Next, Suho entered a high-tech chamber. Scanning the room, he sensed elite auras. Undercover inspectors lurked everywhere. As chatter increased, Suho's patience wore thin. He wanted total solitude. A staff member approached, gesturing for him to take a seat. They briefed him on failsafes, pointing out the emergency switch for the dive process. With a curt nod, Suho reclined as cables wired his mind into the system. A holographic interface flickered to life. The Hunter practical exam was officially online. As his mind merged, the sync rate skyrocketed toward 100%. Connection established. The brutal healer class trial was finally starting. Opening his eyes to a new realm, Suho felt the weight of the dungeon. This exam was notorious for failure. Before him lay a battlefield littered with dying. Victims screamed for mercy, while a young girl struggled against a massive boulder. Surveying the carnage, Suho internally roasted the Hunter Association for designing such a savage and ruthless scenario. This whole setup was pure psychological warfare. But first, let's break down the rules of this lethal exam. This trial is the Hunter exam's ultimate centerpiece, designed to judge if a candidate truly embodies their specific class. Scenarios and passing benchmarks shift annually, but the core usually involves high-stakes, brutal one-on-one combat. Others must survive endless waves of monsters where survival time and kill counts dictate their final ranking. However, for healers, it's a different game. Raw healing output isn't the only metric that matters here. Technique is fine, but sacrifice is king. Putting your life on the line for others earns the highest scores. As beasts closed in, Suho realized the dark truth in this script: the healer is destined to perish. He's supposed to die, shielding the patient. Problem was, Suho's actual stats were still very much active. Stalking toward the horde, he grabbed a discarded blade, knowing he'd need to take a massive beating today. But dying Suho wasn't feeling that logic. Why let himself get pummeled just to satisfy a grade? Dying once was already plenty for him. Nearby panicked candidates shrieked as monsters lunged from the shadows. Suho saw through the facade. Those screams were mere illusions. He was standing in a field of corpses. He reached a trembling girl, checking her status. Sobbing, she gasped that the monsters were coming back. She begged to run, but Suho knew the assignment. He had to shield her until the clock hit 0. Promising her safety until extraction arrived, he planted his feet. His resolve was absolute as he held the line. As combat loomed, reality shifted to the control room. Candidates were finally emerging from their simulation pods. One guy sighed, regretting his performance. A staffer thanked him, signaling his time in the test was over. Dismissed, he headed out while she moved to the next station, scanning the glowing monitors for data. It showed Kang Jin Young, an archer. He'd survived 9 minutes and 4 seconds, a respectable yet average run. She noted that this season's scores were trash. This difficulty level was literally bullying the rookies. Turning to Director Shin, she asked about Suho's timer. Shin's response, 30 minutes and counting. Her jaw dropped. 30 minutes, no way. She sprinted to Suho's pod to see the impossible numbers herself. The display didn't lie 30 minutes. Is this guy secretly a warrior class? She asked, completely baffled. Shin shook his head. Suho was a healer. She called Cap immediately, but Shin simply pointed toward the sword. Just watch him, Shin urged. They pulled up the live feed, witnessing Suho's combat prowess in high definition. A healer. Really, she muttered. His tactical skill was insane. She began to question the logic of it. Would he be DQ'd for surviving? Shin clarified, there's no official rule stating the healer must die. The goal was protecting the patient, period. She nodded, mesmerized, as Shin broke down Suho's perfect execution. Suho checked every box. He stayed close, never wavered, and kept his patient's health topped off throughout. He was truly gambling his life. As long as the mission parameters were met, he was legally untouchable. She sighed. It was obvious now. This exam's top spot was already claimed by a total monster. Inside, the Sim Suho was still cooking. With surgical precision, he was deleting monsters with one-shot lethality. Despite the carnage, he wasn't satisfied. He needed more speed. As reinforcements arrived, he methodically erased them. Clearing wave after wave with cold focus, he finally stood alone. Then a system notification flashed before him. Your footplay proficiency has reached its peak. Mastery unlocked. Suho scanned the text, a smirk forming. Even in a simulation, the real-world physics allowed the system to track and reward his insane body control. The system recognized his direct neural input, making it possible to grind physical skills even in virtuality. The XP might be lower than real combat, but as a training ground, this place was an absolute goldmine. Beyond raw swordplay, he'd refined his entire toolkit, boosting all basic techniques straight to A-rank status. No loot, no levels, but the progress was real, if he could push every skill to the limit. With all skills at A-rank, he could potentially evolve a legendary style like Park Yong's Dragon Sword technique. Ding, achievement unlocked. Your mastery of the blade eclipses all known records. The system is stunned. Impressed by his unique flair, the system offered a rare choice. Would you like to register a custom skill? Merging basic arts with mastered footwork, Suho smiled. It was time. He christened his new style, Guardian Sword. When asked to confirm the official name, Suho nodded. Suddenly, a notification hailed his supreme mastery and announced the birth of a unique swordsmanship Guardian Sword. This legendary skill instantly surged his blade and footwork efficiency by 50%. As a reward for this insane feat, the system gifted him 10 bonus stats, urging him to continue walking the lonely path of the blade. One final alert confirmed he had unlocked S-rank sword mastery, a terrifying privilege granted only to those who truly understand the sword. Every restriction on blade techniques shattered instantly, boosting his lethality by another 50% and removing all limits. Suho's mind drifted to his past life. In that timeline, reaching this peak took over a decade, but here, his past life cheat codes had accelerated his growth exponentially. He realized his value was now skyrocketing. Refocusing on the exam, he noted the monster count was set in stone, and he couldn't help but admire the sheer effort put into crafting this trial. With every objective cleared, Suho faced a simple choice: be devoured by the horde, or erase them all. Meanwhile, the proctors watching the live feed were paralyzed in shock. They were witnessing the impossible. For the first time in history, a student had slaughtered every single monster. They were awestruck by his combat and his miracle healing. One examiner even joked that checking the rankings was pointless. The winner was obvious. Days later, Hexagon Guild was buzzing. Their scouts were cocky, certain their star student Kian would take the top spot. They bragged about the resources they'd poured into him until the congratulatory letter arrived. Kian wasn't number one. The name on the letter was Suho. The flex died instantly as silence fell. Confusion turned into tension as they looked for Kian just as the guildmaster's phone rang. Suho was already on a call with the team leader, who apologized for the delay swamped by work. But he made sure to praise Suho for seizing the highest score. He admitted that Suho's consistency was beyond anything he'd imagined. Suho stayed humble, crediting the leader, though the man deflected, insisting Suho's genius was his own. He also mentioned Suho's performance had accidentally flushed out a swarm of cheaters using illegal boosters. This would trigger a massive crackdown, which was a huge win for the association. Then, the leader's tone grew cautious. So, Suho, still interested? He was asking about the Great Hunter Association. Suho replied that while he might stay at the guild, his endgame remained the same. He was joining the association. The leader breathed a sigh of relief, promising to reach out when the recruitment cycle began. Suho ended the call with a smirk. The leader reminded him to eat well and stay healthy, a kindness Suho warmly returned. After hanging up, the man looked at his own hands and whispered a reminder to eat too. On Suho's end, he paused. Something about the leader's voice felt heavy. Off. Was everything okay? His thoughts were cut short as his phone buzzed again. He knew this ID immediately. He picked up and Kim Soo's voice flooded in, showering him with praise for his legendary results. She confirmed the bag was secured. His payment had already hit his account. Suho admired her efficiency. Nexus Guild really lived up to the hype. Then she dropped her offer, join the Nexus Guild. She promised benefits that would make any other guild look like a joke. Suho asked, "How far will you go?" Kim Soo doubled down, promising to move mountains to meet the expectations of their star scholarship student. Contract terms were a non-issue. She even begged for a face-to-face meeting to lock him in today. But Suho played hard to get, mentioning he had personal business. He promised to check his schedule, but he left her with a tantalizing hint. Since he was already their scholarship student, Nexus was his logical choice. Kim Soo practically squealed. She was so hyped her whole office stared at her. "Please, don't sign with anyone else." Amused by her desperation, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet. As he hung up, he smiled, her thrilled voice still echoing. Just then, the taxi driver announced they had arrived. Suho nodded his thanks and stepped into the crisp air, reflecting on the day's absolute chaos. He'd crushed the test, secured his license, and bagged the payment. Phase 1 was officially complete. Destination Lighthouse General Market. It was time to grind, and Suho's eyes burned with quiet fire. Glancing at his phone, he realized just how fast he'd prepped for the upcoming carnage. Just one piece remained a weapon. He bypassed flashy stores for a dusty, tucked-away back-alley shop. Crowded retailers were just overpriced junk. He paused at the threshold, hoping this hidden spot held gold. The silence inside was heavy. Suho offered a brief greeting as the shopkeeper peered over his counter. "New hunter here. Looking for something light," Suho stated. The owner pointed him toward the bargain bin. The items were buried under years of grime. To most it was trash, but Suho knew better. Low-tier gear usually lacked data, but unverified didn't mean weak. Greatness is often buried under dust. Certain gems required liberation, a specialized process to tear away the seal and unleash their true potential. They hummed with a faint, ghostly aura. Most rookies would walk past, but Suho wasn't most rookies. He gripped a rusted spear and flared his magic detection. A smirk tugged at his lips. Bingo. As he walked out, Suho chuckled. If that shopkeeper knew what he'd sold, he'd have a heart attack. The deal of a lifetime was secured. Now, the real work began. Suho closed his eyes, focusing. He channeled mana into the cold steel. The spear drank greedily, sucking energy right from his veins. The drain was violent. Gasping, Suho hit the pavement, his vision swimming as his reserves hit zero. One more second, and he'd have blacked out. To fully awaken this beast, he needed more power. A magic stat of 100 was the key. A dormant monster for now, but soon lethal. He swore to grind until that power was his. Meanwhile, at PBS, Jinwei's phone began to vibrate. It was Suho. No preamble, just facts. He was the ace who'd demolished the recent Hunter exam. But that wasn't all. He admitted to being the shadow who soloed the Syndrome Station nightmare. Jinwei's jaw hit the floor. The room went silent as he processed that impossible solo clear. Clearing a gate without a license. Insane. In that moment, Suho shifted from newbie to absolute monster. "Why me?" Jinwei managed to ask. Suho's answer was simple. He'd been tracking Jinwei's personal blog. Suho knew the reporter was a rich kid, but he respected the hustle over the silver spoon. Suho dropped a bombshell. He was going to be the biggest headline, and he needed a witness. The offer was bold, become Suho's exclusive reporter. Jinwei narrowed his eyes, suspicious of the hunter's motives. Was this just a play for family influence? Jinwei pegged him as another rookie with a delusion. The guy seemed delusional. Despite the scoop potential, the idea of being a lapdog felt wrong. Jinwei craved the tea, but he didn't want a boss. Suho laughed. "I need a partner, not a servant." "Let's be real," Jinwei spat. "You're just clout chasing to up your price before some major guild call." Suho didn't deny it. "Partially true," he mused. "But I'm playing a much bigger game here. Clout was just the tool. His real objective, becoming a high-ranking civil servant. Fame was the ticket." Jinwei froze. The Hunter Association, who grinds to the top just to become a government suit. It sounded like a joke, but Suho was stone cold. Jinwoo eyed him suspiciously. Was Suho just another trust fund hunter treating this life-or-death work like a side quest? Suho dropped the bomb. He was a gate orphan. That tragedy fueled his obsession with conquering every dungeon in sight. Staring at his screen, Jinwoo wondered if Suho was capping. The world was crawling with weirdos lately. Honestly, it didn't even matter. He respected Suho's grind, but still wasn't buying what he was selling. Offer declined. Jinwoo handpicked his own stories. But Suho wasn't about to take no for an answer. He threw down a high-stakes wager. Intrigued, Jinwoo bit the bait, asking exactly what the deal was. Suho's play proved his worth in blood. He'd raid the notorious Tower of Challenge completely solo. Jinwoo's jaw dropped. That tower was a literal death trap. Clearing it was deemed a mathematical impossibility. Full squads failed there, yet Suho wanted to solo it, pure insanity. But Suho was dead serious. "If I win, you're mine," Suho declared. His prize, Jinwoo, becoming his exclusive personal reporter for life. Suho remembered Jinwoo's past life glory, a legendary broadcaster known for his untouchable pride and elite status. Back then, he never took bribes. He and Suho had been the ultimate duo in that former timeline. Jinwoo's influence was massive, but his razor-sharp integrity made him a prime target for the corrupt elite. Politics eventually crushed him. Forced into retirement, the once great journalist vanished into the shadows of history. This time, Suho would change that fate. On the call, he laid out the ultimate high-stakes gamble. "Solo the tower, and you're my reporter." Stunned by the audacity, Jinwoo finally gave the green light. If Suho actually pulled off this miracle, Jinwoo vowed to back him with every ounce of his influence. The call ended. Showtime. But left alone, Jinwoo felt his blood boil with pure frantic irritation. Suho was living rent-free in his head. Where did this guy even come from? He was totally unhinged. Despite the annoyance, a spark of curiosity remained. There was something undeniably raw and real about Suho. He didn't give off scammer vibes. Caught in a whirlwind of doubt, Jinwoo muttered about losing his damn mind. He sighed, treating it like a low-risk bet. If Suho succeeded, epic. If not, life goes on. Cut to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands before the massive gates, ready to face his destiny. He flashed his license. The gatekeeper's eyes widened. "Solo kid, you're basically asking for a funeral." Checking the ID, the guard saw he was a rookie. Find a team. Lower levels aren't a joke. One mistake meant a body bag. But Suho didn't blink. He was going in alone no matter what. The guard sighed, citing the 70,001 entry fee. Suho nodded calmly, prepared to pay the price for power. "Don't die out there," the man shouted. Suho didn't look back. He vanished into the cold, dark interior. This place was the ultimate training zone, a government facility for players stuck below level 20. For Suho, whose level had just reset, it was the perfect playground to reclaim his former godlike status. He shoved the heavy doors open. Immediately, the system pinged, confirming his entry into the deadly trials. "Withdrawal is an option," the voice echoed. One word would teleport him to safety. Suho wasn't running. Steel hissed as he unsheathed his blade. Suddenly, the first challenge triggered. A slime lunged from the shadows. The monster was massive and shockingly fast. Suho braced himself, surprised by the creature's explosive agility. It was only level 1, barely a threat, yet its twitchy, erratic movements were becoming a total nuisance. He couldn't let this trash slow him down. With a blur of motion, Suho's sword pierced its core. But the slime didn't die. It split. Its regenerative cells began bubbling into multiple smaller, hungry versions. This multiplying trait was a nightmare for rookies. They just kept coming, overwhelming anyone who lacked precision. That's why hunters brought squads. On these floors, the mobs never stopped swarming you. Suho didn't care. He became a whirlwind of death, leaping through the air and skewering slimes with surgical accuracy. A tentacle whipped toward his face. Suho snatched it midair, using the momentum to slingshot himself higher. He danced through the chaos, his blade carving through slime flesh, until nothing but silence remained. The system chimed, confirming his victory. Proceed to the next level. Suho didn't even hesitate. 48 floors left. His eyes blazed with lethal intent. He didn't have a second to waste. Level 2 began. Suho's mind raced, recalling the tower's secrets from his previous life. The real trial starts now. The peak of the tower once hit floor 48, but nowadays challengers are hitting a wall at floor 29. Both milestones were the result of massive squatting. Standard procedure involves entering in groups where difficulty scales with the party size. Larger parties mean your experience gains are totally nerfed, but it's the only safe way to survive the grind. Most pro hunters aiming for the leaderboard role in level 20 stacks. But Suho, he's built different. After clearing the 18th floor, Suho glares upward. He has no intention of following the basic meta. Without a second thought, he queues up for the 19th floor, triggering the next phase. Unlike the previous mob-filled levels, this stage is unique. A single colossal beast stands in his way. While it's a high-tier tank, slaying it solo is his golden ticket. The monster spawns, and Suho doesn't even blink. He blitzes straight into the kill zone. One lethal sword strike is all it takes. The system pings his victory and offers a shortcut straight to floor 20. Suho halts the climb to inspect the corpse. Something about this kill feels suspiciously off. While other mobs vanish into pixels, this one leaves behind a crimson gem, a blatant clue left by the tower. He loots the remains instantly, realizing this item is a key meant for a very specific lock. The item is useless alone, but his mana sense reveals a hidden subspace tethered to the red gate. This secret zone is the legendary stronghold of the fortress King Jongpyeong. This pocket dimension is special. Unlike item-spawned rooms, this fortress allows living souls to drift in and out with zero restrictions. Suho steps into what looks like a massive cavern. Suddenly, a glowing relic pulses as a system alert pops up. The previous lord is dead. The tower asks if he'll claim the throne. Suho grabs the light, accepting the crown. The relic fuses with his soul. The system confirms Suho is now the absolute master of this subspace domain. This isn't just loot anymore. It's a permanent skill etched into his DNA. The system then drops more intel. The fortress will evolve based on Suho's magical output. Suddenly, the entire space begins to warp and shift. The jagged cave transforms into a sleek, fully furnished suite. Suho is low-key impressed by the high-end upgrade. It's incredibly sophisticated, expanding with his mana, and tailoring every detail to his personal vibe. He's relieved that a snake like Zhongpyong lost this power. That man used this place as a dark warehouse. From contraband to kidnapped souls, the horrors committed here make Suho's blood boil with pure disgust. But with Suho in control, that darkness ends now. By dethroning the Fortress King, he's claimed a massive win. Gaining a legendary personal base fills him with resolve. With a sharp focus, he prepares to keep climbing. Meanwhile, Jin Woo is doom-scrolling through a viral article that's catching everyone's attention. He notices a massive wave of students flocking toward Nexus. Suho once talked about joining the association, but the news disagrees. Exclusive coverage suggests Nexus is confident they've already secured Suho. They're flexing hard in the headlines. Jin Woo feels a wave of doubt. He can't stop obsessing over just how many floors Suho has actually demolished. Suddenly, a system alert explodes. Floor 30 has been conquered. The global tower record has just been shattered. Someone is already breaching floor 31. The crowds go ghost silent, wondering if this is a glitch or a god-tier raid. The shock turns to pure hype when the system pings again. The 31st floor, cleared in the blink of an eye. It was over seconds after it started. Jin Woo stands frozen, his brain struggling to process this insane speedrun. If this is Suho, then he's a total beast. Jin Woo thought it was all luck and clout, but this is real. This cracked pace proves one thing. Suho is a rival he'll be chasing for a long, long time. Inside, the Hunter Association director Kim is visibly rattled. She quickly scrambles to verify the live reports. Suho is literally breaking the internet. They need to drop a contract so legendary that he can't possibly refuse. Alert the president now, she commands, ordering her team to rally at headquarters immediately. Meanwhile, Suho's vertical climb through the tower is something the world has never witnessed before. This is once-in-a-generation talent. Suddenly, Chulman's phone vibrates. It's the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picks up. The vice president skips the small talk and demands to know his location. Hearing Chulman is near the tower, the VP jumps on it. Get Suho. Bring him to me now. Chulman lights up thinking he's been picked to recruit the kid, but the VP cold shuts him down instantly. He doesn't want a scout. He just wants a PR photo with the president. Chulman hangs up, feeling completely played. He cursed those greedy suits, the exact reason the public views the association as a cesspool of corruption. To him, they were useless. Only high-tier hunters deserve to lead. He glared at the massive tower ahead. He brainstormed ways to lure Suho back. Meanwhile, Suho had just obliterated the 48th floor, shattering the record. Bone-deep fatigue settled in. This relentless grind was soul-crushing, making him wonder if this insanity would ever end. But one glance at his status window changed everything. Reaching level 39 was the ultimate dopamine hit. Clearing floors granted him 5 bonus stat points each. Every single point felt like a literal godsend. Mastering the system's mechanics felt like crafting the ultimate RPG avatar, a lethal second version of himself. And honestly, it was a blast. With stats locked, Suho steeled himself as the 49th floor roared to life. A shimmering crystal materialized, spawning the ultimate nightmare, a level 49 tower dragon. Suho glared at the beast instantly, sensing its game-breaking power, despite its lack of pure blood lineage. Its dragonborn status alone made it a walking cheat code. Was this floor even designed to be beatable? But Suho had a mission. Zero hesitation. He gripped his blade, teeth gritted in pure raw determination. He lunged at the boss with everything closing the distance to engage the massive drake head-on. The dragon struck back, forcing Suho to vault into the sky. Mid-air, a crucial realization hit him. For such a behemoth, its speed was terrifying. Suddenly, a sinister dark aura bled from its jagged talons. A massive gravitational pull yanked Suho toward its gaping maw. Just before he became dragon food, Suho seized the dragon's jaw, swung over its massive skull, and brought his blade down with shattering force. The beast roared in fury, thrashing its head and hurling Suho away like a total ragdoll. Forced into a tactical retreat, Suho gasped for air while a grim realization began to settle in. His absolute best hit hadn't even scratched its scales. He'd done nothing but tick the monster off. The dragon pulverized the earth, tectonic cracks ripping through the floor. Suho scrambled behind a massive boulder. Thank God for those high stats. Without them, that shockwave would have turned him into paste instantly. He realized that despite its level, its innate dragon traits gave it an impossibly tanky, indestructible hide. Basic swings were useless. He had to hunt down its only true weakness, the reverse scale. Since it hadn't hit level 100, that scale was likely exposed. He scanned its massive armored frame. Suho pinpointed the vulnerability near its tail. Wasting zero time, he lunged and struck the iron-like scale. The dragon shrieked in agony. A system alert flashed. The tower dragon has entered a berserk rage. His blade was wedged deep into the scale. Suho knew this bloodbath was only just getting started. A war of attrition was suicide. He flooded his body with every ounce of power he had left. Driving the sword deeper, the dragon triggered its fear ability. Suho's entire body paralyzed on the spot. Trapped in a nightmare hallucination, the system confirmed the fear debuff. He desperately tried to cleanse it. But the system warned him this high-level fear was permanent. The dragon's tail swung to crush him. Suho ripped open his subspace portal and vanished. Inside, he slammed a purification potion, and it worked. As the visions faded, he breathed a sigh of relief. This domain was his ultimate untouchable safe house. He'd grabbed that potion on a whim at the market, never thinking he'd need it this soon. This raid was way more brutal than expected. Even with the fear gone, he had zero resistance. Standard heals were trash here. He'd have to keep jumping back and forth into his personal dimension. Burning through potions wasn't sustainable. He needed a galaxy brain play and scoured his inventory for options. He briefly considered summoning the Mad Pulverization Scholar, but then a new system notification caught his eye. He'd unlocked a secret combination formula. A mystical jar materialized, its massive potential instantly obvious to him. He tossed in 3 weird relics, the thief's socks, the minstrel's instrument, and the cleaner's broom. The fusion process ignited. Suho knew that items crafted with absolute formulas never ever failed. Success was guaranteed. Most trash loot actually held insane hidden value. The fusion reached its glowing climax. A legendary treasure was born, the Mumu Ring. Plus, Suho bagged 10 bonus stat points for the feat. Forging a world-first item meant one thing: this piece of gear was easily S rank or even higher. This was a legendary S-tier growth item. He donned the ring and the system instantly fused it to his soul. Suho recalled his past life, where he'd missed the Mumu relic because that crazed scholar snatched it first. This time, Suho claimed the prize, securing the massive stat boost and the extra points for himself. He accessed his menu and pumped 4 points into magic, hitting the triple-digit milestone. The system chimed. His magic stat flared crimson, a feat unheard of before level 50. He used to think purple was impossible, but now it felt within reach. Purple required 700 points, a massive climb, but he was ready. Confidence surged through him. After finalizing his stats, Suho summoned his familiar battle-worn spear. He began flooding the blade with mana. The weapon drank the power greedily until it hit the limit. Success. The system signaled the awakening. The mundane tool had evolved into the lethal Shadow Spear. The next phase was starting. This was a Shadow Lord relic forged from the bones of a prehistoric beast. It chose Suho as its master. Now he could pull it from his shadow and repair it with mana. Suho instantly grasped its worth, realizing it was as game-changing as the subspace fortress itself. A monarch once wielded this spear. If such a creature was in this gate, Suho held its signature weapon. He felt a wave of relief having secured the blade before any dangerous rivals could grab it. Time for a field test. He summoned the spear, marveling at how perfectly and conveniently it handled. Since he couldn't attack from the fortress, he had to time his strike while the dragon slumbered. He climbed a jagged cliff overlooking the beast and hurled the shadow spear toward the target. The spear tore through flesh lodging in the dragon's tail. The beast shrieked in absolute agony. Suho leaped down as the system warned of the dragon's rage. It unleashed a paralyzing dragon fear. But Suho vanished into his subspace, ghosting the effects. His hit-and-run strategy was flawless. He struck repeatedly, retreating like a phantom. It took longer than planned, but he didn't blink. The scale's durability dropped below 10%. It wasn't shattered, but it was now uselessly weak. No more hiding. Suho ditched the stealth and went full aggro, bursting from the fortress. He propelled himself skyward and drove the shadow spear deep into the dragon's eye, shaking the earth. The impact threw him back, but the blinded beast was relentless. Suho waited for the perfect opening. He flanked the monster, rushing for the tail. The dragon roared, but Suho shattered the stone first. It was over. The reverse scale was toast, and the dragon's mana drained away. Suho downed a potion. He surged upward for the final blow. With one clean slash across the throat, the colossus fell dead. System alert. Suho cleared the 49th floor, setting a new tower record and earning bonus stats. Rewards flooded in as he collapsed on the ground. He had actually conquered the entire tower, a feat neither version of him had ever achieved. Reaching level 40 unlocked the healing spirit skill. This AoE heal could sustain an entire battlefield once mastered. But the evaluation wasn't finished. Given the difficulty, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho froze. This was Yoma's signature power. Finally, the truth was out. This is where the monster player Yoma found his legendary strength. Inheriting this blood granted draconic power that scaled with how far the user pushed their limits. Suddenly, the shadow spear began to vibrate, reacting hungrily to the fallen dragon's massive shadow. It devoured the shadow entirely, triggering a second evolution into the Shadow Spear Plus. A hidden perk called Shadow Devour awakened a secret not even found in the original item lore. The weapon's consciousness flickered to life. Suho checked the stats and was absolutely floored. Both Shadow Binding and Regeneration hit S rank. Now he could literally tear a shadow from its owner. He could immobilize foes while Shadow Fangs shredded their spirit, causing massive bleed damage. Growth weapons were in a league of their own. As he prepared to leave, something caught his eye. A massive fang. This was a legendary Dragon's Fang capable of inflicting an incurable recovery debuff. Suho was stunned. He just secured a dragon byproduct, something thought to be impossible to find. This confirmed the Tower Dragon was a pure blood, the rarest kind that drops the ultimate materials. The spoils of war were absolute perfection. Hall secured, Suho finally prepared to exit. He knew Jinhui waited beyond the gate. Suddenly, the tower's core shattered into dust. The system echoed, Trial Tower conquered. The legendary victor was none other than Suho. Others were ruthlessly purged from the dungeon. A rift opened, spitting out battered hunters like trash. They hit the asphalt, souls shaken. One hunter collapsed, gripping his skull in pure shock. Impossible, he wheezed. A solo clear, his teammate still dazed on the ground, stared blankly. Who is this Suho? A shaking finger pointed ahead. Is that him? His partner nodded silently. That's the monster himself. Outside, a suffocating sea of people blocked every possible exit route. Reporters swarmed him like vultures. Blinding flashes and frantic questions filled the chaotic air. They begged for a scoop, but Suho was drained. The tower boss hit harder than expected. That dragon left scars. He craved silence and sleep, not this annoying, screaming media circus. This mob was overkill. Then he spotted Jinhui perched coolly on his car's hood. The man looked absolutely floored. He probably thought Suho was a complete and total lunatic. A solo conquest was myth tier. Suho materialized behind him, dropping a hand on his trembling shoulder. Suho offered a casual, "Yo." Jinhui shrieked, tumbling down as his jaw hit the floor. Recognition sparked. He stammered Suho's name, baffled at how he'd ghosted that massive media horde. With a smirk, Suho claimed he just walked out. Like some high-level S-rank stealth maneuver, he'd vanished into thin air. Suho reached out asking why the trust still hadn't kicked in. Jinhui grabbed his hand warily. You realize you sound like a literal madman, right? Suho remained unfazed. If the trust wasn't there, he just needed Jinhui to be honest. He'd pivot his plans. Jinhui stood up cleaning his clothes. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't be here. He barked at Suho to hide before the vultures spotted them. Then Chulman called. He praised the clear, wishing he could have thanked the hero in person. But Suho was a ghost. He thanked him, admitting he was just too drained for socialites. Chulman chuckled. Suho was always built different. Are you still lurking around Pangyo? He asked. Want to grab a drink? Suho mentioned his ride, then cut straight to the point. Chulman hesitated. Nothing urgent, unless you can swing by the association headquarters later today. If you're up for it. Suho narrowed his eyes. The association Chulman gave a firm yes. This was historical. That tower was deemed a suicide mission, a permanent fixture of their world. Now it's gone. They need an official debrief. Suho countered, questioning why guilds never get investigated. Big guilds clear gates and get medals. If you need data, just send a request. Simple as that. Silence followed. Chulman finally backed off, wishing him a peaceful night. Call ended. Suho leaned back, eyes cold. He knew exactly what the higher-ups were fishing for. The chairman wanted a trophy photo op. Chulman was cool, but the brass were just vultures. He wasn't their puppet. Getting tangled in their political red tape now would be a disaster. It was a trap. He'd ghost them until his official enlistment date finally arrived. Jinhui stole a glance from the wheel. Mind if I ask something? Suho gave him a go. With your rank, why choose the government? Suho grinned. The state had the deepest pockets. Private guilds play hero, but the government holds the leash. Jinhui stared in total surprise. But the famed Suho dismissed it. Popularity is just a flickering light, a temporary staged illusion. Guilds are idols today. Tomorrow, the public will look at them with nothing but pure terror. A heavy silence fell. To end this hellish gate crisis, Suho muttered, I need real backing. He couldn't carry the world alone, hence the association. A slow smile spread across Jinhui's face. Your conviction is your greatest weapon, he noted. Suho gave a small nod of genuine thanks. He cast a quick mending spell on his arm. Then came the question, applying like a rookie. Standard recruitment, rotting in a rank 9 field spot, would be a criminal waste of Suho's talent. Suho shut that down. Jinhui guessed rank 7, but Suho aimed higher. He wanted level 5. Jinhui nearly lost it. Was he for real? Suho just sighed, told him to stop questioning his sanity. Jinhui's curiosity was piquing. Can you blame him? Suho smirked, ready to drop the bombshell. Strictly off the record, though, and keep your eyes on the road. The explanation finally began. Jinhui was floored. Suho's master plan was genius. The protagonist just gave a cool, calm nod. Keep it under wraps. No articles yet. He wanted to drop this bomb officially later on. When the time comes, the world will shake. And Jinhui, he'd get the ultimate exclusive scoop. Jinhui stared. Was Suho really trying to milk every last bit of clout from his reporter friend? Pure efficiency. If your bestie's a reporter, you use that leverage. It's just common sense. Jinhui laughed it off. Fine, use me. But wait, your info's leaked. Going home's a bad move. There's probably a literal mob camped outside your front door right now. What's the plan? Suho just flashed a casual grin. I'll just vanish. Same way I cleared that tower. Jinhui hesitated. Why not crash at my place? It's a massive estate and I live solo. Guest rooms are fire, and the security is top tier. Not even a ghost is getting inside. Suho actually considered it for a second. All right, spill. Where exactly is this fortress? Jinhui bragged. Kaiser Cheongdam. Suho's eyes widened. We're talking billion-dollar ultra-premium luxury living. They arrived, and for a split second, Suho actually froze. This wasn't just a home. It was the final boss of Silver Spoon housing. No flex needed, the vibe alone was screaming wealth. Quiet, luxury, at its peak. It doesn't beg for attention. It simply commands you to stare. Jinhui played it cool, told him to make himself home. Suho just nodded, processing the pay-to-win life. This is what happens when you're born with the premium DLC pack already installed. Must be nice. Jinhui pointed to a sleek device, a high-tech convenience pad sitting right on the table. One app to rule them all. Food shopping concierge, everything Suho needed was just a tap away. Even a private healer on speed dial. Jinhui noted Suho looked way more refreshed now. I am a healer, Suho reminded him. Jinhui blinked, stunned. Suho had to repeat himself, clearly annoyed. Yes, really. The reporter apologized. Even with the headlines, his brain just couldn't process the truth. Healers stay safe in guilds. They don't just solo clear the legendary Tower of Challenges. It's unheard of. Grabbing his gear, the rich kid headed back to the office. Duty calls at the company. He dropped the password and left. Suho waved him off, wishing him a safe grind back at work. Door closed. Silence. Suho finally summoned his system window. Time to spend those hard-earned tower points. He balanced his stamina perfectly, then dumped every remaining point straight into his sensitivity stat. This wasn't just an elite build anymore. This was the path of a successor. His stats absolutely cracked. Stats handled. Next task, security. Suho was a literal master at sniffing out hidden surveillance. With his buffed sensitivity, nothing could hide. If there was a bug, he'd find it instantly. He trusted Jinhui, but he wasn't naive. Rich kids' houses are rarely as clean as they look. Stay paranoid, stay alive. After a thorough sweep, Suho finally collapsed onto the plush sofa. He was gassed. This place was massive, bigger than most high-grade subspace homes he'd ever seen. Honestly, hunting for cameras was more exhausting than slaying that dragon. Finally, he could actually relax. But the peace was short-lived. His phone started blowing up with a non-stop flood of notifications. The leak was real. His private number was out in the wild and the messages were relentless. Time for a clean slate. New phone, new number. He remembered that community app Jinhui mentioned earlier. The app was shockingly smooth. He quickly migrated his essentials over to a fresh, secure device. This was the new private line. The old phone kept screaming, but he was already moving on. 5 p.m. He had a small window to recharge before the next phase of his plan began. That same night, a spectral portal flickered to life inside a silent skyscraper. Shadows stepped through. They surveyed the perimeter. 0 cameras, 0 witnesses. Then they reached for their gear. Expert hands began rigging explosives. But before the final wire was set, a presence emerged. Suho materialized behind them, looking as relaxed as a guy crashing a casual house party. Bombing public property is a bad look, he quipped. The intruders froze in total disbelief. This place was supposed to be a ghost town. Suho smirked. He knew exactly what they were planning. Chaos erupted. Fall back, one screamed, bolting for the gate. Suddenly, the girl in the group collapsed. Her team panicked, desperately trying to hoist her up. Move it, they yelled. She remained pinned down. Her feet were cemented to the floor. Little did they know, Suho's shadowbind had already triggered. Bound by obsidian energy, she couldn't move. Her squad leader realized something was horribly wrong. Leave me the girl, commanded coldly. Her leader hesitated, but she screamed for them to kill Suho. 3 terrorists lunged in a desperate frenzy, but they didn't even make it 3 feet. An invisible weight crushed them instantly. Suho's intimidation skill had completely paralyzed the entire squad. Banshee right, Suho asked. This wasn't just any group. They were legendary cold-blooded terrorists. Their past crimes were catastrophic. Despite being caught, once the trail of destruction they left was massive. Just 4 people caused all that, they gasped. Who are you? How do you know our name? Suho strolled closer, flipping off a cap. Kwakduho, he noted. the muscle and heavy lifter. Then he pointed at Seo Kyawan, a middle school science teacher by day, master bomber by night. Next was Kim Hyunmin, the delivery man, their designated transporter, who slipped through every net. Finally, he faced the girl Koo Yoonhwa, the true mastermind behind Banshee's operations. A university student with a lethal EMP talent. She fried electronics and magic supports with ease. Yoonhwa trembled. How Suho's grin was icy. Nothing stays hidden forever if you look hard enough. She glared, refusing to accept the truth. Who the hell are you? She demanded again, voice shaking. Suho chuckled at her sharp intuition. You've already figured it out, haven't you? Still doubt me, he asked. I can always hand you over to the authorities right now. Realizing he held all the cards, she finally asked for his price. Suho just shrugged, dismissively. Pack up the bombs, he ordered. This isn't the place. We're talking at your hideout instead. She scanned him, wondering how deep his knowledge went. With a heavy sigh, she finally yielded. Suho looked at Hyunmin, ready to move. Open the door. We aren't exactly calling a taxi. At their secret base, Suho acted like he owned the place. Relax. Take the masks off. Yoonhwa scoffed, ripping hers off anyway. It's just stuffy in here, she lied, avoiding his gaze. She demanded the truth. How did you find us? What is your real angle here? Why would a famous gate conqueror waste time hunting down a small-time terrorist cell? Suho laughed. She was firing off questions faster than he could keep up with. He explained he used private skills powers the public knew nothing about to track their every move. They had their secrets, and he had his. Finally, Suho made his move, work for me. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the massive future plans he had teased there. The Hunter Association, she guessed. Suho nodded, cutting off her panic before it could spiral. He wasn't snitching. He planned to ace the level 5 exam and climb the ranks rapidly. His destination, the Special Forces. Yoonhwa looked horrified, but Suho just told her to stay calm. He knew they loathed that division. Their bombs proved it. But he shared that same burning hatred. Suho dropped the bombshell. He was a gate orphan. The disaster wasn't an accident, it was manufactured. Every cleared gate turned into gold for developers. It was all about premium real estate and greed. The government anticipated the shock and let people die for profit. It was a cold-blooded development project. Suho knew the culprits. His mission was clear, seize control and become the Special Forces head. Suho vowed to crush the ones responsible. After all, the Special Forces wielded absolute power within the association. They pulled government strings and hunted the hunters. He wasn't just offering bloodshed, he was offering legal, calculated vengeance. This wasn't some mindless rampage. Still, Yoonhwa doubted Suho could even clear the daunting level 5 trial. Suho just flashed a confident smirk, telling her to simply witness his rise. He dropped one final chilling ultimatum. One more slip, and he'd hand-deliver them to the feds. Suho walked away, knowing their world was shaken. Before Banshee was a ghost, an untouchable phantom who never cracked under pressure. They were just mirrors of himself, broken souls warped into monsters by grief. If only they'd had a mentor, maybe their lives wouldn't be in ruins. Suho aimed to pull them back before they fell into the abyss. It was only a matter of time before Yoonhwa folded. The bait he laid out was simply too irresistible. His god-tier skills spoke for themselves. He left them with a choice, think hard, or lose everything. Cut to the association HQ. The vice president was absolutely fuming while grilling team leader Yang Chulman. He scolded Yang for fumbling a basic mission. Apparently, even the president had nuked his schedule for Suho, just to get FaceTime with the kid. This was his only warning. One more screw-up meant game over. Heads would roll. All Chulman could do was bow, swallowing his pride while accepting the cold reprimand. Kicked out and sent back to the grind, Yang finally let out a heavy soul-tired sigh. He'd been drowning in complaints for hours. For a split second, he actually dreamed of throwing in the towel. Why not just join a private guild? But then he remembered his original oath to the association. He'd survived hell. Enduring one more miserable moment was nothing compared to the past. He muttered a pep talk to himself. Right then, Pyo Song-yeol, the investigation chief, loomed over him. A hand dropped onto his shoulder. Just what Chulman needed, the one person he wanted to avoid. Masking his annoyance, he asked what brought the chief by. Pyo just gave him that trademark annoying grin. He'd heard his favorite leader was catching heat again. He even mocked Yang's saint-like patience. Dealing with the vice president's nagging was a feat, but Yang just shouldered the blame like a pro. As they strolled, Pyo pivoted. He brought up the spicy rumors about Suho stirring the pot. Chulman corrected him. Suho wasn't the problem, but the gossip was definitely spreading like wildfire. Pyo noted that only a few knew the truth, then casually offered a helping hand. Then came the wild idea: slap Suho with a fake charge and haul him in for interrogation. They'd just fix it later. Pyo argued it was all about optics and maintaining control. Summoning Suho would make the president happy. It would look like the association had everything handled. Suho would go free, and the association would look like absolute bosses. Plus, Pyo claimed, since Suho was joining anyway, it was a win-win situation. Yang just stared in disbelief. He warned Pyo that his scheme was dangerous. Messing with a titan like Suho could trigger a disaster. Pyo didn't blink. He mocked Yang's high horse, wondering why a top official was so terrified. Why fear one hunter? Yang stayed polite, but Pyo doubled down. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the leash. They still had the power to indict. There was a reason hunters used to tremble at their names. He suggested Yang stop hugging the rulebook and get flexible. After a heavy silence, Yang gave a stiff nod. Pyo vanished, leaving a parting shot that rules were meant to be bent. Alone at last, Yang replayed the chilling chat. He used to actually respect Pyo. He seemed like the only real hunter in a room full of disconnected elite suits. But now Pyo knew too much. That kind of knowledge made him a ticking time bomb. Drowning in unease, Yang found a quiet corner to think. His mind drifted back to Suho. Why did Suho pull away from the association so suddenly? It made sense, honestly. Major guilds were dangling insane perks that could sway anyone. But what was Suho's real endgame? Elsewhere, Suho hopped out of a cab. He reached down and activated his ring, the first Mumu. He remembered his past recklessness. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, things were different. With his new powers fully calibrated, it was time to move. He set his sights on the ominous Soul Central Blood Center. Igniting his mana detection, Suho scanned the air until he caught the scent of a lingering magical residue. Dungeons always leave a footprint, and even the stealthiest ones leak energy. Tailing that spectral signal, he located a misty phantom gate hidden behind a veil of complex seals. To break inside, he drew his blade. Slicing his palm, he offered a crimson sacrifice, knowing this gate hungered for blood. As the seal drank its fill, the system pinged with a success notification. He discovered a secret dungeon pocketing 5 bonus stat points. Blood's Decree. Stepping into the abyss, Suho tossed a handful of luminous dust to pierce the oppressive gloom. The atmosphere felt like a suffocating tomb. He pushed deeper until a thick, viscous liquid splattered onto his forehead. Wiping it away, he realized it wasn't dampness, it was drool. Above him, a swarm of level 63 vampire bats waited. Suho just grinned at the welcoming party. With a sharp mental command, he unleashed his crushing intimidation skill. The pressure was instant. The swarm plummeted like stones, and Suho casually skewered the nearest beast with a shadow spear. The spear feasted on its darkness, wiping out the entire room in a heartbeat. He pulled up his menu, feeling a surge of confidence. His S-class aura made clearing these low-level mobs look like child's play. Raw levels meant nothing now. While most hunters specialized, Suho was hacking the system to build an ultimate all-rounder. Taking one last look at his terrifying stats, he questioned if he was being a bit too extra for some low-level bats. But then a notification caught his eye. Buried under the bat corpses was a blood slime that had been lurking in the shadows. It had been obliterated by the mere shockwave of his aura. Effortless, yet proof that his presence alone was a weapon. Powerful monsters might resist the fear, but the debuff still crippled their focus, provided they weren't cosmic-level threats. Finally, he reached the boss chamber, his blood beginning to boil with anticipation. He kicked the doors open. In a flash, he summoned his steel just as a massive shadow lunged from the ceiling. Metal met Fang as he parried the Great King Vampire Bat, answering with a lightning-fast riposte. Suddenly, a massive golem charged his flank, forcing Suho to pivot through a narrow gap. This was just the warm-up. Facing 2 mini-bosses at once, he danced between them, carving through stone and wing with rhythmic precision. As the golem swung a heavy fist, Suho glided backward and drove his blade deep into the earth. An explosive shockwave tore through the chamber, engulfing both monsters in a cloud of debris. But it wasn't over. As the dust settled, both titans remained standing. Suho realized that basic physical force wouldn't cut it here. It was time to reveal his trump card. The 2 monsters synchronized their next strike, pincer attacking from both sides. Suho summoned a second blade, and as the impact cleared, he had both enemies pinned by his steel. Even this wasn't enough to drop them permanently. But he had finally found the cheat code, pure silver infused with divine energy. At that very second, the system synced the holy enchantment. The silver blade, embedded in the bat, began to glow with a blinding light. A bolt of celestial lightning struck the monster, tearing through its throat and vaporizing it instantly. Suho stood over the smoking remains, crushing what was left under his boot, like a common pest. Divine power was a total game-changer. When the golem tried one last strike, Suho shredded it into rubble with a holy slash. Finally, the kill was confirmed. He checked his glowing weapon, marveling at the sheer destructive potential. Taking a support-class holy buff and applying it to high-tier combat was an absolute broken combo. Every strike with the blessed silver was now a guaranteed critical hit, perfectly countering the dungeon's inhabitants. Just as he relaxed, a chilling aura locked onto his spine. He turned slowly, sensing a far deadlier presence. The true master of the hidden gate had stepped out of the darkness, radiating pure, unadulterated malice. This was the Cursed Prince, a level 76 elite. He roared in fury, accusing Suho of trespassing in his royal tomb. He demanded Suho crawl on his knees and beg for death, but Suho wasn't there to bow, he was there to hunt. That smirk pushed the prince over the edge. With a deafening scream of rage, he unleashed a tide of dark energy. The initial blow was massive, but Suho caught it effortlessly, mocking the prince's pathetic, over-the-top dramatics. Furious, the cursed prince slammed his hands into the floor, preparing his most devastating attack. Total chaos erupted as a crimson haze swamped the field, blinding everyone instantly. This thick pressure killed all visibility. Suho steeled his nerves, expecting an ambush from any angle. Danger flared behind him. Suho spun, parrying the prince's lethal lunge with flawless precision. The stunned boss froze, baffled. Seizing the opening, Suho countered with a ruthless, decisive swing. That strike felt solid, yet the prince just laughed, mocking Suho's feeble attempts at damage. A system warning shrieked. Blood scream was active. Suho slammed his blade deep into the earth. Healing spirit ignited. A holy pulse exploded outward, forcing a visceral flinch from the cursed prince. His injuries evaporated instantly. Smirking, Suho dropped the bombshell. He was actually a healer. The royal gasped, staring at the gash on his gut. Suho's blow had actually connected. As Suho prepped his next move, the humiliated prince snapped, charging with absolute bloodthirsty rage. Suho charged back. Steel clashed against monstrous claws as the two traded high-speed, lethal blows. Feeling the momentum shift, the prince went all out, raining down a savage storm of attacks. Suho vanished, reappearing behind him for a brutal strike. The prince coughed up a spray of gore. The royal faltered. Suho pressed the advantage, but the desperate prince surged with even darker energy. They collided like twin meteors, sending violent shockwaves rippling through the entire arena. Suddenly, silence fell. The prince's head slid clean off his shoulders, rolling into the dirt. Suho sauntered over, looming above the decapitated head, while taunting the boss for such a mid-performance. Suddenly, the severed head lunged, sinking fangs into Suho's hand. The prince's spirit screamed for vengeance. Repulsed, Suho tore the head away like a filthy parasite, comparing the prince to a pesky mosquito. The system chimed kin conversion was starting. Suho's legs buckled and he hit the floor hard. His blood ran cold. Vertigo and a crushing migraine hit him, while a primal hunger tore at his throat. The prince gloated within Suho's psyche, but Suho just growled for the dead royal to shut up. Suho focused. To secure the vampire trait, his synchronization needed to hit a specific dangerous threshold. Once it hit 50%, he'd have to nuke the infection with holy water immediately. Just as he reached for the cure, the glass bottle suddenly shattered into useless shards. The prince mocked him. This was his domain now. Then Suho realized something was terribly wrong. The royal was smarter than he looked. The wrecked hall was restored, and the prince's body had vanished. Phase 2 had reset everything. Despite the odds, Suho's brain scrambled to find a winning strategy. Warning, his blood was corrupting fast. The smug prince declared there was no way out of this trap. Suho grinned, he still had one trump card left. Suddenly, the system interface flared to life. Every requirement for the second Dragon Blood tier was met. He had hit level 50 and survived. Facing total death, he unlocked it. A notification flashed, Dragon Armor available. Suho smirked, the trap actually helped. The conversion froze instantly. The system chimed, confirming all hidden conditions were officially cleared. Dragon Blood Stage 2 unlocked with Dragon Armor active. He gained Dragon Skin and the Legendary Endowment. As Dragon's Endowment kicked in, the vampiric corruption was walled off, and the purification process ignited. The tainted blood within him purified instantly, being absorbed back into his veins as raw power. The rot was incinerated. Utilizing the dragon blood, Suho successfully tamed the mysterious dark energy. He absorbed the vampire's strength, feeling his body grow lighter and more potent than ever before. He'd planned to grind for this power later, but it manifested here in the heat of battle. His new skill, Dragon's Endowment, was a regal trait unique only to those of pure dragon lineage. This noble power granted him total immunity against any form of dark infection or demonic corruption. It allowed him to devour corruption, turning poison into fuel to heal and evolve his body. The system hid the unlock requirements, but Yongma's teachings warned that near death was the true trigger. The system flagged the crisis as the catalyst. The endowment purified the rot while keeping the vampire's perks. A new sealed vampire skill appeared. Cold proof that he had teetered on the edge of becoming a monster. He questioned if he'd truly claimed it. His heart was set on acquiring those elite vampire traits. Yet draconic and vampire bloodlines were like oil and water. Still, the raw power gained was undeniable. He embraced it. A notification flashed, blood weapon. An elite skill reserved for vampire nobility alone. It demanded a river of blood. To feed this hunger, he'd have to slaughter countless monsters. He'd grind Phantom Shadow simultaneously. Suddenly, the cursed prince began his psychotic whispering once more. Suho snapped, telling him to zip it. The prince's incoherent rambling was getting on his last nerve. "How are you breathing after that bite?" he groaned, wallowing in his own pathetic uselessness. That was the signal. Phase 2 was live. The system chimed as the cursed king wailed in despair. Magic exploded. A crimson deluge fell from the sky, and from that gore, the king rose again. Level 80 attained. Radiating pure malice, he vowed to annihilate anyone who dared stand above him. Incinerate Crushrod in the abyss, he roared, unfurling massive blood-soaked wings. A bone-chilling shriek filled the air. Suho instantly felt a terrifying surge in the monster's mana. This wasn't the same beast it had evolved. The king lashed out with a wave of pure darkness. A thunderous blast rocked the room. But as the smoke dissipated, Suho had vanished into thin air. He materialized above the king's wing, delivering a lethal slash. The king didn't even flinch. Pathetic. You can't kill me like that. Suho realized the beast was gaining both brawn and brains. The king used his wing like a massive club, swatting Suho away with overwhelming physical force. Suho regained his footing, sensing the danger. The king didn't give him a second to breathe. He parried the onslaught head-on. Igniting his holy aura, Suho declared his divinity would crush the king's strength. But in a heartbeat, the cursed king's sheer power shattered Suho's blade into 1,000 pieces. Holy power is useless now, he jeered. Suho backed off, stunned that his buffed weapon broke like glass. Standard steel was garbage now. He summoned his bloody sword, making the king explode in a jealous rage. Give it to me, he roared, launching a savage strike. Suho countered by infusing the blade with divinity. He sliced through the king's attack like butter. The beast froze, unable to process the impossible counter. Suho cracked the code. Blood weapons scaled with his stats. And at his current level, this sword had hit red rank, plenty of power to end this. The king manifested a crimson spear. Vowing to shred Suho, he charged. But Suho morphed his blade into a massive blood-red shield. The spear bounced off. Suho smirked, telling the king he wasn't the only one who could shapeshift blood. In one fluid motion, the shield became a razor-sharp blade, decapitating the king in a clean stroke. The king's head bounced on the stone, his twisted face still wearing a mask of arrogant confidence. He mocked that losing his head meant nothing. Suho simply punted it and summoned a shadow spear. He slammed the spear down, and violent shadow chains instantly shackled the severed head to the floor. Shadowbind engaged. Suho knew he had to finish this freak before things got even messier. System Vampire blood activated. The life essence he'd drained began flooding into the blood jade. The king shrieked for Suho to back off, but Suho was busy inspecting the glowing blood jade. Up close, it was magnificent, brimming with stolen life. The Blood Monarch's records didn't lie. Only the owner could see it. Long ago, the monarch was just a healer at the Blood Institute. Then fate dragged him into a hidden gate. He faced the king, failed, and felt the fangs sink in. He began turning. Usually that's game over. The hunter becomes the monster, and the gate seals forever. But the monarch's healing magic defied the curse, neutralizing the conversion process through sheer willpower. New vampire skills rewrote his very soul. With this forbidden power, he finally slaughtered the cursed king. He emerged as the Blood Monarch, a global disaster and the most feared villain on the planet. Eventually, Suho hunted him down, prying out every secret about blood, weapons, and kin conversion. Even now, the king spat venom, swearing he'd have his revenge for this absolute humiliation. Try me, Suho challenged. Suddenly, the system flared. His phantom shadow was resonating with the king's. Devoured entirely. Not a speck remained. Suho realized Blood's decree was finally conquered. System alerts flashed. Hidden gate cleared. Suho MVP. A swirling exit portal materialized before him. Before stepping through, Suho paused. The sheer terrifying weight of dragon power replayed in his mind. Kin conversion was scary, but dragon blood, that was another level. Still, that vampire escaping really tilted him. Suddenly, the system buzzed. It scanned Suho's potential and birthed a skill meant only for him. 10 bonus stats were added instantly. The prize, a mysterious new skill called New Blood, never heard of it. Skimming the system logs, his jaw dropped. This wasn't just a reward, it was the ultimate endgame jackpot. Even wilder, he'd snagged an S-rank original vampire skill. Even the legendary Blood Monarch never touched this power. His old traits were mid-tier at best. No royal status. He deduced this evolution happened solely because of New Blood's broken effect. He'd planned to hunt meta skills, but this reality was way more cracked. Things were looking up, but he couldn't get cocky. In this world, overconfidence is the fastest way to die. Success isn't guaranteed forever. Mission accomplished, gate closed. Suho voiced his next move with icy determination. He had the loot. Now it was time to make waves at Nexus. The camera cuts to the towering Nexus headquarters. Staff bustled through the sleek corridors as Miss Sue marched toward the heavy executive doors. Inside, a man sat with predatory calm. The guild leader. He beckoned Sue to enter his office. She dropped the bombshell. Hunter, and Suho sent a message. He's showing up tomorrow to join their ranks. The leader froze. Suho, joining us. He couldn't believe his ears, his chair still facing the massive window. He finally spoke, his voice low. Prepare everything. He slowly spun around, revealing his intense, calculating face. "We don't know Suho's true endgame," he warned. "One wrong move, and the whole plan goes up in flames." Before a change of heart could strike, the cityscape loomed outside. Cut to a lush, high-end apartment. Suho walked in, scanning the fancy decor. He spotted Jinhui completely crashed out on the designer sofa. The guy was literally drooling. Suho sighed, asking why he chose the couch. The reporter woke up looking wrecked. He reminded Suho about the Tower of Test's conquest. For now, this weird roommate situation was their new reality. Plus, they were officially partners. Clutching a bottle, the young man cheered. A massive milestone like this needed booze. He'd come home to an empty house, but wouldn't let this historic win go uncelebrated. So he started the party solo. Suho watched, realizing how much the guy had actually handled today. "You've worked hard," Suho noted. "Get used to it. We'll celebrate a lot more from now on." Still hugging his bottle, the wasted reporter blinked, his vision definitely blurring. "You sure?" he slurred. Suho smirked. "Just watch. The future is going to be legendary." Surveying the spread on the table, Suho asked the tipsy reporter if he was down for another round. Jinhui beamed instantly, agreeing despite the late hour. A lonely wine glass sat waiting among the snacks. Suho mentioned that the community app Jinhui hyped up was actually solid. It worked like a charm. Between bites, he added that he really vibed with the apartment. It was top tier. Suho admitted he'd checked the reporter's blog. The guy was pulling numbers, leading Suho to think he was loaded. Pouring more wine, Jinhui laughed. Rich didn't even begin to describe his bank account. He was the youngest son of a Chibol family. He wasn't just wealthy, he was never work again wealthy. "A Chibol heir?" Suho asked, caught off guard. He took another long sip. Jinhui leaned in. "Since you've been real with me, I'll drop a secret of my own." He confessed his true identity, the youngest son of the Dason Company's president. Suho assumed that made him the successor, but the reporter gave a bitter shake of his head. His father had kids with many women. His own mother, just a mistress. A side character in the family drama. He was an illegitimate son, a secret he'd never shared. But for a long-term partner like Suho, he'd be honest. Suho looked at him stunned. "So, journalism is just something you do for fun, a hobby?" "Partially," Jinhui shrugged. "But I actually love the grind. It makes me feel alive." His father gave him blank checks, but zero power or inheritance rights. In that family, he was a ghost. They even dangled a CEO role at a subsidiary in front of him, but he shot it down instantly. Admitting he was a top-tier reporter but totally clueless about business, Suho raised his glass again. He noted with a bright smile that Jinhui was at the very least a legendary journalist. The reporter felt honored, admitting he'd never encountered a hunter like Suho before. Both men finally stood. Jinhui suggested a toast for the duo. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked with a ring. The next morning, Suho stumbled through the apartment yawning. Over in the kitchen, Jinhui offered a cheerful greeting while pouring boiling water. Suho asked if he really worked weekends. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes by the window, the reporter replied that his schedule was currently overflowing. Suho joked they shouldn't have drunk so much, but Jinhui laughed, saying he felt perfectly fine. He'd actually had a blast. Suho then questioned why he was already out hunting for fresh material. The reporter answered that he couldn't ride Suho's coattails for the rest of his career. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted this grind was why he respected him, making Jinhui freeze in his tracks. Stunned by the unexpected praise, he took a sip and asked what Suho's plans were for today. Suho reminded him today was the big day mentioned earlier. Realizing it, Jinhui asked if he was heading to Nexus. Suho nodded, revealing he'd hit level 50 last night. It was finally time. Those words made Jinhui splash hot water on his hand in total shock. Suho was only level 40 yesterday. He stared in pure disbelief, demanding an explanation. For how someone jumps 10 levels in a single day. Suho just shrugged and clarified that actually, he was now level 51. The reporter stared at him like a riddle, muttering how mysterious he was. Suho smirked, commenting that his tone sounded strangely suggestive. As Jinhui awkwardly scratched his head, Suho asked why he was staring. Suddenly, the reporter shoved him toward the hallway, insisting that entering such a high-profile organization required a certain look. Suho protested, claiming his casual clothes were fine. But the reporter insisted on lending him a sharp suit and watch. When Suho kept resisting, he declared that clout mattered at Nexus and told him to pick any of his luxury cars. Arriving in a taxi would be a disaster. Soon a high-end district appeared as a sleek, crimson car screeched to a halt, grabbing everyone's attention. The door rose and Suho stepped out. Dressed in a tailored suit that fit perfectly, he cleared his throat, feeling like a total boss. A man in a suit approached politely, offering a card and introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho smiled, introduced himself as An Suho, and entered the guild headquarters. Soon he was facing 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk noted that over the past few days, Suho's level had spiked significantly, wondering if that progress had changed his ultimate goals, especially since he previously wanted to be a government official. Suho clarified that nothing had changed. His target remained the same. The leaders exchanged stunned looks, prompting Sue to ask for details. Dongyuk leaned forward, questioning why Suho would join a private guild if he wanted government service. Suho answered honestly, saying Nexus was the perfect shortcut to his goal. He then announced that he was taking the 5th rank exam this year. Someone asked if he just wanted bonus points. Suho confirmed it, but explained it was part of a larger strategy against the association. If he only had one option, they'd leverage him. He was joining Nexus because, once they saw competitors offering better deals, the association would improve theirs. He added that at Nexus, he would be a total asset to the guild, creating a win-win partnership. Dongyuk listened silently. As Suho vowed to give 100%, the guildmaster finally leaned back and understood. However, he had one final question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached, Nexus was struggling. Suho's skills were then a total mystery, making the hire a gamble, but now everyone wanted him. So why, out of every elite guild, did he only choose Nexus? Suho just gave a quiet smile. Suho's raw talent was undeniable, yet his hidden agenda remained a total mystery. Dongyuk locked his fingers, warning that without total transparency, this deal was dead. Suho took a breath, claiming his motives were deeply personal. He then pointed back to Dongyuk's own viral address, that legendary vow to use every Nexus resource to wipe every gate off the Korean map. Suho acknowledged. He knew Nexus outpaced every other guild in supporting victims, and harbored a burning obsession to close the portals. Those words felt real. Driven by that same fire, he chose to align himself with their cause, offering his absolute best to the guild. With a bold smirk, he proposed a long-term alliance, even for when he eventually moves to the association. Dongyuk nodded, finally won over by the logic. But he questioned if the association was truly the end goal, given how hard Nexus grinds to clear gates and protect hunters. Suho agreed, but dropped a truth bomb. To truly eradicate the gates they had to breach, restricted zones where no ordinary hunter dared tread. The lethal high-risk rifts locked down by the state. He stared at a photo of a chained portal far deadlier than any mid-tier dungeon. Then there were the 5 great gates. Government clearance was non-negotiable, but until he secured that power, every victory would link Nexus to his rising legend. This partnership would shatter the guild hierarchy in Korea, catapulting Nexus to the absolute top spot. Dongyuk leaned in, noting this golden age only lasted as long as Suho stayed on the roster. Suho agreed, promising to pour his soul into every raid. Right now, Sue's jaw dropped, demanding to know if he'd already scouted teammates since their last talk. Suho confirmed it, dropping the first name Kang Daehan. Suye froze her brain, struggling to process the news. He nonchalantly admitted he'd talked Daehan into being a tank. Suye exploded from her chair, fuming over what would happen if the role didn't fit. Suho just raised a hand telling her to chill out. He'd crunched the numbers and analyzed the potential. He reminded her that Daehan hadn't just passed the exam, he'd crushed it. Suye's face soured as she recalled the rankings. Daehan had pulled off a shock second-place finish. She'd actually wanted to thank the mastermind behind it, but Suho's casual shrug made her blood boil. The final Nexus rep chimed in, admitting Suho's pitch was top tier, but he needed one thing cleared up. Attempting to raid sealed gates was a massive gamble, since they're under heavy state lockdown. No private guild gets a pass when public safety is the ultimate priority. He questioned the entry plan. Suho just smirked, asking if they doubted him before moving to seal the deal. He promised to bring back proof of his clearance, then suddenly paused, rethinking the strategy. He flipped the script. Forget the pass, he'd solo a sealed gate first and only then would they sign. The secretary broke into a cold sweat, whispering that Suho was demanding terms fit for a king. Suho doubled down, calling the deal perfectly balanced. The secretary noted that while Suho was a total prodigy, he was still technically a rookie, with 0 official rank to his name. Suho countered, declaring he'd conquer a sealed gate instantly to silence the doubters. Donghyuk studied him with sharp, calculating eyes. Finally, he conceded that Suho's power was undeniable. With a smirk, the guildmaster admitted today's outcome exceeded his expectations. He promised to hammer out the specifics later. Once the gate was cleared, Suho ignited his engine and roared away. From the high-rise window, Donghyuk and his secretary watched the red blur vanish. The guildmaster's voice turned cold and commanding. Assemble an elite support team and prep every document for On Suho. The secretary froze, hesitant to move just yet. He questioned if they should wait for Suho to actually deliver. Donghyuk just let out a confident, knowing chuckle. Suho was a man of his word, and backing him now would forge an unbreakable, ironclad alliance for the future. Closing his eyes, he bet everything on Suho's integrity. The secretary feeling the weight of the guildmaster's conviction, pressed for how he could be so certain. Donghyuk laughed. It wasn't a guess. The answer was written in plain sight. The man finally bowed, haunted by the memory of Suho's unwavering gaze and that voice that brooked no argument. The scene cuts to the towering cold monolith of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea, reaching for the clouds. Inside a cramped office, young Chulman was having a total meltdown, burying his face in his hands before his monitor. He was losing sleep over how to recruit Suho, especially since the man treated the association like a plague. He toyed with the idea of a massive reward for clearing the test tower, a desperate bribe to get him in. But he killed the thought instantly. The greedy fossils in upper management would never sign off on a massive payout. They didn't want a hero. They wanted a puppet to pose next to the association president for a perfect PR stunt, a staged photo to fake an alliance. While Chulman loathed underhanded tactics, Chief Pai's dark suggestion began to echo, a threat to drag Suho in by his collar if necessary. Chulman groaned the pressure, feeling like a physical weight. He slammed his head onto the desk, cursing the day he chose this soul-sucking career over a peaceful life. As he spiraled into self-pity, his phone buzzed with an unknown caller ID. Exhausted, he swiped to answer with a sigh. Young Chulman speaking, he mumbled, wondering which annoying telemarketer or boss was bothering him now at this hour. But as the voice spoke, the color drained from his face. It was An Suho. Chulman shot up like a lightning bolt. His jaw hit the floor, heart racing in disbelief. The scene shifts to a humble, steam-filled gukbap joint tucked in an alley. They sat across from each other, steam rising between them. Suho looked around, nostalgia flickering briefly in his stoic eyes. He praised the restaurant's legendary boiled pork. Chulman stared, baffled that a high-ranker like him knew such a hidden gem. With a cool, effortless smile, Suho lied through his teeth about being a regular back when he worked nearby. Chulman bought it, nodding as he slurped his soup, admitting he never dreamed Suho would be the one to call. He asked about the sudden number change. Suho shrugged, explaining the swarm of annoying calls had forced him to go ghost. He'd switched to a private burner line, and now Chulman was on the inner circle. The official breathed a sigh of relief. He sympathized with the hellish burden of being a superstar. Lowering his head, his voice grew thick with genuine emotion. He thanked Suho for reaching out, confessing he thought he'd lost his only chance to ever bridge the gap between them. Suho just chuckled, picking up his chopsticks with a calm precision. Then he dropped a truth bomb that chilled the air. He asked if the big shots were breathing down his neck, demanding he lure Suho into the association's clutches. Caught red-handed, Chulman choked on his soup, his hand flying to his face to hide his sheer visible panic. He stuttered, asking how Suho could possibly know. Resting his chopsticks against his cheek, Suho laid out the logic. The president's sudden thirst for a meeting right after the tower clear was suspicious, way too desperate for a formal body. Normally, the association just shuffles papers and stays out of the way. This aggressive recruitment was a major red flag. Speechless and sweating, Chulman looked away, his nervous smile fading. Suho didn't stop exposing their true shallow motives. It was all about the clout and the photo ops. Seeing Chulman's fear, Suho softened his tone, offering a rare olive branch. He wished they'd just been honest after all. A little PR isn't a crime. Chulman bowed his head in a deep apology. Suho waved it away like it was nothing. He'd already seen through the game, and surprisingly, he felt a spark of gratitude. The civil servant pointed at himself, his brain short-circuiting at the unexpected kindness. Suho leaned in, clarifying his stance. Most suits would have resorted to blackmail or brute force, but Chulman had kept things clean and professional throughout. Rubbing his neck, turning beet red from the praise, Chulman still felt guilty. Then Suho dropped the ultimate game-changer. He casually announced he'd decided to pay the association a visit. Chulman froze, eyes popping as he gasped, "Are you serious?" Repaying Chulman was the plan, but meeting the association's big shots, that was the ultimate strategic power move. Chulman gave a slow, knowing nod. When Suho pressed for a timeline, Chulman suggested they map out the details. They'd talk shop after the meal. But mid-sentence, a realization hit Chulman like a truck, and he bolted from his chair. His eyes were literally glowing with hype. Fueled by sudden fire, he vowed to lock in that meeting immediately. Moments later, the pair rolled up to the massive Korean Hunters Association HQ. Suho paused, striking a pose for the cameras. Standing tall beside the organization's leader, Young Kyung-won Suho, felt the tension. The president beamed, welcoming his new star. "A man of your talent must be swamped. Thanks for coming," Jung chirped. Right on cue, Vice President Park Hyuman joined in. He chimed in, claiming it wasn't every day they got to witness such a legendary rookie in the flesh. Suho played it cool with a polite smile, calling the meeting a huge honor. But behind that mask, pure venom. Seeing these snakes again made his stomach turn. The years hadn't faded his disgust, it only made it more intense. Jung Kyung-won narrowed his eyes, testing the waters. "So you're really planning to join our ranks, Suho?" "It's my one and only dream," Suho lied, echoing his interview script. The president leaned in, fishing for a motive. Casting his gaze down, Suho played the orphan card, blaming a gate outbreak for his tragic past. He claimed he wanted to wipe portals off the map to save humanity. In reality, that was only half the story. His true mission, to stop these corrupt leeches from rotting the association from the inside out. Jung Kyung-won cheered for Suho's noble heart. Suho just watched, knowing this man would cling to power until his last breath. He couldn't wait to see the look on that old pig's face when he was finally dragged off his throne. And when the hammer dropped, Kyung-won wouldn't be the only parasite getting purged from this infested nest. Park Hyuman cut back in praising Suho's charisma. Folding his arms, he eyed the young hunter with calculated interest. He claimed Suho's lack of greed was respectable, a hero who only cared about the people. Total cap, but it sounded good. Pressing his fingertips together, the vice president acted all solemn. "You've grown into such a noble warrior," he cooed. "Your parents would be so proud." Suho bowed politely while mentally labeling Jung Kyung-won, the real puppet master. This whole recruitment stunt had the president's fingerprints all over it. To Suho, they were just pathetic bootlickers. They existed only to polish the president's shoes. In his past life, these fools let the world burn. He wasn't giving them a second chance to ruin everything. So Park asked, "Which department has your heart?" Suho rubbed his chin, acting like he was weighing his options carefully. He'd already analyzed every single sector. "The gate department," Suho declared. Chulman froze in pure shock as the vice president's jaw nearly hit the floor. Suho explained that while guilds chased profit, the association controlled the front lines. That's where the real action started. Raids and first dibs, that was the goal. Jung Kyung-won acted floored by Suho's seemingly selfless ambition. "You've chosen the most suicidal department in the entire building," the president noted, a dark spark in his eyes. Park Hyuman nodded. "A true hero's choice." Jung then turned to Chulman, his voice turning cold and demanding. "Show him how serious we are," Jung ordered. Confused, Suho blinked. "Sincerity? What are we talking about exactly?" If Suho was so hyped to close portals, they'd give him his pick of the association's most special available gates. Chulman nearly choked. Those weren't just gates, they were sealed death traps that no sane hunter would ever touch. They were absolute graveyards. But before Chulman could protest, Suho beamed. "Sounds like the perfect challenge." Chulman tried to talk sense into him, but Suho just clenched his fist, fire blazing in his eyes. "I'll crush the gates that threaten humanity most," Suho declared. Jung's smirk widened. The trap was set perfectly. "Exactly what I expected," Jung cheered. Chulman tried to intervene, but the president's icy glare shut him down instantly. Feeling the heat, Chulman lowered his head. "Fine. I'll have the files ready immediately," he whispered, defeated. "Get ready for the front lines," Suho Jung commanded. Suho thanked him smoothly, while Chulman stared at the floor in despair. To these unawakened suits, suicidal missions were just games. Chulman loathed these desk jockeys who never risked their own necks. They had no clue. Thousands of hunters had already been swallowed whole by those forbidden portals. They were basically signing Suho's death warrant. Chulman's jaw tightened, his blood boiling with helpless frustration. But Suho just stood there with a calm smile. He knew exactly what horrors were waiting behind those seals. Park whispered something into the president's ear. Suho watched them, smelling nothing but the foul stench of greed. To him, hunters were expendable assets. As long as the raid succeeded and association power surged, blood was fine. Mortality meant nothing to him. Shifting his gaze to Suho, Kyung-hoon probed about his rank goals for the exam. A confident smirk played on Suho's lips. He declared his intent to crush the level 5 test by year's end. Kyung-hoon's eyebrows shot up. Did he realize the hellish difficulty Suho calmly countered that reaching such heights would unlock elite opportunities? He'd grind experience in a guild meanwhile. Kyung-won chimed in with approval. He praised the strategy, noting that battle-hardened rookies were top tier. Then he pivoted to the contract logistics. He questioned the typical duration of guild contracts. Suho shrugged. He prioritized raw field experience over contract length. If a guild met his demands, he'd stay until exam day. Back at the association, Kyung-hoon let out a yawn. He voiced a lazy hope for Suho's success. Suho hid a smile, thinking that if the president agreed to terms, then Nexus was finally within reach. He sensed a bridge forming between Nexus and the association at last. Suddenly, the doors swung open as an aide announced Bai Yonggyu's arrival. Instantly, Suho's expression turned to stone. Pai strode in with swagger, teasing that the bosses were hiding delicious snacks. Then he stopped dead. Spotting Suho, a predatory grin stretched across his face. He made a polite show of turning to leave, but Kyung-hoon waved him in, introducing Suho as the legendary hunter who conquered the test tower. Pai's eyes narrowed as he searched his memory, then he snapped his fingers. "Incredible," he laughed, thrilled to meet. Offering a handshake, he introduced himself as the special department chief. Suho gripped back, identifying himself as An Suho. They traded professional pleasantries, but Suho's eyes remained sharp as glass. Once settled, Chulman spoke up. He dropped the bombshell. Suho was gunning for the level 5 rank. Pai's eyes widened in sheer shock, saying it was nearly impossible. Suho just shrugged. He was going for it anyway. Pai stood there, stunned. An executive chimed in, revealing the association's plan to grant Suho access to the dreaded sealed gates. Since the kid claimed he could clear them, Pai's jaw dropped. He began muttering incoherently to himself. Shielding his face in shock, he shot Suho a worried glance. He asked if the kid was truly serious, because those gates were literal death traps. Suho watched Pai's visible anxiety, finding the reaction oddly entertaining. He confirmed he knew the risks perfectly. Still shaken, Pai crossed his arms, admitting he couldn't stop the madness. Even if he wanted to, but he genuinely prayed for Suho's survival. Suho realized then that Pai was a hunter, a man who respected raw talent above all else. His expression showed real concern, not for his own sake, but for the possibility of a promising spark being snuffed out. Then Pai made a surprise move. He offered Suho a spot in his special department, promising personal mentorship. Chulman immediately intervened, warning him to stop poaching. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai looked confused. Chulman explained Suho's goal to eradicate all gates and claim priority access. Pai nodded, the pieces finally clicking. If that was the only requirement, his department could match the support. Turning his head with a smirk, he dared Chulman to deny it. Defeated Chulman could only nod, hands planted firmly on his hips. Pai teased that a level 5 Suho would make Chulman's life very awkward. The power dynamic was about to flip. Facing the rookie, he said they'd talk logistics later. For now, he offered his sincere best wishes for success. Suho thanked him though, mentally labeling Pai a sly fox. He then cut a quiet glance toward Chulman. He knew that passing the exam meant he'd officially outrank his mentor. That reality would be a total vibe killer for Chulman. Suho breathed a quiet sigh. This was exactly why things felt so tense and complicated between them now. He hated the idea of making Chulman feel small or pushed aside. The meeting wrapped and they exited together. Chulman walked with his head down, the weight of worry slouching his shoulders. Suho finally broke the silence, asking if Pai's words were getting to him. Chulman confessed that they were. He knew Suho's genius. But even so, sealed gates were on a whole different level of nightmare. His voice turned grave and serious. He begged Suho to be careful, offering to pull strings with the president for extra association backup. Suho felt a wave of real gratitude moved by the man's unshakable loyalty and genuine concern. This wasn't just politeness. Chulman meant every word. He reminded Suho he was still technically a greenhorn, and warned him again that sealed gates were monsters compared to the usual trash. Then he paused. Suho kept his cool, fully aware why the government only trusted the association for these high-stakes missions. Even elite guilds were barred from these sealed zones due to strict national security protocols. Stopping dead in his tracks, Chulman shot him a bewildered look, questioning why he'd risk it. Suho's response was short. He radiated pure confidence, assuring Chulman that everything was under control. With a cryptic smirk, Suho pointed out a specific gate within the association's restricted list. The name, Nameless Sword, left Suho's lips, causing Chulman to go pale with instant dread. That place was a death trap. Yet Suho didn't flinch. His grin only grew more intense. He claimed the solution was already in his head. Cut to the next morning, a military convoy sat amidst Gyeongju's ancient architecture. Right at the Nameless Sword Square, 2 armed guards blocked the path of Suho and Jinhui. They were told to stand by. Suho complied casually while the reporter trembled beside him. Jinhui whispered nervously about the suffocating tension, but Suho remained unfazed by the heavy atmosphere. He noted that while the association ran the gate, the military held the perimeter. Suddenly, something caught their eyes. After a crisp salute, an officer approached, demanding to know if he was truly the legendary Sung Suho. Once confirmed, the man introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the supreme commander of this sector. Suho offered a polite greeting. Major Kim signaled that the lead team was already positioned inside. Jinhui gestured toward the horizon, his voice shaking as he asked if they were heading straight in. The major nodded. As they drew closer, the sheer scale of the structure left the reporter breathless. It was a monster of a building. He muttered about the viral potential, while Major Kim explained the defenses. These massive walls were reinforced with special alloys built to crush any beast trying to escape. They also served to stabilize the portal. Jinhui stared in awe, admitting it was a total beast. The gate was gargantuan, revealing even more terrifying details the closer they walked toward the abyss. Suho noted the military's layered defenses. The group pushed forward until they finally reached Chulman. Major Kim announced Suho's arrival, prompting the official to break into a relieved, warm smile. Their eyes met, sharing a moment of mutual trust after the long journey to this wasteland. Chulman welcomed him, glad he made it. Suho countered, asking how long he'd been waiting there. The official played it off coolly, then shifted his gaze toward the stranger, trailing behind Suho. Before questions arose, the journalist beamed, introducing himself as PBS's own star reporter, Jo Jinhui. He offered a hand, looking for a scoop, but Chulman just looked utterly lost and confused. He wondered why a newsman was at a top-secret site. Suho jumped in to smooth things over. He promised cameras would stay off until the raid succeeded, seeking Chulman's final approval for the coverage. The official shrugged. It wasn't a black site, so he saw no reason to block the press. Still, he was floored that Suho brought his own hype man. Jinhui bowed in frantic gratitude. Bubbling with energy, the reporter told Chulman to get used to his face for future missions. Chulman sighed, agreeing. Then Major Kim stepped up, clutching a loaded M416 rifle. He confirmed Suho was the designated raid leader, and the young hunter gave a sharp nod. The major hesitated, clearing his throat before awkwardly asking for Suho's current power level. Suho calmly stated he was level 51. The major's jaw dropped before he quickly looked away. He muttered a stunned acknowledgement as they reached the towering reinforced steel entrance to the abyss. The inner sanctum was ready. Major Kim told Suho he could begin his descent immediately. A grim warning followed. Once he stepped through the gates would lock tight. Suho just smiled. A voice called out. Chulman ran up his eyes, searching Suho's for any sign of a strategy. Suho confirmed he had a plan. Major Kim watched, baffled by their casual tone in such a hellhole. Suho explained that words couldn't describe his method, but he'd crush this gate regardless of the risk. He'd clear it just like the Tower of Challenge, then reminded Chulman of their secret deal. He expected help with the other portals once this was over. The door groaned open. Chulman prayed for his return. Suho played it cool, promising that 60 minutes was all he needed. Chulman's eyes nearly popped out as he choked on the insane timeline. 1 hour, Suho just flashed a confident smirk, vowing they'd reunite soon. Then the heavy door clicked shut behind him. Jin Hui let out a long, tense breath. Suho was officially in the lion's den, closing his eyes. Chulman muttered that the waiting game had begun. Major Kim whispered, his voice laced with doubt, asking if this was actually okay. A nightmare like this couldn't be cleared by raw stats alone. He questioned if Suho was secretly packing some high-tier healing. Huey looked confused, prompting the major to double down. The reporter just grinned, revealing Suho was only a healer on paper. Major Kim's confusion deepened. Chulman raised a hand, admitting he'd never seen anyone in his life dance with a blade quite like Suho. The major's jaw dropped. Was he really that cracked? Chulman began spilling the tea. During the hunter trials, Suho was supposed to be a support healer, but he ended up shredding every monster with a sword. He slaughtered the beasts while flawlessly guarding his patient. Hui gripped his bagstrap, totally stunned by the revelation. He'd never heard this story, and wondered out loud if such a wild exam performance was even legal. Chulman confessed he'd been shook too, but Suho checked every box. Technically, he didn't break a single rule. Both the soldier and reporter stood frozen in disbelief. Major Kim realized Suho possessed a god-tier mastery of the blade. It finally clicked why Suho had chosen this specific hellish gate, turning his gaze toward the dungeon's heart. Chulman nodded. The major was spot on. Before Suho stood the legendary nameless sword portal, a solo entry zone restricted to one warrior. As he stepped in, jagged cliffs rose up, sealing him inside the arena. The system pinged, announcing his official entry. Blade in hand, Suho ventured into the woods, the air thick with tension. He scanned the horizon, thinking it had been ages since his last visit. The trail through the trees was eerily familiar. Memories of his past life flooded back, days when he'd barely survived this gate, crawling out by the skin of his teeth. Suddenly, a high-pitched ring echoed. A dark, flickering shadow began drifting between the ancient trees. Boss alert. A knight clad in weathered steel stepped forward, the nameless swordsman, a level unknown nightmare. He leveled his blade, and instantly, the atmosphere ignited with a blinding golden radiance. The system flashed a warning. The nameless swordsman had officially activated the battlefield. In this zone, the boss's stats would mirror the user's exactly. It was a fair fight, a pure test of skill. Magic was banned. Only swordplay was allowed. Suho just smiled, greeting the knight like an old, lethal rival. "Long time no see," he whispered. The knight lunged instantly, and their blades collided in a violent shower of sparks. Suho caught the strike and countered, but the knight's defense was ironclad. Shimmering white energy trailed their every move. The two warriors disengaged, breathing for a split second. Suho's eyes narrowed, dissecting his opponent's perfect footwork. The Sword Emperor's balance was flawless, nullifying any opening. The knight swung again, his form reaching the peak of perfection. Suho realized the truth in this current era. Absolutely nobody could defeat this monster in a pure duel. The Sword Emperor gripped his hilt with both hands. His style shifted mid-clash, becoming fluid and terrifyingly unpredictable. He swapped stances to catch Suho off guard, unleashing a barrage of legendary techniques. But that wasn't the worst part. Attacks rained down from impossible angles as the Emperor closed the gap with blinding speed and precision. Suho finally saw it. The most dangerous trait of this boss was how he evolved his tactics to counter any foe. He was a living combat engine. As the knight lunged, Suho dodged, realizing how terrifyingly cunning his opponent truly was. But that lethal cunning was exactly how Suho had mastered the blade in his previous life. With a knowing smirk, he braced for the knight's leaping assault. Suho spotted the tiny gap and slashed. The knight twisted midair, barely avoiding death. Still, Suho's steel left a jagged gouge across the ancient armor. "Did that surprise you?" Suho teased. The Emperor remained silent, exactly as the legends of the past life described. He was a silent reaper who wouldn't utter a word until his final breath. The knight reset blade held high. Suho struck again, drawing blood. He pushed the pace, revealing this was his 7th time dancing with this shadow. He went all out. The knight's counterblade whistled inches above Suho's head, a hair's breadth from a fatal blow. With a surgical slash, Suho lopped off a limb and followed up with a bone-shattering kick to the chest. The Sword Emperor spiraled back, crashing into the dense thicket. Suho stood tall, remembering the mysteries surrounding this man. For generations, people wondered what lived beneath that helm. Even missing a leg, the knight forced himself back up. Gripping his blade with a cold, steady hand, Suho whispered a chilling question, asking if the spirit knew the depth of his past disappointment. He revealed the truth behind the legends. Whether called the Nameless Swordsman or the Sword Emperor, his true identity was far simpler. "You're just a lingering shadow of the Sword Demon," Suho declared, as a spectral limb flickered where a leg had been severed. Ghostly steel clashed against reality in a violent symphony, their blades carving deep, jagged scars into the trembling earth. Suho parried a bone-crushing strike, his own weapon erupting, with crimson surges of raw energy as he launched a lethal counter. His blade tore through the enemy's chestplate like paper, and a second strike sent purple fractures webbing across the armor. The Phantom Emperor lunged back to regroup, but Suho vanished instantly, closing the gap with predatory speed. Eyes narrowed and sharp, Suho taunted his foe, revealing his entire combat style was forged specifically to dismantle the knight's every move. With a cold smirk, he delivered a crushing blow that sent shattered fragments of ancient armor exploding into the air. The dust settled with Suho standing over his broken foe, as the system announced the legendary Nameless Swordsman had finally fallen. The sealed gate flickered out of existence with Suho crowned as the undisputed MVP, though a faint shadow of sorrow crossed his face. Looking down, he whispered a final goodbye, admitting that despite the blood spilled, he actually owed the spirit a debt of gratitude. Without this relentless nightmare to push him, he never would have ascended to the peak of swordsmanship mastery. Picking up a jagged shard of metal, Suho reflected that it was this very enemy who forced him to earn the title of Sword God. Dark energy swirled around him like a mourning shroud as he offered a prayer for peace, promising to honor his teacher every year. Level up alerts flooded his vision as the system showered him with massive experience points and permanent stat boosts. Blue windows stacked up, granting him additional skill points and 5 bonus attributes for his overwhelming victory. A lone sword remained where the ghost had vanished. Suho let out a heavy sigh, the weight of the battle finally lifting. He cursed his luck that a ghost lacked blood or a shadow, making his most lethal soul-eating skills completely useless. He claimed the fallen weapon anyway, his eyes widening as he realized the blade alone made this entire suicide mission worth it. His reflection danced on the steel, while the system identified the prize, the nameless blade of the Nameless Swordsman. Though only rank F, the sword began to vibrate violently before shattering into a cloud of glowing, floating shards. A new notification flashed: the Nameless Sword had been absorbed, triggering a divine breakthrough in his sword understanding. The very soul of the blade merged with his spirit, evolving his combat style and permanently altering the nature of his guardian sword. A golden window unveiled the new S+ rank guardian sword, an ideal technique perfected by Suho through fundamental truth. It was a masterpiece of lethal balance, blending attack and evasion into one seamless flow after merging with the Phantom's soul. The technique's rank transcended its limits, devouring the sword's will to achieve a state of infinite, terrifying growth potential. Awe washed over Suho as he realized his ultimate sword style had finally been born. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the frantic spectators. Staring at the static monitors, Jinhui muttered that the silence was deafening, while Chulman stood by with bated breath. He admitted that even with his absolute faith in Suho, a dungeon of this magnitude was supposed to be a long, grueling war. It should take days, Chulman worried, but Jinhui snapped back, pointing out that barely 30 minutes had ticked by. Major Kim stepped forward with a grim face, requesting immediate permission to enter the zone and assess the situation himself. Just as he prepared to move, the reporter gasped, signaling him to halt. The major froze, demanding to know what was happening. Sweat poured down the journalist's face as he pointed a shaking finger toward the portal, screaming for everyone to look at the screen. The rift tore open, and Suho stepped out casually. Jinhui's voice cracked as he shrieked that the impossible gate had been cleared. Squinting against the sudden sunlight, Suho blinked in confusion as voices began hailing him as a literal pro, out of nowhere. Jinhui and Chulman charged at him like kids chasing an ice cream truck, with the reporter waving his camera like a holy relic. It looked like a chaotic festival. Suho tried to tell them to relax, but the reporter's face was practically radiating pure electricity. "How can we be calm?" he bellowed, losing his mind over the fact that a sealed gate was conquered in under an hour. He screamed that it was total insanity. Chulman looked like he was having a heart attack from pure joy as he reminded the crowd. Suho had just butchered the Nameless Swordsman, the same monster that had slaughtered players in over 200 failed attempts. He frantically checked Suho for injuries, but the young hunter just chuckled casually, claiming the whole thing was actually pretty easy. The major stood frozen in shock, his brain failing to process how a monster that killed hundreds could be described as easy. Noticing the officer's stunned silence, Suho realized the soldier was desperately trying to calculate just what kind of monster Suho really was. Pushing the tension aside, Chulman practically vibrated with hype, insisting they take a victory photo to immortalize this legendary moment. The major hesitated before the conquered gate, but Suho just smirked, dismissing it as mere paperwork. Relax, Suho shrugged. To everyone else, he was just another face in the ranks, nothing more. He dodged the cameras knowing a high-ranking officer's presence would lend the proof some serious street cred. Jong-gu finally caved. Flash. Next thing we know, that very photo is glowing on a sleek laptop screen. Facing the Nexus powerhouse, Suho dropped the bombshell. The legendary nameless swordsman had officially been taken down. The sealed gate victory was undeniable. The photo captured it all, featuring the association rep and Major Jong-gu. Suho gestured to the man beside him, introducing Jin Woo, the PBS reporter who'd witnessed the whole thing. To ensure the news remained unedited, they'd teamed up for the shot. Jin Woo politely offered his business card. Dong-yuk massaged his temples, claiming he was Suho's exclusive contact. He didn't need some flimsy business card. Deception was never his game. Towering over Suho, the guild leader's gaze sharpened as he prepared to grill him. How did you pull off the impossible? Suho played dumb, forcing Dong-yuk to demand the gritty step-by-step details. Permission for the gate, the lightning-fast clear. How was he even alive? The questions hit like rapid-fire bullets. That gate was a graveyard for 200 pro hunters. Yet Suho calmly detailed his meeting with the president. He got the green light, walked in, and slayed the beast. Dong-yuk stood there, his brain completely short-circuiting. As the leader tried to process the madness, Suho cut straight to the point. His skills were proven. Let's talk business. Suho held up 2 fingers, letting the guild leader decide the zeros on his paycheck. I have 2 non-negotiables. While I'm in Nexus, I want the royal treatment absolute 100% support. The moment he passes the hunter exam, he's a free agent. The association was already in on the deal. After clearing the gate, every top guild came knocking. But Suho only had eyes for the ultimate support system. Dong-yuk's gaze was razor-sharp and skeptical. A strange, unreadable expression flickered across his face as he calculated. Suddenly, he roared with laughter. It's a deal, he barked, summoning his secretary to bring the legal paperwork immediately. Excitement crackled in the air. The leader finally admitted it, this hero had actually lived up to the hype. Doubt was dead. They locked hands in a bone-crushing grip. But the guild leader's smile carried a heavy warning. Prepare for a workload from hell, the leader warned. Suho simply smirked. Bring it on. Later they hit the city traffic. Suho grinned from the driver's seat. Since you brought me here, the ride home is on me, pal. Jin Woo laughed. Just doing my duty as your manager? Suho raised an eyebrow. Manager, since when did that happen? You keep feeding me legendary exclusives, Jin Woo explained. I've got to pay you back for the scoops somehow. Plus, this sleek sedan is way smoother than that rattling old minivan I used to drive, he joked. He bought a whole car just for work. Suho was floored. It hit him all over again. This guy was the definition of born rich. Aren't you going to get flack for skipping work? Suho wondered aloud. Jin Woo beamed with pride. I've already dropped several exclusive bombs today. My boss won't say a word. Besides, he'd promised the higher-ups that he'd eventually bring the legendary Suho straight to the office. Suho knew it. This guy was a total shark. First, we leak the gate clear, Jin Woo plotted. We hype up the victory, then slow burn the news of you joining Nexus. Keep the fans hooked. Spacing it out would keep the hype train moving, even if public attention is usually a fickle thing. Whatever, Suho sighed, closing his eyes. Handle it however you want. I'm just here for the ride. Then Jin Woo's tone shifted. Seriously though, how did you read the nameless swordsman's lethal patterns? Predictable, Suho shrugged. I knew the Sword Emperor's legend. I knew exactly what was coming. He knew the rules of the duel. No magic, no gimmicks. Just cold, lethal steel. Call me arrogant, but I'm simply a better swordsman than that thing, Suho stated. Jin Woo's jaw dropped. Jin Woo white-knuckled the steering wheel as Suho spoke. Experience was everything, and his blade work was absolute. But that monster slaughtered 200 pros. It even butchered the nation's greatest swordmaster, Jin Woo protested. Don't you get the danger? Suho just smiled. The swordsman only mirrors your stats. It adapts to the challenger. Inside that gate, items and magic are worthless. It's a pure, brutal test of raw swordsmanship. Nothing else could sway the outcome. Jin Woo finally asked the big one, do you even have a swordsmanship skill? Suho confirmed the bombshell he'd bagged a rank S skill, though it was strangely missing from his status window. The car jerked violently as Jin Hui's head hit the steering wheel, his brain completely short-circuiting from the news. Stunned, he grilled Suho on the how and when behind acquiring such a legendary rank S swordsmanship ability. The reporter was practically vibrating with hype, forcing Suho to tell him to chill before he actually combusted. Suho warned that dropping too much tea at once is dangerous. Taking the hint, Jin Hui finally took a breath. He swore total loyalty, telling Suho he'd answer any question anytime, no secrets, kept purely instant facts. Easing off the gas, he confessed that Suho's talent for catching people off guard was genuinely on another level. He never imagined being someone's subordinate, but thanked Suho for reaching out to him first. Real, recognize real. When the reporter apologized for his early doubts, Suho just laughed it off. No grudges, just vibes as they arrived. Back at their high-end crib, Jin Hui pulled up and asked if they were officially clocking out for the night. Suho nodded, craving some downtime. The loyal reporter insisted on a personal escort home, and Suho gave a warm thanks. As night swallowed the city, Suho finally collapsed into the softness of his bed, letting out a long overdue sigh. Toweling off his hair, he felt a surge of pride. Today's gains were nothing short of legendary. Despite the grind, he felt zero fatigue. Tossing the towel aside, he summoned his holographic status window to life. With 7 bonus points sitting in his inventory, Suho realized the moment of truth had finally arrived. He was aiming for Unified Train, a skill with insane requirements. Every stat had to hit the exact same rank. It was a delicate balance, identical values across the board. Even a single leftover point could trigger a stat leveling chain reaction. The system would force the lowest stat upward to match the peak. Carefully, Suho began micromanaging his attributes. He held his breath as the system ran its final check. Then the notification flashed. All conditions successfully cleared. Unified Train officially went live. Suho watched mesmerized as his remaining points redistributed to achieve perfect equilibrium. His stats refreshed in a blaze of light. Every single characteristic had surged to red level rank 14. Seeing that perfect lineup, Suho pumped his fist. The grind had paid off. He'd finally achieved the impossible. In his previous life, this level of perfection was a total myth. He'd never even dared to dream this big. Staring at his god-tier stats, a massive smirk spread across his face as he flopped back onto the mattress. Just as he was planning his next power move, his phone buzzed. A familiar name flashed on the screen. Yeonhwa. It had been a minute. Still lying back, Suho answered, noting that her timing was actually perfect for his mood. He was feeling on top of the world, so hearing her voice now was a total win-win scenario. She didn't miss a beat, snarking that he must be bored out of his mind. Suho was just confused. He told her to drop the formal act. Yeonhwa revealed she'd seen the latest article, making Suho grin even wider. Impressed by the speed of the press, he admitted he hadn't read the comments and asked for the tea. She kept calling him sir, while demanding a face-to-face. Suho didn't budge, pushing her for a straight answer. She snapped back, reminding him they hadn't signed onto his deal yet. Suho calmly told her he wouldn't force them. That curveball left her speechless. As Suho pressed for a decision, Yeonhwa just closed her eyes in frustration. "What are we even supposed to do now?" she asked. Suho sat up, his voice turning dead serious. He promised to spill everything tomorrow, telling the whole crew to meet him at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She immediately caught an attitude, citing work and lectures as excuses. Suho's face instantly went cold with disappointment. He sighed, saying he'd clearly overhyped them. Apparently they cared more about useless nonsense than actual greatness. He had to pull the phone away as Yeonhwa absolutely lost it, screaming and cursing him out in a total rage. She barked that she'd be there at 1 p.m. sharp before slamming the phone down. Suho just smirked. Checkmate. The next day, at the massive Nexus Academy, Yeonhwa stood with arms crossed, acting like she didn't care. She claimed she was only there because she felt like skipping class, definitely not because he told her to. The squad gathered around Suho, who was chilling on a bench. He dryly noted that he never asked for her excuses. She huffed, totally irritated, and demanded to know why he'd summoned the whole team for this meeting. Suho stood up, his aura shifting. He looked them in the eye and dropped a bomb. "I'm going to kill you all today." As the banshees froze in terror, he handed them tablets. Yeonhwa glanced at the survey, asking if he was just data mining them. Raising his hand, Suho declared that joining the special department meant he'd need a crew of elite freelance agents. He wasn't looking for just anyone. He demanded true shadows. He warned them that his standards were impossibly high. Turning away, he promised their training would be a living hell, brutal, relentless, and designed to push them to total exhaustion. They'd master everything from lethal combat to peak skill optimization. In this space, their private data was for his eyes only. Absolute honesty was the price of entry. Since he'd already laid bare his own secrets, their bond had to be forged in ironclad trust. Now the ball was in their court. As the group traded nervous looks, the scene shifted to the Nexus Academy training hall. Flashing a black keycard, Suho smirked, signaling the start of the real game. He thought back to how he'd secured this prize. Miss Suye had explained that this legendary card unlocked every corner of the academy, granting him god-level clearance. It even opened the S-rank exclusive halls, keeping him off the radar. She'd also handed over guest passes for his new recruits. Looking at the card, Suho realized he'd been so buried in chaos that he'd nearly ghosted day one. He owed the man a meeting and vowed to fix that soon. Nearby, the Banshee members were already syncing with their training pods. Suho braced for the challenges ahead. Suddenly, reality warped and massive jagged cliffs materialized out of thin air. They had arrived at the Kunlun Mountains. Facing the squad, Suho welcomed them to their new home for the foreseeable future. Every spare second, they had belonged to this place. He scanned them, noting they were all pathetic sub-level 50 weaklings. That meant he could break them and rebuild them however he liked. When Yunho demanded a plan, Suho simply said, "Fundamentals." Without refining their combat basics, the special department would sniff them out and hunt them down in no time. He scoffed, asking if they really thought cheap parlor tricks would save them. Yeonhwa fired back, claiming their strategy was flawless. She insisted they were untouchable. Suho just crossed his arms and laughed, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself. In a world of gods and monsters, there's no such thing as a perfect crime. He told them that survival was the only goal. They needed to become a shield for themselves and each other. With a snap, a massive arsenal of weapons rained down. "Pick your poison," he commanded. Before anything else, they had to conquer their own paralyzing fear. As Yeonhwa grabbed a blade, she asked if there was more to his lesson. Suho smirked, asking if she knew his reputation. She whispered the name that struck fear into many the sword god. His hand erupted in a brilliant golden glow. He didn't deny it. Leaning on his steel, he told them they were standing in the presence of a true grandmaster. Expecting him to teach anything, but the blade was sheer idiocy. To reach the top, they had to discard all other distractions. He wouldn't ban their other skills, but he warned they'd only become dead weight later. Then he gave a chilling order, "Kill me." He unsheathed his sword, declaring the hunt had officially begun. In a blur of motion, he vanished and lunged. Heads rolled instantly. He mocked the survivors, asking why they were still standing there like deer in headlights before finishing the rest. As the squad respawned, Suho chided them. Having tasted death once, they couldn't afford to freeze up like cowards again. This time, they snapped into defensive lines. Suho offered a rare bit of praise before pointing skyward. His next strike descended like a meteor. Bodies flew everywhere as he tore through their formation, mocking their every move. He told one recruit even his grandmother was faster, then delivered a brutal elbow to another's ribs. He joked that as a former delivery guy, he must have been fired because his customers starved to death waiting for him. The boy slammed into his comrade. Turning to the third, Suho questioned how a teacher could be so incredibly pathetic. If he couldn't even parry a basic strike, what could he possibly teach his students, except how to lose? The young man gasped that he wasn't trying to dodge. Suho scoffed, calling the excuse more pathetic than a schoolboy's lie. Their hands shook as they gripped their hilts. One cursed under his breath, wondering when this monster would finally shut up. They charged together. Suho noted their growing control. This fury would keep them alive when they stepped into real gates. An explosion rocked the ground. He reminded them they were becoming his shadows, not lackeys, but true lethal warriors. Pinning their blades down, he told them, "There's no shortcut to power. Strength only comes when you realize there's no turning back." The blood-soaked session pushed on without mercy. Only after what felt like an eternity did Suho finally call a halt. The Banshee members were mere heaps of exhaustion on the ground. Suho nodded, admitting their effort wasn't half bad, but he had other business to attend to. The group watched in pure horror as he delivered his parting words. The simulation wouldn't end until the timer hit 0. They were to keep fighting and dying until then. Yunho screamed in disbelief as he turned to leave. Suddenly, a digital clone of Suho shimmered into existence behind her. The mirror image mimicked his every move. Raising its blade, the clone spat insults, labeling everyone worthless trash. "Draw your weapons," it roared. Seething with rage, the Banshee squad hurled curses, branding Suho a total scumbag. Suho emerged from the capsule, eyeing the 4 trainees still grinding. Their session was finally over for today. His phone buzzed with Suye's voice. News of his high-profile Nexus Guild recruitment was already blowing up online. She verified the leak. When Suho asked about Zhou Jinwei, she confirmed it was his latest exclusive bombshell report. PR was ready to drop more intel. Staring outside, Suho smirked. It was time to prepare the next viral story. Suye wavered, fearing it was premature. Suho knew better. The public backlash was going to be absolutely brutal. After preaching about government service, ditching them for a private guild looked like a total sellout move. Hate was inevitable. Yet Suye felt confident that sticking to the script would flip the narrative in no time. Suho kept one card hidden. His year-end rank 5 exam remained a secret from the prying eyes of the world. That secret wouldn't last. Promising a full explanation later, he ended the call to dial his next contact. He rang Jinwei, who was busy typing away. The reporter answered with a grin, eager for the next scoop. With the Nexus news setting the internet on fire, Suho pitched an even bigger story to the excited journalist. This leak would detail his next mission, conquering another sealed gate. Suho's grin was cold and calculated. His target, the dreaded Swamp of Despair. Headlines instantly flooded the web, announcing Suho's insane new objective to everyone. News broke the nameless sword gate was cleared. The entire gaming community went into an absolute state of shock. Fans were losing it. How did he jump from the Tower of Trials to a sealed gate so fast? "Is he the new Sword King?" one fan asked. Another snapped back. "Forget king, that man is a sword god." Then the Nexus Academy bomb dropped. Instantly, haters began digging up his old promises about joining the association. He'd claimed he wanted public service, but trolls were calling him a corrupt sellout, hurling endless digital vitriol. Suddenly, a third headline hit Nexus Hunter and Suho was diving headfirst into the legendary swamp of despair. The guy's a total psycho, one user typed. Others mocked the idiots who thought he only cared about money. Look at your faces now, he taunted. Meanwhile, fake fans claimed they'd been day one supporters all along. One guy declared Suho his new idol, threatening to personally deal with anyone brave enough to talk trash. Scrolling through the chaos, Suho noted the shift toward hype. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. Everything was moving like clockwork. Just then, a completely drained Cholman stumbled into the room looking half dead. Slumping forward, Cholman massaged his temples. Suho cut to the chase. Did I get clearance for the swamp? Cholman sighed, recalling the president's explosive reaction. The association chief had practically screamed his lungs out during the meeting. Give him access already, he'd barked, calling Cholman a moron for hesitating when Suho first made the request. Now it seemed the hero had a VIP pass to every dangerous gate in the entire country. While Cholman braced for a mountain of soul-crushing paperwork, Suho offered a quick word of genuine thanks. Weaving through the desks, Suho dropped another bombshell. He was gunning for the rank 5 exam by year-end. Keep it hush-hush, Suho warned. Cholman instantly mimicked, zipping his lips, promising total and absolute silence. He swore to be quiet as a grave. Suho chuckled, realizing his joke was taken way too seriously. That reaction was pure gold. Laughing it off, Suho decided it was finally time to go conquer that gate. In Incheon, the rank S Swamp of Despair loomed like a dark omen over the desolate landscape. Camera crews swarmed as Suho faced the portal. Onlookers whispered in fear. No hunter had ever survived that abyss. Even with Suho's freakish talent, doubts lingered. Could anyone truly survive a place that swallowed heroes whole? In the control room, Jin Hui gripped his seat. He told the terrified staffer nearby to just chill out. Feeling bold, Jin Hui proposed a wager. He'd bet 1,000,001 that Suho would clear the damn thing. Shaking, the man agreed. He prayed for Suho's life, but deep down he knew clearing this swamp was impossible. Suddenly, Cholman froze in sheer horror. The gate's vanishing, he screamed. Every eye glued to the monitors in shock. Did he clear it already? Jin Hui gasped. No way, that's literally impossible, the other man shrieked back. Panicking, Jin Hui accidentally elbowed Cholman while demanding the exact timer. How many minutes has it even been? Not even 5 minutes, Cholman stammered. The impossible truth dawned: the system had waived every single requirement for him. Players can enter at will now. Suho looms at the foot of a tangent-sized staircase piercing an ominous, haunting sky. He vividly recalls this dungeon claiming far more lives than even the legendary Nameless Sword ever did. Not a soul returned. The public never grasped the absolute nightmare unfolding inside this twisted place. No beasts roam here. Victory requires a simple climb, yet every single step is a brutal psychological gauntlet. Mental traps saturate the air. The staircase is flanked by grotesque statues, the remains of those who failed the climb. Suho holds the secret key. Conquering this void demands an S-rank skill or artifact to shield the mind. Fail and bottomless despair rots your soul, turning your body into yet another frozen stone sentinel. Appropriately dubbed the Swamp of Despair, it's a graveyard. With a subtle smirk, Suho takes his fateful first step. None of that matters. Instantly, a soul-crushing tide of agony hits him, yet his resolve remains absolutely unshakable. Eerie purple energy swirls around him as he grins. The system echoes, dragon blood has been unleashed. Absolute mental immunity engaged. With dragon essence surging through his veins, this lethal gate becomes a casual walk. Suho ascends higher, while monstrous shadows prowl nearby. He continues his steady march, completely unfazed by the darkness. The statues thin out as he ascends. Few ever reach this height. Agonized stone faces watch him from the sidelines. They're lost forever. Years ago, the previous victor spent hundreds of agonizing days tempering his spirit to survive this. That hero tried rescuing the fallen, but a mere touch reduced those statues to nothing but cold gray dust. Isolated and helpless, he failed them. Now, Suho summits the peak and gazes down at the sea of stone. Acknowledging their immense torment, Suho clasps his hands, vowing to finally shatter their eternal chains. Only their souls can be liberated now. A shimmering portal beckons as the system crowns him the dungeon MVP. Bonus EXP and skill points flood in. The system broadcasts he is the first to ever conquer this abyss. 5 extra skill points drop, followed by a level up. His stats skyrocket as another skill point is granted. Suho grins. It's time for the grand prize. The system bestows the Ring of Emotions, revealing feelings as vibrant auras. He can now siphon and manipulate emotional energy. This rare artifact's history flashes through Suho's mind from his past. Only one player ever held this ring before. That man utilized its divine power to mend broken, bleeding hearts. But villains eventually plundered it. Suho raises his hand, determined to change the course of history this time around. He slides the ring on atop the staircase. Immediately, the band begins feasting on the swirling black emotional energy. Protected by dragon blood, the darkness within the corpses can't touch him. He kneels, triggering a new system report. The ring pulses from raw emotion, turning obsidian black. The grand siphoning of energy begins. Dark energy surges. Though the ring hits its limit, the staircase's corruption remains too vast to fully cleanse. With no other choice, he faces the exit. Turning toward the light, Suho whispers that their time here is over. As Suho emerges, a swarm of reporters ambushes him. Blinding camera flashes erupt like a thunderstorm of light. He shields his eyes, while aggressive journalists beg him to face the cameras for $1 million shot. Before he can breathe, Chilman and Jin Woo charge forward, their faces glowing with pure, unadulterated hype. Shadowboxing the air in triumph, Chilman demands the juicy details on how Suho conquered that impossible gate. He finished in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, shattering a dungeon deadlier than the legendary Nameless Sword. Jin Woo screams about breaking the news instantly. Suho just tells the duo to take a chill pill. Grinning, he offers them a legendary photo op. Within seconds, news of his victory nukes the entire internet. Disbelief floods the web. Did Suho really conquer the Swamp of Despair, the dungeon where 0 souls ever returned? The proof is undeniable. Dong-hyuk stares at his tablet, his mind reeling from the sheer impossibility of it. A sub-5-minute clear time. He buries his face in his hands, completely staggered by the data on screen. Suddenly, the phone shrieks. On the other end, a heavy voice introduces himself as the one and only Jong Kyung-hwan. The Korean Hunters Association president himself is calling, requesting a private moment to discuss a very urgent matter. Dong-hyuk knows this is about Suho. Instead of visiting the headquarters, he boldly suggests a lunch meeting instead. The president accepts. Ignoring an incoming staffer, Dong-hyuk immediately buzzes his secretary to get things moving. He orders Kim Mi-gang to clear the schedule and lock in a meeting with Hunter Oh Suho immediately. A sleek white sedan screeches to a halt. Jin Woo announces their arrival as they step onto the pavement. Suho checked if the studio was their next stop. Jin Hui clarified. The Despair scoop was ready for launch, just needing polish. He then proposed an epic food crawl to review top-tier spots, and Suho agreed. As the car vanished, Suho grinned at his ring, noting Jin Hui's hype had supercharged it with mana. Entering the diner, Suho approached a table, where Cumin boisterously hailed the nation's guardian. The president gestured for him to flank Mr. Dong-hyuk. Suho thanked the big shots and sat scanning the room. Kyung-hwan, Cumin Dong-hyuk, and the lethal Bae Song-yeol were all present. Stunned by the formality, he heard Kyung-hwan praise his god-tier clearing speed through sealed gates, calling him the country's future. Cumin called for a toast, and Suho lifted his glass, dedicating the moment to collective victory. Clink. During dinner, the president probed Suho's legendary guild contract that lacked an expiration date. Dong-hyuk confirmed it. While standard deals were 3 years, Suho was an anomaly, too valuable to be shackled by fine print. Kyung-hwan chuckled, vibing with guild leader Dong-hyuk's alignment with their goals. He turned to Suho for confirmation. Suho replied that he truly valued such elite-level respect. Chief Bae chimed in, expressing his hype for Suho, joining the association, claiming it would revolutionize the country's power scale. With a cryptic smirk, Cumin revealed the president's plan to bestow a prestigious letter of appreciation. Internally, Suho was hyped, since this golden ticket guaranteed his level 5 certification. I'm incredibly honored, he voiced with poise. Kyung-hwan admitted the party was for the Nameless Swordsman, but Suho's blitz through the next gate was so fast that the top brass couldn't even track him. Suho played it cool, crediting the president for the green light. The leaders loved that humble energy. Chief Bae, glass in hand, asked how he conquered the Swamp of Despair, a death trap with 0 intel. Suho clocked Bae's interrogation tactics instantly, a skill he remembered from his past life. So he kept his guard high. With a casual grin, he began painting the scene inside, claiming there were no mobs, just an endless staircase. Sensing danger, he relied on his gear, while grinding his way to the summit. The elites sat jaw-dropped while Chief Bae stroked his beard. Impressed Suho's mental fortitude, outclassed those who relied on raw stats. Cumin then asked his current level, suspecting he wasn't even level 100. I'm only level 53, Suho deadpanned. Bae practically choked, demanding to know his secret skill. As Suho's ring flashed brilliant white, he realized the association wanted to groom him into their personal pawn. He claimed to be a healer who simply favored the blade, eventually unlocking the sword path. Chief Bae mused that while rare for supports, it wasn't unheard of. Suho realized these special force monsters had seen it all, so his story didn't set off alarms. Still, he hated being viewed as a hunting dog. He clarified that despite his sword mastery, he needed help developing his healing, knowing a hunter's career is short. Dong-hyuk and Kyung-hwan agreed, promising the Nexus Guild would provide the ultimate support. The big shots beamed, as Cumin crowned himself the bridge between both factions. Chief Bae also offered his backing, Flooded with high-tier offers, Suho pumped his fist, vowing to wipe every gate off the map. The room erupted in cheers. Once the moon peaked, the meeting ended, and Suho and Chief Bei exited, leaving the elites behind. Suho admitted it was a solid night. Once the VIP rides vanished, Bei reached into his coat, offering Suho a smoke. Suho passed, so the chief sparked one up, calling it his post-party ritual. He slid over a business card, noting he'd actually pick up for Suho. Then he asked for Suho's coordinates. Suho explained. His crib was swamped by stands, forcing him to take refuge in a hotel. Bei scowled, calling the obsession of fangirls a legit national security threat for top-tier hunters. Suho brushed it off as affection, but Bei's aura suddenly turned ice cold. Suho realized he'd sounded naive. To a man who saw civilians as mere chess pieces, a chilling vibe shared by the president. Bei then noted that while the official exam was months away, Suho's victory was already set. Suho gave a knowing nod. The chief confessed he initially bought the modest act, but now realized Suho was no simple player. He then locked arms with the rising legend. He proposed a little roleplay, the master and servant dynamic they'd share, once Suho officially joined the ranks. Suho played along, earning a dry chuckle. Pai then asked if he was ready to ditch gate raids forever. To enlist in the special force right now. Suho froze. As Pai flicked his cigarette, Suho felt the trap closing. The hidden agenda was clear. This high-ranking chief hadn't just lingered. He stayed to scout Suho himself. Forget mining info through Donghyuk. Suddenly, the ring of emotions flared, bathing the scene in brilliant white light. Suho manipulated Pai's mind, masking his true intent. With a fake grin, he praised the special force as the ultimate path. Positive vibes surged. Ethereal white mist drifted from Pai's eyes as he marveled at Suho's burning drive. He respected that fire. Most hunters just chased delusions. Then he probed into Suho's connection with Chu-Man. Suho admitted they were tight, but added that building a solid bond with Pai was his top priority. He wanted the president's favor too, especially a smooth alliance with the Special Force chief. Pai beamed. Clapping Suho's shoulder, he praised his silver tongue. Suho offered a polite word of thanks. Suho then voiced his desire for a special recruitment slot. Pai stroked his chin, lost in calculation. Openings for level 5 hunters were already scheduled for the end of the year. Why bother with special perks for someone destined to pass anyway? But Suho was playing a deeper game. The ring was twisting Pai's interest into raw loyalty. It was a temporary high, but powerful. It was enough for now. Pai admitted he was shocked by Suho's intense devotion to the association. Regarding the special intake, Pai noted it was rare, but exceptions could be made for the right person. Suho showered him with flattery, making the chief blush. Pai explained that while the board makes the calls, any staff shortage in his department would give him the leverage to bypass the red tape. But there was a catch. Suho needed to prove he was an asset they couldn't afford to lose. Suho assumed he meant clearing gates, but Pai corrected him. The Special Force hunts awakened criminals. That was the real mission. Suho had slipped up. Pai warned that criminals with powers were a different breed. Lethal threats. Suho was talented, but gate raids were child's play compared to this. Street war is a different beast. To prove his worth, Suho had to bag a high-priority fugitive, deliver them, and he'd be hired within 8 weeks. As a car arrived, Pai shared a final thought. Rookies usually panic at the mention of fugitives, but Suho didn't blink. He had ice in his veins. With a smirk, Pai left. Suho recalled his past life, where Pai didn't even know he existed. Back then, fame only came after the nameless swordsman duel. Now the board was already reset. These villains and their lackeys were perfect pawns, expendable sacrifices for the grand scheme he was spinning. He stood before a row of pristine buildings. His shadow elongated as acrid smoke wafted from a nearby window. He'd found the Viper's nest. Activating magic detection, he scanned the building, pinpointing a cluster of hostiles. He casually hefted a loose brick in his left hand. Then, without hesitation, he hurled it, shattering the glass where the syndicate huddled. Inside, a startled thug began to stammer. He screamed in confusion while his buddy roared that some brat was looking for a death wish. The crew poured out of the building, itching for a fight. They came to a halt before Suho. They barked for answers. A nervous blonde thug eyed him, wondering if he was hammered or just insane. Suho offered a chillingly calm smile, confirming his sobriety. Then he asked if they were the crypto-scamming trash, the ones draining digital wallets through elaborate schemes. Instantly, a wave of terror washed over the thugs. He cut to the chase, asking where they'd stashed Seogi-1. The criminals exchanged panicked looks. How did this random guy know their secrets? One whispered that he had to be an undercover cop. Another snarled they needed to silence him. A third cowered, worried about the consequences of killing a civilian. The leader barked back, this punk knew too much. There was no turning back now. Elimination was the only option. Suho gave a weary smirk. These bottom feeders were honestly pathetic. He dared them to try and take him. They might actually make decent target practice. He summoned his shadow spear. A single blast erupted, manifesting spectral chains that bound a thug instantly. Sinister purple energy spiraled around his captive form. Panic laced his bald friend's voice, but Suho remained unfazed. Thugs lunged with venomous insults, yet he danced through the chaos like a ghost. A blonde assailant thrust his spear, scoring a direct strike. The impact was perfect, yet Suho didn't even flinch. It was useless. Horror paralyzed the thug. As Suho flecked with crimson flashed a chilling smirk. Suddenly, the system pinged, blood weapon activated. A jagged scarlet spear materialized in Suho's grip. With one brutal thrust, he sent the thug hurtling across the dirt like a ragdoll. Murder was off the table, but a brutal beatdown. That was fair game. Suho narrowed his eyes as the next victim charged forward. The fool barked an insult before a heavy blow sent him airborne. Seconds later, only the bald thug stood trembling alone. "This is insane," the man whimpered, turning to flee. He didn't get far. Suho's blood spear hammered straight through his calf. Leaving so soon, Suho asked coldly. Surrounded by broken bodies, he looked at the moaning criminals and commanded them to shut up, unless they craved a second round of agony. Efficiently, he dumped their bodies into his subspace portal and dusted off his palms. Only one task remained, finding Soji-1. Suho stepped into the kitchen, which looked like a literal war zone. There he was. Suho spotted. G1 collapsed on the floor, unconscious, in front of a glowing laptop screen. Suho spoke his name. G1's eyes flickered open, meeting the hero's gaze with a dazed, empty expression. "Back with us?" Suho questioned. G1's head spun as he took in his surroundings, his voice trembling as he asked what occurred. Suho offered a calm introduction. G1's blood ran cold. "Wait, are you actually that Han Suho from the headlines?" he stammered. He couldn't process Suho's presence, let alone the sudden disappearance of the brutal thugs who had held him captive. Pure terror gripped him. Suho recalled G1's future memoir. The man had endured 6 months of hellish imprisonment and torture. Seeing G1 was too shattered for words. Suho silently reached out, offering a steady hand to the broken man. The ring flared, sensing G1's pitch-black despair. Gently, Suho pressed his palm against the man's chest to begin the purge. The darkness vanished. "Better?" Suho asked. G1 blinked, reeling from a sudden weightlessness in his heart he couldn't explain. Suho knelt to his level, explaining softly that he'd used a skill to mend his fractured spirit. He looked half-dead earlier. A sharp gasp escaped G1. "What happens now?" he whispered. Am I going to prison for this?" "Why would you?" Suho countered. G1 confessed to his sins, but Suho cut him off, pointing to the obvious truth. Coerced victims don't belong behind bars. G1 nodded slowly, though suspicion still flickered in his weary, bloodshot eyes. "I'm not in the records yet." "How'd you find me?" G1 muttered. Suho simply credited his success to a unique ability. It was a secret skill, one he shared only because G1 was absolutely vital to his ultimate master plan. Clutching his hand nervously, G1 insisted he was worthless. Suho's voice rang out with absolute unwavering certainty. "You're wrong. You're Korea's sole cyber-type user," Suho declared. G1's jaw dropped. How could this stranger know his deepest hidden secret? It was a legendary rarity, granting the power to project one's consciousness into the infinite expanse of the digital realm. Only 2 souls had ever awakened this gift, Soji-1 himself and a monstrous entity known only as Overload. Overload, weaponized digitization attempting to enslave the global web and evolving into a threat no army could possibly hope to stop. Even with the system's arrival, only one man possessed the power to take Overload down, the man sitting right here. In the original timeline, G1 traded his life to erase Overload forever. Remembered by history as the martyr media, his tragic destiny was etched in his memoir. Suho clenched his teeth. This time he was rewriting that dark history. No Overload, no sacrifice. Suho looked him in the eye and stated plainly, "This is why I need you by my side. The gates and the system are destined to devour the world." Suho knew he couldn't survive that apocalypse as a lone wolf. "Will you join me?" Suho asked. Stunned, G1 watched as wisps of black energy were sucked into the hero's mysterious ring. Absorption complete. G1 shut his eyes tight. Could a broken man like him truly make a difference in this world? He would have sold his soul to escape that cellar. Now he felt a burning debt to the man who saved his life. Clenching his fist, G1 realized his power could be a weapon of mass destruction if left in the wrong hands. "I'll try," he whispered. Suho saw it then, the same selfless hero he'd read about in those future pages. A man forged in hell who kept his heart of gold. Suho thanked him. "Step 1, let's get some real food." G1 hesitated, admitting he was broke. Suho simply kicked a pair of slippers his way. "Forget the bill. It's on me." "My treat," Suho smiled. Dazed G1 asked how he knew so much. Suho just winked, blaming it on his skill. Tears blurred G1's vision as Suho acknowledged his pain. Later, between mouthfuls of food, the man apologized for his manners. He felt ashamed for eating like a starving animal. Suho just laughed it off and ordered another massive plate for him. Emptying his bowl, G1 offered a timid thanks before nervously speaking up. Suho insisted they drop the formalities. Since they were basically peers, he urged Jiwon to skip the titles and just use his name. As his second bowl vanished, Jiwon nodded, telling Suho to act like they were longtime buddies. He wondered why Suho joined the association instead of running his own elite powerhouse guild. Closing his eyes, Suho admitted that despite the government's red tape, his strength had limits. He aimed to save the world while minimizing any potential bloodshed. The association was his only hope. Jiwon finally understood as Suho set his spoon aside. A vow followed. Once Suho joined, no one would ever dare hurt Jiwon like this again. Jiwon smiled, trusting him completely. Suho stood up, ready to erase the boy's tragic past. Confused, Jiwon followed. Suho grabbed his jacket, questioning if the kidnappers shared their childhood orphanage. It was time for a brutal reunion. The moment Jiwon saw them, pure rage consumed him. He struck mercilessly as they begged, calling him brother while fearing for their very lives. His knuckles dripped blood as he roared for silence. Their blonde leader lay crumpled nearby. Tasked to heal the villain, Jiwon hesitated. Suho watched, asking how often this cycle repeated. 7 times, Jiwon chirped. Suho warned that the special forces would be storming in soon. The beatdown had to end. He healed the blonde, sensing the man's own deep-hidden scars. He hoped to mend that trauma and break the cycle. Suddenly, a gray sedan arrived. Chief Pai Sung-jol emerged. He smirked, noting Suho had already dismantled the entire situation. Standing over the unconscious thug, Suho welcomed him. Pai admitted having a soft spot for him. He couldn't resist coming. Suho winced at the phrasing while the criminals lay broken nearby. "Are these the targets?" Pai asked. Suho confirmed. Pai noted that despite being out cold, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they resisted, so he fixed them afterward. Pai roared with laughter, loving Suho's ruthless hero style. Suho offered a dry, humble apology. He claimed lack of experience. But Pai wasn't scolding him, he actually fully approved the violence. He encouraged Suho to break villains. The association's healers would simply erase all the evidence. Pai ground his heel into the blonde's head, muttering that such scum deserved an execution. But society loved humanity. Suho recalled mastering these brutal methods during his dark past life. Pai's gaze shifted to Jiwon. He knew the criminals used this boy as a living tool. Seeing a cyber type was rare. Pai claimed Jiwon was dangerous and needed to be detained. Both heroes glared back. Suho demanded to know why a victim was being treated like scum. He handed over a file containing full testimony and proof of the boy's absolute innocence. Pai was stunned by Suho's efficiency. He then questioned if digital skills worked inside gates. Seeing the greed, Suho shut it down. The skill was digital, only useless for gate combat. Only good for security. Pai sighed. If he couldn't fight or support, he was useless. The department didn't need him. Suho pleaded for mercy, making Pai laugh at his softness. Despite the mockery, Pai saw Jiwon's agony. He turned to his subordinates with a command. Suho was right. The victim wouldn't be punished. He ordered the case closed immediately. Compensation was guaranteed. Suho bowed deeply, while Pai maintained his facade of absolute justice. Then Pai asked how Suho knew. Suho smirked. He had anticipated this question all along. He claimed Jiwon sent a digital SOS, which Suho tracked to launch this rescue mission. "Is that the truth?" Pai pressed. Suho stayed silent, keeping his secrets buried deep within. Passing the files, Pai praised Suho's perfect solutions. Suho played it off as pure luck. "Luck favors the strong," Pai retorted. He promised the special recruitment was officially a go. "What now?" Jiwon whispered. Suho gestured behind him, declaring the boy was coming with him. Jiwon gaped at the luxury apartment, while Suho grabbed a drink. The place looked expensive. He couldn't help but comment. Suho casually mentioned that this wasn't actually his home. It belonged to Jo Jin-woo, the reporter. As he poured, he noted the owner was away. They had the penthouse to themselves. Jiwon took the glass, his hands shaking with nerves. He worried about the owner's permission. Suho just brushed the concern away with a shrug. "Just rest," Suho directed. Tomorrow, the real work at the association would finally begin. Suho played it cool, but strictly warned Jiwon to keep his mouth shut. Jiwon slammed his fist against his chest, swearing loyalty. He promised to be silent as the grave then eagerly asked for orders. Suho took a slow sip, his gaze turning razor-sharp. "You were snatched right after hitting level 50, and waking up your gift right," Jiwon nodded, the memory still haunting him. That meant he was on a collision course with overload, and weaklings wouldn't survive the coming storm. To stop the literal apocalypse, Jiwon had to climb to Suho's god-tier level. Jiwon's jaw hit the floor in pure shock. "Are we hitting the dungeons?" Jiwon asked. Suho just kept typing. Traditional gate grinding wasn't the move this time. Instead, Jiwon had to learn to weaponize his cyber-type abilities with surgical, high-speed precision. "Ready to dive into the net?" Suho asked, spinning the laptop. Jiwon froze. Was a digital jump even possible? Suho told him to check his skill menu, highlighting a glitch the system kept hidden from the average player. If Jiwon could digitize his own soul, what stopped him from dragging a passenger into the code with him? Jiwan stared in total disbelief but agreed to the gamble. He pressed his palm against the keys and the digitization screamed to life. A neon circuit flared as the system pinged. Player CO Jiwan was attempting a soul transfer into the digital void. Suho hit accept. The transition process began, and even Suho's stoic face tightened as reality began to pixelate and dissolve. A heartbeat later, they were standing in a massive sun-drenched vineyard that stretched toward a hyper-real horizon. It was the classic Windows wallpaper, a place Suho had seen a million times, but never imagined he'd actually breathe in. "Over here," Jiwan shouted, sprinting across the digital grass with a grin that could light up the entire motherboard. Seeing another person here felt surreal. Until now, this endless digital world had been his own lonely, silent prison. "This is insane," Suho admitted, looking at the perfect glowing fields. The scale of the network was truly breathtaking. "Are we seriously inside a JPEG?" Jiwan asked. Suho confirmed it. They were standing inside a literal winery image render. He even plucked a grape and bit down, earning a chuckle from Jiwan, who watched his mentor's curiosity with amusement. "It's all code, bro. No flavor," Jiwan reminded him. Suho spat the hollow fruit out, just wanting to test the limits. They trekked through the vines as Jiwan wondered how they could possibly grind for experience in a screensaver. "Experience points are just data," Suho explained. "The system doesn't care if you shed blood in the physical world or not." He reminded Jiwan about his virtual hunter exam. Mastery of the blade could be forged in any reality. Jiwan frowned, still skeptical. "But can we actually pump my character stats in a simulation like this? In VR, you train skills. But this digital realm, it was a whole different beast, where the rules of physics didn't apply. Here, there are no resets and no respawns. Everything was real enough to kill you, which meant the gains were permanent." They stopped at a pair of pulsing digital gates. Jiwan stared at the massive icon. "What's inside this folder?" A cheerful window popped up promising to optimize devices. Suho scoffed. "That's not a tool. It's a vicious parasite. We're leveling up on a virus," Jiwan gasped. Suho nodded. Malware behaved exactly like monsters hungry for total system destruction. To level up, Jiwan had to butcher the code. One mistake and his brain would fry. This was a literal life-or-death grind. "Whatever you do, don't talk to the guide," Suho warned. Giving her an answer triggers a full-scale viral infection. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl appeared offering a free file cleanup with a sugary synthetic smile. "Sounds tempting," Suho mocked. He tossed Jiwan a weapon, his eyes scanning the area for the coming slaughter. "You're a mage. Stay back and nuke 'em," Suho commanded. "I'll take the aggro on the front line." The girl's voice suddenly glitched into a distorted, threatening rasp as she repeated her question with chilling intensity. Dozens of twitching black glitches, with glowing crimson eyes, emerged from the shadows behind her, hissing in hunger. Their stats were unreadable, just a jumble of corrupted symbols and broken code that made Jiwan's head ache. "There's way too many," Jiwan cried. Suho manifested his bloody sword, his killing intent flaring against the digital tide. "They can't leave this folder, and neither can we," Suho growled. "Start casting spells or get deleted." A colossal skull beast lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it in a flash. "Jiwan, focus. Prepare your magic now." A digital circle ignited around Jiwan's hand as Suho dived headfirst into the horde, cutting through waves of corruption. Steel met code in a chaotic dance of destruction until the monsters finally disintegrated into harmless floating pixels. The dust settled. Jiwan sank to his knees, his lungs burning and his entire body shaking from the adrenaline. "I thought I was a goner," he wheezed. Suho checked the HUD. "You're level 59 now. How are you holding up?" Jiwan flexed his level 55 status. Suho's eyes narrowed, realizing this kid was a legit prodigy. With proper coaching, he'd be a beast alongside Banshee. Suho extended a hand, hauling Jiwan to his feet. "Let's log out," Suho suggested. Jiwan nodded, exhausted. Back home, Suho cracked open a cold Coke, relaxing. He grinned, loving this exploit-free leveling method. Then he scrolled through the viral headlines about his latest exploit. The Swamp of Despair Clear had broken the internet. Fans were literally demanding the government award him a medal. Stans begged for merch while Suho smirked. As long as he dominated gates, he'd remain the world's GOAT. Being the planet's golden boy felt addictive. This level of clout made every life-or-death struggle totally worth it. Everything was falling into place. It was time. Suho dialed Guild Leader Bay for a late-night power move. He cut to the chase. He wanted the S-rank gate. His offer, Nexus Guild, keeps every drop of loot. No hidden fees, no fine print. Just 100% profit handed directly to the guild on a platter. The target, the notorious mole mine. An S-rank hellscape overflowing with high-tier monostones and pure chaos. It crawled with freakish mole monsters moving like glitches in the dark. Suho sized up the daunting abyss ahead. He knew it'd be a total headache. Thieving mana stones from those pests was like robbing feral toddlers. Yet he just flashed a confident smirk. This death trap was nothing more than a light morning stretch. On the other line, Bay's mind raced. He weighed the risks and the massive potential rewards of Suho's proposal. If casualties spiked, the government would seize the mine. National security protocols were always a major buzzkill for business. Suho clearing it would lock down the guild's ownership. Bei realized the kid's plan was absolute genius. Still, the urgency baffled him. Meanwhile, Suho stayed chill, relaxing as he dropped the next bombshell. He revealed he might join the Korean Hunters Association ahead of schedule. The news hit like a truck. He couldn't fulfill his full contract, so he wanted one final big score to settle the debt honorably. It was his way of clearing his tab before ghosting. Bei nodded, respecting the kid's integrity despite everything. Disappointment lingered, but Bei appreciated the honesty. At least Suho wasn't pulling a typical last-minute drama queen exit. Most hunters just vanish without a word. Suho promised to assemble his own specialized elite vanguard for this. The guild only needed to provide the heavy lifting crew. No pressure, no rush, just pure, calculated efficiency. Bei finally signed off on the madness. He'd hit Suho up once the logistics were finally set in stone. Morning came. Suho hit the Nexus Academy lounge, where Daewon greeted him with an eager, beaming smile. Suho returned the handshake, noting the passage of time. It felt like forever since their paths last crossed. He introduced Jiwon to Kong Daewon, his former comrade from the grueling entrance exams. A familiar face returns. Daewon scratched his head sheepishly, admitting he'd only survived the test thanks to Suho's legendary tactical advice. They grabbed a table. Suho cut to the chase, asking if Daewon had landed a permanent squad yet. Daewon was still grinding, solo hitting gates to farm experience. Suho watched him, weighing the rookie's true potential. Usually rookies get tossed into random squads for safety. It's the standard procedure for keeping the fodder alive. Suho offered a rare smile. "Want to join my personal squad?" he asked, inviting the rookie to greatness. Daewon's jaw dropped, but his loyalty was instant. If Suho wanted him, he'd follow him straight into hell. "I'm your man," he roared, with pure excitement. Whatever the mission, he was locked in and ready. "We start now," Suho declared. Daewon froze. Soon they were inside the simulator, facing the Banshee elites. The Banshee squad was currently getting wrecked by a digital Suho clone. "Flank him," one hunter screamed desperately. Agony and effort filled the air. Yeonhwa stood her ground, teeth gritted as the phantom Suho lunged forward. One lethal strike and her avatar's head rolled. The squad stood paralyzed by the digital shadow's overwhelming power. "I'll kill that jerk myself one day," Yeonhwa fumed. Suddenly, the real Suho's voice echoed right behind her. "You're actually improving," he remarked. The team spun around, eyes wide, seeing the flesh and blood legend standing there. Checking the stats, Suho noticed the heavy vibes. Yeonhwa snapped that they'd died over 100 times already. Their morale was trash, but Suho grinned. They were becoming numb to death, the ultimate mark of a warrior. Failing didn't scare them anymore. Jiwon and Daewon watched this madness unfold with absolute wide-eyed terror. Time for an upgrade. Suho introduced his two new recruits to the battle-worn, slightly traumatized Banshee squad. Suho introduces the fresh faces to the squad. Daehan offers a friendly grin, while Jiwon's nerves show. Suho smirks, asking the Banshees if they've had enough of this hellhole. Yeonhwa's knuckles turn white. Bored hardly. Her eyes are blazing with pure, unadulterated rage. She vows to claim Suho's head, and the entire squad radiates a chilling, murderous intent. Suho thrives on that energy, telling the rookies to mirror that killer instinct. Yeonhwa questions the need for it. Suho calmly explains it's the only way to survive a real dungeon. Today, the real training begins. They're clearing gates as a unit now. Suho points out the new mage and tank to Yeonhwa. No blades for them. Her job, organize the squad, weaponize the clones, and push everyone to their absolute limit. She accepts but demands gate intel first. Suho just keeps tinkering with his glowing system interface. He's recalibrating the clones. Soon the harsh reality will set in for all of them. Prepare yourselves. Yeonhwa presses for details, but Suho merely calls it a perfectly ordinary gate. Shouting names in the heat of battle is amateur hour. They need proper titles. Yeonhwa refuses to play nice. She'd rather die than call him something sweet like Appa. Without looking up, Suho settles it. "We're a team. Just call me team leader. Deal." Suho heads out for other business, leaving them to prep and ping him when ready. The rookies watch in awe as the holographic Suho summons a blade from the earth itself. Yeonhwa tells them they're about to find out. The digital phantom levels his sword at the group. "You trash. Why are you standing there like sitting ducks? Move, attack me," he barks. Daehan is reeling at this side of Suho. Yeonhwa just sighs, this is his usual self. Brace yourselves or your heads are rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho hops out of a cab. No cars past this point. From here, Suho has to navigate the rest on foot. He moves toward the towering skyline, calling upon Mumu to awaken the power within his ring. System monochrome solitude activated. His presence vanishes into thin air. He stalks through Paju, a place that once shimmered as the legendary Golden Land. Now it's a graveyard of beggars. This prosperity crumbled once the gates began to spawn. Without enough hunters to cull the monsters, the district turned into a desolate wasteland. a fallen paradise now drowning in crime gangs and the suffocating stench of poverty. He can't save them all, but his resolve remains unshaken. He has a mission. Clearing this gate is priority 1. This slum will eventually become a vital asset. These shadows hide players who could serve his grand design. It's time to recruit. He halts at a door he frequented in his previous life. Familiarity breeds power. A cautious eye peers through the slot. "Who's there?" Suho replies. "I'm here for the mine." Mumu disengages, revealing Suho's face. The man's eyes widen. Han Suho, a smirk confirms it. He's ushered inside. The man sits opposite him, dropping the pleasantries immediately. They aren't open, but he has specific orders on how to handle Suho. "Ever been to Paju?" Suho flips the script. "You look uncomfortable in that mask." The man stammers in confusion. "How did you know?" he gasps. Suho leans back. "Relax. We're the only ones here." The mask drops, revealing a gorgeous redhead. She's impressed by his keen perception. A solo clearer of 2 portals should be this sharp. Suho knows her well, Choi Yun, the future's top gate broker. In his past life, she was his key to the abyss. Right now, she's a nobody. She leans back, intrigued by how he found her hideout, calling it a mine instead of a gate. Interesting choice of words, she muses. He knows she'll eventually lead the Union Korea's most dangerous underground guild. Suho slams his briefcase onto the table. "It's time for business. I get what I want. Now let's talk gates." She smirks. "Which ones are you hunting?" "Got a pass for the Twisted Forest." Suho's question made Choi Yun freeze in shock as he slid the briefcase forward. He wanted a solo ticket, pure and simple. Stunned, she began explaining the terms. "This gate hit the black market barely 3 days ago. It was a ghost location, almost nobody knew it existed. How'd you find me? And the price?" she pressed. Suho shrugged. In this underworld, explanations were a luxury no one offered. Questions were pointless. He coolly reminded her that gate deals demanded silence, not small talk. You either buy the deed or a one-way ticket. Owning the whole gate, that's legacy wealth level expensive. But even a single run wasn't cheap. Choi Yun cleared her throat, revealing a solo ticket cost a staggering fortune. 100 million won. And solo, it's a death trap. She stared, waiting for him to back down. Suho slapped down a massive stack of bills. "My life, my choice," he countered, eyes cold and steady. "Take the deposit. You get the rest at the entrance." Choi Yun smirked. This guy was definitely built different. Deal struck. As they sped across a bridge, Suho's eyes caught a specific emblem glowing on her dashboard. She was already a union member. Perfect. That made things a whole lot smoother for his plans. Their clout would keep the vultures away. Outside, the landscape shifted as she asked if he felt the tension. Crossing into the north, it's rare, he admitted, recalling the sheer chaos that erupted when the gates first tore open. The north had crumbled instantly. China tried to seize it, but the border monsters turned it into a bloodbath. Only southern hunters roamed free here. Choi Yun noted how strangely calm Suho seemed. "You're way more direct than the tabloids say," she mused. The rumors painted a totally different picture of him. "Just trying to be a gentleman," Suho quipped. They pulled up the car doors, clicking open before a militia. Armed thugs surrounded them. Choi Yun stepped out, announcing she had a high roller ready for the Twisted Forest. "Cash is already cleared." A scar-faced guard sneered, his eyes widening as he recognized Suho's face in the crowd. "Watch your tone," she snapped, demanding to see the boss. Right then, a bald man emerged from a tent. He played the humble leader, claiming it was an honor. Suho's gaze was like ice scanning for every weakness. He was Bang Dok, the woodsman, a notorious scumbag who dealt in human lives. He'd kidnap innocents, label them logs, and sell them off. In Suho's past life, this scum died in prison. He was sentenced to life. Suho never recalled this monster working with the Union or owning gates. They approached a white van. Bang Doak shook his head. "A beast who soloed 2 portals shouldn't be allowed in." "What's that supposed to mean?" she demanded. Bang Doak wiped his glasses, claiming they only sold to the weak. Suho was too qualified to enter. Suho scowled. That twisted logic was exactly how a predator like him thought. Pure trafficker nonsense. Choi Yun stepped forward, accusing him of pulling a cheap last-minute price hike on them. She stood her ground, warning him not to play games. Bang Doak's face instantly shifted into a greasy grin. "Just a prank, bro," he chuckled. Even a shark like the woodsman knew better than to bite a union broker. "Tough crowd," he muttered, waving them inside. Choi Yun signaled for Suho to move first, her eyes scanning for danger. "I've got your back," she whispered. Nearby, several lowlifes glared at Suho like they were imagining his funeral. If he cleared this, an ambush was guaranteed at the exit. These vultures never let a prize walk away. A broker's job was bodyguarding, not just paperwork. As the heavy shutter groaned open, the gate finally appeared. "Going in solo, you think you're God." Bang Dok taunted, his voice dripping with fake concern and malice. Suho ignored the trash talk and walked straight into the shimmering blue portal. Twisted Forest entry initiated. The system roared to life. Restrictions flashed, level 99 cap. Maximum party size, 8. This was a playground for the elite and the desperate. Suho scanned the gnarled, sickly trees. This wasn't exactly on his itinerary, but destiny had a funny sense of humor. He'd never set foot here in his past life, but the dark rumors surrounding this place were legendary. He knew the horrors waiting in the dark. He summoned his shadow spear, eyes narrowing as he scanned for loot. Magic detection on. Purple mana swirled around him until a monstrous yellow eye blinked open within the shadows. The trees were sentient nightmares. Twisted Ant, level 93. Suho didn't hesitate, launching his spear with lethal pinpoint accuracy. The blade buried itself near the eye. An axe would be better, he thought, missing the right tool for logging. The beast shrieked in agony. Suho gripped his bloody sword, recalling the brutal power of the mole mine boss. Handling these pests was a nightmare. Just like that nameless warrior, he desperately needed more XP. He wasn't strong enough to one-shot them yet. With a clean horizontal arc, the decapitation skill sliced the monster in two. Gripping his hilt, the gap was undeniable. A massive 30-level chasm stood between him and this ant. Instant destruction was off the table. For now, he'd rely purely on his raw swordsmanship to survive. Steel left a crimson arc as the beast's roar faded. Moments later, he stood amidst a pile of butchered remains. His hand shook slightly. Even a common soldier ant was a grind, but he felt his power slowly ticking upward. He pressed on deeper. This infested hellhole was actually the perfect place to farm some levels. A jagged maw snapped shut beneath a massive compound eye. Suddenly, Suho vaulted high into the air. Soaring above, he vowed to turn these bugs into kindling. A mountain of shattered carapaces began to pile up. Standing atop the carnage, he let out a heavy breath. It was finally done. He pulled up his stats. The grind was grueling, but he'd finally hit his target. A look of genuine shock crossed his face. The system flashed a notification. Healing had reached its peak. His basic F-rank recovery had finally evolved. Mana consumption dropped while efficiency spiked. His regeneration speed was now faster than ever before. He tracked his growth toward level 100. Back at level 40, he was stuck with only one skill. At 50, his skills hit rank A, but reaching triple digits meant something huge, a total class change. Suho hopped off the debris, hands casually in his pockets. It was time for the main event. The boss was near. Deep within a stagnant pond sat a shadowed figure crowned with wicked horns. Eyelids flickered open as the system identified the threat: Malion, the sovereign of the Twisted Forest. A level 100 nightmare. Suho stood his ground, facing his very first one-star monster boss. Below, level 99 monsters were just fodder, but the triple digits introduced a whole new tier of power. Malion spat that an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho scoffed, reminding the beast who started this war. The monsters invaded first, yet they had the nerve to act offended. The hypocrisy was almost hilarious. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho smirked. This creature truly had no idea what was coming. Divine power surged as he launched the projectile. Malion caught the spear with a single arrogant hand. Sensing the holy energy, the boss questioned his origin. Suho merely condensed a sphere of boiling blood. The crimson projectile screamed forward, slamming into the spear. The impact drove the point deep into Malion. Suho yawned, unimpressed by a one-star boss. Malion ripped the steel from his chest, his face twisting. A lethal grin spread across the monster's face. He growled that Suho had just made a fatal error. The forest groaned under Malion's exploding wrath. A suffocating wave of killing intent crashed against our hero. The dragon blood within Suho roared to life. His legendary armor manifested effortlessly, nullifying the pressure. Malion was strong, sure. But this was no longer a fair fight, it was a deer challenging a dragon. The boss demanded to know the source of this dark protection. Suho called it the fruit of hard work. He summoned the shadow spear once more. The boss laughed, asking if that was his only trick. Suho promised he had plenty more. As the spear hit the dirt, obsidian chains erupted to bind Malion. Shadow bleeding took hold, but Malion shattered the bonds with ease. He mocked Suho's desperate parlor tricks. Did he really think toys would work? Malion raised his hands as the pond water began to boil. Cursed energy erupted, forming jagged spikes across the water. With a smug grin, Malion demanded Suho feel his power. Suho didn't blink. He calmly watched the display, admitting he was actually excited to see it. A tectonic strike slammed down, but Suho vanished. He countered with a flurry of blood-soaked sword slashes. His blade glowed a violent crimson as decapitation activated. This guy was definitely tougher than those ants. He flipped backward to dodge a massive root, severing another midair. The battlefield was pure chaos. Malion mocked his amateur swordplay. Suho just grinned, saying he only needed to stall for time. Malion grew uneasy, unable to read the boy's plan. Suho kept slashing, leaving faint red marks everywhere. Why stop using divine power? Malion couldn't fathom the purpose behind these seemingly weak, shallow strikes. The strategy was incomprehensible. Confused and annoyed, Malion prepared to end it with one final blow. Malion unleashed a tidal wave of lethal roots, vowing to shred Suho. Yet, as the strike landed, the timber shattered like glass. Suho stood unfazed on a stone ledge, his icy composure driving Malian insane. Malian scrambled for excuses, praying Suho just got lucky. But more vines fell, sliced with surgical precision. Suho smirked, realizing his gamble paid off. He had been spamming decapitation just to force the system's hand. Now, with his mastery verified, a massive power surge ignited his veins. His crimson-black blade hummed with bloodlust. The system flared, his blade work had officially transcended the mortal realm. Decapitation evolved into rank S. Suddenly, the sentient will within his nameless sword roared to life. Suho grinned at the alerts. The ancient blade had finally opened its eyes. Receiving its blessing, Suho was crowned the true heir of the legendary Void-style swordsmanship. Desperate Malian launched a final frenzy of roots. Suho simply looked up and swung one single terrifying strike. The massive trunk cleaved in two. The system labeled it Void-style First Form Absolute Slash. Malian screamed, terrified by the magic. Suho chuckled, explaining this was not some cheap spell. Pointing his blood-stained steel, he whispered that the real show was just starting. The system declared his technique peerless, archiving his skills as the new cosmic standard. Suho recalled his past arrogance, thinking he'd hit the ceiling. Then he met monsters who defied human limits. Gods like the nameless swordsman showed him true power. From that darkness, he forged the Void-style steel cutter. In this life, he mastered it instantly. Malian howled, swearing to pulverize Suho's vile sorcery. "Haven't you learned anything?" Suho asked. Steel cutter activated, and Malian could only watch his defense crumble in horror. Stunned, Malian froze. Suho mocked the old man's fading vision before promising to end his misery. Malian doubled down, summoning colossal twisted forest golems. Level 98 behemoths rose from the earth. Suho just yawned at the pathetic backup. Malian smirked, ordering his titans to tear the boy apart. Suho blurred forward. A single flash of steel cutter and the first golem was history. The titans crumbled, leaving only emerald shards. Standing amidst the carnage, Suho stared Malian down. "I cut steel for breakfast. You think these rocks can stop me?" Enraged, Malian threw every vine he had. Suho shredded the attack, noting the boss was running on fumes. He began his lethal ascent. With a final leap, Suho delivered a crushing mid-air kick, sending the Forest King crashing into the depths. As Malian struggled in the water, Suho summoned a shadow spear and bound him in obsidian chains. Malian thrashed, screaming about his divine status and how a mere human dared to mock him. The chains didn't budge. With one cold swing, Suho claimed the boss's head. The system roared, "Malian has fallen." Gate cleared, Suho snagged the MVP title, raining down bonus XP and a stash of precious skill points. His stats skyrocketed as a level-up glow washed over him. From the corpse, a mysterious green orb emerged. "Bingo," Suho whispered. It was the cursed Druid Sphere, an artifact so dark even the gods feared it. This relic twists the mind, the very source of Malian's tyrannical grip over the forest. Suho weighed the orb. The Void style was a nice perk, but this treasure was the real jackpot. Mission accomplished. He turned to leave the dungeon, emerging to the stunned silence of the crowd outside. Cho Yun stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Bong Duok's face turned a violent shade of red. This was an S-rank nightmare, meant for an elite squad of 8, yet one kid cleared it solo. This gate was Bang Duok's personal ATM. He'd killed to own it, and now his investment was gone. "Do you have any idea what I spent on this?" he screamed at Cho Yun, his sanity snapping. No amount of gold could fix this. Behind him, his thugs unsheathed their blades with wicked grins. "Flay him alive!" Duok roared. Cho Yun blocked their path, her voice cold and warning. Duok spat on the ground, cursing the Union and everyone else. He wasn't taking orders today. Mid-sentence, an obsidian spearhead erupted through his chest. He stared at the gore, unable to scream. As Duok hit the dirt, his gang lost their minds. Suho calmly stepped through the smoke, approaching the survivors. He stood over the dying leader, looked at Cho Yun, and casually asked, "Ready to go yet?" The thugs shot daggers at him, barking for him to beat it. Suho just smirked, asking when he'd get his refund. His blade's tip grazed a man's shoulder before the crimson-stained steel settled coldly against his jugular. Since these gate owners trashed the contract, Suho demanded they pay up. He wasn't leaving without his cash. The guy folded instantly. A door slammed shut as they peeled away, with Choi Yun gripping the steering wheel. She offered her thanks, but Suho just shrugged. Gratitude is cool, he noted, but it doesn't exactly pay the bills. A real reward would be better. She called him sharp-tongued, and he just grinned, saying it came with the job. Being a man of the blade, he slid over his phone, insisting she drop her digits to stay in contact. Choi Yun promised to hit him up first. Suho didn't mind, especially if she scouted out another juicy gate. He waved off and vanished. Choi Yun watched him go, whispering that he was actually a lot softer than he looked. Cut to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. The campus buzzed with footsteps as students wondered where the hell they were headed. Gripping the trunk, Suho promised a full debrief upon arrival. With a heavy thud, he slammed the lid shut. "We can't keep the big boss waiting," he teased, leading his crew straight toward the mining quarry. The squad's hype levels spiked. They assembled by the gate's massive containment frame just as a sleek car rolled up. Bae Dong-yuk greeted them with a handshake. Suho played it cool, glad they'd made the trip without any drama. Towering iron walls loomed ahead. Suho checked if the mine was inside, and Dong-yuk confirmed the new safety perimeter. It was built to suppress the gate's volatile energy. Behind him, a squad of miners stood ready in yellow helmets. The mining crew was prepped exactly to Suho's specs. Suho nodded in approval, signaling it was time for the briefing. Dong-yuk led the way. Inside, Suho fired up a tablet detailing the horrors lurking within the cavernous mine. Landkeeper kobolds infested the area. If they wiped them out, they'd hit a massive jackpot of precious resources. We're talking a mountain of monostones. The plan's simple. Erase every monster that breathes. Loot every stone, crush the boss, and seal this gate. A guild secretary gasped, stunned by the sheer audacity. Could it really be that easy? The room fell silent as the weight of the mission sank in. Why skip the boss intel? Suho's answer was chilling. He'd be taking that monster down all by himself. No need to worry about what's already dead. He raised a finger, reminding them of their high-stakes agreement. Every cent of profit belonged to the Nexus Guild. He sealed the deal with a firm handshake for Dong-yuk. I'm betting on you, Dong-yuk said. Suho smirked, promising he wasn't about to let anyone down. With a sharp grin, he told the head miner to keep his crew back in the safe zone. Don't move an inch until I give the signal. The miner gave a stiff nod and rallied his team. You guys ready? Suho checked. He knew their hearts were racing for their very first gate dive. Nightmarish visions of Suho's training flashed in their minds. Yunhua's eyes welled up with traumatic memories. We're just remembering the hell you put us through. Suho just laughed, telling her to stop being so dramatic. Facing his squad, he warned that this was a marathon. They needed to keep their energy levels peaked. Daewon watched Jiwon's back. Everyone else hold the line. Our absolute #1 priority, he barked, is keeping the miners alive. No respawns here, guys. If you die, it's game over for real. Stay sharp or stay dead. The Crimson Gate throbbed with power as Suho signaled the charge. The crew roared as they crossed the threshold. Inside, shadows clung to the walls of a pitch-black tunnel. System Landkeeper Mine, level 88 cap, 56 hunters max. Suddenly a spear erupted through a kobold's skull. Suho blurred toward another beast, swinging a blood-slicked shaft that turned the monster into a red mist. Cobalt blood sprayed everywhere, as the blood jade greedily drank deep from the monster's dying breath. The kobold numbers were pathetic. Plenty of time for Suho to harvest every last drop of their essence. A miner stood frozen, jaw dropped. He'd just watched Suho delete an entire pack with a single strike. A banshee hunter nodded hyped. Had the newbie really never seen the boss in action before? Kawan shrugged, saying he thought Suho was all talk. Yunhua snapped at them to stop lagging behind. The squad dove into the fray, cutting down kobolds like wheat to shield the workers. Jiwon channeled power. Runes glowed as Jiwon provided backup. Nearby, Daewon's blade took another head while Yunhua kept everyone in sync. Suho glanced back with a subtle smirk, pleased to see his squad sticking strictly to his tactical plan. So far so good. Yunhua signaled the mining crew to mobilize the moment the hunters carved out a path. Picks struck stone as colossal crystals pulsed with light. One worker shouted that the haul was almost complete. With the gems bagged, he called for a surface extraction while ordering the team to sweep the area twice. They had to scavenge loot and clear the rotting monster piles. Suddenly, a glint caught a miner's eye. What's the holdup? His buddy asked, but the youth stood frozen, unable to process the sight before him. Midst a rain of sapphire gore, Suho's blade danced lethally, skewering a goblin that dared to flank him. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed his crimson steel. His gaze turned ghostly white as a mountain of corpses grew. Shouldering his gore-stained blade, he stood tall among the carnage. The miners could only watch in absolute awe. Overwhelmed by his sheer dominance, the crew cheered wildly, roaring that serving under Suho was a total flex. Suho's instincts flared. He barked a regroup order, and Yunhua snapped into action from deep within the shaft. He flagged a hidden side path. The team spotted it as Suho noted the Nexus Guild had completely given up. They retreated from this dungeon after being swarmed and crushed by infinite waves of vicious kobolds. Should we divide and conquer? Someone asked. Suho just manifested his red blade, declaring he'd tackle it solo. Their jaws dropped in disbelief, but he gripped his hilt, sensing a boss-tier monster lurking in the dark. One swing sent stone shrapnel flying. As cutting steel surged, Daewon watched Suho's power in total disbelief. He cleaved bedrock like paper. Yunhua muttered, questioning how any human could possess such terrifying godlike strength. Looming over the bottleneck he carved, Suho explained he'd narrowed the path to choke out the monster mob. He commanded them to hold the right flank while he breached the left. Do we slay any straggling goblins? Stepping through the rift, Suho nodded. He admitted his first plan was to seal the entire entrance shut. He nearly barricaded the path, then remembered they'd lose out on that sweet experience gain if he did. Walking away into the gloom, he gave one final warning. Do not follow him no matter what happens. If I'm not back in 12 hours, evacuate immediately. Yeonhwa nodded as Suho calculated his next move silently. He needed every second of that 12-hour window. With a parting glance, he promised they'd reunite very soon. See you on the other side, Doho grumbled, eyeing the sealed gap and questioning Suho's cryptic methods. Hyunmin worried that despite Suho's rank, a solo mission was suicide. He genuinely doubted if the leader would survive. Jiwon brushed off the fear, reminding the crew that Suho had already conquered 2 sealed gates single-handedly. He was a literal one-man army. Yeonhwa beamed, telling them to trust the man who makes the impossible happen. Let's grind, a fighter smirked, determined to show Suho some insane results by the time he finally returns. The squad tightened their grips, fueled by a burning resolve to prove they weren't just dead weight anymore. Their training was about to pay off. Surrounded by rubble, Suho felt the heavy chains of restraint finally snap. An endless sea of kobolds filled the tunnel. Time to cook, he whispered, a lethal grin tugging his lips. Thousands of monsters hungered for his flesh, yet Suho merely scoffed at the sheer scale of the horde. Quantity didn't equal quality. The landkeeper kobolds growled as the HUD flagged them as level 72 threats. Suho vanished into a blur. The beasts lunged only to be met by a whirlwind of lightning-fast slashes. An assassin kobold plummeted from the ceiling, but Suho's reflexes were cracked. He parried the strike without looking. Chuckling, he admitted these pests actually had a few brain cells, though it just made the chore more annoying. System alerts pinged with every kill. Meanwhile, Daewon buried his blade into the last standing monster on the perimeter. Wiping his brow, he flashed a thumbs up, signaling that the immediate threat was officially neutralized. A Banshee member nodded, noting that as long as they didn't get cocky, they'd make it out alive. Break time, a miner chirped, suggesting a hot meal. Exhausted, the crew collapsed near the glowing ore. Finally, some grub. One worker checked his watch, shocked that half the shift had already flown by. An elder miner walked over, checking on the young guns and praising their elite combat skills. Jiwon confessed it was touch and go for a bit, but the chaos had finally settled. Yeonhwa listened closely nearby. As the miner hyped him up for slaying the horde, Jiwon gave credit where it was due, Suho's tactical tunnel. A full-on swarm would have wiped them out in minutes. Yeonhwa gazed at the dead kobolds, her mind racing with calculations. Suspecting Suho had scouted this place, she prayed for his safety, her thoughts drifting back to their very first meeting. That first encounter was a total disaster. She'd pinned him as a complete lunatic. But man, how things have changed since then. Genuine concern began to settle in. With a weak smile, she acknowledged her current powerlessness to aid him. Honestly, deep in this abyss, she wasn't even sure who was actually supposed to be worried about whom. Perched on a rock with his blood-soaked blade, Suho munched on chocolate, annoyed that the kobolds were playing hard to get. Despite his blatant snacking, the monsters just stood there, their murderous glares burning into him as he stood up sighing. They remained frozen. "Are you finally scared?" he mused. Not that it mattered. The thrill was long gone. Bored of the small fry, he ascended a high precipice, his gaze fixed on one singular ultimate objective. Locating the dungeon boss was priority number 1. He whipped out a flare gun to pierce the suffocating darkness. The system confirmed extended illumination. Suho pulled the trigger, and a blinding light washed over the entire cavern. Amidst the glowing embers, a monstrous elephant-headed beast emerged. The system window flashed. Warning, Bulgasari detected. Level 99. This ore-eating tank was infamous for being virtually indestructible. Suho knew he was in for a fight. Boasting a hide tougher than steel, this beast ranked among the top 3 deadliest non-star entities in existence. Manifesting a shadow spear, Suho smirked. Showtime. He launched the projectile, aiming straight for the beast's massive skull. The monster barely flinched. Suho's grin twitched as his spear simply ricocheted off that ironclad skin like a mere toy. Like a mountain waking up, Bulgasari stirred. Massive claws tore into the earth as the titan slowly rose. A bone-shattering roar erupted, paralyzing the kobolds in fear. Far off, the miners froze as the sound shook their souls. "Is this an earthquake?" One gasped while another wept, terrified that his journey would end in this dark hole. Rocks rained from the ceiling. Yeonhwa's heart sank. The epicenter of that quake was exactly where Suho had headed. Cold sweat beaded on her brow. Deep within, Suho stared down the nightmare known as Bulgasari. "Guess you're not a morning person," Suho joked. Suddenly, the system blared a warning. Bulgasari is activating a skill. A high-tier fear skill surged forth. The beast's maw opened wide in a terrifying howl, but Suho didn't budge. The system pinged his dragon's blood had ignited, granting him absolute immunity against the monster's crushing pressure. With the beast's eyes burning with malice, Suho drew his crimson blade. "Come on then, show me what you've got." Bulgasari spat a high-velocity steel slug from its trunk. Suho recalled the beast's ability to refine ore into lethal ammo. It launched internal ore reserves with devastating kinetic energy. A primitive attack, sure, but undeniably lethal. The sheer destructive force was insane. Suho gripped his hilt. "Steel is tough, but I've seen tougher. Nothing survives a perfect cut." He cleaved the projectile in midair. as steel slash surged through his blade. Suho grinned. Time for some monster taming. Luckily, his earlier harvest of blood was about to pay off big time. Enraged, Bulgasari charged, wreathed in white aura. Each thunderous step sent tremors through the very foundation of the cave. The Titan lunged with impossible speed, its jaws agape. Speed like that on a tank, that's just cheating, Suho muttered. Suho narrowly dodged as the beast slammed into the wall. Even the shockwave from the impact left him reeling. Time was running out. With the cavern on the brink of collapse, Suho called forth his blood-drenched weapon once more. Gripping the hilt, he channeled every ounce of harvested blood, preparing a finishing move of absolute devastation. With a surgical strike, he unleashed Steel Slash, cleanly severing one of the monster's massive trunks in a single motion. Bulgasari howled in pure agony as its limb hit the floor. Suho landed gracefully, his eyes analyzing the beast's next move. He realized the lethality of Steel Slash wasn't about depth, it was about the absolute precision of the strike. Natural armor meant nothing. His blade would ignore defense entirely. A surge of pure adrenaline fueled his next move. Knowing he could win, Suho recalled the classic playbook: the only way to melt this tank was with overwhelming heat. In his previous life, massive firestorms were the only solution. But there was a catch to that strategy. That tactic demanded insane mana output. Since he wasn't a mage, high-tier fire magic was completely off the table. Clenching his bloody sword, he accepted his fate. It was just him, his blade, and sheer martial skill now. Bulgasari's massive paw tore at the dirt. As the beast let out a low snarl, Suho spotted a terrifying shift. A massive energy spike erupted. The system flashed red. Alert, Bulgasari is compressing its physical form. The severed stump throbbed with a sickly light. Suho watched closely, calculating the beast's insane regeneration speed. Battered and broken, Bulgasari condensed its form, absorbing nearby minerals, to stitch its wounds back together in seconds. This cheat code healing was exactly why the monster was deemed immortal. It was a hunter's worst nightmare. A tiny, almost ridiculous-looking limb sprouted from the gore. As the regeneration process kicked into high gear, Suho's lips curled into a smirk. Did this monster really think he'd just stand there and watch it recover? Golden energy flared around Bulgasari in violent waves. A system alert flashed the beast was triggering ultra enhancement. Mineral plates fused into a jagged exoskeleton, transforming the creature into a far more lethal and menacing version of itself. Standoff. Suho realized the shift: the monster was finally going all out, dumping its entire mana pool into one last strike. It was a do-or-die moment, and the beast knew it. Suho didn't flinch. He just tightened his grip, accepting the challenge. The beast lunged with terrifying speed. The system roared, ultra-rotation activated. A lethal whirlwind was coming for him. Blade dripping with blood, Suho braced himself. He'd always wanted to see what the legendary Bulgasari was actually capable of. He was just as curious to see if his steel could bite through that overwhelming defense. Impact in 3, 2, 1. Steel shrieked against the spinning monster in a violent collision. Bulgasari's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but Suho stayed ice cold. With one fluid slash, Suho shattered its momentum. The creature's heavy limbs went limp, flying outward in total disarray. A pathetic whimper escaped the monster as it slumped. It stared up at the ceiling, completely dazed by the counterattack. Was the battle over? Not yet. Suho hoisted his blade high as the system signaled the finisher, Steel Slash. He swung with everything. The blade carved through the monster like butter, splitting it down the middle as a final roar echoed. As the beast's glow faded, Suho thrust a glowing emerald sphere forward. "You're mine now," he declared with a grin. Outside, the air was thick with tension. The miners held their breath until someone noticed the ground had finally stopped shaking. Manhwa scanned the ruins, while Ji-won noted a strange silence. The endless waves of kobolds had completely vanished. Their pockets were already full of mana stones, but the girl lowered her head, clearly worried about what happened inside. "All we can do now is wait," Ji-won sighed. Then suddenly, Yeonhwa's entire face lit up with hope. A blue window popped up, dungeon cleared. A collective gasp rippled through the miners as the same notification synced for everyone. The system officially crowned Suho as the MVP. Yeonhwa and Ji-won exchanged massive, relieved smiles. "That's my boss for you," Ji-won bragged. Back in the chamber, the system was showering Suho with notifications. For his god-tier performance, he was awarded 5 skill points. Suho grinned, his eyes fixed on the pulsating green orb. The rewards kept rolling in a level up, and a massive surge in every single one of his stats. He clutched the glowing sphere tight, a triumphant laugh escaping his lips. He'd actually pulled it off. Recalling that final blow, Suho knew any lesser monster would have been turned into absolute paste by that hit. But death wasn't the plan today. The sphere began emitting streams of mystical green energy swirling like a storm. He'd been hunting for a powerhouse subordinate. Using Malayan's control sphere, this legendary beast was about to be tamed. He tossed the orb. It shattered against the stone, and out popped a tiny, adorable, elephant-looking creature. The system confirmed the stats. Bulgasari, level 99. This little guy was packing some serious hidden heat, phantom beast and species domination. Either trait alone was enough to trigger a high-level S-rank emergency alert, but this tiny pet had both. Suho knelt down, triggering the healing skill to patch up his new pint-sized partner. He reached out as the creature blinked its eyes open. "Hey there," he whispered, met by a curious little chirp. The mini Bulgasari stood up, ears perked and attentive. Amidst the glittering crystals, Suho began laying out the ground rules. The little guy's energy was great, but they couldn't return here. They needed to strip the mine of every rare ore. Flapping its ears happily, the creature nodded. "Ready to work?" Suho asked, answered by an energetic, unusual sound. Meanwhile, his squad was sweating bullets at the exit, wondering why their leader was taking so long in the dark. Fast forward, Suho was relaxing in his high-tier subspace villa, a pocket dimension only the true elites could ever possess. In the silence of his luxury retreat, memories of his previous life flooded back. Experience was his ultimate weapon. In his past timeline, only one player, Gaia, the Master of Earth, had ever successfully managed to tame a Bulgasari. That beast's raw, terrifying power had turned Gaia into a living legend and the world's most famous hunter. Suho remembered every single one of Gaia's tactics. Now, he intended to use that knowledge to build his own empire. This legendary beast feasted on metal forging raw iron into overwhelming physical power. It was a living fortress packing its frame with minerals until it became a walking reactor of condensed mana. Back in the subspace, Bulgasari, now dubbed Bulbul, looked hilariously adorable compared to its monstrous true self. Looking like a hyperactive chrome-skinned hippo, the little guy bounced everywhere before unhinging its jaw wide. It vacuumed up a pile of magic stones in one gulp, stuffed it, flopped over as a low, ominous hum started to resonate. A brilliant light erupted. Suho grinned, knowing he'd just secured the most broken mining cheat code in existence. A smirk played on his lips. The Nexus grunts outside had surely bagged their fair share by now. Contract fulfilled. But the real jackpot stayed hidden in his subspace exactly where he wanted it. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad stood outside the tunnel, nerves fried as they waited for a sign. Daehan paced back and forth near the seal, his gut screaming that Suho had been MIA way too long. Anxiety rippled through the group. Did he kill the boss, or was he currently bleeding out in the dark? Some wanted to charge in, but Jiwon blocked them, hell-bent on honoring the leader's direct commands. Yeonhwa backed him up, masking her own mounting dread. She knew a unit was only as strong as its loyalty. If they doubted their captain now, they'd crumble. Suho's orders were absolute stay out. They held the line for 12 agonizing hours. Then the cave wall suddenly detonated. Cloaked in a violet aura, Suho stepped through the billowing debris looking absolutely unbothered. He looked like he'd just finished a light jog, not a deathmatch. The crew swarmed him instantly. Jiwon went full drama queen demanding answers. Suho just chuckled, teasing them for being such worrywarts. "You should have checked on me," then he joked. They fired back, reminding him he'd literally banned them from entering. His smirk softened. He clapped a hand on Jiwon's shoulder, acknowledging the kid's rock-solid discipline. Yeonhwa breathed a sigh of relief. Their blind faith in him had finally paid off. She hated the kid treatment, but Suho's gaze was heavy. Their past lives weren't even in the same league. He'd effectively rewritten their tragic fates, and a flicker of pride warmed his chest. Dismissing the miners with a nod, Suho signaled their exit. A roar of triumph echoed through the cavern. They were dying for sunlight. Back at HQ, Guild Leader Bei was vibrating with pure anxiety. Every silent second felt like a death sentence. If Suho went down, Bei's neck was on the line. Nexus would be history. Suddenly, the door flew open as a scout yelled out the news. Suho's squad was back in one piece. Bei scrambled out of his chair, nearly tripping in relief. Gate cleared. Success confirmed. Soon they were huddled over the mission data in Bei's inner sanctum. Bei stared at the numbers in disbelief. For such a lightning-fast run, the haul was absolutely insane. 7.2 billion won minimum, likely hitting 10 billion. The profit margin was reaching god-tier levels. Suho fought back, a grin mentally tallying the mountain of secret gems already stashed in his inventory. His private stash was a king's ransom. Feeling generous, Bei offered the team a 10% cut of the total. Suho played it cool, acting shocked while knowing he'd already robbed the place blind legally. Pushing for more would be overkill. They shook hands on a deal that left everyone feeling like winners. Business concluded. But then Suho leaned in, his tone shifting to something more serious. He proposed a shadow unit within Nexus. Once he joined the association, he'd need a team off the books. A government gig meant no official ties. He needed Bei to bankroll his personal strike force in secret. Keep them on the roster, but use them as a hidden blade that no one sees coming. Bei bit instantly. Suho realized that only a regressor could build a foundation this bulletproof. No more backstabbing. He was handpicking legends, weeding out the snakes before they could strike. He wanted brothers in arms, not leeches. Later, he strode into the locker room where the vibe was electric. The crew was still riding the high of their massive victory energy crackling in the air. Jiwon pounced with his usual chaotic energy. Suho signaled for quiet, ready to drop a bombshell. "Welcome to Nexus," he announced. Their jaws hit the floor. The former Banshee outcasts were finally home. They had wagered their careers to follow his lead, and finally, a massive payday had arrived. With official B-rank status secured and A-rank glory in sight, Daehyun's crew was absolutely hyped. The celebration felt like hitting the jackpot, until Suho's phone buzzed. Chief Baek was calling with massive news. Suho's elite recruitment into the Hunter Association was approved. A formal induction and high-level commendation were inbound. His government contract was officially live. Chief Baek teased that Suho was becoming a bit too legendary. Suho just grinned, promising that the real shocks hadn't even started yet. Sunrise brought a brand new challenge. Deep within the Nexus Lounge, the entire Banshee squad had fully submerged into the digital abyss. Born from Jiwon's unique digitization quirk, the external view was nothing but a sterile, white, futuristic void. Inside was a nightmare. Glitch-infested monstrosities lurked everywhere, their crimson eyes flashing with pure hunger. Emerging from fractured streams of rotting data, the beasts unleashed ear-piercing, distorted shrieks that echoed throughout. The swarm closed in, but Daehyun's iron-willed commands held the line, preventing their formation from shattering. Yeonhwa's eyes darted toward Jiwon, who was gasping for air while clinging desperately to his monostaff. She checked his status, but Jiwon waved her off stubbornly, masking the fact he was nearing his limit. Refusing to show weakness, he burned with a desperate need to earn his place among the Banshee elite. A veteran teammate slammed a heavy hand on his back, laughing that their youngest rookie was finally fired up. Another hunter stepped in to steady him, silencing the group with a firm, calming hand on his shoulder. Yeonhwa helped him upright, warning him that showing flaws was a luxury he couldn't afford to reach level 100. If they planned on matching their leader's monstrous reputation, the grueling journey had only just begun. Heads nodded in unison. Real respect was earned in blood, and their collective fighting spirit suddenly ignited. A roar erupted from the squad. No matter how steep the climb, they were ready to bet their lives. Nearby, Suho observed them silently standing amidst the pixelated corpses of the data monsters he'd effortlessly obliterated. Their fire amused him. He'd suggested hard mode to test them, but they were taking it to the extreme. Even Suho hadn't anticipated this much intensity. He couldn't help but make a quick mental quip. If this corruption ever leaked onto the real web, it would cause a total digital apocalypse. Still hanging in there, Suho asked. Ji-won played it cool, claiming he was just catching a quick breath. Instead of more combat, Suho dropped a bombshell. The session was over. It was time to log out. Ji-won stood paralyzed. Had Suho really soloed the entire stage that fast? The rest of the squad froze. Battered but irritated, they felt like their leader was playing on God mode. They weren't ready to quit. Suho smirked privately. They were breaking their limits just to keep up with him. Then he disconnected. Back in reality, Suho found some quiet at Angel in Earth Coffee, a tucked-away spot on Seoul's outskirts. Scanning his phone, he mapped out his next moves. With the recruitment active, his schedule was tightening fast. Time was becoming a luxury he didn't have. He needed to track down a very specific target immediately. A sleek white car rolled up, and Choi Yoon strolled in with the confidence of a queen. She casually ordered a strawberry frap, but Suho reminded her she wasn't exactly a guest of honor. She was here to settle a debt, but before she could even protest his cold greeting, the drink arrived. Suho had pre-ordered her exact favorite. She stared at it, completely stunned. How did he know the order and the timing? Suho just played it off as a lucky guess. In reality, his past life memories were an encyclopedia of every tiny detail, including her specific cravings. He cut to the chase, asking for the target. She slid over a folder, looking visibly perplexed. She thought the guy was just some low-life addict, but Suho knew better. He was an elite craftsman. In the future, Suho remembered that Junkie would evolve into the world's most legendary blacksmith, Nam Hee-won. Tracking him down was a nightmare, yet Choi Yoon had actually managed to pull it off. Her talent was undeniable. Now the next phase required using a secret union safe house in Cheongdam. The girl turned pale. Those elite spots were strictly off-limits, reserved only for the highest-ranking shadows. That location was restricted. Even top brokers didn't dare enter. Her anxiety spiked as she realized the scale. Suho flexed his leverage, reminding her of an unpaid debt. She tried to haggle, but he leaned in, refusing to back down. He even joked that if her life was worth just some paperwork, then maybe his help was a total waste of time. Backed into a corner, she stammered out weak excuses. Utterly defeated, she finally agreed to make the call. She stepped out to negotiate while Suho waited. He knew logic would eventually force the union's hand. They would cave. Returning with a gloomy face, she asked if it really had to be the Cheongdam location. Suho's cold stare spoke volumes. Regret hit her instantly. He only picked it because it was the closest spot. She granted access, but with one catch. If he met her specific condition, things would go his way. He could use the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Still, even with the discount, it was crazy expensive. She reached for her phone to finalize the deal, but Suho cut her off and told her to wait. He wanted the fine print first. She thought he was being way too demanding for someone asking for help. Suho just shrugged. He had to be sharp. After all, he was officially joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choi Yoon dropped the bomb. He had to clear a secret newly discovered gate that the Union wanted hidden. It was located in public Namhansan. Suho asked about the threats. She revealed the gate was called Sky Mountain. It was crawling with wyverns, massive lightning-fast blue drakes that humbled even elite hunters. Entry was capped at level 110. She warned him this definitely was not a solo mission. He just needed to support the raid team, but Suho already had the intel. He asked if the wyverns were blue. Startled, she asked how he knew. Suho stood demanding the raid time. She told him he could leave right now. With a smirk, Suho told her to scrap the deal. He intended to solo the entire gate himself. Days later, the sun beat down on a quiet forest clearing, where a strange blue portal flickered to life. A swirling rift pulsed like a heartbeat. Crates of supplies sat ready, waiting for a massive raid team. But Suho ignored the gear entirely. He marched toward the gate, trailed by Choi Yoon and Kim Suwon. Kim Suwon, a Union hunter, was shocked that Suho refused all backup gear to go in solo. Choi Yoon just shrugged. She knew he had a plan. Her boss expected a show either way. Their leader said that win or lose, watching Suho's performance would be worth every second. She bet on his victory. Suho always crushed expectations. Meanwhile, Kim Suwon couldn't hide his doubt. He was fascinated. If Suho succeeded, he would become a god. If he failed, the crash would be legendary. Either way, it was peak entertainment. Inside the gate, the system initialized a new realm, Celestial Mountain. The landscape was a jagged, sun-drenched peak piercing the clouds. Oxygen was thin, and the winds were brutal. Buffeted by gales, the system flashed a warning. Only hunters below level 110 could enter this zone. The max party size was 31. Yet Suho stood alone, ready to massacre the entire mountain. He recalled the official reports. On paper, this place was labeled as manageable, not deadly. The reality was a bloodbath. Many hunters had perished here, slaughtered by wyverns ruling the skies. The association usually deployed mages. Warriors were told to stay away since ground combat was useless here. But Suho did not play by the rules. He focused his energy and unleashed his blood weapon skill. A crimson blade materialized in his hand. Glancing at the winding path, he decided to take a shortcut. Using leap, he rocketed through the freezing winds like they were nothing. He ignored the long trails. Instead, he sprinted straight up the vertical cliffs. He soon reached a plateau, swarming with wyverns. Every beast was over level 100. Their leader, a level 109 monster, glared as Suho arrived. The wyverns hissed in confusion. They could not believe a lone human dared to charge them so recklessly. One beast lunged, but Suho was a blur, bisecting the creature with a lightning-fast quick draw. The pack froze in terror. They realized instantly that this human was a completely different breed of predator. Still, they abandoned all honor. Realizing they were outclassed individually, the wyverns swarmed him from all sides. Suho saw through their tactics. This was a coordinated strike. The first wave was merely a distraction. The real threat was the leader shadowing him. As the alpha lunged for a fatal blow, Suho pivoted and sliced upward, drawing blood. Furious, the sky wyvern unleashed its terrifying fear skill. A massive surge of azure pressure swept the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood shrugged it off effortlessly. This wyvern's aura was straight up mid. To Suho, these fakes were just cheap knockoffs. The alpha unleashed its devastating breath. Below, the minions ripped colossal boulders from the jagged peaks. They rained stones to trap Suho, while the leader charged up. Their coordination was insanely calculated. Amidst the falling debris, the boss lunged for the kill. Suho instantly triggered leap. Gliding over the aerial chaos, he executed air-style sever and prepped cutting steel. Falling like a heavenly blade, he bisected the leader from head to tail, with the alpha dead. Surveying the carnage, Suho felt his new skills finally clicking into place. Still, he hungered for more. He ascended higher, seeking the gate's true monarch. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned pitch black. A gargantuan beast emerged, overshadowing everything. Wrapped in cobalt scales and wicked horns, its roar rattled the mountain. The Wyvern King appeared. Suho realized the king sensed its minion's demise. He was now in royal territory. Everything earlier was just a warm-up. At the summit, the sky bowed to the king's presence. The Titan landed, eclipsing the sun. Level 113. It unleashed a deafening roar. Dark energy surged, but Suho's dragon blood let him shrug it off effortlessly. The king mimicked a dragon, but Suho knew true dragons were infinitely more terrifying. The king circled, calculating. Suho hated delays but saw a chance to sharpen his mastery during this skirmish. Then his eyes locked onto a nest of glowing wyvern eggs. He knew approaching would provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his theory was confirmed. The king dove, unleashing gales that cracked the earth. Suho felt the pressure, but stayed frosty. The king spammed its fear skill uselessly. Suho countered with a sharp cutting steel strike, but the boss's armored scales blunted the hit. A 40-level gap was definitely showing. Far from discouraged, Suho embraced the challenge. This was his chance to evolve his skills. Screaming again, the king summoned a massive swarm. Suho had expected more backup, but even he was stunned by the massive numbers. Luckily, his buffed stats kept him fast, hitting harder and jumping higher, perfect for this chaos. The wyverns swarmed from all sides. He vaulted onto a wyvern's back, using it as a platform. The system pinged him immediately. Leap hit rank S. Now he could double jump mid-air, effectively mastering the sky's movement. Suho tested it instantly, stepping on thin air and blitzing toward the wyvern king. Timing it perfectly, his blood weapon morphed into a crimson staff, slamming the king's neck. He drove the beast earthward. It struggled back up, making Suho respect its insane durability. Chuckling, he hoped the boss would survive longer, so he could test more combos. Desperate, the king ordered a fresh charge, but the minions froze in pure terror. They feared Suho more than their king. Some were visibly trembling. Suho joked that he was the new king now. The outraged king shrieked, finally forcing them to charge. Suho danced through the air, bouncing off wyverns like platforms. Yet he noticed something. His sword drawing wasn't leveling fast enough. These enemies were strong, but not enough. They couldn't push his limits. Picking up the pace, he blitzed toward the highest peak. There he found the Sky Wyvern Queen, massive, purple-scaled, and far deadlier than the king. Tethered to her nest, she was immobile. Suho had the edge against this bound queen. She launched boulders, but he carved them like butter, using sword drawing. Her screams summoned every wyvern left. Suho stayed icy, knowing she'd hide behind her minions. Instead of a direct strike, the Wyvern King suddenly dove for a full-power assault. Suho decided to end this. He held back his ultimate skill for now. Instead, he aimed to evolve his sword drawing. A true master only needs his blade. Focusing on precision, he spammed sword drawing. The system recognized his evolving mastery. Acknowledging his peerless technique, system alerts completely flooded his HUD. His blade mastery transcended humanity. The inner guardian spirit awakened, forging a legendary S+ rank weapon, the Cloud Cutter. Crimson aura surged through his veins. Suho swung Cloud Cutter, unleashing a devastating storm of blood-red energy that tore through the air. The Wyvern King crumpled as the strike landed, letting out one last pathetic screech before dying. His pack wailed in pure terror. Suho wasn't finished yet. He triggered Cloud Cutter's power once more, obliterating the entire flock and the queen in a single cold flash. System notifications heralded his absolute victory. Atop the peak, Suho rested his blade on his shoulder, having completely dominated the gate. With the chaos over, Suho pulled up his status screen. This dungeon had blessed him with some seriously insane stat gains. His experience bar was nearly full. With his strength hitting 80, he was just inches away from reaching the next major milestone. He smirked at his latest unlocks, Double Jump and Cloud Sash. These were exactly the game changers he needed for his next evolution. These specific abilities were the core of his strategy. Seeing his long-term grind finally yield results felt absolutely top tier. Heading toward the nest, Suho went to secure the bag. Tucked inside were 12 rare Sky Wyvern Queen eggs, pure gold. The Hunter Association only expected 6, leaving the other half as his personal profit. With the objective cleared, he moved on. He eyed the massive wyvern carcasses. These monster parts were worth a fortune on the black market for crafting high-level gear. The queen's body was a legendary find. Suho summoned his Shadow Spear, letting the sentient weapon take care of the messy cleanup. He set the spear against the queen's remains. It instantly started feasting hungrily, consuming the monster's flesh and mana bit by bit. Violent purple energy erupted from the spear as it fed. The weapon evolved right before his eyes, its edge becoming even deadlier. Observing the growth, Suho noted that even low-tier monsters provided decent fuel for the Ghost Blade's insatiable hunger for power. To trigger the next stage of Shadow, devouring the spear just needed one more high-quality feast to break its current limits. He pointed the spear toward the king's body for seconds. Meanwhile, outside the portal, everyone was losing their minds in pure shock. Panicked voices claimed the gate readings were a total lie. Bystanders stood frozen, unable to process the scale of the energy spike. It finally clicked for the crowd. The man inside wasn't just a support healer, he was a god-tier swordmaster in disguise. In the mob, a dark-haired hunter wiped his brow, trembling. He understood better than anyone how impossible this raid truly was. A full elite team would have struggled to survive here. Yet this mysterious guy had just soloed the entire dungeon effortlessly. Even crazier, his official class was healer. Cho Yoon just shrugged, acting like this was all part of the plan. She'd predicted he would breeze through it. The hunter agreed, though he found her visible excitement over the situation a bit weird. She brushed his suspicion off as a delusion. Their banter stopped instantly as Suho stepped out from the shimmering portal. They showered him with praise for the solo clear. The girl hyped him up while the guy followed suit. Suho stayed humble. He opened his inventory and dropped the loot. 10 massive Sky Wyvern Queen eggs sat before them, glowing with magical potential. He claimed this was the full haul. Kim Soo-won stood there, jaw-dropped at the massive pile of rare monster eggs. Suho maintained that he'd salvaged everything, conveniently hiding the extra 2 eggs he'd stashed away. Then he addressed the missing bodies. He lied, saying the bosses plummeted off the cliffside during the scrap, making recovery impossible in the deep mountain ravines. He kept the Ghost Blade's feast a secret, since the weapon had literally eaten the evidence. Soo-won leaned in closer. Soo-won asked if he could be real for a second. Suho nodded. Hesitating, the hunter finally voiced his burning question. How does a registered healer move like a god with a blade? Did he actually take down those flying beasts solo? Was it really just pure swordplay and basic heals? Dropping aerial monsters with just a blade is supposed to be impossible. No one is that cracked. Soo-won assumed he'd used secret projectiles, or maybe some high-tier throwing spears to ground them, or maybe some expensive long-range scrolls. As a veteran hunter, he was desperate to know how Suho pulled off this miracle. Suho just flashed a calm smirk, saying one blade was plenty. Soo-won looked at him with pure, unadulterated fanboy energy. He asked for confirmation. Did Suho really drop the king and queen, using nothing but a single sword? Suho just gave a simple nod. Soo-won's eyes literally sparkled with hype. Seeing his reaction, Cho-yoon gave him a playful, mocking nudge. She teased him about his earlier complaining. Pivoting back to business, Suho turned his attention toward Cho-yoon's offer. He asked if he'd met the requirements. Cho-yoon beamed, saying he'd gone above and beyond by soloing the entire gate. She confirmed his prize, the biggest penthouse in the Cheongdam residence. She promised her boss always keeps his word. No cap. She then asked for his move-in date. Suho didn't hesitate. He wanted the keys to his new life today. He also requested the inside scoop on future item drops and Magic Stone market reports. He asked if she could deliver. She smiled, saying they offered everything from item sales to financial services. Truly the VIP treatment he deserved. Suho slid a compact diary across the table, requesting one final assist. She nodded, giving him the green light. Inside sat a photo of a man with verdant hair. Suho inquired about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the local center. He needed the lowdown. Scanning the pages, Choi-yun realized this was the precise data she'd just secured. Perplexed, she questioned Hee-won's true identity. Didn't Suho claim the guy was some specialized technician? Grabbing his car handle, Suho sighed, asking if every single favor required a deep-dive history lesson. She offered a quick, "My bad," though she continued grumbling as he settled into the driver's seat. Her feelings were bruised. After everything they'd faced, shouldn't their communication be a bit more transparent? Suho remained stoic, allowing only basic pleasantries. She clasped her hands theatrically, whispering about his icy heart. She then dropped the news the Cheongdam spot would be ready shortly, address incoming soon. Suho demanded the intel immediately. Glancing at her screen, she confirmed the target was indeed a patient. Sifting through those records would be a breeze. She quickly began scrolling through her hidden contacts. She promised a swift update. A few miles down the road, Suho's phone buzzed with Yoon's call. The safe house was primed and the dossier on Nam Hee-won was officially complete. The data was sent. Suho thanked her, but Yoon's curiosity wouldn't quit regarding this mysterious addict. Why waste time on a junkie? Suho didn't bite, ending the call before the interrogation could continue. He pulled up the GPS coordinates. Yangdongpo, he muttered, realizing this was the man's home turf. Time to recruit. Moments later, he stood before a row of crumbling, dilapidated structures. The area screamed urban decay. Pausing at a particularly grimy building, he knew he'd found the place. This semi-basement was Hee-won's sanctuary. Peering through a window, he saw heavy curtains sealing the room. The bell was a bust. With a shrug, he began thudding his fist against the heavy door. He shouted the name. Silence followed, leading Suho to believe the man was out for the day. Unbeknownst to him, 3 thugs stood inside, looming over a semi-conscious Nam Hee-won. A brown-haired bruiser knelt down, mocking the idea of visitors. They decided to wrap things up permanently. Speed was key before witnesses arrived. Suddenly, a massive vibration rocked the entire frame. The trio froze, hearts racing from the thunderous impact. Outside, Suho wasn't finished. He kicked his way in. A tattooed punk barked a challenge, but Suho's gaze was absolute zero. "You don't need to know me." The thug began a foul-mouthed rant, but the insult died in his throat. Suho's palm connected in a blinding flash. A slap so lightning fast, the others missed the movement entirely. He staggered back, dazed. Suho's voice dropped an octave, commanding the remaining trash to step forward. "Line up, every one of you." From the hallway, his senses had already pinned 4 targets inside. Magic detection painted the picture. 2 morons were still screeching, demanding to see his ID. One thug squinted, a flicker of recognition crossing his face as he stared at Suho's silhouette. One was out cold, another was Nam Hee-won, and the remaining 2 were just target practice. A thug lunged forward, barking about being ignored. He didn't manage a second syllable. Suho delivered a casual, bone-shattering slap. The guy's face crumpled into a hilariously pathetic mess. He folded like a lawn chair. The final conscious goon watched in horror as his crew vanished. His partner was down like a puppet with cut strings. He barely blinked before Suho locked on. A final brutal strike sent him spinning like a top, crashing into the far wall. It was a cinematic wipeout. Suho calmly stepped over the bodies to check for a pulse. Did he go too hard? Relieved they were still breathing, he turned toward the primary target. He reached for Hee-won, hauling him up. "Wake up if you're still with us," he muttered. Then he saw the man's face and stopped cold. Hee-won's arm was a limp, bruised mess. His features were distorted in agony. A discarded syringe confirmed Suho's darkest suspicion. These bastards had forcibly dosed him. His muscles were rigid, his body reaching a state of paralysis. The toxins were deep. Realizing the danger, Suho unleashed his evolved recovery skill to purge the poison. He'd evolved Cure into recovery for this exact nightmare, tackling actual diseases, lethal toxins, and non-system injuries. Initially, the skill required physical contact, a limitation that restricted his reach to whatever his palms could graze. But Isabella's voice echoed in his mind. She'd once revealed that surging mana through the skill could forcefully expand its radius. A dark smirk tugged at his lips as mana surged through his veins. Using intel from a former assassin to save lives, it was poetic justice. Irony tasted sweet as he realized the world worked in the most chaotic, unpredictable ways. Under Suho's radiant treatment, Hee-won's eyelids finally fluttered open. His vision was a hazy, fractured mess of light and shadow. A silhouette loomed over him, asking the obvious. Suho's voice was steady, grounding him with the simple fact he was home. As focus returned, Hee-won's eyes widened at the mangled thugs littered across the floor. "Why? Why are they like that?" he stammered. "They wouldn't cooperate, so I neutralized them," Suho replied flatly. "But we have a bigger problem, the toxins in your blood." Trembling violently, Hee-won gasped that he'd never touched the stuff. They'd pinned him down and forced the needle in. "Please, you have to believe me," he croaked, desperation leaking from every word. It was the absolute truth. Suho observed the boy's frantic state. He was too spiraled, too broken to hold a coherent conversation right now. Memories of a future life surfaced. In that timeline, Hee-won became a legendary blacksmith who survived a harrowing addiction nightmare. The Chung-sik gang had systematically destroyed him back then, leaving him with permanent scars from their forced injections and chemical abuse. Suho wouldn't let history repeat itself. He reached out, and as his hand neared Hee-won, the system hummed in recognition. His ring of emotions pulsed, homing in on the boy's darkest trauma. It began drinking in a murky, abyssal black. Hee-won buckled, clutching his chest in agony. But as the ring siphoned the darkness, the crushing weight finally began to lift. A wave of serenity washed over him. "Better?" Suho asked. The green-haired youth could only offer a weak, shaky nod. "I believe you, Mr. Nam Hee-won," Suho stated firmly. He confirmed that the monsters who drugged him were indeed Chung-sik thugs. The trash currently decorating the floor belonged to that same wretched organization. Their reign of terror ended here. Originally dubbed Gold Made Hand, a name so cringeworthy the association officially rebranded them the Chung-sik Gang out of spite. "You're in rehab, aren't you?" Suho asked, his gaze piercing through the boy's lingering fear. Hee-won flinched, nodding slowly. "How did you?" Suho shrugged it off, claiming he dug up the info during his investigation. "Don't sweat it. Targeting someone in recovery is a high-level felony. They've crossed a line they can't uncross. I'm handling this personally," Suho promised. Hee-won's face lit up with a spark of genuine hope as he whispered a "thank you." This was just the start. Suho vowed to return and monitor his progress, knowing how delicate this situation was. Any dry mouth chill Suho checked. Hee-won admitted a cold shiver was already beginning to crawl beneath his skin. Suho knelt, signaling him to stay still. With a focused breath, he unleashed the true power of recovery. Shimmering cerulean light erupted from his palms. Hee-won watched, mesmerized by the divine glow of the healing energy. This was a specialized purification art designed for detox. It would incinerate the withdrawal symptoms and purge the chemicals. While it flushed the poison from his veins, Suho warned that true healing would be a grueling, long-term battle. Recovery was a mana-hungry beast that few healers could tame. It was the very skill that made Isabella a legend. Her mastery over this technique had cemented her status among the last Crusaders. It was a power he respected deeply. That's why he'd chosen this path. "Stay consistent," Suho urged. "Recovery isn't a sprint, it's a marathon. I'll be back. But first, I have a scheduled appointment at the Chung-sik Gang's headquarters." "Wait," Hee-won cried out, his voice trembling. "I have to know. Who are you actually working for?" "And Suho, Korean Hunters Association," he replied coolly. He left Hee-won frozen in place, his mind reeling from the revelation. And Suho, the name echoed in his head. Even a slum dweller like him had heard that name trending everywhere lately. He was the headline maker, the hero on every news flash. The man who just saved his life was a literal living legend. From above, the district looked like a graveyard. Multiple gate shocks had reduced half of Yeongdeungpo to jagged smoking rubble. Suho navigated the decaying labyrinth of the slums, where the very air tasted of forgotten dreams and crushing poverty. Despite being in Seoul's heart, the ruins had mutated into a lawless sanctuary for the city's most vicious predators. He surveyed the wreckage, knowing the cops and the association simply turned a blind eye to the rot here. He finally reached it, a dilapidated building sporting a gaudy, arrogant sign that read, "Gold Made." Suho stared it down, wondering what kind of low-life thugs had the audacity to claim such a pretentious title. He kicked the door open and stepped inside. The ground floor was a convenience store, eerily pristine and fully lit amidst the surrounding ruin. Suho immediately clocked the vibe. A thriving shop operating smoothly in the heart of a slum was a dead giveaway. This place was a blatant gangster front. No business remains untouched in this neighborhood without some serious dirty muscle backing it. He marched toward the back and found the staircase. As he ascended, a sharp, hostile voice barked from the darkness above. A bald thug intercepted him, screaming for him to freeze. He threatened that Suho's next move would be his absolute last. Suho ignored the warning, taking another step with a mocking smirk. The man demanded his identity, acting like he actually held authority. A textbook gatekeeper, Suho thought. Without breaking his stride, he coolly asked where he could find the boss Chung-sik. The name hit the thug like a lightning bolt. Stunned by the stranger's audacity, the henchman roared, asking who Suho thought he was. How dare a brat speak the boss's name so casually? But then his arrogance vanished, as he finally recognized the face before him. The man paralyzed with fear as he realized he was staring at Sung Suho. Suho just waved, thanking him for the sudden recognition. Thinking a high five was coming, the thug raised his palm. Instead, Suho delivered a soul-crushing slap that echoed through the building. The bald man spiraled away like a rag doll. Suho stepped past him with a dangerous grin, continuing his steady climb up the stairs. He told them to quit stalling and bring Chung-sik out. Inside his office, the boss heard the symphony of chaos erupting. The violence intensified until the office door finally exploded. A mangled thug came flying through the frame courtesy of Suho's boot. Suho strolled in calm as a summer breeze. He muttered that none of these low-life thugs seemed to understand plain English. Behind him, the hallway was a graveyard of beaten bodies discarded like yesterday's trash. Running a hand through his hair, he locked eyes with Chung-sik. He asked if making this meeting happen really had to be this difficult. Stepping over another fallen henchman, he wondered aloud if the gang even had a plan for when he actually resisted. Chung-sik sat frozen, wearing a mask of forced calm. Two mountain-like bodyguards stood behind him like statues as Suho approached. Over 80% of this syndicate were awakened users. Their open operation was proof that the nation's security had officially collapsed. In his previous life, this gang had mutated into a nationwide plague. They were a cancer that fed on the lives of the innocent. Back then, taking them down was an exhausting, bloody war. They left a trail of countless victims in their wake. Remembering the carnage, Suho's fist tightened. He said in a frigid tone that this was exactly why cancer must be removed early. Chung-sik tried to play it cool, addressing him as Hunter Sung Suho, and asking what prompted this sudden violent visit. Suho closed the distance, eyes cold as ice. He told the boss to drop the act. They were the ones who started this war. Chung-sik feigned innocence, demanding to know what crimes he supposedly committed. Suho just scoffed at the pathetic attempt to play dumb. He stated they messed with Hae-won. He dropped a syringe on the desk, and both the boss and his guards went dead silent. Suho told them he had just come from Hae-won's side. He dared them to keep lying after seeing what they'd done. Chung-sik leaned back, whispering a frantic question about Hae-won's identity. His underling leaned in to mumble a quick explanation. Without warning, Suho's leg came down like a hammer, splintering the heavy table into two jagged halves. They had broken his closest friend. Suho's eyes glowed a predatory red as he demanded to know why they did it. Chung-sik kept his face a stony mask, fighting the urge to tremble. The boss wiped a hand across his sweating forehead. He ordered his bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated, confused by the command, but he barked at them to get out immediately. The rest of the security detail scrambled out of the room, leaving only Suho and Chung-sik in the wreckage. Chung-sik swallowed hard, suggesting they pivot to a calm conversation. He claimed the whole situation was just one big misunderstanding. Suho advanced over the broken table, his footsteps heavy with menace. He warned that every lie would earn the boss another beating. Trembling now, Chung-sik threatened to call the police. Suho paused, the irony of a crime lord seeking protection hitting him. A lightning-fast punch silenced the boss. Suho called it utter nonsense as the impact sent Chung-sik sliding across the hardwood. He skidded backward, chair and all, like a human hockey puck. Suho laughed, hearing a gangster boss mention the law was peak comedy. Chung-sik groaned in agony on the floor. Suho smirked, noting that a boss-level thug wouldn't go down from just one love tap. The gangster forced a wheezing laugh, swearing he wouldn't just take it. But as Suho took a step forward, his bravado shattered. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded his eyes. Suho reminded him that he was literally begging for a beatdown, tightening his grip. Suho's fist blurred through the air, driving straight into the boss's face. Outside, the guards flinched at the rhythmic, brutal thuds. The sound of bone hitting flesh echoed through the walls. Alarmed, the thugs finally charged back in, screaming for their leader. They threw the doors open, only to find Suho standing victoriously before a shattered glass window overlooking the city. "Your boss bailed," Suho declared. The guards gaped in pure disbelief, their minds failing to process the sudden disappearance. Suho nonchalantly explained that Chung-sik had shattered the glass and vanished into the night. He gestured toward the jagged window frame. A bald guard raised his hand like a confused student, stammering that they were on the 3rd floor. Suho scoffed, reminding them Chung-sik was a level 100 hunter. A fall like that was light cardio for him. "Stop whining," Suho smiled. "I'm here to dismantle this entire circus." He gave them a chilling ultimatum. Anyone seeking a new life could follow him straight to Chonggok. That single name paralyzed the room. Chonggok was the notorious awakened prison sitting right beside Cheonsong Penitentiary. While Cheonsong held ordinary crooks, Chonggok was a high-security cage specifically designed for awakened offenders. Packed with the world's most violent supernatural criminals, it was widely known as a literal hell on Earth. It was Hell 2.0, where only monsters survived. Its terrifying reputation made these small-time thugs shiver. Cold sweat drenched their brows. Suho reminded them of his high-level elite connections within the Great Hunter Association. "Run before I lock you up," he warned, "or I'll drag you and your boss to Chonggok personally." Terror gripped the thugs. In a heartbeat, they scrambled for the exit, screaming that they never knew any boss. Watching the rats scatter, Suho chuckled at their pathetic loyalty. Typical behavior for bottom-tier gangsters. Calling them vermin, he warned that if a single paper went missing, he'd hunt them down and carve them. "Empty your pockets and get out," he barked. With the area secured, Suho flared his mana detection. A radiant blue magic circle expanded beneath him. Suddenly, a strange mana signature pulsed from the 3rd floor. Suho navigated to a hidden corner and uncovered a concealed safe. "Too predictable," he muttered with a smirk. It was a premium top-tier safe designed to only respond to the owner's unique mana signature. He pressed his palm against the reinforced steel, watching blue energy ripples dance across the cold metal. The integrity was insane. Any brute force cutting would vaporize the contents instantly. He needed a cleaner approach. Suho summoned Bulgasari, the miniature elephant monster manifested from the void, standing at attention like a loyal soldier. He commanded the beast to remove only the door. Bulgasari responded instantly, its small frame hiding monstrous power. With a mighty tug, its trunk tore the steel door off. As Bulgasari devoured the safe, Suho praised him. He ignored the stacks of cash and gold bars. His true target was the dark ledger of victim names. The Chung-sik gang built their empire on predatory loans, bleeding ordinary people dry to gain absolute power. They trapped hunters into service by forcing addictions to the lethal avasana, one drug to ensure total control. This drug trade was their lifeline. It was a potent narcotic that stripped away the will of even warriors. Looking at the files, Suho realized Nam Hee-won was a miracle. He was the rare soul who escaped. Only Hee-won's sheer willpower saved him. To Suho, these criminals didn't just deserve prison, they deserved oblivion. For every tear shed by their victims, Suho vowed to make these bastards scream in absolute agony. After the carnage, Suho brought Hee-won to a quiet apartment to finalize his physical and mental healing. Hee-won wept with gratitude, finally breathing without the weight of 1,000 debts crushing his chest. Suho warned him that full recovery would take time, then slid a thick folder across the table. Inside were the gang's original bond documents. Suho confirmed the entire criminal syndicate had been completely obliterated. Hee-won stared in shock. The legendary Gold Hand Gang, with their untouchable influence, was truly finished. Suho broke down their cruel system. They kept victims drowning in interest until they were no longer human. They treated people like insects trapped in a suffocating anthill, regardless of how hard they worked to pay. Even when Hee-won followed every rule, they forced drugs into his system to ensure he never tasted freedom. Trembling, Hee-won admitted his unique awakened ability was the only thing that kept his mind from shattering. He had desperately crafted his own antidotes and begged for help, but the authorities turned a blind eye. In the slums, neither the police nor the association cared. To him, the entire world felt like the enemy. Suho nodded solemnly. He explained that he joined the Great Hunter Association specifically to burn this corrupt system down. He gripped Hee-won's shoulder, praising his resilience. Overwhelmed by such kindness, the man finally broke down in tears. The nightmare was over. Hee-won thanked his savior repeatedly, finally seeing a future beyond the shadows of debt. Suho pivoted the conversation. It was time for a game-changing proposal. He checked if Hee-won was ready. With a nod, Suho revealed his hand. He'd cracked the secret behind Hee-won's unique synthesis, merging any material imaginable. Reality bent to his will. That was the essence of his broken skill. Scouring gang files, Suho realized the drug epidemic was absolutely massive. One man couldn't save everyone. Luckily, Hee-won already had the cure. Suho offered a real contract, creating a neutralizer to save the masses. Top-tier pay, a secure penthouse, and elite medical care were all guaranteed. Hee-won stood frozen. Being healed felt like a gift he never earned. Now he could save lives while finally securing his own future. This was a hero's calling. Without hesitation, Huan accepted the deal. He refused the money. Gratitude was all the motivation he needed. But Suho insisted. For things to be official, everything had to be paid. Next stop, Suho's new headquarters. A building he'd secured recently. A 3-story Cheongdam lab, fully staffed and ready for action. The Banshee team poked their heads in, but quickly vanished. Their workaholic boss wasn't chilling. Meanwhile, Huan was totally mesmerized. Suho told him to get comfortable. The antidote production started now. Nexus HQ was calling. Suho left, leaving his direct line open. Soon, Suho contacted Jinwei. It was time for a massive scoop. The reporter promised fireworks. He'd paint Suho as the ultimate hunter. A lone wolf, raiding slums and crushing gangs to rescue the innocent. A new era of hope. This feature article would change everything. Suho trusted the process. Shaping public opinion was Jinwei's specialty. Later at Nexus, Suho pitched the master plan to Byung-yuk. Nexus would distribute the neutralizers nationwide, healing the broken masses. This play would rebrand Nexus as the nation's true guardians. Byung-yuk was all in, sealing the pact with a handshake. The pieces were moving perfectly. This win-win strategy was finally live. Heal the city, spread the truth, and prove real change was coming. Cut to Chung-sik. The once terrifying slumlord was now a ghost. A trembling wreck, kneeling amidst the ruins of his luxury suite. Suho's name haunted him, an inescapable curse echoing in his mind. The empty syringe told the story. He'd finally crossed the line. A drug that granted demonic strength while shattering the user's sanity. His mind was a fractured mess visible in his hollow stare. He chanted Suho's name like a broken record, a dying obsession. Suho stepped through the azure portal, entering his private pocket dimension. Once a temple of marble and gold, a sanctuary of pure luxury. Now it looked like a war zone, ravaged by an unseen storm. Cracked tiles and shattered decor littered the once pristine floor. Chung-sik lay twitching. Suho analyzed the wreckage with cold eyes. The drug's side effects were brutal. Suho approached and knelt down. Palms glowing blue, he surged healing energy into the broken man. Chung-sik lunged, but Suho's kick sent the monster flying. Simply pathetic. Chung-sik was still practically vibrating with energy. Suho figured the chemicals were overclocking his heart, but he'd packed spares, so the nightmare was far from over. Realizing he was trapped in a living hell, Chung-sik's spirit finally snapped like a dry twig. He collapsed to the floor, groveling at Suho's feet and howling for mercy, swearing he'd become his loyal dog. Suho didn't feel a shred of pity for the dealer. He slammed his boot onto the thug's chest with crushing force, pinning him down like a bug. Chung-sik shrieked about being abducted, but Suho reminded him of the cold reality. This place was a fortress of silence. His own goons had already ditched him like sinking rats. He'd track those cowards down eventually. For now, he ordered the scum to stay put and rot in his own fear. Regret was the only thing on the menu today. By late afternoon, Suho headed back to his new crib. He-Won was practically vibrating with excitement as he sprinted out to meet him. He beamed with pride, revealing he'd just finished cooking up a brand new cure for that lethal narcotic. Meet Hammer 2. The system pinged it as a Grade C item specifically designed to vaporize the effects of illusion. Suho was genuinely floored. Crafting a miracle cure in just 2 hours, that was high-tier talent. It was a massive upgrade. He named it Hammer 2 because it literally shatters illusions like glass. Memories of Hammer 4, saving thousands in his previous life, flashed through Suho's mind. Even as a prototype, this creation was pure gold. He-Won insisted he couldn't have done it without Suho's backing. He compared alchemy to an RPG grind, just keep throwing gold at it until the luck finally hits. Always the humble king. Suho wondered just how OP this guy would get after a few more levels. Can we mass produce this? Suho asked. He-Won's face lit up like a Christmas tree. The recipe was locked in. As long as they had the materials, they could flood the market. That was the green light Suho needed. He checked the stats. He-Won had just hit level 51. All that crafting had paid off in massive XP gains. Calling for backup from Gi-Won was officially unnecessary. He-Won was already moving like a high ranker. With the team set, Suho shifted his focus. It was time to hit the slums and use their new gear to heal the city's deep scars. By the next morning, the internet started buzzing. Reports claimed the association and the cops were ghosting the Yeongdongpo slums, but the article flopped. Barely 500 people checked the post all day. The hype just wasn't there. Jin Hui was right. The world is so full of tragedy that people usually just scroll past the pain. Without explosive drama, nobody pays attention. But Suho wasn't finished. This was just the prologue. He got to work immediately, handing out supply crates packed with food, water, and those life-saving potions. As the residents thanked him, a massive convoy rolled in, stacked high with reinforcements. Nexus really pulled through. Supplies were flying off the trucks and into the hands of those who needed them most. His phone buzzed. It was Chief Pyo, sounding like a chill uncle checking in about tomorrow's big award ceremony. They kept the plans short and sweet, but internally, Suho was hyped awards meant eyes on him, and more importantly, the chance for a special recruitment slot. Next, he buzzed Jinhui for a status update. The slum story was stalling out, and Suho worried the reporter was catching heat from the higher-ups, but Jinhui was cool as ice. He didn't care about the association's glare or the low views. He knew the game, only the viral stuff sticks. Part 2 was already in the chamber, ready to fire. Plus PBS was going to cover the ceremony. Then came the curveball. Yo Suho, you got an Instagram. Suho was a total ghost on socials. Jinhui groaned. Thousands of fans were thirsty for content. Then things got weird. A fan cafe called On Shin Temple had popped up where users called him the Guardian Priest. The admin, none other than Jinhui himself. He'd been low-key running the entire fan club. He was gatekeeping Suho's reputation to keep the toxic drama away. Honestly, it was a big brain move. He offered to run Suho's official account, promising to make him a global sensation overnight. Suho wasn't about that life. He told the reporter to just send the drafts and he'd handle the rest. A simple copy-paste strategy. Surprisingly, that was enough to make Jinhui lose his mind with excitement. He begged for some selfies to feed the fans, but Suho wasn't exactly feeling the influencer vibe yet. Just chill and set up the profile, the reporter urged. Influencer status was basically Suho's destiny now. Suho clicked create, and his phone went nuclear. A relentless storm of notifications began vibrating in his hand. Follower counts exploded instantly. Watching from the couch, Haewon caught the constant frantic buzzing of his device. Suho just shrugged it off. Clearly, Jinwei had already flipped the switch on a massive promotional blitz. Notifications silenced. Finally, the main event arrived, the official award ceremony at the Hunter Association's massive headquarters. The lobby was packed. Fans and media mobs screamed Suho's name, chanting for their legendary guardian priest. He expected a quiet ritual, but the thunderous cheers and flashing cameras signaled a total media frenzy. It was an absolute ocean of hype. Security fought a losing battle trying to contain the surging masses. Guards pleaded for order while staff watched in disbelief. The sheer scale of the turnout was unprecedented. One name only. They confirmed the entire mob was there for a single man, Hunter On Suho. It was mind-blowing. An unannounced event causing this much chaos, a total first in the association's history. For an unlisted event, this was insanity. Suho's clout had officially reached god-tier levels as the auditorium erupted. Every seat was taken. Signs for On Suho and Sword God swayed as electric anticipation filled the air. Fans were skipping class just to catch a glimpse. Rumors swirled about why their club president Golden Horse missed out. They prepped their cameras to share the hype later. Meanwhile, Jinwei was already lurking in the press pit, texting away. He pinged Suho about the insane turnout, asking if the star of the show had even arrived yet. Suho was already there, lurking in the shadows. He used monochrome solitude to observe the chaos, while completely invisible. He was a ghost among the living. Right in front of him, a fan cheered, totally oblivious to his presence. The sword god was inches away. Suddenly, a ping from Chief Bake summoned him to a private hallway meeting. He ghosted through the crowd to meet his senior. Even Chief Bake looked rattled by the overwhelming fan presence. "Look at you," Superstar Bake teased, drawing a chuckle. But the mood shifted when he mentioned the Yongdong-po article. That report was torching the association's reputation. Suho knew the PR nightmare was only just beginning. Bake didn't seem to care about the press heat. No wonder that bold journalist slipped into the building so easily. Offering a quick congrats, Bake vanished to handle urgent business, maintaining his signature cold, mysterious vibe. The lights dimmed as the announcer took the mic. It was showtime. Suho began his walk toward the stage. The room exploded into a strobe light frenzy. Fans shrieked, witnessing the lethal visuals of the sword god in person. Simps were everywhere, joking they'd gladly be slashed by his blade. Suho stepped into the spotlight, cool as ever. President Lim Kyung-won personally handed over the plaque. They turned to the cameras, striking a powerful pose for history. "Natural-born model," the president joked. Suho kept it humble, expertly deflecting the praise back to the association's leader. Lim kept the vibes high, praising the Yongdong-po mission, while dropping a massive hint about a future promotion. A special recruitment offer, Suho smelled a job. Then the mic was handed over for the hero's speech. Suho kept it real, thanking the crowd while insisting he only did what any decent person should do. He confessed that being rewarded for basic humanity felt weird, but pledged to keep grinding for the people. Proposals of love echoed through the hall. Suho just laughed, shifting gears as the Q&A session kicked off. "Are you still planning to join the ranks?" a reporter asked. Without hesitation, Suho gave a firm yes. Questions about his IG surfaced. Suho explained it was just a friend's recommendation, so he decided to give it a go. 50,000 followers in 24 hours. How's the clout feel? Someone shouted from the back of the room. Suho admitted notifications were muted, but the raw energy in the room told him everything he needed to know. For his debut post, Suho decided he'd likely flex the shiny new plaque he had just earned. Then Jinwei stood. The air grew cold. Staff realized this was the same guy who just nuked the association's PR. The critic was in the house. President Kyung-hwan fumed, certain his security team had royally messed up the guest list. The reporter didn't flinch. He wasn't there for the fluff, he was there to dig for the brutal truth. "Have you read my piece on the Yeongdongpo slums?" the reporter challenged. Suho didn't blink. He had read it. He called out the public backlash, hitting both the police and the association. The public was livid, demanding to know why authorities had abandoned those in need. Critics claimed the elite ignored the suffering masses, questioning if Suho knew the truth. With icy composure, Suho confirmed he knew everything. Tension suffocated the room, packed with heavy-hitting association brass. Still, the reporter didn't flinch, pushing for a real answer. He demanded to know if Suho's recruitment was just a PR stunt. Hearing this, the president nearly bolted from his chair. Aides scrambled to restrain the fuming leader. Meanwhile, Suho let a smirk play on his lips, vowing to take full charge. He pledged to incinerate every ounce of corruption, ensuring the association's reputation would never be dragged through the mud again. The reporter nodded in respect as the cameras cut. Shortly after, Suho and Jinhui vanished from the public spotlight. Inside their getaway car, Suho commended his performance. The reporter joked that those death stares from the staff nearly killed him. Suho countered, noting his impressive backbone under pressure. The reporter sighed, apologizing if his questions felt like a direct assault. He explained that striking, while the iron was hot, was vital. He needed to keep this explosive momentum alive. A follow-up exposé was already in the works. Suho smiled, grateful for the chance to finally speak his own truth. He laid out his vision for a reformed association. The reporter stared back, stunned by the sheer weight of his conviction. He couldn't believe Suho was serious, but the hero reminded him he doesn't spit lies while holding a trophy. His intent was pure iron. Days later, Suho finally held his official Level 5 civil servant credentials in his hand. His promotion was breakneck, fast defying all expectations. Simultaneously, the digital world went into a total chaotic frenzy. Forums were flooded with Suho's feats, specifically his brutal takedown of the violent thugs in the Yeongdongpo slums. Viral articles racked up millions of views instantly. Suho's name was on everyone's lips, trending everywhere at once. Fans hailed him as the only real person left in Yeongdongpo. To them, he was a living, breathing legend. Naturally, haters emerged, whining that the authorities or the association should have done their jobs instead of a lone wolf. Skeptics wondered if Nexus was pulling his strings, or if he was just chasing clout and headlines. Online trolls even joked that the criminals he flattened might actually sue him for excessive force. Most agreed, though, the only real losers here were the scumbags who got exactly what they deserved. Debates raged, but the hype was undeniable. Then the internet practically broke with a massive news drop. Headlines screamed, Suho was officially joining the Great Hunter Association. Every major channel had the news on loop. Branding him the hero of Yeongdongpo, they confirmed Swordmaster An Suho had secured an elite Grade 5 post. A sea of fans and prying reporters swarmed the association gates, chanting his name like a rhythmic mantra. It felt more like a sold-out stadium concert than a government official's first day. The deafening cheers never wavered. The burning question remained, what happens to Nexus now? Theory threads popped up across every social platform. Was his contract nullified? Was Nexus fuming? Meanwhile, deep within Nexus HQ, CEO Bae Dong-yuk remained unfazed. He smirked, noting the free publicity. It was the perfect moment to drop their official, highly anticipated bombshell statement. Nexus flooded the wire with support for Suho, debunking any rumors of a messy or bitter legal fallout. They even clarified he never took a cent as a bonus. Nexus wanted the world to see their altruistic support. They backed his choice completely. Elsewhere, two gritty-looking hunters analyzed the news with intense, focused eyes. They praised Nexus as the gold standard, unlike greedy giants like Hexagon and Prime, who only chased profits. They recalled Hexagon's sins, leaving a low-rank hunter to die just because a healing potion wasn't cost-effective. They worked their mages until they collapsed. Suddenly, Bae Dong-yuk appeared on screen for a live exclusive interview. When asked if public heat forced Suho out, Bae laughed it off. He claimed Suho hungered for real field experience. He sought true battlefield experience before his exams. Nexus was simply a crucial stepping stone in his grand journey. He played the tragic mentor, admitting his sadness, but insisting Suho's destiny was to be a true public savior. He belonged to the people, not a corporation. It was a masterclass in PR, boosting both their reputations instantly. Suho fought to keep his cool. The crowd roared as 1,000 blinding camera flashes greeted his entrance. The crushing weight of fame pressed down on him. He recalled Jinhui's advice, give the fans a show. Disappointing them wasn't an option. Suho begrudgingly agreed despite his desire to keep a low stoic profile. He craved that mysterious aura, but he needed to be the one holding the pen for his own story. Suho strode into the lobby. There, President Kyungwon and Vice President Kyumon stood ready to greet him. Shutters clicked wildly as the president offered an unnervingly warm and friendly welcome. Calling the day historic, the high-up offered props before whisking him inside. They stepped into the elevator together. Once the doors sealed shut, the president's mask slipped. His tone shifted from stiff to chill as he checked in on Suho. He probed about the schedule, but Suho admitted he was still in the dark regarding the finer details of his mission. The president noted that the vice president would lay everything out once they reached the designated floor. With the president gone, Suho was left with Vice President Kumon. It felt low-key sus that a top executive was handling the briefing personally. Kumon guided him through the halls to an office where Chief Pai and Chu Man were waiting. Kumon tagged them as his guides and bounced. Chief Pai beamed at Suho, greeting him with a vibe that was unexpectedly warm. He offered a seat and even told Chu Man to grab Suho a drink. Having two departments collab on his training felt wild. Chief Pai suggested they keep things informal. He told Suho to call him senior in private and drop the official titles. Suho caught the weight of that offer. Recognition from someone like Pai was a massive flex in this world. Pai was infamous for his obsession with rank. This gesture was a total shocker. The pop quiz began. Suho explained the standard probation route. Normally a grade 5 officer grinds at the HR center first, but the association was built different. Suho would pull a rotation hitting every single department to see how they functioned. He would spend 3 months in each spot. Every team was thirsty to recruit a literal superstar like him into their ranks. Pai promised he would eventually land in special forces. Suho smirked internally, remembering the secret pact they had made about his future. He would avoid the boring gate management desk. Still, he had to play the game and follow the official path for now. Pai tapped Chu Man as his supervisor. While each team had a boss, Chu Man managed the whole game. He was there to field Suho's questions. Once Pai dipped, Suho realized the chief was just marking his territory. The whole visit was a warning, don't poach my star. Suho found the petty power moves hilarious but kept it to himself. Chu Man broke down the 5-pillar plan: Special Forces, Admin Awakening, Gate and Resources, the core of the association. Suho instantly recited every department's duties. He was already steps ahead. Chu Man was low-key stunned, assuming Suho just memorized the manual. He revealed the first stop, the Awakening Department. Heading there meant meeting Director Lee Wanek. Suho had a score to settle. Wanek was a loyalist to the president's rivals. Suho already had a plan to erase him from the board entirely. Chu Man warned that every department would be testing him. Eyes would be on him 24/7. He had to crush every trial. Yet Chu Man kept the energy high, hyping Suho up with his usual golden retriever vibes. Arriving at the Awakening Squad, Suho realized his memory skills were not even needed here. Some villains are just too iconic to forget. He prepared to face the man who haunted his past. Inside, Lee Wanek sat like a king behind his desk. He oozed authority and a fake sense of importance. He stood up with a slimy grin, acting like having a superstar, like Suho was the highest honor for his team. He claimed he would be the one grading Suho. As Wanek played nice, Suho's mind flashed back to the man's dark secrets. Wanek was a big deal with deep ties to the chairman, but his reputation was built on a foundation of lies. Human trafficking rumors had followed him, but the man always stayed clean. Kyung-hoon had scrubbed his crimes clean. This time, Suho held the truth and was coming for blood. This nest of snakes needed a total purge. A knock sounded, and Wanek identified the newcomer as Jun Song. He called him in, introducing him as Suho's new handler. They exchanged a polite handshake as the tension simmered. Jun Song gushed about Suho's fame, looking starstruck to work with a legend. Suho played it cool, keeping his ego checked. Truth was, Suho didn't recognize this guy at all. Below team leaders, these faces were just background noise to him. Jun Song cracked some jokes, even asking for an autograph. He told Suho to relax, since his future was already set. Suho played dumb, but Jun Song spilled the tea. Everyone knew he was fast-tracked for the Special Forces elite. Clearly, Chief Pai could not keep a secret. Suho did not care. Power makes life way easier. Being treated like royalty was slightly awkward, but the support was a cheat code he was not about to ignore. Jun Song handed over a slim folder, the Quick Start Guide. Usually these manuals were absolute bricks, but not this one. They had made a VIP edition just for him. Having the right connections really hits different. The department was split: Awakened Affairs and the mundane side. Suho was about to dive into the deep end. Suho faced a cinematic gauntlet, a high-stakes theory exam, followed by grueling field training. His division leader offered reassurance, claiming every detail had been meticulously arranged beforehand. Tossing over a business card, he left with a final warning to call immediately. Suho dived into the massive manual. Though the volume was overwhelming, he didn't blink. With his library of memories acting as a total brain cheat, the system surged. Data flooded his mind instantly. For him, a memory test was basically a free win. 40 minutes later, Jun Song arrived, expecting a grueling struggle for the young hunter. The questions were absolute traps, but Suho's pen blurred across the page like a machine. Jun Song stood frozen. In 10 minutes flat, Suho calmly submitted the perfect paper. Nobody had ever cleared it that fast. As Suho prepared to ghost the scene, Junsong offered lunch, but Suho declined, heading off to make a classified call. He reached out to Chulman, suggesting a low-profile lunch meeting since he was free. Suho demanded total secrecy. Back at the office, Junsong walked in on Chulman. Chulman hung up, stunned to hear that Suho had already demolished the theory exam. Junsong insisted it was real. Together they fed the paper into the grading machine. Tension filled the room until the screen flashed a flawless 100. They blinked. Suspecting a glitch, they rechecked manually. The result was undeniable, absolute perfection. A first-day record that shattered logic. Finally, Junsong saw why the chief was obsessed. Chulman just laughed secretly, wishing he could have scouted Suho for his own team. But Chief Pai's clout was too much, especially with Suho playing at this level. Meanwhile, Suho yawned in the hall unfazed. Later, he met Chulman at a quiet bench. Beside a vending machine, Suho offered to buy coffee as thanks for the lunch. Chulman questioned the sudden meetup. Suho simply shrugged and began his explanation. He didn't know anyone else there. Chulman was the only person he actually trusted. Chulman joked about Chief Pai being jealous, but Suho just wanted a peaceful meal. After a comfortable silence, Chulman congratulated him on his god-tier score from earlier. He admitted grading it immediately just to get Junsong off his back. He joked that Suho was a monster special, grade 5 and an impossible genius. He had major main character energy. Suho just credited the people around him humbly. Chulman teased his modesty, so Suho finally laughed and flexed his own brilliance. A genuine smile broke through. Since his regression, everything finally felt refreshing again. Life had felt like endless homework, but this moment with an old friend was different. He recalled the agony of being poisoned, but that version of him was dead. He vowed never to fall again. He would conquer every disaster and find peace. Suho shifted focus, asking for intel on the association's awakening and non-awakening sectors. Chulman began his briefing testing Suho's knowledge on the division's true purpose. Suho knew they managed hunters, but Chulman stressed that data management was the priority. Status windows were private. To stay legal, every awakened person had to register personally. Ignoring deadlines meant heavy fines or prison. The association didn't play games. They even had a term for the worst offenders, malignant non-updaters. Hunting down these troublemakers was their main mission. Superheroes or not, everyone followed rules. Some could tank bullets, others could vanish. Global security depended on their updated data. It sounded like they were treating hunters as walking nukes, but there was no alternative. On the non-awakening side, the job was hunting hidden players who refused to register. It was a game of cat and mouse, but Suho was already 10 steps ahead. Suho kept his poker face playing the rookie card perfectly. Post-break, he stepped back into the building, flanking Junseong. After a quick check on his lunch, the officer announced the real grind was starting the awakening department. He hyped Suho up again for that insane perfect score, claiming even the director was shook. Finally, they reached the office. Enter Lee Moon-ho, the big boss of the awakening section. He welcomed them with a grin, already briefed on Suho's legendary stats. Slapping a folder down, he cleared Suho for immediate field training. With a good luck, Suho locked in, ready for the hunt. Striding through the halls, Junsong dropped the bombshell, Suho's first mission, hunting down malignant non-updaters. His job was simple, track these glitch-in-the-system troublemakers and force them to update their status. Another folder changed hands. Suho raised an eyebrow, questioning if this was the real hit list. Junsong didn't blink, it was the real deal. He claimed the shortlist made the work light a total breeze. But the moment Suho scanned the names, his face went stone cold. This wasn't just work, it was insanity. Every single name was a high-tier threat, notorious for chaos. These were the monsters that gave even the elites nightmares. Was this a genuine mission, or just an elaborate test? It smelled like Chief Pai's handiwork. The man was obsessed with pushing his rookies until they snapped. But Suho wasn't backing down. Test or not, he'd drag every last name on that list into the light. Since Junseong was a desk jockey, he handed the reins to a real field pro, Han Ho-song. This grade 7 officer was a cold-blooded veteran, a specialist in hunting down those who tried to hide their power. With a quick exit, Junseong left them to it. Suho gave his intro, while Ho-song kicked back, eyeing the rookie. Playing it cool, Ho-song suggested they peep the list. But the second he saw the targets, he let out a heavy, weary sigh. The association ordered VIP treatment for Suho, yet they threw him straight into this suicide mission lineup. It was a roster of ghosts, legendary fugitives who had either vanished into thin air or were deemed untouchable. Ho-song figured the higher-ups were chasing clout, wanting Suho to look like a god-tier hero under the public spotlight. He checked if Suho was geared up and knew the stat scanner inside out. Suho gave a sharp nod, he was ready. No training needed then, Ho-song muttered. So which monster are we hunting first? Suho didn't hesitate, pointing straight at a long-haired man in the file. Ho-song's eyes widened. You know this guy. A high-profile fugitive who'd escaped abroad and dodged every net. But for Suho, that was just more motivation. If his name's still here, he's still fair game, Suho declared, slamming his hand down on the page with absolute conviction. Masking the target's face with a smirk, he geared up to dismantle every legend on that list, one by one. Staring back was Kim Gung-won, a black market chemist specializing in lethal power-boosting cocktails. He was fueling athletes with illegal juice, but here's the kicker. These were skill-based drugs. Pure poison for the system. Lethal, untraceable, and terrifying. Suho noted the guy was still playing the innocent card, denying everything despite the body count. But the evidence was stacking up fast. A forced status update had been looming over him for years. He'd been a ghost for years, dodging every tracker and slipping through every finger of the law. Word on the street was, he'd fled the country. Usually, a vanished hunter is just marked, missing, and forgotten. But his name staying active meant he was still in the shadows, pulling strings. Suho knew the clock was ticking. The guy was a ticking time bomb. This was clearly a criminal case, yet it was tangled in hunter politics. The Awakening Division had the lead, because the Special Forces were too stuck on red tape and hard evidence. Suspicion wasn't enough for them. Slamming the file shut, Suho let the weight of the mission sink in. Sure, the Special Forces were understaffed, but the real roadblock, Chief Pai. The man was a master of dodging responsibility. If it didn't make him look good or line his pockets, Pai didn't care. Hosong sighed, scratching his neck in frustration. Hunting a ghost across the ocean is a fool's errand, Hosong muttered. Suho just locked eyes with him, silent and intense. You really think he's left the country? Suho challenged. Hosong froze, caught completely off guard. Suho dropped the truth. Gung-won was still on home turf. If local athletes were juicing, the source had to be close. You don't get that kind of supply chain from thousands of miles away. His lab was hidden right under their noses. Customs are too tight for a steady flow of high-tier gear. No, he was operating domestically, playing everyone for fools. Hosong slumped into his chair. The logic was fire, but without proof it was all just a crazy theory. There was no smoking gun, no proof of the doping. But Suho's gaze didn't waver. He was going to find it. Hosong warned that skill-based doping leaves zero physical evidence, unlike typical chemicals. Suho claimed he'd handle the verification himself, leaving Hosong totally baffled. The officer noted this wasn't an official case, just an anonymous tip. Without a warrant, Hosong wondered how Suho would pull it off. Suho didn't flinch. He insisted on a solo mission, framing it as a personal field evaluation. He wanted to test his own method first. If he failed, they'd do it Hosong's way. Though still skeptical, Hosong decided not to push it and backed off. He gave the green light. Suho bowed in thanks, while Hosong offered backup. Suho walked out ready for action. Leaning back, Hosong watched him leave. He had no clue what Suho was planning, but figured he'd learn the hard way soon. Hunting down an unregistered fugitive was a whole different beast compared to his previous missions. Once outside, Suho hit up Nexus Academy, telling them he was on his way. He had a specific job in mind. Soon Ji-won appeared with a confident smirk. He joked that the task sounded like a breeze. They met up at the lounge. Ji-won confirmed the target was Kim Gung-won, while Suho handed over the intel. He realized they could track the target's phone by following the data in the reports. Pinpointing the device meant finding the man. Then Suho would strike. Suho knew he'd made the right call. Ji-won was clearly the key to this. Brushing off the praise, he asked to start, but Suho revealed they needed a third member. It was Hyung-min from the Banshee team. Ji-won was confused by the choice. Suho explained that Hyung-min's unique skill was vital for breaking into high-security devices. Now the plan clicked. Moments later, Ji-won dialed a number to kick things off. Posing as a telecom worker named Kwon Song-min, he asked for a Mr. Ham Dae-young. He pitched a fake internet plan, but the guy on the other end hung up instantly. Suho was impressed by the flawless performance. Ji-won just shook it off. With the target's number confirmed, Ji-won activated his legendary digitization skill. Instantly, the trio shrank and dove headfirst into the smartphone's digital world. They landed on the glowing interface. Now, they just had to find the drug trade logs. Scanning text logs and messaging apps would be the fastest way to get the dirt. They spotted the Telegram icon, the notorious hub for shady underground deals. They made their move, but Ji-won realized the app was heavily encrypted. The tension spiked. Ji-won warned that breaking these firewalls would be a nightmare. Suho just smirked. Ji-won didn't realize exactly what Hyung-min was capable of. His secret weapon, portal creation, the ability to bypass any barrier with ease. Hyung-min raised his hands, manifesting a glowing blue orb that transformed into a door. Usually Telegram would flag a hack, but this skill didn't even touch the firewall. It carved a back door without leaving a trace. This was how Banshee pulled off strikes. Seeing this precision made Ji-won remember his days of grueling manual hacking. He used to spend hours of pure labor to do what took seconds now. Suho snapped him out of it, leading the group through the newly opened portal. The encrypted messages finally revealed the dark secret. The trio froze, finally hitting the jackpot. Before them loomed a dark room chillingly labeled drugs. Two avatars sat locked in conversation inside. Ji-won recognized Ham Dae-ho and the mysterious dealer. The chat logs were still active. Suho reached out, touching a digital box resting on the table. The contents confirmed this was the dealer. Now, they had to climb the ladder of information. G1 verified the door behind the dealer led straight into their personal Telegram account. Stepping through, they faced endless doors, each one a record of a completed transaction. G1 gasped at the scale. The visualized chat rooms formed a massive, corrupt skyscraper. Suho's eyes narrowed. It was time for a mass arrest. He began tracing the hierarchy upward. Suho ordered a full sweep of every chat to harvest numbers and call logs. They struck gold with a specific number, the supplier. Tracing this would lead them to the source. They grinded through the data for hours. Finally, after harvesting enough intel, they logged out. Exiting the digital realm exhausted, Suho questioned how deep this web of subcontractors actually went. A drained Hyung-min figured they were just being paranoid given their illegal line of work. Suho felt they were close to a breakthrough. Suddenly, Hyung-min kicked open one final door. Inside sat Kim Gung-won's phone, surrounded by endless photos of himself plastered everywhere. From the ceiling to the corners, selfies covered everything. Hyung-min recoiled at the narcissism. Ji-won cringed, baffled by the man's massive ego and his obsession with taking selfies. Suho noted these were likely just verification photos used to track the dealer's identity. With the GPS still pinging, Suho knew they could track his location and finish this. Ji-won crunched the data, pinpointing Kim Gung-won's hideout. Suho demanded the coordinates. The target was in Gangnam's Acro Tower. High above, a massive man lounged in luxury. A jagged scar marked his face, his smug expression radiating the stench of dirty money. Boasting about sky-high profits, Platinum Gang boss Baek Gyum toasted to his partner Gung-won. Gung-won sat opposite him, feigning humility while basking in the praise of his success. Attributing it to Baek, he asked if the cops were paid off. Baek confirmed instantly. From prosecutors to the Hunter Association, everyone was in their pocket. They were untouchable. Suddenly, the lights died. The entire penthouse was swallowed by an eerie total darkness. They looked up confused. Gung-won and Baek both assumed it was a simple blackout. Gung-won grumbled that a luxury tower shouldn't lose power without a gate rupture. A blackout made no sense. Irritated Baek fumed over the expensive maintenance fees he paid. This was unacceptable. Fuming Baek Gyum barked an order at his hulking bodyguard to investigate. The bald guard marched toward the door. He didn't even make it halfway. Boom. The door exploded inward with a deafening roar, shattering the room's expensive silence. Irritation turned to pure shock as both men stared at the wreckage, paralyzed by confusion. Suho stepped through the smoke, clutching the guard's head like he was carrying out trash. He slammed the guard down, cracking the floor. Found you, he smirked coldly at Gung-won. Gung-won recoiled in terror, while Baek casually puffed his cigar, sizing up the intruder. Baek noted he looked familiar. Suho stood tall, flashing his official association identification. And Suho, record updater for the Korean Hunter Association's Awakening Department, he stated firmly. Gung-won had dodged updates for years. That was more than enough for an arrest. Gung-won trembled. This was the sword god. Suho just shrugged, scratching his neck. He told them to give up quietly. Instead, they took stances. Suho sighed at their stupidity. Submit or die, he warned. Seconds later, both criminals were forced to their knees. They looked absolutely broken. The sword god's power was on a completely different level. Moments later, the criminals knelt in defeat, while Suho loomed over them like a god. Suho tossed out a casual thanks for the help, but the criminals felt like they'd just survived a brutal, one-sided massacre. Help, they groaned inwardly. Ignoring them, Suho praised Yunho's EMP for slicing through their defenses like butter. The breach was effortless. Yunho flushed, twirling her hair. Honestly, the whole mission felt a bit too easy and underwhelming. It seemed like a total waste of training. Standing nearby, Hyung-min snickered, exposing how she ditched practice just to rush to Suho's side. Before he could spill more, Younghwa's elbow shut him up, reminding him that when the boss calls, you show up with a smile. Suho took a seat, his gaze chillingly calm as he invited the thugs to finish their little chat. He locked eyes with Kim Gung-won, casually pulling out a high-tech stat scanner. Quite the impressive toy, isn't it, he remarked. System rules usually keep status windows private, forcing the association to rely on complex reaction tests to estimate power levels. Officially, this tech is 70% accurate, but in Suho's hands, it dragged out a perfect 100%. Gung-won spiraled into a panic. The madman had literally beaten the data out of him until the results were flawless. Suho flashed a terrifyingly kind smile. Don't look so grim. I even healed your wounds, didn't I? Then came the cold ultimatum. If these measured stats didn't match the official records later, Gung-won was a dead man. Petrified Gung-won nodded frantically. Suho then shifted his icy focus to the Gangnam big shot Baek Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon had built his empire on Gung-won's dirty work. He was a shark that needed to be caged eventually. Since today was just an informal assessment, making an official arrest was tricky. But Suho couldn't just play blind. He confronted the mob boss directly. Hey Baek Ji-hoon, you said something pretty vague earlier. Care to clarify? Ji-hoon played dumb, his face a mask of confusion. And what exactly are you implying, Hunter? You've bribed everyone, cops, prosecutors, and even my association. Baek Ji-hoon began to tremble under Suho's suffocating pressure. I want names. Who's the rat? Inside the Hunter Association. Suho's hand dropped onto Ji-hoon's shoulder, heavy as a mountain. Don't cause any more misunderstandings, Suho whispered, his tone cold enough to freeze blood. Or you're finished. The mobster cowered in pure terror, stammering out promises. From the sidelines, Yeonhwa and Hyungmin watched the boss work. Brings back memories, Yeonhwa shivered. Hyungmin nodded, his skepticism replaced by genuine newfound respect for Suho's power. Broken Baek Ji-hoon finally spilled the tea. The corrupt Vice President Park Kyumon was his inside man. Just one person, Suho pressed. Ji-hoon wailed, desperately begging Suho to believe that Kyumon was his only contact. Suho sensed no lies. His mind began to race. Did Park Kyumon really know nothing about the rigged awakening assessments? If the vice president was truly in on it, he would have scrubbed his associates from the hit list immediately. He would have issued secret orders to protect his assets. The fact that he didn't meant something far more sinister. Someone was playing Park Kyumon. It wasn't Section Chief Lee, the man who handed over the target list. But Lee was just a pawn. Whoever forced his hand was much higher up the food chain. The list of suspects narrowed either Chairman Jang Kyung-won or the Lethal Special Unit Chief Pae Sung-gyul. To Chairman Jang Kyumon was like his own right hand. He had zero motive to burn his most loyal ally. That left Sung-gyul. His official rank was lower, but his true internal influence was legendary and far-reaching. It's Pae Sung-gyul, Suho concluded. He searched his memories, trying to recall any bad blood between these two titans. He couldn't remember a rivalry, but he'd have to keep a sharp eye on them from now on. Capturing Gungwon would force someone's hand. Suho hauled Gungwon up by his collar like a bag of trash. You're coming with me, he barked at Gungwon before turning back to Ji-hoon. And you, we'll be meeting again soon. He left the big shot in suspense. Take care of yourself, Ji-hoon. I'd hate for you to disappear before I return. With that, the Banshee team vanished, leaving a battered and utterly bewildered Baek Ji-hoon in the wreckage of his suite. Back at headquarters, Suho found Senior Ho-song catching some Z's on the lobby sofa, completely oblivious to the chaos. Ho-song woke up with a yawn, assuming Suho had failed. So, no sign of Kim Gungwon, right? When Suho calmly confirmed the capture, Ho-song's jaw hit the floor. He scrambled to process the impossible news. Target secured stats updated, and he's currently cooling his heels in the interrogation room, Suho stated flatly. Ho-song was still reeling as Suho led him toward the high-security block to see the prize for himself. They stood behind the one-way glass, watching the once-feared S-rank fugitive crumble under intense questioning. This monster had dodged the law for years. Yet Suho, he'd hunted him down in a single afternoon. It didn't even take a few hours for the criminal to start singing like a bird. Ho-song's eyes darted toward the stat reader. He couldn't believe it. The machine usually barely hits 70% accuracy, but these results were dead on. They matched the real stats perfectly. Staring at Suho, Ho-song was floored by how he made such a nightmare task look effortless. It was like Suho had just gone for a casual stroll. Suho coldly stated the charges were locked in and to hand over Kim Gungwon. He needed to be moved to the Special Forces Department immediately. A dazed Ho-song nodded, asking how Suho even pulled it off. With a stone-cold expression, Suho didn't even glance back, simply claiming he got lucky while asking a few questions. He then asked to round up the rest of the non-updaters. Ho-song agreed, assuming they'd go as a team. But Suho suddenly turned back, declaring he'd bag them all solo to secure the highest possible evaluation score. The bold statement left Ho-song speechless. Suho gave a quick bow, mentioning he'd call if things actually got difficult. For now, he told Ho-song to stay focused on transferring Kim Gungwon. As Suho walked off, the messy 7th grade officer just stood there like a statue, stammering out a confused okay. A few days later, the office was buzzing. Everyone was gossiping about intern Han Suho and his legendary hunt for the non-updaters. The rumors were spreading like wildfire. No one could fathom how he finished in 2 days, what the pros couldn't handle. They dubbed him the true sword god and squad god. The skill gap between them was just plain disrespectful. Still, some wondered if the Awakening Department would take the heat. They worried the staff there would start resenting him, that they'd hate intern Han Suho for making them look bad. Instead, the Awakening Department was screaming his name in joy, chanting Sword God over and over. These guys had been getting cooked daily because of those S-class troublemakers. Getting a win for once felt 1,000 times better than the constant hate. They were literally shouting their love for Suho. One woman begged him not to leave, pleading for him to stay forever. She confessed she never acted this way, but she'd never witnessed talent like his before. One senior employee, eyes sparkling, announced he'd officially joined Suho's fan club. He told everyone to address him as a Suho priest, while clutching a poster of Suho's face like a holy relic. As Suho tried to leave with his paperwork, his co-workers practically sobbed, begging him to stay. Suho thanked them, but reminded the group he still had to wrap up his business with the awakening department first. Moments later, his phone buzzed. The name flashing on the screen was none other than Pai Sung-yeol. Chief Pei, scanning some files, asked if Suho was busy and told him to drop by the office if he had a second. Suho knew right then the bait he'd set had finally been taken. He headed straight for Chief Pei's office. Chief Pei handed Suho a cold soda, noting that his performance in the awakening department had been nothing short of spectacular. Suho played it humble, saying it was no big deal. Chief Pei sat back, wondering how he could call it nothing, especially when he consistently smashed every expectation. Suho offered his thanks. Chief Pei then asked if the first target caught was indeed Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed with a smirk while taking a sip. Pai noted that if Suho had encountered Kim, Suho realized the script was playing out perfectly, and that Chief Pei was already 10 steps ahead. That made things easy. Suho admitted he'd also run into Baek-gyuam. Chief Pei frowned, asking why he'd let him walk. Suho explained that the man was simply too big of a fish for him to land alone. Chief Pei asked why he spoke, as if he already knew exactly what was being hinted at. Suho clarified he knew Pei meant Baek-gyuam's powerful connections. Chief Pei nodded in confirmation. He then demanded to know why Suho hadn't reported this immediately. Suho said he waited, because he lacked the proper justification to file a report. Chief Pei pressed for details on what that meant. Suho laid it out. His goal was the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pei hadn't moved yet, reporting too early would have looked like he was overstepping his bounds. Suho figured if he waited, either Pei or the vice president would eventually summon him. Chief Pei loved the move and ordered Suho to report everything directly to him from now on. In exchange, he promised to give Suho all the intel he desired. Suho agreed. Chief Pei then asked if he wasn't curious about why he needed to report privately. Suho replied there was no point being curious since the chief clearly had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pei called him a total madman. He then whipped out a credit card and handed it to Suho for a job well done, telling him to go grab an expensive dinner with friends. He insisted that Suho shouldn't settle for cheap snacks, like basic pork belly, but should feast on whatever he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but the chief reminded him to just accept. When an elder offers a gift, you take it with thanks. Suho left the office, lost in thought as he walked the halls. Suho's gut told him that the icy silent treatment between the vice president and Chief Pei wasn't a coincidence. There was serious beef there. There was clearly a hidden history between them. Whipping out his phone, Suho immediately dialed Jiwon. He barked out orders to dig up dirt on a few specific numbers, and Jiwon didn't even blink before agreeing. When Suho asked why he wasn't curious about the details, Jiwon just shrugged, saying, "If the boss wants it done, it gets done." A wave of realization hit Suho. This was the exact same blind loyalty Chief Pei showed the vice president earlier. "Grind hard," Suho encouraged, "and a high-end feast is on me. You pick the spot." Jiwon let out a victory screech through the phone. Hanging up, Suho's mind shifted to the reporter, Jo Jinwei. A quick call later, and the two were clinking beer mugs under the evening lights. Jinwei raised his glass, offering a massive toast to Suho's official debut as a professional hunter. Keeping busy with the headlines, Suho joked. Jinwei laughed, admitting his job had been a total breeze lately, because Suho basically handed him legendary stories on a silver platter. He then asked about the Banshee team's status, and Suho explained he'd set them up separately so they could vibe better with Hwon's crew. Suho then told Jinwei that Hwon was dying to meet him, promising a proper introduction next time as a thank you for his help. Jinwei shook his head, insisting he was the one who owed Suho. He explained that the Hammer Guild's heroics turned the Nexus into a national sensation, sending his exclusive feature articles straight to the moon. Raising his glass again, he said he was hyped for their future alliance. Suho met his glass with a confident smile, agreeing that their partnership was just beginning. The next morning at the association, the non-awakening division manager, Lee Si-hyun, welcomed Suho with a contagious energy. She gushed over his legendary track record, thrilled to have such a heavy hitter join her squad. Seeing his humble vibe, she told him to drop the modesty, it didn't fit a man of his stature. She then tested his knowledge of the job. Hunting down unregistered hunters, Suho answered flatly. She nodded in approval and warned him that tracking them down was like finding a needle in a massive desert. She told him not to overcomplicate things. He just needed to snag one target to pass his field evaluation. Suho confidently promised he'd make it quick. Impressed by his main character energy, she handed him a classified blue file on unregistered targets. She informed him Officer Im would handle the briefing and told him to go all out. A short while later, while scanning her reports, Suho decided to cross-reference them with the intel he'd swiped from Im Jun-sung earlier. It was all fragmented. He realized there was basically no way to identify a hidden hunter, unless they snitched on themselves. Without a massive power flex, they were indistinguishable from any ordinary civilian. Registration was meant to prevent chaos, but many stayed in the shadows, because being awakened was a total career killer in certain industries, especially when some jobs required a normal status. Professional athletes were the prime example. Suddenly, a voice broke his concentration. It was investigator Joe Songil. Songil brought up Suho's insane records from the Awakening Division, sounding a bit too curious. He mentioned that his colleague Han-Ho Song wouldn't stop yapping about how cracked Suho was, so he had to see for himself. Suho kept it professional. The officer then asked if Suho intended to tackle this impossible assignment solo. As Songil walked away, telling Suho to call if he got stuck, Suho realized the truth. The guy was just dumping his entire workload on him. Unfazed, Suho picked his first target and headed out. Thwack. Every single dart hit the dead center of the board courtesy of a blonde prodigy named Park Gong. The crowd went wild, betting he'd sweep the upcoming tournament with his god-tier skills once again. His peers were low-key jealous of the massive prize money he was about to bag. A girl invited him to go to karaoke to celebrate, but Park Gong politely declined, saying he had to go help his mother at their shop. His black-haired friend complained, pointing out that even on a break day, Gong was still the ultimate responsible son. Gong just smiled and promised to hang out next time before heading back to the restaurant. Stepping inside, his heart nearly stopped. There was the legendary sword god, Suho, casually feasting on a luxury spread. Before he could freak out, his mother hushed him, reminding him not to annoy the customers. Gong just stood there, stunned. His mother questioned his early return, surprised he wasn't training. He claimed the session ended early, due to tomorrow's big tournament. When she asked why he wasn't with friends, he simply donned an apron and vowed not to leave her working solo. Then he casually offered to settle the sword god's tab, assuming it was still outstanding. She nodded. Approaching Suho, the boy quoted 10,001 won and offered a receipt. Suho declined, calling him by name. The boy froze heart, stopping. How did he know? Suho dropped the bombshell. He was from the Hunter Association's non-awakening department. That title drained the color from the boy's face. Stumbling back, he stammered out a frantic apology, claiming he was slammed. Suho tried to stall him, but the boy sprinted away, fleeing the scene. Leaving his mother bewildered, he vanished into an alley, collapsing to the cold ground in a heap. A glowing system window flickered before him, tempting him with power. He stared back, eyes filled with misery, cursing the timing of this nightmare. Shaking Goon stayed hidden. He'd kept his status window a total secret, but the association was already closing in. If the world knew he'd awakened even at level 1, it was game over for archery. An awakener is an awakener. Exposure meant losing everything he loved. He stayed low, praying for just a bit more time. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, shattering the silence. Steadying his voice, he stood and told his mom he was close. She mentioned Suho had left, and Goon's heart raced. He pressed for details, desperate to know if the man had said anything. She replied they'd only exchanged brief words. Relief washed over Goon like a tidal wave. He was safe, for now. He lied, saying he was heading to the dorms to rest up for tomorrow's showdown. He told her to eat without him hiding the tremor in his voice. Everything depended on that tournament. She agreed, though. A hint of maternal worry lingered in her voice. That concern triggered a defensive snap. He barked back, insisting that absolutely nothing was wrong with him. The line went dead. Goon exhaled, his lungs burning. At least his mother wasn't suspicious yet. The sword god had kept his mouth shut. But why? That silence was more terrifying than the truth. Gripping his phone until his knuckles turned white, he wondered if Suho was just waiting to expose him. Whatever trap was being set, he couldn't back down now. Tomorrow was his only path forward. This archery competition was his life's work, the biggest stage for any high schooler in the nation. First place meant 50 million won, the exact cost of his grandmother's surgery. His entire existence led to this. Once the trophy was his, he'd surrender. He just needed 24 more hours of luck. The next morning, Goon sat isolated in the waiting area, the weight of the world crushing his shoulders. He haunted himself with thoughts of the sword god. The anxiety was etched deeply into his features. A familiar voice from behind made him jump. It was his rival. Goon quickly masked it, feigning illness. His friend didn't buy it, noting his obvious nerves. Goon immediately doubled down on the lie. The friend shrugged, reminding him that even at half strength, Goon was a monster who always took first. He smiled, admitting no one could touch him. After all, Park Goon had never known defeat. Since day one, he'd crushed every upperclassman, claiming the throne with effortless ease. That was the burden of true genius. But those words only fueled Goon's inner dread as he spoke. He reminded his friend that he was a beast too. The boy just sighed with a grin. He was tired of being the eternal number 2. In this world, only the winner's name is remembered. With a wry smirk, he mentioned the pressure. If he slipped to third, his father would end him. He tightened his fist, shaking off the dark thought. He had his own reasons to fight for victory. He told Goon to give it his all, promising to watch until the final arrow flew. Goon nodded, finally feeling some tension lift. But the peace was short-lived as the coach called out. Nearby, Suyu watched with a predatory grin. As Goon stepped into the office, his blood ran cold. The coach was talking to a mysterious figure in black. Goon recognized that silhouette in an instant. It was Suho. The sword god had come to collect. Why was he here now? Panic surged as cold sweat beaded on his brow. Was the officer finally here to drag him away? The coach quietly slipped out, creating a heavy silence for their private conversation to begin. Suho's gaze pierced him. He questioned Gun's whereabouts from yesterday, leaving the boy fumbling for words. Before he could answer, Suho dropped the bombshell. "Are you an awakened Gun?" Felt like he'd been struck. Terror spiraled. Should he lie or confess? The high-stakes tournament was looming, and his future hung in the balance. Victory was his only hope. He desperately needed that prize money to fund his grandmother's life-saving surgery. No other job offered that kind of cash. Just this once, he wanted to hold on to his dream. Suho gripped the boy's trembling shoulder, his voice low and serious as he demanded the absolute truth. Finally, the wall broke. Gun admitted he was awakened. Unexpectedly, Suho's stern expression melted into a smile. After thanking him for his honesty, Suho didn't hesitate. They had to report the awakening immediately. The reality was cold. Gun would be forced to withdraw from the tournament, effective immediately. Suho promised to keep the coach in the dark, but Gun was left reeling in total shock. Desperation flared. He pleaded, arguing that he was still only level 1 and hadn't even chosen a class. Suho's response was ice cold. He acknowledged the boy's pain, but remained firm on the absolute rules. The law was unshakable. Even if he reported it after winning, the consequences would be devastating. Any achievement within a 2-month window would be wiped clean. The news crushed Gun's remaining hope. Suho insisted that reporting now was the only path forward. With no cards left, Gun finally surrendered. As they walked to the car, Suho felt a wave of relief seeing the boy follow so quietly. In a past life, Gun won the title, only to be brutally betrayed by his best friend, Won-suk. That betrayal birthed a monster. It pushed him toward villainy, turning him into the notorious criminal Kang Hui. It was a brutal choice, but Suho's interference had officially snatched the boy from that hellish destiny. During the drive, Suho jokingly asked why the kid was acting like he was heading to prison. Gun shifted uncomfortably. To him, hiding his awakening felt like a dark, unforgivable crime. Suho shut that down instantly. Keeping a secret didn't make him a bad person in the slightest. Gun's head snapped towards Suho with supernatural speed, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. Caught off guard, Suho calmly told him to relax. He wasn't a criminal, so he should stop acting like one. Still shaken, Gun struggled to process the logic. Suho decided to break it down simply for him. Did his silence cause anyone actual harm? Gun looked down and admitted that no one had suffered. Then there's no problem, Suho concluded. No victim meant no crime, and no reason for soul-crushing guilt. He then instructed Gun to head straight to the first-floor registration desk once they arrived. The warning followed. His days in competitive archery were likely over, at least for a while. Perhaps forever. Still, Suho reminded him that his talent was real, and a greater future awaited him. Moments later, the car pulled up to the association's massive headquarters. Suho dropped him off and prepared to leave, but a familiar voice suddenly halted him. It was Investigator Joe standing nearby with a cigar clamped between his teeth and a casual smirk. Joe remarked that flying solo looked exhausting. Suho just shrugged, claiming it was nothing he couldn't handle. A confident smile played on his lips as he added that the real work was only beginning. Joe laughed, noting that if Suho was just warming up, then he didn't need any extra help. With a polite bow, Suho took his leave and immediately dialed Jin Hui's number. He asked if she was free to talk. Behind him, Joe exhaled smoke watching Suho's retreating figure. He muttered about Suho's hidden burdens. Meanwhile, Gun finally reached the association's reception desk. The clerk handed over his new player registration card. Gun accepted the plastic with a heavy heart. Staring at the ID, a profound realization settled deep within his soul. The life of an ordinary person was gone forever. He closed his eyes, finally feeling a strange relief. He'd lived a lie for days. Now his first mission was to tell his mother the absolute truth. He spammed her phone with 8 calls, but silence was the only reply. Anxiety spiked instantly. Dread gripped him as he sprinted toward their tiny eatery, lungs burning and heart racing. A massive swarm blocked the entrance. Stepping inside, he found every single inch packed tight. Confused, he stared at the chaos until a girl snapped that they were there first. A stranger squinted, asking if he was Park Gun. Suddenly, the entire room went dead silent. Hype exploded. Everyone cheered for the unsung high archery star they all recognized instantly. Fans begged for selfies, leaving him reeling. How on earth did these strangers know his face? Was this massive crowd really here for him? The girl quickly shattered that ego-boosting theory. They weren't there for a student-athlete, but because the sword god recommended this spot. The mystery deepened. She beamed, explaining the sword god flexed their food on Instagram. The viral post already boasted 87,000 likes and over 47,000 comments. Patrons chuckled, finding it wholesome that the sword god's debut post was just a snack review. Still lost, the boy wondered how they spotted him. A geeky customer dropped some facts. Research is mandatory before any pilgrimage. Then they pestered him had he actually met the legend. Flexing a bit, he confirmed it, mentioning he even swiped the sword god's credit card himself. The girl turned salty but noted his mom looked stressed and told him to start working. He bolted into the kitchen immediately, promising his exhausted mother he would take over. She grilled him about the tournament and his training. Ignoring her, he fastened his apron tight. He insisted on cleaning first, while outside, fans buzzed over the legendary Sword God menu. Everyone gushed about how down-to-earth the Sword God was for enjoying such simple street food. The day blurred into a marathon of serving. By nightfall, his body finally hit its limit. Collapsing against the counter, he gasped that they had never been this slammed before. His stunned mother agreed, then demanded to know why he wasn't competing for the gold. Before he could explain, a voice echoed from the entrance, checking if the shop was open. His mom apologized through the door, shouting they were sold out and closed for the night. The visitor wasn't a customer. He introduced himself as Jo Jinhui, a reporter from PBS News. He requested an interview with Park Gun right then. The boy just stood there, completely lost. Was he really the target? The reporter nodded, revealing they had received a massive tip. The scoop claimed Park Gun quit a major match after admitting to being an awakened person. That bombshell hit hard. His mother stood frozen, unable to process the shocking news. She struggled to grasp what an awakening report even meant, or what her son was hiding. Elsewhere, at the archery range, Coach Won-suk offered some fake words of encouragement to his team. The athlete nodded boldly, vowing to dominate the match. As soon as the coach left, Won-suk's expression soured. He never expected Park Gun to make such a bold, preemptive strike. He'd planned to expose Gun's awakening after a win, effectively nuking the boy's entire career. The higher the climb, the deadlier the fall. But Gun's early exit ruined the entire plan. The script was flipped. This twist forced Won-suk to reveal his hand much sooner than intended. The memory of Gun muttering about awakening days ago still burned like a hot coal. Pure envy festered inside. No wonder that poor kid was shooting with such terrifying precision. Betrayal and resentment boiled over. He believed Gun had deliberately tried to sabotage his path. With his rival gone, the stage was set. He would win and prove his absolute dominance. Whispers filled the training grounds as onlookers marveled at the sheer perfection of his release. They claimed his form surpassed Gun's. That flattery fueled his ego, turning it into pure greed. Crowning himself the bow god, his concentration snapped when he heard a high-ranking official arrived. It was Oh Suho. Panic and confusion rippled through the crowd. Why was the sword god here? Suho cornered Won-suk, calling him out by name with a chilling command to follow him to the association. Caught in the headlights, Won-suk demanded answers. But Suho's voice was cold. This wasn't a conversation for the public eye. He dropped the bombshell, a 24-hour investigation. That's when Won-suk finally lost his cool and snapped. He spat out a flat refusal, barking about the sudden timing. Yet Suho stayed as calm as a frozen lake. Details on the way, Suho stated. But Won-suk's frustration exploded, his stubbornness reaching a violent breaking point. He doubled down, snapping if Suho would just roll over and follow if the roles were reversed. Then Suho played his trump card. He uttered one name, Hong Dong-suk, Won-suk's own brother. The blood drained from Won-suk's face instantly. His brother was being hunted for the ultimate sin, draft dodging. A fraudulent awakening report had triggered a domino effect. Now every family member was under the association's microscope. Mandatory verification was non-negotiable. This corruption ring was massive, and the association was playing for keeps. Suho locked eyes with him, demanding total cooperation. Pure, unadulterated terror began to set in fast. The weight of corruption and fraud crushed Won-suk. Meanwhile, the peanut gallery of students began to whisper. Rumors flew that the sword god himself was the escort. Looks like his family's going down, one girl hissed. Over at HQ, a dark-haired kid was throwing a tantrum, screaming for the head of whoever snitched. Slumping across from an investigator, he spat out accusations of hypocrisy, pointing a shaking finger at the man. This same man had signed his license. But the officer wasn't playing, warning him that resistance was futile. Refusal would only dig a deeper grave. Just then, Suho marched Won-suk in, taking in the chaotic scene. Suho scanned the room. He'd successfully rounded up every single rat tied to the massive draft fraud web. The powder keg finally blew. Seeing his brother, Won-suk's fuse ran out and he lunged with a heavy fist. He leveled him to the floor, roaring about how his brother's greed had trashed his entire career and competition. Vicious insults flew. Suho watched, disgusted by their distorted nature. That's when investigator Joe scrambled over. Joe begged for backup, but Suho shut him down. Interns don't touch official business. Cold but true. I'm in the middle of an evaluation, Suho added. Joe tried to argue, but the rules were set in stone. Before Joe could bark back, his boss summoned him away. Suho watched him retreat with a knowing look. He'd practically handed them the case on a silver platter. Soon after, he arrived at a dingy PC cafe. The air was thick with the ghost of stale cigarettes. No customers. The place was a complete ancient relic. Time stood still here. Post-Cataclysm VR had nuked the old-school gaming world into absolute oblivion. Flat-screen games were jokes compared to full-dive VR. It actually shocked Suho this place was still even open. How was this dump still operating? Then his eyes locked onto a gray-haired man slumped in the corner. Target locked. Suho slid into the next chair and booted up. Ops. The gray-haired man noticed immediately. Don't see people playing ops much these days, the man muttered. Suho admitted the nostalgia hit hard. Shaking off the rust wasn't easy. The man chuckled, calling ops a dead game in a dying world. One more player was a blessing. Add me, he grinned the name's Railgun. Let's carry this together. Railgun. The legendary rank 1 player Suho's eyebrows shot up, and the man gave a smug knowing smirk. Suho showed his genuine respect. Feeling like a big shot, the man stood up to treat his new friend. Perks of the job, he bragged, scanning the snack shelves like they were a personal treasure hoard. What's your poison, he asked. But Suho cut through the vibe. Are you Kim Q? The atmosphere turned sub-zero. The man paralyzed in shock, his face twisting into a mask of pure terror. He slowly turned his name, barely a whisper. Suho didn't flinch, pulling out his official badge. Korean Hunter Association. Non-Awakened Inspection Division. Suho's gaze was like a predator locking onto its prey. ID. Now. The man's legs turned to jelly as he backed away, finally trapped by his own identity. Exposed and terrified, the man crumbled. Suho's eyes remained cold, piercing through the man's desperate facade. Suho knew the truth. No more games. The man tried to play it cool, but his mask was cracking. It's in the back, he lied, backing toward the stairs with a fake smile. He was planning to bolt. Suho stayed glued to his side. He knew exactly what was coming the second they hit those stairs. Just as Suho foresaw, the kid took off like a shot without a single word. Slumped against an alley wall, the kid wheezed for air while his mind raced in panic. He couldn't fathom how the association tracked him, oblivious to the predator looming right behind him. Suho's voice sliced through the silence, mocking the escape attempt as he moved with ghost-like speed. A brutal flick to the forehead sent a shockwave of agony through the kid's entire frame. He collapsed, trembling and dazed. Suho's voice turned ice cold, warning him that resistance was no longer an option. Run again, and it's straight to a cell. Suho knelt, waiting for the inevitable excuses to start. The terrified kid stammered his innocence until Suho dropped a bombshell, his actual real name, Kim Gwon. The boy froze. Suho then pressed was the person inside actually his older brother Jian. He spat out a denial, but Suho's piercing gaze saw right through the desperate deception. Suho demanded they head back to verify Jian's body, triggering a sudden explosive surge of rage. He lunged with a desperate punch, but Suho caught it effortlessly, leaving the kid paralyzed with shock. With a casual twist of the boy's arm, Suho dropped the act. He was there to help. Their little stunts were just making things worse. Eventually, the pressure became too much, and Gwon surrendered. Suho flashed a chilling smile, promising ropes if he tried anything else. Now lead the way, he commanded. Inside, Gwon's twin lay like a statue on the bed. Suho loomed over him, analyzing the situation. It was obvious this was a possession state. On the bedside table sat 2 identical sets of identification. 2 brothers, 1 name. Suho's eyes locked back onto the gray-haired boy standing before him. He demanded to know when the awakening happened, revealing Jian's possession only works on a specific player. Gwon went rigid. Suho warned him lying was useless since their PC cafe records were easily accessible. Cornered by the facts, the boy's composure shattered as he begged to know Suho's real endgame. What was he planning? Closing his eyes tight, the kid finally let the whole truth spill out. He confessed he was paralyzed from an accident, while his brother remained trapped in a vegetative state. No parents, no cash, no backup. For them, this desperate hustle was the only way to survive. Suho's calm reply threw him for a loop. He wasn't going to do anything to them. To recap, Hooded Gwon was being possessed by his disabled brother Jian just to keep them afloat. With the truth out, Suho looked the boy in the eye and reiterated his offer of help. He told him to sit and listen. The kid hesitated until the name Sung Suho was finally revealed. That name sent a jolt of recognition through him. Panic-stricken, he fumbled for his phone to search. The realization hit him like a truck. A literal legend was standing right in his living room. Suddenly, Jian's soul snapped back into his own body, his face a mask of pure, bewildered confusion. Dragging himself toward his wheelchair, Jian locked eyes with Suho, demanding the full, unvarnished details. Help Suho's philosophy was simple. Don't give handouts, give the helpless a real chance to work. He promised Jian a real job, then dropped the most unexpected question of all. Did Jian want to be a hunter again? The suggestion left the boy staring in absolute disbelief. Looking down at his paralyzed legs, he snapped that if this involved raiding, it was impossible. He refused to keep hijacking his brother's life. But Suho remained unfazed, shaking his head. This wasn't about possession. This was a job meant for Kim Jian, and Kim Jian alone. Jian's brow furrowed in irritation, warning Suho to quit playing games with their lives. At level 50, he was locked out of low-tier gates, and his body was clearly broken. Suho pivoted casually, asking if he'd ever heard of the fabled partner items. Gear so rare, they sync perfectly with a player's soul, cranking their innate abilities to 11. Jian knew the legends, but finding one was like hitting a billion-dollar jackpot. nearly impossible. Only a tiny fraction of hunters worldwide have ever laid eyes on a true match. Suho nodded. He knew better than anyone that finding the perfect gear was a literal miracle. From his past life, Suho remembered how a single cursed relic turned Kim Jian into a legend of infamy. Suho promised he'd track down the perfect item to sync with Jian's rare possession trait. This was the key to rewriting their destiny. The boy's fist trembled as a storm of emotions surged within him. "Why now?" he shouted, haunted by years of cold indifference. He couldn't understand Suho's sudden, overwhelming kindness. Was there a hidden price? For years, Kim Jian had begged for scraps at every welfare center and government office. But every door slammed shut in his face. Once a high-flying hunter, he'd crashed hard into rock bottom. Society discarded him like trash, and that bitter abandonment left jagged, permanent scars on his very soul. That cold neglect was what originally forged Jian into a monster. But in this timeline, everything was changing. Suho claimed he was never forgotten, a lie the boy couldn't swallow, until Suho did the unthinkable. Without a shred of pride, Suho dropped to his knees, bowing his head in a sincere apology for his delay. "I should have been here sooner," he whispered. Deep down, Suho truly wanted to save Kim Jian's future. He didn't build this broken system or represent the state itself. But that didn't matter now. As a public servant, he carried the weight of his duty with zero excuses. He looked up with a reassuring smile. He explained he hadn't ignored them. He just hadn't found the miracle they needed until this very moment. This time, his vow was ironclad. Jian's brother stood frozen, staring at the man who was shattering his world. Finally, his walls crumbled, and he offered a soft apology. He confessed that kindness was a foreign language to them. Years of suffering had turned them into wounded animals, always defensive. Suho stood up, brushing off his knees. Anyone would have fought back. Suho comforted him. He then promised that reporting the awakening wouldn't jeopardize their survival. Their pension was safe. Suho had already calculated every move to protect their meager livelihood from consequences. He even threatened to personally crush the PC cafe owner if Jian didn't get every cent he was owed. Luckily for the boss, Jian revealed the man was actually one of the few who had been decent to him. Looking ahead, Suho planned to get Jian scouted by a powerhouse guild to restart his career properly. The boy was skeptical who would want a broken hunter. But Suho's confidence remained absolute and unshakable. "Just wait," Suho smirked. He just needed to retrieve that legendary item to flip the script for them. Destiny was finally shifting. Later, as Suho pulled up to the Hunter Association, a heavy atmosphere greeted him. Why were the big bosses calling him in so urgently? Before he could solve the puzzle, a familiar face appeared. Park Gun came sprinting toward him like a golden retriever. Suho blinked, wondering why the kid was staking out the building. Gun's mom had sent a feast, all thanks to Suho's latest viral Instagram post that was currently blowing up. Between the social media hype and the news reports, Suho was becoming a local hero. Gun beamed with pure gratitude. The kid was hyped, but Suho kept his cool, acting like his massive influence was just another Tuesday. "I just like the food, kid," Suho shrugged. As for the media circus, he played it totally off. He played dumb about the leaks, and Gun just went along with it. Then Suho pivoted had the boy chosen a class. Gun's eyes lit up as he revealed he'd picked the archer class. His hunter dreams were more alive than ever. He begged for a guild recommendation, and Suho already had the perfect destination in mind for his new sidekick. Suho marched his new recruits straight into the Nexus Guild. The leader didn't even hesitate for a second. A recommendation from Suho was like a golden ticket, and Gun was hired instantly. Next stop, the vice president's lair. Suho knocked on the heavy office door, his presence calm and unshakable. A voice from within beckoned him inside. Entering the room, Suho offered a professional bow. The vice president looked up, his gaze unreadable and sharp. "Just checking in on our rising star," the VP noted with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Word of Suho's insane streak of successes had reached the very top. Suho just shrugged it off like luck. "Just lucky, sir," Suho lied smoothly. Vice President Kuman chuckled, calling out Suho's blatant and calculated modesty. Modesty was one thing, but Suho had been clearing impossible missions like they were child's play lately. The VP brought up the recent military corruption scandal. Suho had dismantled a case way above his pay grade. It wasn't part of his job description yet. Suho had handled it perfectly. The VP leaned in, eyes narrowing. "Where did you get that intel, Suho?" At that moment, Suho realized the interrogation had officially begun. The vice president was fishing for intel, clearly rattled by how fast Suho moved on, awakening department leaks. Suho's gut twisted. Director Lee and the vice president were likely partners in a major conspiracy. To expose the truth, Suho cast a line, narrowing his eyes as he prepared a deadly trap. Suho cited undercover tips. The vice president snapped back, claiming those leads didn't mention draft dodgers at all. In that moment, Suho saw it. The vice president had already scavenged every confidential tip-off file. Realizing the snake had been busy, Suho casually dropped another massive bombshell. He claimed a network of elite informants forged during his brutal years, working as a hunter. That hit a nerve. A visible tremor shook the vice president as he grilled Suho for names. Who would risk their life for you? Suho just shrugged, calling them deep personal connections. When the vice president demanded specifics, Suho played it cool, keeping his cards close to his chest. I've got eyes everywhere, he teased. The vague reply sent the vice president's composure into a tailspin. The man's voice cracked, shouting for clarity. Suho just offered a polite, hollow apology. These ties involve government agencies. Suho lied smoothly. I simply cannot compromise my secret sources. The vice president panicked, asking if their organization was also compromised. Suho simply feigned total ignorance. The vice president switched tactics, whining like a victim. Are you really going to betray me like this? Suho remained stone-faced, letting the silence scream. Then the vice president tried to play the leader card. He argued that power players share secrets to build empires. It was a pathetic plea for more influence. Suho asked how intel could even be weaponized. A predator's smirk crept across his face. I heard there is a mole inside the Daewon Association. Someone very high up, Suho teased. Like a shark smelling blood, the vice president took the bait. He begged to meet these informants. Suho played hard to get warning that his sources were absolutely terrified of being exposed. The vice president suggested a client disguise, but Suho stood firm. He was not budging at all. Closing the distance, the vice president desperately pleaded for mercy. Suho let the tension simmer. I will ask once Suho finally relented. Overjoyed, the vice president demanded a confirmation before sunset. Suho nodded, ending the charade. Understood. I will take my leave now. Walking away, he chuckled internally. The vice president was hooked, lined, and sinkered exactly as planned. He arrived at the non-awakened sector, nearly colliding with a panicked Aom Jung-sung. Suho checked his evaluation status, but Aom looked like he had seen a ghost. Drowning in paperwork, Aom stammered that the awakening department was currently in absolute shambles. Please wait, Aom begged. The evaluation team was buried under a massive mountain of work. It would take days to process the backlog. Suho froze, confused by the sudden bottleneck. Around them, the office was pure carnage. Officers were screaming and clutching their heads in despair. A tsunami of draft dodgers had appeared out of nowhere, breaking the entire system. Just listing the names was an eternal nightmare. One officer sobbed, apologizing to his mother. He would not be seeing home tonight. Amidst the frenzy, Suho calmly asked for a seat. Aom froze. In all the madness, they had not even assigned Suho a desk yet. Suho stood there, a silent island in a sea of chaos. Next thing, he is outside. Sipping coffee, he found Chulman laughing his head off. So they officially kicked you out. Suho sighed, admitting defeat. Chulman just chuckled and took a deep swig of his drink. Word is you caught a record-breaking number of dodgers, Chulman teased. Suho's eyes widened. The news leaked because the awakening department stayed silent, Chulman explained. Everyone was spectating the drama. Suho frowned. This was not good news. The department was hiding something truly ugly. There was no reason to air their dirty laundry in public like this. Suho turned to Chulman. How much do you actually know about the internal politics here? Chulman flinched. Why the sudden interest in that hornet's nest? Suho just looked ahead. Getting the vibe, he played it safe neutrality, was his shield against the coming storm. With future knowledge as his guide, Chulman connected the dots. Suho watched his mind whirling with calculations. Chulman was an open book of micro-expressions. Behind that dull mask hid a predator sharp and hyper-vigilant, a man scarred by the association's dirty power plays. Watching him, Suho had a sudden moment of clarity. His whole life was just steel and survival. He'd been too busy swinging a sword to notice the world. Chulman began mapping out the war zone, specifically Vice President Park Hyuman and Chief Pai Sung-yul's power structures. On the surface, the association was split. First up was the Vice President's elite faction, then the Special Unit Chief's crew. In Suho's past life, these two were never the main event. They used to look like allies, but that was a lie. These snakes were never on the same team. Suho realized the Sunbae Gayum incident was just a game of intel gathering and shadow manipulation. They were slowly tightening the noose. Chulman continued breaking down the division of power. The lines were crystal clear. The awakening and management departments were firmly in the vice president's pocket. Meanwhile, the gate and resource departments were controlled by Chief Pai's iron fist. Suho wondered why the president didn't have his own army. His answer was ice cold and simple. The president was the peak, he didn't need a faction. Chulman nodded, adding another layer to the truth. He's just surviving his term playing the political game outside. Chulman looked at Suho, hunting for more questions. Suho stayed quiet, internalizing every piece of this dangerous puzzle. The information was now etched into his memory. Chulman offered him a low-key spot in the gate department. Suho felt the gratitude but paused. That move might trigger alarms. He needed a cleaner approach to avoid suspicion. A cafe study session was safer. Chulman agreed, promising to drop the necessary intel-loaded materials. Suho thanked him, realizing a day off was exactly what he needed to sharpen his plans. Later that day, Suho pulled up to the Nexus Guild's Paju Villa. The second he walked in, the Banshee team and G1 lit up. Seeing him was a major morale boost. He calmly gathered the group, his aura commanding the room. G1 was immediately suspicious. Skipping work. In this economy, Suho just smirked, calling it a perfectly legal, tactical absence. The stars had finally aligned, he told them. The team looked back with blank stares, totally lost. He brought up their old oath. He knew the Banshee team was fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred. The special unit had to pay. He wasn't just offering help, he was offering a total collapse. No half measures. This was the real reason he called them, to build a foundation for absolute revenge. He needed ghosts operatives who could move in the shadows and strike without leaving a trace. Manhwa reminded him they were still rookies in training. Wasn't the revenge supposed to wait? That was the old plan, Suho admitted. But the board had changed, and he'd found a shortcut. A new opportunity had surfaced. If they played it right, the association would tear itself apart. They didn't need the Special Forces badge yet. They just needed to exploit the internal rot. With a cold, confident grin, Suho dropped the name of their first victim, Vice President Park Human. Just like that, Suho led the high-ranking target straight into the trap. The sun set as the vice president stepped out, looking disgusted by the trashy meeting spot. It was a total dump. Suho played it off as a security necessity for high-stakes informants. Park expected luxury suites inside. He figured the informants were just being extra cautious. He convinced himself this was normal for shady dealings. But once inside, the Banshee squad was waiting. White masks, dead silence. The vice president's heart began to hammer. Panic set in. No other souls, just cold silence. Had his secrets finally leaked? He clung to Suho like a lifeline. Surely the legendary sword god would protect him, right? Suho turned his voice, turning icy. This is the place, he whispered. Park's blood ran cold. The vibe shifted instantly. Suho's eyes darkened, the perfect time for a clean, brutal execution. In a flash, the Banshee squad lunged, pinning the vice president before he could even blink. They slammed him down in one fluid motion, killing any hope of escape as Suho towered over his prey. Suho dropped the cold truth. The vice president was officially kidnapped, and he wasn't about to waste breath on details. With a sharp nod, Guokduho stepped forward, delivering a brutal, precise strike to the back of the man's neck. The man's lights went out instantly. He slumped over, signaling the official start of Suho's master plan. Somewhere in the shadows, the vice president slowly drifted back to consciousness. As his senses flickered to life, he scrambled up, pounding the door with desperate fists while screaming at the top of his lungs. He demanded his location, begging for a sign of life. But before a response could come, a sickening, wet gurgling echoed from the darkness behind him. The sound sent chills down his spine, freezing him solid. His heart raced as terror set in. Was it a monster? His mind spiraled, trying to identify that nightmare noise. The gurgling intensified. The second he pinpointed the source of the sound, pure, unadulterated panic took the wheel. He shrieked in absolute horror, wailing for rescue and pleading for someone to kill the beast lurking nearby. His eyes finally adjusted, locking onto the source. What he saw made his blood run cold. It wasn't a monster. It was a person bound in heavy chains and completely immobilized. He stared speechless. The vice president's mind fractured in confusion. This person was trapped, unable to even twitch under those restraints. Right then, Suho strolled into the light, casually mocking the vice president for having so much energy left. Rage erupted as soon as the vice president saw his face. He spat venomous threats, swearing Suho would pay. Suho didn't hesitate. He summoned his blood weapon and brought it down like a hammer onto the man's hand. A sickening crunch echoed as fingers shattered. One ruthless strike and the vice president collapsed into the dirt, howling. As he screamed, Suho stared down coldly, wondering if the man was actually brave or just incredibly stupid. Seconds later, Suho activated his heal, mending the fresh agony. He told the man to shut up, he hated whining. Trembling like a leaf, the vice president whimpered, asking what he had ever done to deserve such a nightmare. Suho realized this clown still had not learned his lesson. He raised his blood-red blade once again, eyes glowing. He noted how talkative the vice president still was. That single comment was enough to finally break the man's spirit. Total terror masked the vice president's face. He groveled for mercy, apologizing over and over while begging for life. Suho straightened his jacket. That's better, he said. Proper cooperation meant they could skip the whole violence part. He claimed he did not even enjoy hitting people. Then he walked over to the chained man and nudged him. He introduced the captive as Chong-sik, the notorious head of the Chong-sik gang, a man with a dark history. His resume was packed with loan sharking and trafficking. A real bottom feeder who had finally been caught. His sins were so heavy he was being kept here for education. Suho made the stakes crystal clear for the vice president. He could remain Park Human, or he could spend the rest of his life rotting in chains just like Chang-sik. With that threat looming, Suho told him to behave. Fast forward a bit, and things changed. The vice president was now kneeling like a loyal dog, having spilled every dirty secret into a notebook. Suho flipped through the pages, satisfied. The man had actually done a decent job cataloging his crimes. Almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had been a very busy man over the last few years, so busy that Pai Sunyol was already set to devour him. Those words hit Park Kyuman like a freight train. Before he could play the victim, Suho shut him down. Don't pretend you're oblivious to what is happening, he warned. Suho dropped the bomb. Kim Gungwon was in custody. This single fact made the vice president's world start to crumble. The vice president gaped at him, paralyzed by shock. He stammered out a question, asking if it was really true. Suho let out an annoyed sigh, mocking how slow the man was to catch on to the obvious. He explained that Kim Gungwon had been a priority target, a slippery snake who was finally cornered. While hunting that trash down, Suho had crossed paths with Baek Ji-hyun and uncovered some spicy intel. He knew Baek Ji-hyun was lining the vice president's pockets. Suho admitted he let the guy go to watch the fallout. Suho shoved his phone into the man's face, showing exactly who had initiated contact first. The proof was undeniable. It was Pai Sunyol. He was already working the shadows, preparing to wipe the vice president off the map. Park Hyuman was totally lost, completely blind to the chaos. But Suho wasn't done yet. He'd bet on the Awakening Department execs having his back. Too bad he was dead wrong. Not a single report. Total silence. The vice president gnashed his teeth, spitting out venomous curses. He thought he'd treated them well. Suho just smirked coldly. Your life is hanging by a thread, human. One move from Pai Sehun-jol, and he's toast. The VP began to shake, begging for mercy. Is there any way out? Suho crouched, low eyes locking onto his. There might be a chance, but only if you follow my lead. Do as I say, and I'll keep you alive. You might even stand a chance against Joel. Hope flickered across the vice president's pathetic face. He nodded frantically, desperate to survive. That's when Suho pulled out a tiny, ominous object. A pitch-black pill. Eat it, Suho commanded. Hayuman's hands trembled. What is this? An item bomb. Once swallowed, it fuses with your body. I hold the detonator. Undetectable by any skill. And trust me, it wasn't cheap. Down the hatch. Now. Terror paralyzed the VP. He recoiled. Do I really have to swallow that thing? It's insurance against betrayal. But hey, if you're not hungry, don't eat it. Suho leaned in, whispering. If you don't want to stay alive here, go live as Changsik elsewhere. Your call. Choose your fate. Hayuman stared at the pill, his entire body quaking with fear. He shut his eyes tight and gulped it down. Suho smirked. The trap was set. Time to clean up your garbage one by one. Hayuman looked confused. What garbage? To survive, Joel, you need to fix every single mess you've made until now. Blame whoever you want, just don't touch the innocent. Cross that line and you're dead. Human understood the threat perfectly. He frantically swore he'd never cross that boundary. Relax. I'm just watching. Then Suho dropped his first real order like a bombshell. Fix the draft evasion mess the moment you're back. Now tell me, who else was involved? Hayuman spilled everything. It was him, the department head, and the division chief. He'd pocketed 70%, leaving the scraps for his lackeys. Suho just thought, what a pig. Return every cent. And make sure those involved keep their mouths shut. Permanently. Human hesitated. I have my share, but the others? I'm not sure. Suho's gaze turned icy. If that money isn't back, consider yourself blown sky high. Pay it back or cover it yourself. Just make it disappear. Human nodded, desperate. One more thing. Finalize my awakening evaluation the second you step through those doors. Field and written tests are done. Stop stalling and sign the papers. Human stammered out an apology, swearing to fix it. Finally, Suho gave the final command. Close your eyes. The VP froze, bewildered. That's when Suho slowly raised his bat. I hate repeating myself. Crack. The bat connected with the side of Hayuman's skull. The VP hit the floor, lights out. Outside, the tension was starting to boil over. Hyunmin paced back and forth. What's taking him so long? Doho nodded in agreement. It's been too quiet. Suddenly, the heavy door creaked open, breaking the eerie silence. Suho walked out, the vice president, tossed over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Yeonhwa blinked in shock. Did you knock him out? We didn't hear a sound. Suho shrugged. Well, that's what happens when you hit someone the right way. He tossed the body to Doho. Get him in the car. We're moving out. I'll explain the plan later. For now, everyone gather around. We have work to do. He handed a notebook to Yeonhwa. Human is our puppet now. Time for some internal sabotage. We strike before the association falls. But first we scrub his dirty laundry clean. Inside that notebook lay every single secret. It was the vice president's ultimate corruption ledger. As the crew skimmed the records, Yeonhwa noted the list of crimes was absolutely endless. She wondered if a total wipe was the plan, but Suho countered, they'd only scrub the rot. Specifically, the dirt Paisong Joel already tracked. Even if he saw the full picture later, it wouldn't matter. They'd milk Park Kuman for everything, then toss him aside. Suho then checked if anyone wanted personal payback. If someone wanted a piece of him, he'd flip the script. They scanned the ledger one last time. After some quick soul-searching, the team agreed none of them had a personal score to settle with the man. Suho gave a satisfied nod, declaring it was finally time to move out. As the group prepped to leave, Jiwon noted that the vice president appeared suspiciously unscathed. Intrigued, he questioned how Suho cracked him. Suho's cold reply, he'd forced Kyumon to swallow a bomb. One wrong move and boom. Total obedience through sheer terror. Jiwon stood there, floored by the ruthlessness. When asked if such a lethal item even existed, Suho smirked and killed the vibe. It was a bluff. With Park Kyumon neutralized, the crew finally dispersed, each heading toward their own destination in the night. Suho ordered the Banshee squad to haul Kyumon away while he and Jiwon finally called it a day. Destination Nexus. Yunho gave a sharp nod, confirming the orders without a second of hesitation. Pivoting to Jiwon, Suho demanded an update on the cryptic phone numbers he'd handed over for digging. Jiwon shook his head. The background search for Pei Sungjo and the inner circle came up dry. To uncover the truth, they'd have to breach the Messenger app's main servers to find any trail. Sliding into the car, Suho realized the target was smarter than expected. Those numbers weren't saved contacts. Track their frequent callers instead, Suho commanded. How long until you crack the regular call logs? Jiwon guessed tomorrow, but Suho's gaze was relentless. He needed those results on his desk by tonight. By next week, the pruning of Park Kyumon must begin. Timing is everything for this operation. At dawn, Jiwon's frantic shouting shattered, the silence jolting Suho awake from a much-needed rest. He'd found it, Seonggil's secret line. Scouring Lee Wonek's records, Jiwon pointed out a recurring ghost number. A mysterious digit kept popping up. No texts or chats, just cold voice calls with no digital footprint. It was Seonggil's burner. Eerily enough, it had 0 other contacts. A pure, untraceable line for dark business. Suho tossed him a rare compliment. Seeing his friend's exhaustion, he suggested a well-deserved dinner break. Jiwon grinned, mentioning that Hee-won was almost there. A full team reunion over a hot meal sounded perfect. Suho blinked, remembering Hee-won's road back. The man had just finished his grueling intensive addiction recovery. After mastering antidote synthesis, Hee-won had vanished on a solo nationwide odyssey to find himself again. He was finally chasing his long-held dreams. Suddenly, the man of the hour waltzed through the door. He gave a casual wave, looking like he'd just returned from a stroll. But Suho noticed something. Traveling without luggage, Suho questioned. Hee-won just flashed a sleek credit card with a smug, triumphant grin. One card, infinite power. Hee-won joked dramatically, kissing the plastic. Antidote sales had made him filthy rich. After years of drowning in misery, he was finally ready to burn his fortune and live properly. Jiwon's jaw dropped in pure respect. That kind of chaotic energy was exactly the vibe he admired. Don't you dare, Suho snapped, killing Jiwon's dreams of becoming a reckless spendthrift like their friend. As they ate, Suho noted that Hee-won looked revitalized. The open road had washed away his shadows. When asked about his favorite stop, Hee-won didn't hesitate. Busan was the winner purely for the street food. The spicy tteokbokki was top tier. He claimed the local Busan dialect even gave the flavors a kick. Suho rolled his eyes. For a guy fresh out of rehab, Hee-won sounded like he was chasing highs. Hee-won bristled, swearing he was dead serious. Seeing the tension, Jiwon quickly jumped in to steer back. Now that you're back, we're dragging you into the digital trenches, Jiwon teased, his eyes gleaming maliciously. He almost promised a death trap before pivoting to epic dungeon. Hee-won's answer was an instant pass. Jiwon kept nagging, but Suho intervened. Hee-won wasn't here for games, he was here for a vital mission. Duty calls, Suho stated. When a confused Hee-won asked the job, Suho replied, "You're making a masterpiece." He led him to the laboratory, where mountains of mysterious crates and packages dominated the entire workspace. Hee-won's jaw hit the floor at the scale. Suho just shrugged, those were just the raw ingredients. For armor, Hee-won gasped. He couldn't fathom how many legendary sets could be forged from this pile. Suho's voice didn't waver. Every single one of those crates was designated for one singular legendary outfit. Cracking a lid, Hee-won found green slime stones, bottom-tier junk, that most high-level players would just toss. These brittle crystals were just hardened slime remnants fused by mana-worthless trash to any pro craftsman. Suho's order was wild. Fuse every stone into a single, massive core of magical fabric. Hee-won stood frozen, jaw-dropping at the audacity. Suho just shrugged already, walking away while telling him to keep those positive vibes high. Pointing out that every fusion grinded valuable EXP, Suho promised to hunt down the final ingredients while Hee-won stayed behind. Slime stones were their final cash buy. Now, Hee-won had to lock in and grind the rest through pure, diligent sweat. Panicked about the deadline, Hee-won pressed for the endgame. Suho revealed that once Hee-won pushed past his limit and could fuse no more, the masterpiece would be born. If the stash hit 0 suddenly, Suho would just drop more materials to fill the void. Alone now, Hee-won's brain was buffering in total shock. Grumbling about Suho's main character energy, the scene shifts to a hauntingly silent village at the edge of the world. Deep in Gyeonggi's outskirts, the midnight air felt heavy. It wasn't just quiet, it was an eerie, skin-crawling silence. Breaking the stillness, Suho hopped out and approached a decaying ruin. As he stepped across the threshold, colorless solitude flared to life, masking his presence from reality. If his intel held up, his target was waiting right here. He pulsed his mana detection and almost instantly, his radar pinged a massive anomaly. A Buddha statue loomed there, throbbing with a sickly, corrupted mana. Twisted energy bled from the stone. Suho hauled the relic outside, staring it down in a tense, silent standoff. He analyzed it like a living predator. Then with lethal grace, Suho called forth his blood-bound blade. A crimson edge manifested lightning-like energy, sparking as he brought the sword down in a violent arc. Steel bit through stone like butter. Red light flared as the top half slid off, hitting the dirt with a bone-jarring thud. Silence followed the impact. For a second. Then a sickening gurgle erupted as the broken stone began to writhe. Malicious red eyes ignited within the rubble. Inky shadows billowed out, lashing around the severed pieces like tentacles. In a blink, the debris defied gravity, snapping back together in a seamless, terrifying reconstruction, looking completely untouched. Suho just smirked, whispering that he'd definitely found the right jackpot. This wasn't mere junk, it was a soul shield, a parasitic entity lurking deep within the artifact's shell. It was built to cage spirits forever, but Suho sensed a glitch. See, normally, the shield stays locked down, but this freak had hijacked the statue as its own personal mecha. Like a hermit crab in a borrowed shell, it scuttled about. Suho gripped his hilt tighter, ready to end it. Time to evict the tenant. Suho triggered Steel Slash, unleashing a vertical strike meant to shatter souls. The stone split right down the middle, detonating into dust. But the darkness didn't die, it exploded. Shadows engulfed Suho instantly. System Alert screamed a parasitic spirit was breaching his mental defenses. It tried to rot his mind from the inside, but Suho didn't blink. Instead, he unleashed the dragon blood. A cold grin touched his lips. Suddenly, the parasite realized it had just stepped into a dragon's den. System log. Thanks to the draconic armor, mental corruption was hard countered. Total immunity achieved. The invader shrieked in terror, trying to bolt, but the dragon's energy incinerated the corruption instantly. The shadows evaporated as the cleansing ended. Suddenly, the artifact began to shift and reshape itself. A tiny bone-white figure rested in Suho's palm. System. You've acquired the Freed Soul Prison. An A-rank relic, once a necromancer's tool for binding wraiths. Damage had turned it into a cursed nightmare, bursting with trapped souls. But now, that parasitic rot was officially gone. Just one more ingredient to go. Then he could forge the ultimate gear perfectly suited for Kim Guan. Suho tightened his grip, feeling the pieces align. The endgame was finally within reach. Days later, Hee-won looked like a straight-up zombie. Pale skin, dead eyes, the guy was running on fumes. Every muscle ached. He limped towards Suho, pleading for mercy from his merciless team leader. The fusion was an endless loop. He'd been grinding all weekend and felt his life bar hitting zero. Suho just flashed a serene smile. Relax, Hee-won. Humans are harder to kill than that. Hee-won started spiraling about the crunch, but Suho pivoted smoothly, preaching that positive mindset again. He reminded him that this was a luxury compared to the hellish days in the Yeongdeungpo slums. That hit home. Hee-won froze, staring at Suho before muttering that using trauma was totally cheating. Suho didn't even flinch. He just smirked, walked away, and told him to get back to work. Savage. Suho stepped out as Hee-won clutched his hair in sheer annoyance. He knew that despite all the whining, the guy would still deliver perfect results. Right then, his phone buzzed. It was a call from the vice president. The VP confirmed that the money had reached everyone in the ledger, and every single witness had been permanently silenced. Suho warned him to keep their talk casual unless they were alone, as acting formal would definitely raise red flags. The VP agreed, noting the cleanup was flawless. He added that the whole draft dodging scandal was staged as an anonymous leak, making sure those cowards wouldn't dare open their mouths. Settling into his car, Suho checked on the status of director Lee Wanek and manager Lee Si-hyun. The VP promised to summon them separately later today and wipe them both out immediately. Suho gave a nod and reminded him to fix his evaluation score. Then he dropped one more order. He demanded a transfer to the resource management department. As the call ended, Suho's focus sharpened. Other divisions just had targets. But resources was different. That place held gear and skills that could truly evolve a hunter's power. We're talking about legendary items that aren't even listed in the official database. Suho knew the truth. Massive treasures were hidden deep within that junk, and his mission was simple. He was going to take it all. A black-haired officer stepped up and introduced himself as Kim Sok-won, an evaluator from the resource division. Shaking Suho's hand, he offered to brief him on the field test while they walked. Suho nodded back. He introduced himself as Han Suho, keeping it professional. As they headed out, Sok-won began breaking down the department's hierarchy. Gear was handled by the equipment team. Skill books went to literature, potions to consumables, and raw materials to Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, the unit in charge of cursed items, making 5 teams in total. Seok-wan continued, explaining that the evaluation was split into 2 distinct phases. The first test was a general exam for everyone, while the second was strictly for Special Team 2. Suho realized this made sense. Unlike the standard teams, Team 2 dealt with things that were actually lethal, but he wasn't sweating it. Even the cursed items used for training were basically just toys to him. Honestly, the first test seemed like a bigger headache. It was pure logistics, which meant nothing but backbreaking labor. They soon reached the warehouse. Seok-wan explained that this was the main storage for the department's external resources. Inside, workers were buzzing like bees, organizing gear and shouting orders in a frantic but efficient rhythm. Seok-wan turned to Suho, telling him that from this point on he needed to start taking notes. He had to learn where every item lived, how to find them instantly, and the proper way to sort them. While this was on the written test, the actual warehouse was a chaotic mess of unpredictable variables. Suho looked at him and asked if he could just start the test now without any of the training. Seok-wan stared at him, noting Suho's insane level of confidence. But just as Suho confirmed it, a heavy item slipped from the top shelf and smashed right onto a staff member's head. Workers scrambled, screaming for a medic. Handing Suho a hard hat, Seok-wan explained that this was exactly the kind of variable he was talking about. Thanks to magical resonance, items here could shift, fly, or drop at any moment. It was a literal death trap. He asked if Suho still thought he was too good for the basic safety demonstration. Suho just calmly strapped on the helmet and told him to start the test immediately. Seok-wan was stunned. He warned Suho that falling boxes were just the beginning, practically begging him to do the training first. Suho just brushed him off with a quick thanks and started walking. He was ready to roll. Left in the dust, Seok-wan could only mutter a confused okay, thinking this guy was either a legend or a lunatic. As Suho strolled through the aisles, he whispered that it had been a long time. During his past rotation in resources, he'd ground through this labor until it literally buffed his physical stats. Back then, these days were hell compared to raiding high-rank dungeons and facing real monsters. Now, simple sorting work like this felt like a total joke. He sensed his target was close. He stopped in front of a massive rack and reached deep inside, pulling out an apple. The system pinged. It was a stone apple, literally solid rock. It looked totally worthless, but Suho just smirked. After a quick sweep to ensure no prying eyes were watching, Suho gripped the mysterious fruit. Its skin bled into a haunting crimson. He smirked. Others saw trash, but he saw a hidden treasure. Left to rot in storage, the relic finally awakened as he surged it with red-grade mana. The department was too blind to see its true potential. Their lack of talent was his gain. Its hidden power was finally his. Suddenly, an obsidian serpent materialized from the stone apple. The poison-eating snake. It unhinged its jaws and struck at him like a black shadow. Suho didn't flinch, letting the fangs sink into his neck. Instantly, the system flashed red. The serpent essence flooded his veins, triggering the legendary Trial of the Snake quest. Staring at the prompt, Suho recalled using this very item to build his Poison Dragon Foundation. In the Kingdom of Venom, 3 stood at the top: the Poison Dragon, Demon, and King. Their toxicity was absolute. Back in his previous life, his path had been legendary. He had eventually reached peak immunity by devouring a Venom Lord heart, but that was endgame. This time, he was starting early, grinding his resistance levels from the very beginning. He needed this power to obliterate Suzuki Endo, the venomous witch who had betrayed his trust. Poison magic was her playground. Against any other foe, he wouldn't even break a sweat. But for her, he would meet venom with venom. There is no bigger humiliation than losing your own game. Meanwhile, Kim Sok lounged in his office, lazily waiting for the rookie to fail. He was sure Suho would come crawling back, begging for a break any second now. Theoretical power is one thing, but the field is a whole different beast. That is why they called the warehouse the Labyrinth. Then Suho walked in, looking bored. He announced he had gathered everything on the list. Kim Sok, lost in his ego, froze. He started lecturing him about training, but then his gaze fell on the boxes. His brain stalled. Blinking in pure shock, he asked for a repeat. Suho didn't stutter. "I have everything on the list right here." Cold sweat began to bead on Kim Suk's brow. He scanned the document he had personally rigged with impossible requests. This was sheer insanity. Cryptic codes and fake classifications, yet Suho had found every single item without error. He prayed the sorting task would be his downfall. But moments later, Suho was finished. From section 1 to 3, it was flawless. Kim Sok felt his worldview crumbling. He had always believed combat and admin work were 2 different worlds. Yet here stood a perfect hybrid, a well-rounded genius. He couldn't hide his absolute shock. "This is incredible," he stammered. Suho just shrugged it off as if it were nothing. Kim Sok shook his head. This wasn't just departmental pride. The data didn't lie. The resource department was the guild biggest meat grinder for fresh trainees. Most rookies left with failing grades. Suho just smirked, thinking back to his first life. Being a regressor was a total cheat code. During his first run, this place was hell. Since the stone apple went unmentioned, it meant no one had ever realized its value. They likely dismissed it as mana-sensitive junk. So do we move to the next trial? He was ready for the Special Team 2 test. Kim Seok blinked, completely caught off guard. They had cleared the whole schedule for 2 days, expecting a massive struggle. What is next? Suho asked. Kim Seok realized the higher-ups weren't even ready yet. Go home for today. We will call you. Suho beamed, feeling a wave of relief. Perfect timing. He had personal business to attend to. Back at his apartment, Suho stood before rows of glass vials pulsing with a lethal green glow. He summoned the system window. It was time. The trial of the snake glowed ominously, a quest only for the serpent-chosen vessel. His true evolution was finally beginning. Suho held the poison-eating snake's egg, which demanded a constant toxic supply to finally hatch. The method: direct ingestion. Any 10-minute delay in dosing would trigger a total trial reset. 3 strikes and it is over. The quest fails and the egg vanishes into thin air. Even worse, if his body detoxified for even a second, the egg would disappear instantly. Suho realized the theory was simple, but surviving the actual execution was straight-up nightmare fuel. Chugging literal venom is easier said than done. Steeling himself, he finally popped the cap. He hoisted a vial, eyes locked on the swirling reactive sludge shimmering inside the glass. Even the weakest toxin made his teeth rattle, dredging up traumatic memories of being poisoned. That sickening sensation remained vivid. Still, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to go through. He threw it back, draining the bottle instantly. His complexion turned a deathly, ghostly pale. Cold sweat drenched him as he endured the agony. Suddenly, a glowing system alert appeared. Suho was now officially under a low-grade poisoning status. Hours bled by as he continued. One vial after another vanished. His movements grew sluggish, his ragged breath signaling total exhaustion. His internal organs began to sting sharply, yet Suho pushed forward through the mounting pain. Suddenly, his insides shifted. The mysterious egg began hungrily devouring every drop of toxic fluid. Pressing a hand against his solar plexus, Suho frowned as he felt a strange wriggling. "So you are actually in there," he muttered. Right then, another system notification flashed. The poisoning status vanished instantly. Suddenly, his body felt light, as if completely cured. The agonizing burn evaporated without a trace. Suho immediately realized the nature of this process. This egg was feeding on the venom directly. He eyed the stacks of remaining bottles. The word supply finally made sense. A dark smirk played on his lips. Time to eat. He resumed the feast, chugging batch after batch of venom with desperate, relentless intensity. After dozens of bottles, he finally paused, exhaling sharply. He'd hit a physiological limit. His resistance had peaked. He needed a more lethal brew. His eyes fell on a vial. This concentrated toxin was pure lethality. One sip made Suho feel like death was knocking. This agony is insane, he thought, but hatching this beast requires an absolute sacrifice. Night descended as Suho knelt amidst a graveyard of empty glass, his body trembling violently. Blood began trickling from his lips. Suddenly, a high-priority system warning blared. He'd entered a top-grade poisoning state. His lungs burned, and his hands shook with tremors. "Just endure," he hissed. The egg was vibrating now. He gripped his shoulder, holding on. Digging his nails in, he triggered his healing skill, desperately trying to stabilize his vitals. But the toxic fire was overwhelming. It tore through his internal organs like a jagged blade. A cycle of destruction and regeneration began stitching himself together, while the poison ripped him apart. He refused to break. Suddenly, the egg cracked. A massive surge of agony rocked him. The shell shattered. Instantly, the system announced that all poisoning effects had been completely purged. Suho collapsed, gasping for air. Trembling, he looked down to see a tiny flickering hatchling. Coiled in his palms was the prize. The system confirmed the poison-eating snake hatched successfully. Quest cleared. The newborn beast recognized its master coiling affectionately around his tired arm. He'd secured an S+ rank companion. 5 bonus points were awarded for this legendary feat. Suho stared at the creature, a mix of hysterical laughter and pure exhaustion washing over. "You almost killed me, you little brat," he chuckled weakly, a smirk crossing his face. Looking at the tiny serpent, he wondered if even the legendary poison dragon started this small. It felt more like a sentient skill than a summon, its evolution tied to his venom. Calling it a summon was not wrong. He poked its head playfully, placing his future in it. The creature bowed back intelligently. Nearby, only a few scattered empty poison bottles remained. The supply was nearly exhausted. If hatching required such a massive tribute, the future appetite of this creature was beyond comprehension. Its hunger seemed bottomless. Regardless, he decided to let the beast finish the remaining stash. Sensing a feast, the serpent snapped to attention, unhinging its jaws to chug down the toxic concoction instantly. A system chime confirmed the poison dragon's immense satisfaction. Suho flashed a cold, confident smirk, realizing the snake possessed expensive taste. Cultivating this beast would require a fortune in rare resources, but with his current wealth, it was barely an inconvenience. This felt exactly like the blood jade process. Efficiency depended on its metabolic conversion rate. While it devoured all toxins, the processing time hinged on the poison's potency. Once sated, Suho commanded his pet to retreat, and the viper vanished into his shadow. He vowed to grind its levels relentlessly before his rematch with Suzuki. His focus then shifted to the carnage around him. The chamber was a total wreck, littered with crimson splatters and discarded glass shards. Glancing at the clock, he froze. The quest began yesterday before 6 in the evening. Exactly how long had he been trapped? Thankfully, Kim Sok allowed some leeway. When Suho finally emerged, Hee-won choked on his drink, spraying coffee everywhere. He stood paralyzed, gaping at Suho's blood-drenched clothes and battered, weary state. Suho offered a casual greeting. Trembling Hee-won stammered, asking what on earth had happened to him. Suho inspected his stained hands and shrugged, dismissing it as work. Hee-won's face turned ghostly white. He whispered, terrified, asking if some inhuman entity had been locked in that room with him. Was it a monster? Suho simply clarified that clearing a quest was a messy business. He nonchalantly flipped the script, demanding a progress report on the assignment he had previously issued. He noted the delay, causing Hee-won to snap back defensively. The man claimed he was working to exhaustion. He insisted he had not stopped for anything except the bare essentials like eating and sleeping. He had been stuck in an endless synthesis loop, questioning if this grind ever ended. Suho remained icy, informing him they were not even close, then signaled for more effort. Left in the dust, Hee-won let out a silent, soul-crushing scream, buried once more under his infinite workload. Later, the scene returned to the Hunter Association, where Kim Seok led Suho toward his scheduled second evaluation. He revealed the test occurred within the special warehouse. Suho questioned if it held only cursed artifacts. Kim Seok nodded, adding that the core objectives of this trial were total purification and absolute destruction. He reminded Suho that he should already be familiar with these fundamental concepts. Theoretically, cursed gear was handled through 3 distinct protocols: purification, destruction, or permanent sealing. Sealing was reserved for unsolvable enigmas, while the other 2 methods served as the standard practical solutions. Suho knew that in the field, destruction was usually the quickest, most common choice. Purification was too complex and sealing wasted valuable space. Ironically, this specific department was the nation's premier graveyard for items run by Special Team 2 of the Korean Association. Arriving at the test site, Suho sensed he was about to encounter a very peculiar individual. He was met by team leader Jo Gi-han, who greeted him with an unnervingly cheerful introduction. During the pleasantries, something beyond the glass caught Suho's eye. He recognized that infamous eccentric figure, Grinder Kang Soo-ji, the man who earned his title by pulverizing every artifact without a second thought. Suho remembered that this man's past life trolling actually paved the way for him to find the original Mumu. It was a strange twist of fate that past frustrations were now working in his favor. Team leader Jo wasted no time announcing they would dive straight into the second trial. They would begin with the purification phase, and Suho was instructed to suit up in protective gear first. Suho donned the equipment inside the isolated chamber. The leader then presented a mysterious container, and Suho prayed that the target would be something he recognized. Standing inside the chamber, Suho gazed at the assigned object. Over the intercom, Jo announced the clock was starting. Suho was to utilize the provided tools to cleanse the corruption. With a 2-hour limit and 21 specialized tools available, Suho analyzed the standard purification protocols. Applying an undisclosed purification formula instead would be a total breeze. It would give him the perfect excuse to link up with Kang Soo-gu later. His test subject, a tiny crimson fruit called the Hamu. Plucked from a demonic tree, Suho scrutinized it, exposing the real purification hack right now. Might trigger a massive scene, but it didn't truly matter. His priority was sticking to his schedule in the outside world. Kim Sok-hoon scanned the documents, noting that the Hamu fruit originated from a cursed demonic tree. Upon a heavy impact, its internal poison spores would erupt, unleashing a lethal, toxic haze. Team leader Jo chipped in, claiming the purification was basic, just incinerate it with a mana torch. It was perfectly stable unless someone tossed it. But while they were busy talking, Suho already had the fruit in his grip, and he was ready to launch it. The moment they realized his intent, both supervisors stood frozen in pure horror. Panicked screams filled the room, begging him to stop, but it was already too late. Suho had already made his move. Suho hurled the fruit with explosive power. As it slammed into the earth, a bone-shaking boom rocked the testing chamber. The fruit shattered against the floor with violent force fragments flying everywhere. Yet strangely, not a single speck of toxic dust appeared. Outside, the observers were paralyzed because the expected poison cloud never came. Through the glass, they saw Suho standing calmly over the fruit, which was momentarily embedded into the concrete floor. A heavy silence smothered the room. Then Jo snapped, grabbing the microphone to unleash a furious roar. He demanded to know what Suho thought he was doing. His rage was valid. This high-security warehouse was one of the association's most secure facilities, rivaling elite research labs in its strict protocols. Suho, however, didn't even blink. He leaned down and casually retrieved the fruit from the floor. He flatly stated it was already purified. The claim defied logic, leaving everyone in a state of total confusion. Challenged for proof, Suho simply offered to show them. He held up the fruit wearing a beaming and deceptively innocent grin. He looked so devoid of malice that the spectators were left utterly speechless. Jo Jun-hyuk was the first to react. One look at the updated item description and his eyes nearly popped out. The curse was gone. Every single debuff had been wiped clean, leaving the item completely safe to handle. It was now stable even under physical impact and perfectly edible. Suho added with a shrug that it now possessed a minor healing effect. Healing. That single word hit Joe like a lightning bolt. Suho explained that among the 21 tools provided, there was a shock hammer designed for purification via controlled kinetic force. He had simply delivered a level of power that far surpassed any tool. He noted the Hamu fruit's hidden recovery trait only triggers if the user's strength exceeds red grade. Anything less, and the purification fails. The realization was mind-blowing. Joe instantly barked orders at his staff, demanding they document every single detail of this discovery. He called for the entire team to gather. If verified, this would send massive shockwaves. Throughout the entire academic world, the warehouse erupted into chaos while Kim Sok-hoon stood there in disbelief. He knew Suho was extraordinary after the first test, but this was on a whole different level, especially for a purification assessment. Hustling over to Suho with a grin, he asked if Suho even realized what he'd accomplished. This wasn't just a high score. He had birthed an entirely new purification technique, the 22nd method in history, soon to be standard practice worldwide. But Suho just played it cool, asking if this meant his grade was safe, or if he'd fail for breaking protocol. Kim dismissed the concern immediately, assuring him that on his watch, Suho was getting a perfect score. As they exited the testing room, Kim asked how he even learned such a crazy move. Suho didn't skip a beat, lying through his teeth that he stumbled upon it in a sealed gate. Back then, he didn't even know purification existed. He admitted that without this level 5 recruitment course, he would have never known about the 21 standard methods. Kim roared with laughter, saying geniuses always find their own path no matter what. Suho just shrugged, acting like it was no big deal. Kim gave him a solid thumbs up and a satisfied smirk, confirming Suho had passed the second test. He promised to handle everything personally and grant a perfect score, ensuring Suho's mind remained completely at ease. Suho offered his thanks. As Kim Sok retreated, he grumbled about the chaotic schedule, needing yet another overhaul. Standing alone for a heartbeat, Suho scanned the frantic warehouse until his eyes locked onto a recognizable silhouette. He strolled over with easy confidence. The man before him was Kang Sok-ji, the future legendary mad scholar. Infamous as Grinder Kang, he served as the powerful deputy leader for Special Team 2, not just some grunt. Sok-gi flashed a forced, stiff grin, hating the banter. Suho breezily questioned if he was currently handling the purification. The deputy leader remained frigid, firing back only short-clipped answers that shut down any further conversation. Suho finally saw his true strangeness. In his past life he missed it, but Sok-ji lacked any curiosity. Even Suho's revolutionary new technique didn't spark interest. Instead, the man just silently pivoted back to his intense labor. Ignoring Suho completely, Gi-hun-hyuk walked past and beckoned the young hunter to follow him instead. Spotting Suho, near the deputy Joe pulled him aside, his voice dropping to a low, cautious whisper. He praised Suho's hard work, suggesting he head home early. Suho voiced his gratitude but then made a request. He asked to linger in the special warehouse a while longer. Joe paused to weigh the request in his mind. He agreed, but warned Suho about the deputy. Joe explained that Sok-ji was an incredibly strange, difficult man. He was a lone wolf, which was just a nice way of saying the guy was socially broken. Most would back off, but Suho needed an in. He sighed, claiming it was such a tragic waste. He noted that Sok-ji's current project looked hauntingly familiar, like something he'd spotted inside a dangerous sealed gate. The mere mention of a sealed gate instantly piqued Joe's curiosity. When Suho began to speak again, Suho feigned a fuzzy memory, so Joe insisted they confront the deputy team leader about it immediately. Purification was a solemn duty, Joe claimed. Overriding Suho's fake hesitation, he marched straight toward the stoic Sok-ji. He entrusted the task to the deputy. Sok-ji nodded curtly, showing absolutely zero passion or interest. With the deal set, Sok-gi vanished back into his work. Suho hovered nearby, watching every single move intently. Tension hung heavy as Sok-gi systematically handled the cursed loot, purifying the items with cold clinical precision. He tossed the failures into the incinerator. Every motion was sharp, efficient, and hauntingly like a machine. Then Suho chimed in, noting a missed step in the process. Sok-gi froze, glaring down at the artifact. He gave a stiff nod of thanks. Suho just smirked, settling back to watch the show unfold further. Suho's presence grated on the man, yet he stayed silent. Soon, Suho called out another blatant error. Again and again, Suho corrected him. Seokji silently adjusted every time. Finally, Suho broke the silence once more. He suggested a quick coffee break. Seokji instantly shot him down, claiming he had no taste for caffeine. Suho shrugged it off, asking for just a moment of his time. Then he dropped a casual bombshell. Had Seokji been pocketing these items this whole time? Suddenly, the deputy's icy mask completely shattered. Panic flared in his eyes as his heart thrashed. He stumbled over his words, demanding to know Suho's meaning. Closing the distance, Suho's voice turned lethal. He knew Seokji was trashing perfectly good gear on purpose, all for the sake of smuggling them out. One more slip, and Suho would reveal every dark secret, including the thing hidden in his gut. Seokji paralyzed. Theft was one thing, but this was personal. That specific secret cut deep. Drenched in cold sweat, he stood speechless. Suho leaned in, closing the trap. Smiling like a predator, Suho addressed the deputy leader again. His voice remained chillingly calm and composed. He insisted on that coffee. In the backyard, Suho led him to a secluded, familiar spot for a talk. Sipping his brew, Suho finally shattered the quiet. He addressed the man with his formal title once more. Seokji barked a stiff reply, visibly trembling. Suho asked when it started ignoring the man's weak attempts. Suho specified the object lodged in his gut. Seokji turned to stone, his face pale and eyes wide. His lips quivered with fear. This secret was his alone. A heavy, suffocating silence descended upon them both. His voice cracked as he demanded how Suho knew. Suho didn't give him the satisfaction of a straight answer. The how didn't matter. Only the object inside him did. Suho demanded a look. Seokji wavered. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt. A faint metallic grinding sound echoed from within his very chest. That was no human anatomy. Stripping away the abdominal plate revealed a pair of jagged, interlocking shredders. Whirring silently where guts should be, Suho watched unimpressed by its currently docile state. He knew exactly what this monstrosity was, even before its future evolution. This was the Mega Crusher, a cursed relic from the high-tech series, a high-tier artifact birthed by an alien civilization. Among cursed gear, this parasite was legendary. Simply put, Kang Seolgi was its living host. Suho called it out, asking if that stomach dweller was the Mega Crusher. Seolgi's reaction was instant. How do you know that he barked? Suho played it cool, citing trade secrets before getting real. He exposed how Seolgi's thefts were just desperate attempts to feed the Crusher's insatiable hunger. Seolgi bit his lip, a slow nod confirming the grim truth. Suho finally acknowledged his suffering. Suho told him to hide it. As Seolgi obeyed, Suho felt the crushing weight of his burden. Seolgi wasn't always this broken. His total isolation started the moment that thing latched on. It happened years ago during a solo shift at the warehouse. The Mega Crusher lay in wait. The sealed curse ambushed him, turning him into a host. He considered reporting it, but fear won. Who could help with such a freakish internal parasite? No documented cases existed globally. If he spoke up, would they just seal him away like a common cursed object? The Mega Crusher was a Tier 1 curse, impossible to purify and impossible to destroy. That's why it was locked up. Seolgi feared sharing its fate if anyone found out. Trusting no one, he isolated himself. He only stayed at this job for one reason. Only here could he loot the artifacts needed to survive. It was pure, desperate survival. Yet history said the Mega Crusher wouldn't stay hidden forever. Its time was coming. Once he became leader, the device would force him to shred every artifact in the vault. It looked dormant now, but its appetite was growing slowly, devouring items and sanity alike. Total madness was the only endgame. In the future, this man had a terrifying title. He would be feared as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the silence, Suho spoke up again. Addressing the deputy again, Suho dropped the ultimate question. Did Seolgi want it gone? Seolgi's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The shock was visible and visceral. Suho didn't just know its name, he was claiming he could actually rip it out. Seolgi's composure shattered. Desperation flooded out as he begged for salvation, screaming, yes, he'd do anything to be free. Suho just flashed a calm, confident smile, promising help. Don't sweat it, Suho said, raising a finger, but I'll need one specific thing first. Mentioning an item made Seolgi freeze. Caution and hope began a war in his eyes. Suho waved it off, nothing crazy, just a simple piece of tech he needed to grab. He asked if Seolgi knew about the third-person controller's viewer. A weird name, right? Confused, Seolgi just repeated the name. It sounded like total gibberish to him. Suho explained it was sitting in the resource warehouse currently marked as useless junk. With that item, the removal was possible. Seolgi hesitated, face contorted with inner conflict. Snatching gear from the warehouse wasn't exactly easy. It was a massive career-ending risk. Suho agreed it was tough, but they finally had the perfect loophole to exploit. When asked how, Suho pointed to his new 20-second purification method, the ultimate game changer. That breakthrough meant the entire inventory had to be re-evaluated from top to bottom. Who knows what hidden options might pop up during a re-inspection? His logic was flawless. A full audit was coming. A sharp guy like Seol-gi instantly saw the play. Suho asked if he could pull it off. This time Seol-gi didn't even blink. He swore he'd find a way. No, he'd definitely make it happen no matter what. And just like that, the viewer was as good as theirs. The plan was in motion. After handing over his personal digits, Suho issued a clear command call the very second that item is secured. By the next day, team leader Jung Chulman arrived, practically buzzing with hype having heard the resource department had already greenlit Suho's next major assignment. He just shrugged it off, laughing as if it were no big deal. Chulman shook his head in pure awe. Typical Suho, always the GOAT. Then he broke down the next phase, explaining that the higher-ups hadn't wasted a single second prepping Suho's next high-stakes evaluation. Suho was headed straight for the gate department. Orders moving at this speed, practically unheard of. Chulman was floored, but Suho knew the truth. Park Hoo-man had been relentlessly breathing down the VP's neck. Clearly, all that aggressive phone nagging had paid off as they finally made their way toward the gate department. Chulman confirmed he'd be overseeing the training once again, keeping the duo's winning momentum alive. First up, the written exam. Then they'd dive straight into field tests for protection and management. Everything was set for Suho to skip the wait and jump right into the action. Inside the department, Chulman greeted the boss. Standing before them was the big dog himself, Go Sung-rak, Gate Department Director. He gave Suho a warm welcome, but the second Suho locked eyes with him, alarm bells rang instantly. This guy was a die-hard Pyo Seojong loyalist and a major player in some very shady business, masterminding the infamous Gate Shock disaster and pushing for that controversial redevelopment project. Director Go let out a booming laugh, claiming he'd heard all about Suho's legendary exploits across the association. Watching him closely, Go admitted his expectations for the young hunter were through the roof. Wondering just what kind of chaos Suho would stir up in his department, Suho just smirked back. An incident. Sounds perfect, he thought. Shaking hands, Suho gave a nonchalant reply, promising to meet those high hopes. But behind that polite mask, a cold plan was forming. When the storm hit, it would be more massive than anyone could ever imagine. A bit later, Chulman checked the results and absolutely lost it. Suho had just nuked the exam with a perfect score. Straight 100s. Truly incredible, Chulman muttered in shock as they stood up to move out. He hyped Suho up, saying if he aced the special division exam too, he'd be the first person in the association's history to pull off a perfect run. Suho stayed cool. That would be an honor, he said, before asking to jump into the field test. Chulman didn't hesitate. As the management team leader, Chulman would be the one personally grading Suho's performance this time. He quizzed Suho on the department structure, and Suho didn't skip a beat. You've got the management team for normal gates, the trade team for private sector deals, and finally the elite sealing team that exclusively handles the high-risk lockdown gates. Chulman nodded in approval. As expected, Suho was already a walking encyclopedia on the subject. He clarified that today's test would just be about managing a standard run-of-the-mill gate. Strolling down the hall, Chulman casually asked if Suho had a specific gate in mind for the test. Is anywhere on the table? Suho asked. The second he said it, Chulman's danger sense tingled. That wasn't a question, it was a setup. Narrowing his eyes, Chulman grew suspicious. You've already picked one out, haven't you? Chulman asked. The one question that changed everything. Please tell me it's not a sealed gate. Suho responded with a very telling, awkward chuckle. That laugh said it all. Panic set in, and Chulman started sweating bullets. Cut to Gangwon Province. The duo arrived at the location Suho demanded. Before them loomed an absolute titan, a massive sealed gate, silent and menacing. Stepping out, Suho thanked Chulman for the favor. Chulman just waved it off. If Suho was the one asking, saying no wasn't even an option. Chulman greeted the officer on guard, linking up with the contact who had reached out earlier. After a professional welcome, the two stood face to face with the towering metallic monolith. Chulman noted the internal scans were done, but since this was a sealed gate, they had to be ultra careful. Do the test fast and let's bounce before things get ugly. Even before hitting the tablet, Suho crossed the threshold, and that legendary sensation surged through his veins. The system pinged, scanning the dungeon as the Valley of Iron, flashing strict entrance limits for hunters. Under level 99, max 40 players. One glance around and Suho knew exactly where he was. It was a total déjà vu of his past life. Beside him, Chulman smirked, asking if he was happy. Suho just chuckled. He confessed that without Chulman, he'd never have made it back here so quickly. No time wasted. Time to get to work. Shortly after Chulman wrapped up Suho's official field assessment, his eyes scanned the screen, tallying the scores. First up, he confirmed the external management protocols were flawless. Success on the square check, too. Finally, he verified Suho had crushed the internal inspection phase. Lowering the tablet, Chulman let out a heavy breath, totally stunned by what he'd just witnessed. He expected greatness from Suho, but this was insane. This was supposed to be his first time on-site right. How was he outperforming veterans who'd been doing this for years? It was unreal. Suho stayed humble, nonchalantly, claiming he just followed the textbook to a T. No big deal. Laughing, Chulman whipped a thermos from his inventory, pouring iced coffee while joking Suho was like a valedictorian, a total nerd for books. Suho eyed the thermos, so Chulman offered him a refreshing cup of caffeine, just a little treat he packed. Suho took the brew and the pair kicked back on the grass. They soaked in the vista, a vast, serene landscape far from the toxic grind of the city. Chulman noted that gates hold wonders cities could never match. That's why he chose the management division. Best department ever. Suho questioned if that held up even with the back-breaking workload. With a sheepish grin, Chulman admitted everyone thinks their job is the toughest. Yet his eyes sparkled looking up. This vibe just fit him. Suho caught that tone immediately. It was Chulman's go-to recruitment line. The classic romantic sales pitch to trap rookies into the management grind. Pure Chulman energy. Sipping his coffee, Suho suddenly broke the silence. With a steady gaze, he dropped a bomb. He wanted the gate division. Chulman froze, thinking his ears were playing tricks. He was shook. That came out of left field. But Suho kept going, like it was totally normal. He laid it all out. He knew the tea. Everyone thought he was a golden boy being fast-tracked for the special division, living the royal life. Even Deputy Director Pei Song-yeol was hyping up that story. But the real tea, Suho craved the gate division way more than the elite special squad. Chulman was his first real mentor at the association, and maybe that was the deciding factor. The gate division just felt like home. Finishing his pitch, Suho gave a shy, awkward grin. That look crushed Chulman's soul. Suho was being dead serious, but Chulman's hands were tied. He felt powerless, a bitter taste rising. For a split second, things got incredibly dramatic in his head. Was this some Romeo and Juliet tragedy? Finally, Chulman decided he had to do something. At least he could offer some comfort before the dream shattered. But before he could open his mouth, Suho cut him off. If there was a loophole to join the gate department instead, would Chulman back him up? Chulman's jaw dropped. What kind of wild scheme was Suho cooking up? Suho wasn't playing around, his eyes were pure fire. He knew the long-term play. Special division was the right path, but the gate department was where the real opportunities were hiding. The elite squad meant hunting people, but Suho wanted raw power and growth only gates could provide. After a tense beat, Chulman asked if he was dead serious. Suho didn't blink. No jokes, no games. He was all in. Chulman let out a long, slow breath. He confessed he didn't see a way out yet, but he was all ears for Suho's plan. Suho smirked. It was simple. Director Pai Song-yeol was already shouting his plans to the world. Everyone knew the director wanted Suho in the elite squad. The second training wrapped. Chulman saw it too. The writing was on the wall. They'd witnessed the hype together. Years on the job made reading those signals easy. Suho leaned in, ready to spill the rest. If Director Pai thought he could play God with appointments, he was dead wrong. Suho had a counter-move ready. They needed someone with even bigger guns. Chulman's brow furrowed as he calculated the risks. Only 2 people sat above a director. Realization dawned on Chulman and he nervously whispered, "The vice president." Suho pulverized his empty coffee cup, a predatory smirk flashing across his lips as he shook his head. Forget the vice president. He was aiming for the final boss, the association president himself. Suho coolly noted that the president was currently eyeing a major political promotion. That meant petty internal office drama was way beneath his radar. But if a scandal threatened his seat, he'd act. Chulman leaned in, finally intrigued. He realized the president would be forced to clean house personally to save face. Bingo. Suho planned to bait him using a massive media firestorm. He already had the perfect headline. Total clickbait, the association's secret royal prodigy and the special division. Chulman felt a chill. Staring out at the horizon, Suho kept pressing his advantage. If a royal hunter was real and the elites were gatekeeping him from the front lines, the public would lose their minds. Chulman sighed, knowing it would be a total riot. The headlines would be relentless. Suho began explaining his high-stakes endgame strategy. If he was sent to the gate department instead, the controversy would vanish instantly. The drama would be buried. Chulman liked the plan, but there was a major catch. Nothing guaranteed he'd land in the gate department. That's why Suho needed Chulman's leverage. Chulman blinked, caught off guard. Suho clarified that once the PR bomb dropped, every department would scramble to take him. But the big divisions were political traps. They were puppeted by the vice chairman. That left only resources or the gate department. Resources was a hard pass. Suho only had eyes for the gate department. Chulman joked, "Why not?" But the reality was crystal clear to both of them. Suho would be exploited for research and worked to the bone in that department. The gate department was Pai's territory, since they were already bros. Pai would stash him there for now. Regardless, Suho stood firm on his choice. He wanted Chulman as his partner. Chulman chuckled at Suho's persistent recruitment. "Are you for real?" Suho didn't blink. He had 0 allies left in the association. Deep down, Suho knew their bond was fresh post-regression. He needed to rebuild that brotherhood fast. The gate department was the key. Chulman joked that Suho was already a superstar. He even mentioned the fan club. Suho just shrugged, unimpressed by the clout. Being famous isn't being friends. Plus, Suho's real mission was ending the gates forever. Working in gates meant first-row access to the source. It was pure efficiency. Chulman eyed him, then gave a dry laugh. He promised to play his part. No promises, though. Being a team leader didn't mean he held real power. Suho just laughed, placing his chips on Chulman. The man just scratched his head. "Don't bet on me, kid." But Suho doubled down with a confident grin. Chulman pulled out a cigar, needing a smoke to process the chaos. As he lit up, Suho added his choice had nothing to do with the department's usual charm offensive. Chulman froze. How did Suho know about their secret recruitment tactics? Suho laughed, saying he'd been warned about their vibe and smooth talk. Chulman clicked his tongue. "Should have just taken you to a boring city gate." Suho stood up, stretching. He admitted he actually wanted to visit the Valley of Iron specifically. Rumor had it the local boss dropped legendary loot upon its death. Chulman squinted. "Where do you get this info?" Suho just gave a mysterious grin. He casually mentioned browsing the web for info. Once the Iron Valley was open to any hunter, just like that legendary tower, then a single beast appeared and ruined everything, the monster lion. Sensing total disaster, the association locked it down tight. Public gates follow strict rules to stay open. They require accessible entries and endless mobs to farm. They're basically supposed to be impossible to clear. But this lion, it completely shattered that logic. It's a glitch in the system that shouldn't exist. The gate caps at level 99, yet this monstrosity was already pushing past level 100. Ranked as a mere 1-star, its sheer lethality turned the entire zone into a graveyard. Hunters were slaughtered. Their strongest attacks couldn't even nick its diamond-tough skin. It was a massacre. Chulman sighed heavily, admitting this apex predator was the reason for the heavy chains on that gate. And get this, the terror doesn't stop at its insane defense or magic resistance. The beast is evolving. It's now surged past level 110. Chulman dropped his cigar, grinding it into the dirt. He spat out how unfair it was, level 99 cap versus a level 1 to 10 boss. Who could actually win? That Suho didn't blink. He just asked, "What if we just end it?" Chulman froze, his brain stalling. He looked at Suho like he'd lost it. "Are you actually serious?" Suho's face was stone cold as he confirmed his intent. Chulman could only gape in stunned silence. His mind raced to keep up. Then it clicked. That lion wasn't a threat to Suho, it was his prey. Suho chuckled, wiping his brow. Chulman just shook his head, muttering about how insane this kid was. Suho pressed him, asking for a favor. He claimed his muscles were getting rusty from lack of action. Chulman nearly had a heart attack. "You want to break into a high-danger zone because you feel stiff." Suho lowered his tone, leaning in. That's exactly why he needed this off-the-books entry. The paperwork would be a nightmare. But then Suho dropped the bait. Wasn't Chulman just a little curious? Curious about what Chulman asked. Suho smirked about seeing his real strength in the heat of battle. Sweat beaded on Chulman's forehead. He knew Suho's true combat style was a total mystery to the public. Despite his current desk job, Chulman was a true player at heart. The hunger for battle still burned. Suho kept it simple. Results talk. If they get the job done, the higher-ups won't ask any questions. The association usually looks the other way if things turn out successful. It's a win-win for everyone. He swore he'd bail if things got hairy. Chulman narrowed his eyes and Suho gave him a confident grin. Finally, Chulman cracked. Normally he'd say no, but something about Suho made him want to gamble. Suho smiled, saying he knew Chulman was a real one. Then he casually asked about the man's class. Chulman revealed he'd switched paths to become an archer. Before he could ask why, Suho moved. He summoned his crimson weapon. Sharp, blood-red energy coalesced into a lethal blade right in his hand. Suho warned him if things get ugly, which they won't, Chulman needs to bolt and never look back. One more thing. What happens in the valley stays in the valley. They stepped into the shadows. Deep in the Iron Valley, the slaughter began. The local lions didn't stand a ghost of a chance. Suho became a blur of red lightning tearing through the field. Monsters were butchered before they could roar. His blade hummed, carving lethal arcs as beasts collapsed. Every swing was a masterclass in efficient murder. In a single breath, he skewered a charging beast. The impact was so violent it folded the creature. As it hit the dirt, Suho didn't stop. He tapped into his next terrifying skill immediately. A blood-jade spear formed pulsing with dark intent. Chulman struggled to keep up, landing breathlessly behind. His jaw dropped. These weren't just hunters versus prey. Suho was literally deleting them from existence. It reminded him of the lizard massacre during the exam, but this was on a whole different level. Suho was faster, sharper, and absolutely terrifying. He was moving with a focus that wasn't human. He looked like an unstoppable force of nature. Standing over a fresh corpse, a massive shadow eclipsed him. A monster lunged from the darkness, claws aimed at his spine. Chulman screamed out a warning, but it was too late for the monster. Suho had already sensed its pathetic ambush. His gaze zeroed in on the approaching predator. At the final millisecond, he vaulted high, dodging the death blow with surgical precision. The beast pivoted mid-lunge to follow him, but Suho defied physics, treading upon thin air as if it were solid ground. Chulman gasped as he identified the skill Suho had unleashed. Air step. This wasn't just a dodge, it was a statement. He danced through the heavens as if gravity had lost its grip. The lunging lion skidded to a pathetic halt. It spun in a daze, unable to track its vanishing prey. By the time the monster managed to refocus, Suho was already plummeting from the sky, his blood blade cocked for the kill. A single flash tore through the atmosphere, steel-carved flesh, severing the beast's neck before it could even blink. Witnessing this absolute slaughter, Chulman stood paralyzed, his jaw hitting the floor. One thought echoed, this wasn't just a hunter entering the valley. It was a walking natural disaster. No words could describe the terrifying spectacle unfolding before his eyes. Meanwhile, Suho coolly scanned the carnage surrounding him. Carcasses of slaughtered monsters painted the battlefield red. The copper tang of blood hung thick in the air, sizing up the mayhem he had unleashed. He noted that this much chaos should bait the boss, as if the valley took that personally. The vibe turned cold instantly. In the distance, something gargantuan stirred. Every footfall sent shockwaves through the earth. The tremors intensified as the pressure drew near. Then the true beast emerged, a lion. It was massive, dwarfing everything before it. Its crushing aura suffocated the very air in the vicinity. Like a physical weight, its roar shattered the silence like thunder, making reality itself tremble around them. Simultaneously, a blood-red warning flashed in Suho's vision. The system delivered the grim news. The boss had arrived. Perched atop a rocky ridge, the monster lion was a looming silhouette against the horizon. Suho waited below, clutching his gore-stained blade as the beast bellowed, its eyes burning with primal rage. Then the system dropped the bombshell, level 113. At the sight of that number, Chulman turned to ice, horrified by the boss's insane power. His thoughts spiraled as he glanced at Suho. How could a double-digit level hunter take down a god? It was illogical. The gap was a literal canyon, yet Suho just smirked. He measured the threat, deciding a 40-level difference was still within his reach. He barked a warning to Chulman, ordering him to clear out before the boss's attack range consumed him. From here on, Suho couldn't play bodyguard. To his absolute shock, though, Chulman was already miles away, yelling that he was good and to focus on the fight. Suho blinked, stunned by Chulman's vanishing act. Then the realization hit him. Classic spin-wheel behavior, his survival instincts were top tier. Suddenly from behind Suho, the Titan lion glared down at him, a low, guttural growl vibrating in its throat. Without warning, it snapped, erupting into a soul-shaking roar that triggered its boss-level fear effect. The shockwave blasted Chulman with gale-force winds, kicking up a storm of grit and ruins. Meanwhile, Suho didn't even flinch. His system pinged, confirming his Dragonblood passive had negated the debuff. Fear couldn't touch him. Suho just grinned, joking that he was actually feeling a bit too warm. From all the exercise and that roar was a nice breeze. Pointing a mocking finger, he taunted the beast to bring it on. Infuriated by the disrespect, the lion lunged forward. Suho dismissed his blood weapons, realizing they'd just shatter against this tank. Instead, he conjured the Ghost Shadow Spear. Gripping the shaft, he smiled, eager to test exactly how diamond-hard this beast's hide really was. With explosive power, he hurled the spear. The weapon screamed through the air, locked onto the monster's skull. Sensing the incoming threat, the lion braced for impact. The moment the spear struck, it shattered like glass, proving the hide was built different. Suho watched in awe as the lion shrugged off the blow with 0 damage. The predator stood firm, eyes hemorrhaging rage as it bared its jagged, razor-sharp fangs. That's when the truth hit Suho. This was the legendary Nemean lion, the first of the 12 labors, conquered by the demigod Hercules. According to myth, slaying this beast yields a fragment of divine power. In other words, this was the Hercules trial begins. Suho's thoughts drift back to his past life, recalling a legendary hunter named Bless. He'd conquered the 12 labors with godlike speed. Bless was the ultimate hero, justice and action incarnate. A true mentor who'd unveiled the secrets of Hercules' strength. Sorry, Bless, Suho whispered to himself. This time I'm not playing second fiddle. This power belongs to me, and me alone. His blood skill ignites. Fists tighten as crimson energy swirls, hardening into lethal armor around his forearms. System summoning blood gauntlets. Dark red plating crawls up his skin, encasing him from shoulder to knuckles. The lion lunges with lethal velocity. From the sidelines, Chulman screams a panicked, desperate warning. Engaging that beast up close is pure suicide. Its claws are the ultimate spear, its hide the perfect shield. Suho ignores the desperate cries for a tactical retreat. The monster bridges the gap in a heartbeat. It rears back, ready to deliver a skull-shattering strike. Suho doesn't flinch. Instead, he reaches out. He catches both massive paws mid-swing. The lion's eyes bulge in pure shock as it starts to tremble. It can't break Suho's iron grip. Sure, those claws are undeniably scary, Suho muses. But they're worthless if they can't even scratch me. The beast strains, fighting against the inevitable. A smirk plays on Suho's lips. Time to see if his own strikes pack a more devastating punch. He shoves the predator back with his blood gauntlets. He plants his feet, anchoring for a decisive blow. The beast swings wildly in a panic. But Suho, he's already vanished from its field of vision. Leaping forward, he channels every ounce of focus into his fist. A cataclysmic strike hits the monster's flank. The impact sends the beast flying. It slams into the cliffside, literally shattering the entire mountain. The sheer force carves a path of ruin through the terrain, ending with the crumpled, broken beast. Buried under tons of rubble, the monster should be dead. Instead, it somehow staggers back to its feet, not a single scratch on its hide. Suho smiles, though a bead of sweat betrays his internal tension. He's genuinely impressed. A full power strike didn't even seem to register on this legendary creature. Physical strikes won't cut it. He needs a new plan. Suho blurs, charging forward with insane speed. Gauntlets glowing, he pivots sharply before the lion can react, successfully flanking its right side. He slips behind that thick mane and lunges for the throat. If he can't break it, he'll grapple it. He mounts the lion's back, locking in a deadly hold as the creature thrashes in a violent fury. He remembers the myth. Hercules couldn't pierce the hide either. He had to choke the life out of it. Strategy set. Suho maintains a relentless grip, while the lion fights back with every ounce of its power. It tries to shake him off, but Suho feels a surge of pure adrenaline-fueled excitement. No tapping out, he declares. Desperate to escape the monster, prepares its final terrifying trump card. The boss unleashes a fear skill, but Suho's dragon blood scoffs at it, completely nullifying the terror. The beast goes on a rampage, slamming its back into the stone cliffs to crush its unwanted rider. Suho squeezes even tighter. If he lets go for even a second, he's dead. This is his only shot. He clings to the neck through every brutal impact, refusing to be dislodged by the crushing rocks. Chillman watches the insane struggle jaw on the floor, screaming encouragement from a safe distance. His stamina is redlining, but Suho doesn't budge. Finally, the monster's lights start to fade. After a grueling battle of wills, the lion finally collapses. The king of the valley is defeated. Chillman rushes over, eyes wide. A system window flashes. The ruler of Iron Valley has fallen. Victory. Chillman lets out a jubilant cheer of pure happiness, calling out Suho's name in triumph. He smiles through the haze, collapsing beside the fallen beast. Suho is absolutely and utterly spent. System, you are the MVP of this gate clearance. With the war over, Suho finally moves. He stabs the ghost shadow spear into the lion's corpse. It's time for the weapon to feed. Eat up Yongcheng, he whispers. The spear pulses instantly, reacting greedily to the feast. The system confirms it. The shadow is being absorbed. The spear is evolving. Suho just smiles. This thing is like a high-maintenance pet. Hopefully this feast pushes it to stage 3 at last. He pulled up his system interface, dumping both bonus points straight into strength. The moment he clicked confirm, Chillman approached, flashing an enthusiastic thumbs up. He confirmed the minions had vanished into thin air alongside their boss, signaling a flawless gate clear. Suho chuckled, giving props to their teamwork, but Chillman wasn't having any of it. He insisted Suho did all the heavy lifting. Still stunned, he asked how on earth Suho possessed the guts to tank that monster head-on. Suho played it cool, mentioning he'd learned the move from some old-school martial arts novel. He'd remembered a plot where an invincible foe was finally choked out, and simply mirrored the tactic. Chillman could only stare, completely caught off guard, wondering if Suho really ditched pro-strategy guides for a random fantasy book. Suho just joked that fiction holds true wisdom, though Chillman secretly questioned his partner's sanity. Sensing the judgment, Suho figured, looking slightly unhinged, Beat admitting he knew the answer from a past life. He then thanked Chillman for letting him tackle the sealed gate. Chillman waved it off, claiming the public owed Suho for saving them serious tax dollars. Observing him, Suho realized Chillman was a rare breed who actually gave a damn about the people's welfare. Most people would just be looking to get rich off the loot if word got out. Eyeing the massive lion corpse, Suho then asked the team leader if he could keep the materials. Technically, strict laws state that loot from government raids belongs to the nation. Suho knew a major hunter association reform would eventually scrap these rules, but for now, they were ironclad. Still, he wasn't about to hand over that Nemean lion's hide. He chose honesty over deception, prioritizing their bond over some monster parts. Chillman weighed the request while eyeing the colossal beast. Finally, he gave Suho the green light to strip the loot. When Suho mentioned the ban, Chillman countered that, as a mere intern, Suho technically wasn't bound by the same red tape yet. He turned his back with a smirk, joking that since he was busy retreating, he never saw any loot being taken. Suho laughed, grateful for the bro move. Suddenly, the system chimed. His ghost shadow spear finished devouring the lion's shadow, fully charging its mana reserves. The weapon evolved, awakening a fragment of its ego. Seeing the notification, Suho smirked, basking in the successful breakthrough. The spear's rank had skyrocketed to S+, with its Stage 3 consciousness supercharging every stat. Even better, it unlocked Shadow Spear S, an absolute piercing move targeting anything caught in shadows. He immediately recognized it as Shadow Pierce, a Spirit King signature move he'd spammed in his past life. The spear's sentience had 5 total layers, and he'd cracked the 3rd way ahead of schedule. Chulman snapped him back to reality, asking how he'd even dismantle such a tanky beast, since there were 0 item drops. Conjuring his blood-red blade, Suho promised he had it covered. He tested his steel-cut skill on the hide, but the skin didn't even scratch. Chulman remarked that its legendary defense was no joke, shrugging off every edge. Suho nodded, though he knew that while the exterior was tough, the beast wasn't truly untouchable. Gripping his blood weapon, he aimed for the paws and hacked off a razor-sharp claw. As Chulman watched in confusion, Suho explained that the Nemeon lion skin can only be pierced by its own talons. Chulman asked if this was another novel trope. Suho ripped through the hide, revealing this tip actually came from ancient myths. He remembered Hercules using the beast's own claws for the task, digging into the chest. Suho snatched the heart and crushed it. Instantly, the system flashed. He'd finished labor number 1. He earned the right to wield Hercules' strength, gaining the Hercules candidate trait. For this legendary achievement, he bagged 10 extra stat points. The system details flickered to life. The system pinged, confirming Suho finally met the criteria for the Hercules candidate trait. To claim god-tier power, he'd have to be the first to survive all 12 legendary labors. This trait grants Suho a lethal 100% damage spike for both melee and ranged combat. While checking his status window, he saw new skill slots waiting to be unlocked. He found it insane that even without a 1-star rank, he already possessed dual traits. Looking at the spoils of war, he realized those claws and hides were S-tier crafting loot. Chulman asked if these scraps were everything, and Suho confirmed the boss was picked clean. As they prepared to exit, Suho suggested they keep their stories straight for the crowd. Chulman warned that outside a storm of chaos was brewing over the gate's sudden collapse. Monitors went wild as the high-level gate vanished, leaving the security staff in absolute disbelief. No one expected the dungeon to be cleared, yet there were Suho and Chulman walking out. A frantic mob immediately swarmed them, while Chulman fed the administrators a carefully crafted lie. He claimed they were ambushed, and Suho barely managed to fight their way to freedom. Insisting they barely survived, he hid the fact that they'd actually scored some legendary monster loot. Once they slipped away, Suho thanked the veteran for handling the intense heat so smoothly. Chulman promised to finish the paperwork but warned this incident might kill off hunter freedom. The department might stop letting hunters choose their own gates after a shocker like this. Suho decided he'd have to manipulate the public narrative to keep their recruitment perks alive. It'd be a shame if his secret clear ended up destroying a long-standing hunter tradition. Chulman brushed it off, explaining how civil servants prioritize avoiding risk over making a profit. While companies chase money, government drones only care about keeping their jobs safe and easy. Like a military ban on snacks after one stomachache, they'll ban anything to avoid responsibility. Suho called that a cowardly move, and Chulman agreed that bureaucratic logic is often totally brain-dead. He admitted he ignored protocol, because closing a dangerous gate was way more important than rules. To Chulman, saving lives mattered more than following management traditions to a T. Suho realized the man was a master strategist who actually gave a damn about the public. Sitting in the getaway car, Suho expressed his respect for the veteran's street-smart philosophy. Chulman laughed, joking that sounding so wise makes him look like a total boomer. Suho insisted the lesson was valuable and asked to finally drop the formal honorifics between them. Chulman agreed to get casual once Suho was officially operating under his direct command. For now, they had to keep their professional masks on while in the public eye. Checking tomorrow's schedule, they prepped for the official evaluation that would change Suho's life. Chulman then asked when they'd drop the media bomb to corner the greedy association president. Suho pulled out his phone, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he called. He told reporter Jingwei he was ready to leak the truth and frame the narrative. He also planned to reveal that Chulman was his inside ally within the powerful association. He knew that without a credible source, his story would just be dismissed as internet garbage. Jingwei was hyped, ready to launch Suho's reputation into the stratosphere once again. Suho wanted the world to wake up to his news before his first official workday began. This media play was the ultimate foundation for eventually taking down the legendary Song Yo-in. Later that night at the safe house, the atmosphere was thick with digital anticipation. Giwon was glued to his laptop watching the first waves of the viral article hit. Zhou Jingwei's headline about Suho's newest feat was already shattering the internet. Comments were flooding in at lightning speed as fans praised their new favorite hunter. As the internet exploded with hype, Jiwon sat back watching Suho's legend grow in real time. Suho noted the predictable chaos, Stepping out, he found Guiwan, already tracking his every move with wide eyes. How did Suho solo the Lion King? When elites wiped Guiwan's hands mimicked blades slicing the air in excitement. He jokingly reenacted a massive sword strike, but Suho just smirked and offered a sharp, silent shake of his head. No blade needed, Suho countered coldly. Pure physical dominance won that fight. Guiwan froze his brain, struggling to compute. Guiwan stammered, asking if Suho was flexing martial arts or just trolling. Suho's casual nod confirmed the impossible truth. I crushed it with pure ground and pound, Suho explained. Staring out the window, his mind shifted toward his next master plan. He'd already leaked the report to Chief Pyo Sang-jol, ensuring he controlled the narrative before the media firestorm. This checkmated Pyo from whining later. Now it was time to pull Park Gu-man's strings for the next phase. Suho dialed the VP, asking if he'd peeped the latest viral news. Park Gu-man's voice crackled with professional tension. He'd seen the military intel already. Suho then pivoted to the rumors, painting him as the Special Division's secret prince. The gossip about him being division royalty had clearly reached the old man's ears. Everyone expected him to slide into a deputy leader role post-training. On the line, the VP scoffed softly. Obviously, I know, Park replied. But why are you bringing up this political landmine right now? Suho, cut to the chase. Are you cool with me, actually joining those elite ranks? Suspicion flared. As the VP demanded to know Suho's endgame, the young hunter began laying out the trap. He was about to squeeze Pyo Sang-jol. A leaked story about the division's golden boy would soon trend. This royalty talk would morph into a corruption scandal, exposing dirty power-based favors and elite nepotism. Pyo might ignore the hate, but the association president couldn't afford such a massive PR disaster. After a tense pause, the VP realized the play. You want me to manipulate the president's decision? Exactly. Reassign me to the gate department instead, Suho commanded, setting his pawns in their final positions. Park needed to play the loyal advisor whispering in the president's ear to expand his own shadow influence. Suho promised high-level proposals to secure Park's rise. Internally, he viewed the man as a mere temporary tool. Park Gu-man was a disposable asset on a chessboard. Once his utility expired, Suho would discard him. For now, he was too effective to trash. Park then eagerly asked for details on these upcoming power moves. He needed a head start to grease the wheels with the president and ensure everything went smoothly. I'll brief you when the clock strikes, Suho said, ending the call with cold, calculated precision. Suddenly, a door slammed open with a violent crash. Hee-won exploded into the room, looking absolutely manic. Screaming Suho's name, the boy looked possessed. Both hunters jumped eyes, locking onto the frantic figure. Drenched in sweat and gasping, Hee-won's face shone with pure ecstasy. A glowing azure gem sat in his palm. He'd cracked the code. The slimestone synthesis was complete. A high-priority system notification flashed before Suho's eyes. Target identified Meta Slimestone, Grade S. The system's lore description confirmed this was no ordinary jewel. It was a core fragment of the Meta Slime, the legendary ultimate predator of its species. This god-tier material embodied infinite regeneration and expansion. Most hunters only knew it as a mythical ghost story. Incredible work, Suho praised, genuinely impressed. Tears welled up in Hee-won's tired, bloodshot eyes. For days, he'd only known the grind, eat, sleep, synthesize, repeat. His life had become a literal loop. He'd pushed through the exhaustion, even synthesizing while locked in the bathroom. The dedication was real. Suho laughed, patting the boy's back. You've truly leveled up, he noted, checking Hee-won's progress. The question acted like a healing potion, instantly reviving Hee-won's exhausted spirit. He bragged that every successful upgrade showered him with sweet bonus stat points. His power was surging. That's the hidden OP perk of the alchemist class. Suho encouraged a dark scheme forming. With the metastone ready, they were almost there. He'd need Hee-won's expertise one more time. Hee-won's face went ghost pale at the thought of more work, but he gave a shaky, loyal nod. Suho checked his phone. The metastone was the second to last piece. Only one final component remained. Staring at a specific contact, a predator's smirk graced Suho's lips. This next target was anything but ordinary. Later, Kang Soo-gi arrived at the safe house. He gazed up at the massive fortress in total shock. This wasn't just a house, it was a straight-up fortress. He gasped, realizing that even with a lifetime of grinding, he'd never afford a place like this. 50 years of saving Na make it a full century. Just then, Suho's voice snapped him back to reality. The heavy doors swung wide as Suho welcomed him inside, ending his days. You finally made it, Suho called out. Suho led the way, expressing his gratitude for the visit. Solji just shrugged it off with a humble grin, insisting it was absolutely no trouble at all. He reached for the delivery, pulling out a bizarre gadget. It looked exactly like a high-tech gaming controller, but the vibe was way different. The system pinged instantly as Suho laid eyes on it. It was the third-person pilot perspective, a rare find in any hunter's book. Elite pilots were a dying breed, literally. The system warned that keeping them alive was almost as hard as training them. Most ended up as scrap metal alongside their rigs. Suho gripped the device, sensing the weight of its brutal cold description. This was triple-type tech, no doubt about it. He took the container, his eyes flashing with a mix of respect and curiosity. "Great find," Solgi Suho remarked impressed. The man just lowered his head, deflecting the praise like a pro. He claimed he was just a cog in the machine, simply doing his duty. Then his expression turned serious. During the latest purification test, the item's hidden curse had flared to life. It was a terrifying, unexpected surge of energy. He'd already flagged it for immediate disposal in the official reports. Suho gave a slow, satisfied nod of total agreement. "Smart move," Deputy Suho praised. "Now let's get down to business and rip that mega crusher out of you." Solgi's face lit up with hope. He wasn't about to say no to getting that monster out of his system. They descended into the bowels of the mansion, entering a hidden basement. Solgi's jaw dropped at the high-tech setup below. A secret lair. Talk about goals. Suho gestured toward a menacing mechanical chair, bolted to the center of the cold floor. The second he sat, iron restraints snapped shut. Panic surged as he realized he was trapped. "Breathe," Suho said calmly. "Extracting a parasite is like surgery. It's going to sting, but it's necessary for your survival." The Mega Crusher had burrowed deep into his gut, making it a lethal squatter. Suho loomed over the trembling man, explaining the parasite's dark mechanics. It was poisoning his very soul with debuffs. Suho's plan was simple: use a high-tier recovery skill to force the thing out. He toyed with the idea of feeding the device to a Bulgasari beast instead. But that was way too chaotic even for him. Too risky. He shook the thought away and stepped closer. "Time to start," he announced, his voice cold and focused. "Wait, no anesthesia," Solgi stammered. Suho just gave a chill shrug. "Oh, the specialist is already here. I'll introduce you right now," Suho said. Before Solgi could even blink, the specialist went to work. A precise chop to the neck sent Solgi straight to dreamland. Suho sighed, shaking his head at the brutal necessity. "Illegal drugs are a hassle," he muttered. He quickly stripped off the man's jacket, revealing the horror beneath his shirt. There it was, the Mega Crusher, a twisted metal nightmare fused to his flesh. Suho locked eyes with the pulsating core. With Solgi out, the parasite's defenses dropped. "Let the real operation begin," Suho declared, his mana beginning to surge. Ethereal blue light swirled around his fingertips. The system chimed. Recovery skill activated. The atmosphere grew thick with power. He slammed the glowing energy into the metal beast. If this thing had evolved further, common skills wouldn't touch it. In his past life, Solgi's silence had led to a total bloodbath. If only he'd spoken up sooner back then. That molecular tragedy could have been avoided entirely, but at least that chaos provided some crucial data for now. Experts eventually figured out the perfect item combos from that mess. Suddenly, the Mega Crusher sensed the threat. It thrashed wildly against the holy light. Solgi's body bucked and shivered, held down only by the reinforced steel chair. He'd be screaming bloody murder if he were awake, Suho whispered. This was pure agony, but a necessary evil. Being knocked out was a blessing. Suho cranked his mana to the max, forcing the recovery light into the parasite. The machine shrieked, a metallic death rattle echoing through the room. With a sickening squelch, it ripped itself free. It lunged at Suho like a desperate predator. He danced aside, letting the metal beast fly harmlessly past him. It slammed into the floor, skidding with a grating screech. It turned back, hissing like a broken machine. Its energy fizzled out as it went dormant. The system identified it, a B-grade artifact from a forgotten world. It could grind any item into dust. Suho knelt, picking up the now quiet mechanical horror with a confident smirk. "Playing dead already," he chuckled. "Once it loses its host, it always tries to hide its true power. This thing was going to be a game changer." He pocketed the artifact, his mind already spinning with new strategic possibilities. Task complete. Suho headed back upstairs, only to find Hyun passed out on the sofa like he owned the place. Looking totally spent, Suho announced that the final materials were finally in their hands. Synthesis time. Hyun groaned instantly, whining about his barely there break being snatched away already. Suho just grinned, clapping his shoulder, while promising this would be their final task for today. Real rest comes next. Since everything is ready, this process will be over in a flash. Hyun pouted, but gave in. The duo immediately descended into the depths of the laboratory. Inside, the synthesis ignited. Hyun lined up the meta slimestone atop the workbench. Next came the soul prison and the pilot perspective device. Hyun locked in, entering a total flow state. Sweat beaded his brow as he navigated the volatile fusion. His focus was razor sharp and absolute. Seconds later, a blinding radiance erupted from the magic circle. Hyun adjusted his glasses, eyes gleaming. "It's done," he declared. He unveiled the masterpiece and a system prompt instantly flashed before Suho. It was a meta suit for Soul Mecha soldiers, a legendary S-rank artifact of mysterious origin. This relic fused ancient secret techniques with high-tier alien tech through advanced engineering. It was custom-built exclusively for those possessing possession-type abilities. It boosted the pilot's stats by 150%, allowing for seamless soul-bound synchronization. The suit's form shifted according to the pilot's subconscious will, provided mana remained abundant. With limitless regeneration, Suho realized the base materials were truly top-tier quality. The item had evolved into something far more cracked than anyone could have anticipated. Hyped up Huan asked if it was truly that OP. Suho gave a blunt, honest nod. Huan beamed, flexing his success. The synthesis hadn't just made gear, it boosted him too. He jumped 20 levels and gained 10 bonus stat points. Suho watched him celebrate deep in thought. This gear was basically an endgame build stacked with every broken modifier in the book. Officially, Tech Series items fell into 3 distinct legendary categories. First, lost technology, the decaying relics of ancient forgotten civilizations. Second, high-technology advanced artifacts hailing from distant alien worlds beyond our own. Third, over technology mythological equipment that completely defies all modern human logic. But unofficially, a fourth tier existed, fusion technology. It happened when multiple distinct tech trees merged. Suho glanced at Huan, realizing his value. While others were independent, this final category was in a league of its own. Fusion required rare geniuses capable of stitching entirely different systems together perfectly. Only players like Huan could pull it off. Suho had finally witnessed the impossible. Patting his shoulder, Suho noted those 10 bonus points were worth 10 whole levels of grinding. Huan's ego soared. He thanked Suho profusely for handing him such a massive opportunity. In response, Suho whipped out his platinum card. Eat well, then sleep like the dead. Huan's eyes turned into dollar signs. He grabbed the card and bowed in pure joy. Meanwhile, deep in the basement, Kang Solji finally began to stir from his slumber. He jolted awake, gasping for air. Panicked, he checked his gut. The Mega Crusher was gone. Pure shock washed over him. Suho strolled in casually, noting that the surgery was a success. "How's the body?" Solji didn't answer. He just collapsed to his knees in sheer gratitude. He swore to never forget this debt. Suho just shrugged, playing it cool as usual. It was just a business deal, Suho claimed. But Solji wasn't buying the indifference. He shook his head. Even if money changed hands, a doctor still deserves his thanks. Suho reached out when no one else would. To Solji, this man was his literal savior. Suho chuckled. "Then make yourself useful, while we're both stuck at the association." Solji nodded instantly, vowing to be Suho's ultimate right-hand man for any future task. Suho smirked internally. He'd just snagged a high-value asset for his secret team. With Songil's squad purged, this guy's utility would skyrocket. The stage was already set for the main act. Dawn broke over the Korean Hunter Association HQ, where chaos was brewing outside the glass towers. A sea of paparazzi choked the entrance. Shutter clicks and flashing lights filled the air as the world waited for Suho. Every mic was thirsty for Iron Gate Valley tea, but the press had zero clue that Suho was already there. Cloaked in stealth, he ghosted through the frantic mob. He slipped past the cameras like a phantom, heading straight for the front doors undetected. A smirk crossed his lips. He felt a tiny bit sorry for the letdown guys. But don't worry, the real headline was coming soon. Inside the lobby, safety at last. Chulman's eyes widened. Suho dropped a casual morning and the big man nodded back, dazed. Looking shook, he gestured toward the media circus, paralyzing the main entrance. How did he get in? Suho just shrugged, claiming he took the stealthy route. Chulman scowled. Those bloodhounds outside weren't exactly known for missing their prey so easily. As the elevator doors hissed shut, Suho asked about the detection department training starting today. Chulman confirmed it, noting he just had one meeting with the big boss left. Before the evaluation kicked off, they were summoned by the chief Ma Duwan. The chief beamed, shaking hands with the it-boy hunter. "Everyone's talking about you, kid." He tossed a folder to Chulman, mentioning the recent erratic mana spikes, causing chaos. Staffing was thin, so team leader Chulman was now stuck babysitting Suho's test. "Pick a gate from the approved list," he ordered, "and get this evaluation moving." Suho scanned the files. One specific name jumped out at him like a neon sign. That was the one. His future knowledge had already crunched the numbers on this specific rift. He'd timed everything perfectly. Next stop, the gritty Dongchan temporary command outpost. The duo arrived, and the sentries practically rolled out the red carpet, ushering them inside. They reached the towering steel perimeter. Chulman tapped his scanner, checking the vitals. It was at 97%. If luck was on their side, they'd see the birth of a gate. Though calling a monster hole lucky felt twisted to him. Gates were never a vibe for humanity. Suho stared at that 97% mark. A dark grin tugged at his lips. A little mana poke would force this bad boy open. It would blow wide open. Chulman started droning on about the official test rules. He broke down the protocol step by step. Suho nodded, acting like he was actually paying attention. It was all white noise. He'd lived this life before. He knew these rules by heart. "Got it?" Chulman asked. Suho gave a chill nod. "Let's get this show on the road." Chulman handed over a sensor. "Measure the surrounding mana density," he instructed. Mapping the mana flux would tell them exactly when the nightmare would manifest. System ping. It was a standard issue mana gauge used to track gate charging speeds. Suho gripped the tool. He needed to get within striking distance of the rift's core. Time to wake it up. This test was the ultimate cover story for his plan. He'd pump his own mana in while measuring. He knelt on the cold ground. He jammed the antenna into the soil, flooding the focal point with his hidden power. Boom! The device wailed sirens, screaming as the mana levels broke the freaking scale. Panic erupted. Guards scrambled, screaming over the sirens. What the hell was happening? The earth buckled beneath Suho's feet. A jagged purple rift began tearing through reality. A violet explosion blinded everyone. Guards threw up their arms as eldritch mist choked the air. The rift locked into place. Chulman's jaw hit the floor in total disbelief. A massive purple gate thrummed with power. Chulman screamed Suho's name into the roar. Panic surged, but the die was cast as Suho vanished into the blinding radiance. As his vision stabilized, he summoned the system, but the interface remained eerily silent. No gate notifications appeared. Suho instantly realized he had outpaced the system's own logic. He'd breached the gate before it could register. Suddenly, a colossal monolith loomed ahead. A skyscraper-sized pagoda dominated the horizon. Suho recognized this legendary structure immediately. He had successfully infiltrated the martial archives, a place Gutaishu conquered in his past. Gutaishu, the martial king, whose name struck terror and respect into every warrior's heart. He was an absolute beast in close quarters. His ultimate secret lay within this tower. This very building hid the technique that propelled Gutaishu to the top 5 swordsmen. Though undefeated in their past life, Suho was determined to flip the script now. That god-tier power would be his. Locking eyes with the tower, he began his march. He stepped forward with cold resolve. Outside, Chunmin stood paralyzed by the sudden disappearance. Chaos erupted at the command post. Suddenly, a fragment of the past flickered into view. Suho stood victorious over a bloodied Gutaishu after an exhausting world-shaking duel. The king chuckled breathlessly, admitting that Suho's swordsmanship was on an entirely different level. Suho remained stoic, reminding him that while he was a king, Suho was a god. Dropping to one knee, Gutaishu grinned, wondering if victory would ever be his. Back in reality, Suho was currently scaling the jagged stone walls of the massive pagoda. He climbed with surgical precision, every muscle working in perfect, lethal harmony. He noted Gutaishu's insane tenacity, knowing the man had climbed this using only raw strength. Even for a monster like Suho, this vertical marathon was proving to be a nightmare. Every move demanded peak endurance. His body was being pushed to its absolute limit. He finally understood the grueling path the martial king had walked to earn his crown. With a final agonizing heave, Suho hauled himself over the summit's edge. Collapsing on the rooftop, he exhaled sharply. That was a literal death-defying ascent. Without his red-grade stamina, he would have plummeted. He remembered the old timeline clearly. Back then, this fortress was an enigma that no hunter could successfully infiltrate. Eventually, the rights were auctioned off, and Gutaishu claimed the legendary treasure inside. But by seizing the gate first, Suho had effectively hijacked destiny itself. He realized the association provided the perfect environment for his rapid hypergrowth. Direct profits didn't matter when the rewards were this exclusive and powerful. His gaze sharpened. The first trial, the climb was finally over. Reaching the peak, the true landscape of the domain was finally revealed. A haunting blue moon hung above, bathing the area in a surreal, icy glow. Before him stood the Seogopyeong, an ancient, imposing library of forbidden combat arts. A massive magic circle pulsed beneath the structure, thrumming with dormant ancient energy. Suho knew the real challenge was just starting. Another trial stood in his way. This sanctuary was packed with lost manuals and techniques that could rewrite history. He scanned the terrain, noting how much it resembled the legendary peaks of Kunlun. It felt like a domain built specifically for a god of martial arts. As his foot touched the center, the air shrieked with a sudden violent vibration. The magic circle ignited, and ancient mechanisms ground together as the space shifted. This wasn't just decoration. Suho sensed a surge of lethal, concentrated killing intent. Trial 2, start. A blade of pure mana materialized and shot toward his throat. Reflexes exploded. Suho blurred out of the way, dodging the lethal strike by millimeters. A razor-sharp blade hissed past his ear, but Suho just smirked, calling it a spicy welcome to the neighborhood. The trial wasn't done yet. The magic circle glowed intensely, manifesting 2 tangent-sized hammers right at his back. They swung down with skull-crushing power. Without missing a beat, Suho kicked it into high gear and bolted. Just as they crashed, he pulled a slick slide and pivot, escaping the impact by a literal hair's breadth. He sprang back up and dug his heels in, even as the trial's suffocating pressure tried to weigh him down. Looking totally unbothered, Suho flashed a confident grin and dropped into an iconic Spider-Man-style landing pose. If this trial wanted smoke, he was ready to bring the fire. Hours passed, leaving Suho drained and gasping. Sweat soaked his gear as he fought for oxygen. Below him, the once solid arena had been reduced to rubble. The ground was completely wrecked from his desperate dodging. It got him thinking about the legendary Gu Takesu. Realizing someone cleared this without even having red grade stats, Suho finally understood the martial king's monstrous genius-level talent. Wiping the grime from his face, Suho locked in. Failing here with his massive advantages would be straight-up pathetic. That thought lit a fire in his soul, and his resolve was officially set in stone. No matter what, he was conquering this place. He tapped into mana detection, and instantly his senses screamed danger. He lunged away just as a violent mana blast vaporized the exact spot where he'd been standing. If his reaction had been a millisecond slower, he'd be nothing but ash. Looking at the aftermath, he realized the truth. This trial might look like old-school martial arts, but the underlying foundation was still built on the system. Whether you called it internal energy or soul force, at the end of the day, it was all just mana. As that epiphany hit, a system notification announced that his mana detection skill had finally evolved. It jumped from grade B to grade A, pushing his limits to the absolute brink, had finally paid off. That skill is notoriously grindy to level, so this was a massive gain. Soon Suho was a blur of motion. He danced through the chaos, sensing every blast before it struck. His warrior instincts were getting scary sharp. Suddenly, he felt a shift in the air. It was time. The ground beneath the magic circle began to shatter. The floor split wide open, and a colossus of stone rose from the depths like a literal titan. One look, and Suho knew this was the final boss. The system labeled it the Guardian of the Library. Its level was a total mystery. It looked like a jacked-up version of Mokujin from Tekken, which felt weirdly nostalgic. Then the rumors clicked. This Guardian wielded the same terrifying ability as the legendary Nameless Sword Emperor. As the boss of the Nameless Sword Gate, it could literally mirror the status window of its opponent. Right on cue, the Guardian popped its skill. A sapphire domain expanded, locking Suho into a private cage match. A system alert flashed. The battlefield of conviction was now active. There was no running away now. Inside this zone, the Guardian's stats mirrored Suho's perfectly, and they were both restricted to a designated weapon. Suho rolled his shoulders quickly, reading the room. This was going to be a pure test of technical mastery. Now he saw how Gu Takesu managed to win. But a cocky smirk played on Suho's lips anyway. Even the Martial King never actually beat the Sword Emperor. This wasn't Takesu's specialized playground, it was Suho's. The Guardian manifested a blade from thin air, and the system confirmed the duel would be decided by swords. For Suho, the legendary sword god, this was the ultimate best-case scenario. It was basically a gift. He summoned his crimson blood weapon, pointing the tip at the statue. "Is this enough for you?" The Guardian answered with a silent, perfect battle stance. For one heartbeat, the entire world went quiet. Then the Guardian exploded forward. Suho met the charge head-on, deciding to end this in a single burst. Scarlet energy flooded his veins as he condensed every ounce of his power into one decisive lethal strike. Their blades met with a thunderous crack. In a flash, Suho was already standing behind the stone titan. He moved so fast it looked like he hadn't even swung. Both warriors stood frozen for a tense moment. Then with a crisp snap, the Guardian's sword shattered. The statue stood paralyzed, unable to process the loss. It slowly turned and gave Suho a respectful bow. The system declared the library's guardian had conceded. Dungeon cleared. Suho was named the MVP, and the bonus experience points started rolling in immediately. Thanks to that MVP title, his level shot up. Suho noted that the statue had the honor of a true martial artist. Locked onto the gargantuan library looming above, he let out a steadying breath. With the combat trial cleared, a new challenge awaited. It was finally time to farm knowledge. Approaching the grand entrance, a crisp system alert pinged. "Welcome to the legendary Library of Martial Arts." He crossed the threshold, and the system flashed again. Since he'd crushed the gatekeeper, rewards were inbound. He was now eligible for one secret tome. Suho grinned, a low, satisfied chuckle escaping his lips. Just like Gutesu hinted, the loot's quality depended entirely on how many guardians you slaughtered. This wasn't just flavor text, it was pure power. 3 distinct skill paths materialized before him: blade arts, footwork, and miscellaneous. He whispered the choices, weighing his options carefully. He hesitated. Miscellaneous sounded like mid-tier trash at first glance. A bargain bin of parlor tricks, hardly. Suho knew this category hid the most broken abilities. He locked it in without a second thought. As the system chimed, Suho realized the truth. This was the library's true jackpot. Seconds later, a golden alert flashed. A new skill had been acquired. Rank B Acupoint Strike. The specs unrolled, revealing a cryptic Murim technique that defied logic. It granted him the vision to see vital pressure points, and the precision to strike them accurately. Each point triggered a unique debuff, far more versatile than any basic attack or flashy combo. It functioned on a completely different plane, which explained its miscellaneous branding. Pure hacks. Suho soaked in the data. These techniques were Murim staples in webtoons, but finding one in reality. They were ultra-rare treasures. As he finalized the sync, the atmosphere in the room shifted violently. The surrounding tomes erupted in a blinding gold radiance, dissolving into sparkling dust before his eyes. Watching the magic fade, he understood. Now that the knowledge was claimed, the library was vanishing. A mysterious scroll manifested from the void. Notification. You have obtained a legendary item, Rank S archive painting. The entire library was now sealed within this single ancient scroll. Gripping the artifact, its stats appeared. It wasn't just a painting, it was a gateway to power. The description confirmed it, a pocket dimension holding every secret of the Library of Martial Arts. Exclusive loot for those who conquered the Keeper. Under the full moon, the path would reopen. Suho stared at the scroll, realizing its worth. This wasn't a one-time dungeon, it was a repeatable gold mine, a sanctuary for endless growth. Smirking, he knew he'd be back to farm more skills soon. When the moon peaked, he'd return. For now, he needed to stop stressing Chulman and head home. Outside, the atmosphere was suffocating. The waiting officers were on edge, their nerves fraying every second. Whispers spread. Suho had been dark for too long. Was it time to call in reinforcements? Chulman was losing it. Clutching his head in agony, he paced frantically, muttering about his sanity. He replayed the disaster on loop. Suho sucked into a mana runaway gate, trapped in a lethal void. No intel, no exit. His mind spiraled into the abyss, imagining every horrific way Suho could die. What if he failed? The grim image of Suho's corpse flashed, making his blood run cold. Chulman clasped his hands in a desperate prayer. Suddenly, a jagged scream cut through the air. Heads whipped around. The gate was glitching out. The resonance is breaking. Someone yelled, panic mounting. Is it cleared? Right on cue, Suho emerged from the portal looking way too chill. Big crowd today, he quipped. Seeing him alive, Chulman charged forward, a blur of relief and rage. Overwhelmed, he seized Suho by the collar, screaming about the heart attack he'd nearly suffered. Entering that gate was pure insanity. Suho just shrugged, explaining the mana runaway left him no choice. It was inevitable. Plus, he added casually, the dungeon was kind of mid. No big deal. He'd walked out unscathed. Chulman finally exhaled, his hand trembling as he gripped Suho's shoulder. Thank God you're okay. Suho offered a quick apology, but immediately pivoted to the real question. So, does this mean I pass my field eval? Chulman stared, completely stunned by his audacity. Is that really what matters now? Chulman scoffed. Staying alive was the goal. Suho just nodded. Deep down, Suho knew this assessment was a game changer. With a heavy exhale, Chulman finally broke the silence. They needed to head back to HQ and file the report immediately. Once the association's paperwork was finally settled, Suho made it home as the sun dipped low. Bone-deep exhaustion finally caught up, and he collapsed onto the sofa. Yet through the fog of fatigue, a surge of triumph remained. He had pulled it off once again. Another perfect score secured for the second gate trial. With only the Special Forces test left, the system window materialized, displaying his level at 75 and his strength stat at 99, along with 2 unspent bonus points. Without a second thought, he maxed out his strength to 100. The numbers glowed, shifting into a brilliant fiery orange. The system chimed, acknowledging his breakthrough and signaling that his physical ceiling had just been shattered. Suho stared, realizing that even for him this growth rate was absolutely insane. His hand tightened into a white-knuckled fist. He could feel the raw, terrifying power vibrating through his soul. At this pace, he was becoming unstoppable. In this lifetime, he wouldn't let anyone stand in his way, even if he had to solo a disaster-rank gate. He had conquered the impossible before. With enough prep, doing it again was just a matter of time. As he began calculating his next move and future power-ups, the sharp buzz of his phone snapped him back. He checked the screen, his eyes narrowing at the caller ID. The reality of the situation hit home instantly. It was Pyo Sang-yeol, the Special Department Chief. Suho's focus sharpened to a razor's edge as he answered. He kept his voice steady and calm. Pyo didn't beat around the bush, casually bringing up tomorrow's big event. The special training was officially on the books. Pyo noted that Suho's performance so far had been nothing short of legendary. He emphasized that passing this final special division hurdle would make Suho a living legend in the association. The youngest perfect scorer in history, a title that would leave anyone else shaking. But Suho didn't even blink. Pyo chuckled at his stoic silence, remarking on how eerily calm the rookie sounded despite the massive hype. Suho played it off perfectly, but inside his mind was already a dozen steps ahead of everyone else. These accolades meant nothing to someone who had already lived through the end of the world once. Then the vibe shifted. Pyo Sang-yeol dropped a bombshell, his tone turning serious. He would be personally overseeing this final evaluation. That detail set off alarm bells for Suho. Pyo wasn't the type to get involved unless something was brewing. A shark like him never moved without a hidden motive, and his next words only confirmed Suho's darkest suspicions. Pyo declared he was rewriting the rules, merging the Special Division and Investigation Division tests into one massive trial. These were 2 completely different worlds within the Special Forces, and combining them was unheard of. One hunted rogue players in the shadows, while the other handled high-profile, heavy-hitting tactical operations. There was zero precedent for this kind of merger. It was a complete anomaly in association history. This wasn't about efficiency. It was a blatant, high-level power move designed to pin Suho into a corner. Still, Suho's mask didn't slip. He accepted the terms instantly and pushed for the mission details. "You'll find out tomorrow," Pio teased before cutting the line. Suho sat in the heavy silence, his eyes darkening. His expression turned to stone as he dissected the situation. Pio was trying to force his hand. If things went south, he'd be locked into the special division before his real foundation was even ready. It was a threat to his entire master plan. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand as he plotted. Timing was everything now. He reached a cold conclusion: he needed to strike before the association could trap him. He grabbed his phone again and scrolled to a specific name. It was time to apply some external pressure. He dialed reporter Jo Jin Woo. In this game, a well-placed headline could be deadlier than any S-rank skill. Controlling the narrative was the only way to checkmate the board from the outside. He needed a distraction. His goal was absolute: get that article published first and shake the entire board before they could move. The following morning, Suho stepped into Chief Pio's office. The air was thick with tension as he offered a nod. Pio was casually scrolling through his phone, only looking up to gesture toward a chair with a smirk. Suho knew Pio had bulldozed over Chulman to make this happen, moving entirely on his own rogue authority. The man was a human steamroller, a dangerous force that didn't care about rules or bureaucracy. Pio leaned back, his eyes gleaming. "I heard you already started a fire over in the detection division too." Suho played it cool with a shrug, but Pei just chuckled at the humble act, mocking how the rest of the world saw him way differently as he slid a file forward. "Take a peek," Pei urged. Suho's gaze locked onto a mugshot of Kim Kyung-won, who was currently wasting away in Blue Prison. That revelation immediately sparked a red flag in Suho's mind. He locked in, questioning the real motive. Behind linking this case to his upcoming evaluation, Pei just gave a cryptic nod, confirming the connection. He circled back to the night Suho hunted Kim down, noting that Sun Baek-jun was also there. Pei told him to flip the page, while dropping a heavy question: why did he leave Baek-jun behind back then? Suho stuck to his story. The situation was way too massive to tackle solo. Pei lit a cigarette, nodding slowly before cranking up the pressure. "And what if you could handle it now?" He stared Suho down, hunting for a flinch. Suho kept a poker face, showing zero emotion, but on the inside, he decoded the message loud and clear. This wasn't just some routine test, but a setup to throw him against top-tier targets, while simultaneously gauging his skills and loyalty. A ghost of a smile appeared. Suho finally saw Pei's true colors. The man was a puppet master who forged soldiers through pure chaos. Suho stared back unfazed, declaring that if it was in his power, he'd finish the job entirely. He'd already decided to roll with this game for now, knowing full well that this path led straight into the heart